My name is Washan. A loud roar echoed in my ears, and I instinctively rolled on the ground to avoid a deadly attack. Without time to think, I scrambled to my feet and stumbled away from the terrifying sound. Around me were enormous, exaggerated plants that blocked out the sky. I couldn't tell what kind they were. Each leaf was unimaginably large, and my heart was pounding. This dream felt too extreme. It had to be because I'd been reading too many apocalypse stories lately, making it all feel so real. After running over 100 meters, the beast's roar stopped, replaced by a chilling scream and the crunching sound of bones. I glanced back and saw a scene that shook me to my core. Not far away, a giant squirrel the size of a Tibetan mastiff had its huge mouth open, revealing half-meter-long front teeth and sharp fangs. At its feet was a frail woman in her 50s, her face weathered and lined. Realizing she couldn't escape, she lay on the ground, awaiting her fate. The giant squirrel didn't hesitate, biting her in half. Blood spattered everywhere, staining its teeth and making it look even more terrifying. The woman was drenched in blood, her face twisted in pain, but her cloudy eyes showed relief rather than fear or despair. Having grown up in peaceful times, at 25 years old, I suddenly forgot this was a dream. With newfound strength, I sprinted toward a dense thicket nearby. Maybe the squirrel was occupied with its meal, or perhaps I ran too fast and the bushes were too thick. It didn't chase me. I collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, feeling like my lungs were about to explode. A sharp pain throbbed at the back of my head. When I touched it, I found a large bump, and dizziness overcame me as memories belonging to another girl flooded my mind. After half an hour, hiding and trembling in the bushes, I finally accepted the reality. I wasn't dreaming. I had been transported into another world. I was utterly shocked. The original owner of this body, also named Washan, was born on green algae star during the wasteland era. She lived in District 50, the poorest and most hostile area, where the soil was highly radioactive. Plants grown there could make people sick or even cause death. Wild plants and animals had mutated after a great disaster 300 years ago, becoming huge and vicious. Ordinary weeds might grow 3 to 5 meters tall, with leaves as big as fans. Walking into a patch of shrubs felt like entering an ancient forest. People survived by scavenging for new leaves with lower radiation levels that were barely edible. They were called scavengers. Her parents died when she was 12, killed by a mutant goat while scavenging, leaving her and her adopted brother, Chiyong, to rely on each other. Chiyong had similar experiences. His parents died when he was 9, and her kind parents took him in. They grew up helping each other, scavenging to survive. They had planned to save enough money to get married, but 3 months ago, Chiyong married someone else. He told her he would work hard to earn enough to bring her over, promising to take care of her for life. I didn't fully believe his reasons, but in this harsh world, people did whatever they could to survive. She wasn't too heartbroken. After all, surviving was more important than feelings. What shocked me the most was realizing that the old woman who died in the squirrel's mouth was the one who had killed the original's Washan. This morning, I went out with the scavenging team to gather supplies. Luck was on my side. I found a massive mutated yam weighing over 50 pounds. Excited, I decided to sneak back home with it, but halfway there, an old woman struck me from behind. That old woman, the one I later saw devoured by a mutant squirrel, had looked so frail and harmless with her white hair and unsteady steps that I didn't guard against her. Big mistake. Now that I've taken over this body, this will be my first unforgettable lesson. Never trust anyone or anything. After sorting my thoughts, I retraced my steps to the spot. The squirrel was long gone, leaving behind 2 old woven bags. In one, I found the massive yam, over 1 meter long and as thick as my arm. Thankfully, squirrels don't care for root vegetables like this unless they're starving, which is why it was still there. Near the bag were some tools, a battered hoe and an old cutting knife, which was half mechanical and essential for scavengers. It could slice through thick branches and detect radiation levels in food with a simple button press. High radiation food was deadly, causing hair loss, rashes, and eventual death. Moderate radiation food was the staple here, though it shortened lifespans. Low radiation food was so rare and valuable that no one would dare eat it. They'd sell it instead. I collected everything, including the old woman's bag. It contained a broken digging trowel and a pile of thick, bitter mutant leaves that were barely edible and highly radioactive. Testing them with a cutting knife, I heard the dreaded words over and over: high radiation plant. Do not consume. No wonder the woman had ambushed me. She hadn't found anything edible and was probably desperate enough to end her life before stumbling upon my yam. To avoid attracting attention on the way home, I chopped the yam into smaller pieces, mixed them with random leaves, and packed them into 2 bags, leaving the tops open carelessly. Anyone passing by would see what looked like 2 bags of worthless weeds and move on. The plan worked. I made it home without trouble, unlocked the door with a fingerprint scan, and collapsed onto the floor. For the first time in my life, I truly understood the value of food and the risks people take to get it. Every step on the way back felt like crossing enemy lines in a war zone, always alert to the danger of being robbed, or worse. Once I caught my breath, I took a good look around the house. It was worse than I had imagined. The place was utterly barren, with nothing but a crude stone stove, a discolored metal pot, 2 cracked plastic bowls, a couple of woven baskets, and a pile of worn-out tools. The baskets used to hold cloves for the originals Washan and her adopted brother Chi-Yong, but after Chi-Yong got married, she forced him to take all his belongings to avoid trouble with his new wife. In this harsh wasteland, even tattered winter clothes made from scraps of mutant animal hides were treasures. Her reasoning was practical: better to part ways cleanly than risk being dragged into petty disputes later. This level of survival wasn't just tough, it was soul-crushing. But here I was, alive and determined to make it through, one hard lesson at a time. I'm still getting used to life in this wasteland, but one thing I've learned quickly is that safety is relative. The houses here are built like fortresses, reinforced with special materials to keep out mutated beasts. In fact, even during a beast riot years ago, the buildings in District 50 held up, though most scavengers outside didn't survive. The downside is the insulation is poor, making extreme weather unbearable for the weak. Right now, it's the transition period between the freezing cold and scorching heat, the most comfortable time of the year. With the giant yam I found, I can hunker down in my house and survive for a month or 2. The wrist device on my arm reminds me of how advanced this world is. It's a bioidentity marker every resident gets at birth. It functions like a super smartwatch, but never comes off unless you die or lose your arm. It can take photos, project holograms, and connect to the internet, though using it is expensive, so most people stick to the basics. Today's date? Galactic year 33838, March 8th. It hit me, back on Earth, this would be Women's Day. I decided to celebrate by making a feast with the yam. Unfortunately, my kitchen is as barren as my wallet. No oil, no seasonings, no extras. In the end, the only thing I could do was steam it. Using what I had, I cut the yam into strips and steamed it over a makeshift rack woven from sturdy mutant vines. It held up well under the heat. Meanwhile, I peeled the yam skins, knowing they were too nutritious to waste. Dried, roasted, and ground into powder, they could be stored for later as a kind of herbal supplement. As I worked, I processed the memories of the body's previous owner. This house, passed down from her grandfather, is the only reason she survived harsh weather after her parents died. Once, the family had land and resources in District 48, a better area, but without genetic enhancements or superhuman abilities. Her ancestors were pushed further out until they ended up here, in District 50, the most inhospitable zone. When the yam finished steaming, I tasted a piece. It was soft, sweet, and absolutely the best thing I'd ever eaten. I wanted to devour it all but held back, knowing this yam was as valuable as winning the lottery here. I stored most of it carefully, knowing it could mean the difference between surviving and starving later. As I sorted through these memories, I also took stock of my situation. This planet, Green Algae Star, is part of a system I'd never heard of under a government that divided the world into zones based on radiation levels. The closer to the equator, the worse the conditions and the fiercer the mutated creatures. 300 years ago, a catastrophic cosmic event caused mutations in plants, animals, and even humans. Some gained extraordinary strength or elemental powers and became gene warriors. Others, like the originals with Shan's family, didn't have the resources for genetic enhancement and were left to fend for themselves. Despite the challenges, I refuse to give up. My body may be weaker here, but I have my wits, and I'll find a way to survive. After all, giving up now would be a waste. I've barely started exploring this second chance at life. After sorting through the memories of this body, I realized how tough life here truly was. Even something as basic as a bed was a luxury, sold off 2 years ago to pay for medicine after the original Swan got injured. Since then, they had been sleeping on leaves spread across the ground. Beds, cabinets, and even simple comforts like toilet paper didn't exist here in District 50. People only made do with woven baskets and sacks, focusing on what was essential for survival. The lack of basic hygiene products, like sanitary pads, made me groan in frustration. Women here didn't even have regular cycles due to malnutrition, but the thought of using rough cloth made me shudder. As I pieced together the memories, one shocking event surfaced. 3 months ago, the originals with Shan encountered a mutated musk deer while scavenging. Its scent triggered uncontrollable reactions, forcing her to seek out a partner to survive the effects. She stumbled across a wounded man, unconscious yet stunningly handsome, and had no choice but to drag him into the bushes. What followed was instinctive, leaving her shaken and terrified afterward. To make matters worse, the man carried a crest indicating he belonged to a powerful family. Fearing for her life, she fled, leaving him behind. Exhausted from processing all this, I fell asleep on the rough grass mat and dreamed vividly about that encounter, reliving it with unsettling clarity. When I woke, I brushed it off as a strange and embarrassing memory, focusing instead on the real challenge: surviving. Hunger gnawed at me during the night. Despite my best efforts to hold out, I ended up drinking water to trick my stomach. By dawn, I couldn't take it anymore and decided to head out early to scavenge. Scavenging here is dangerous, but necessary. District 50 is under a protective shield that keeps the high radiation zones and most mutated beasts at bay. Still, low-level mutated creatures occasionally wander in, as I learned firsthand with the giant squirrel yesterday. Most scavengers prefer working in groups for safety, but I decided to take a calculated risk and revisit the area where I'd found the giant yam. In this world, knowledge is scarce, especially about wild, edible plants. The originals with Shan had stumbled upon that yam entirely by accident when her cutting tool sliced into the ground. Recognizing its potential from the radiation report, she dug it out. It hit me, if the people here know so little about edible plants, I might have a unique advantage. I began running to my scavenging spot, not just to build stamina, but also to prepare for future dangers. Running used to be about winning medals, but here it's about outrunning death. As I planned my route, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. If I could use my knowledge to find more food, maybe I'd have a chance to not only survive but thrive in this harsh world. Following the originals with Shan's memories, I jogged to the area where she had found the yam. The once flat plains of District 50 had transformed into a dense forest of towering mutated plants. Trees that used to be small now stood dozens of meters tall, and even bushes and grass reached heights of 2 to 4 meters. Running alone in the dark made me nervous, but I knew I had to adapt to survive. After an hour, I was drenched in sweat and exhausted. This body was too weak. I slowed down as I neared the spot, staying alert for any people or animals. Thankfully, it seemed I was alone. When I found the trench where the yam had been dug up, I used the cutting tool to probe deeper into the soil. After hours of effort, I uncovered a smaller yam, about 20 pounds. Though it wasn't as large as yesterday's find, I was thrilled. This was enough to keep me fed for days. I quickly chopped it into smaller pieces, mixed it with inedible leaves, and packed everything into a bag to avoid suspicion. Just as I was about to leave, sunlight glinted off something metallic buried in the dirt. Curious, I unearthed a large, rusty chunk of metal. weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. I wasn't sure if it was worth anything, but even small gains mattered here, so I decided to lug it home. Dragging the bag and the heavy metal drew disdainful looks from others, but their scorn worked to my advantage. No one suspected I had found anything valuable. I made it home safely, locked the door, and collapsed from hunger. I quickly chewed on some dried yam strips, savoring every bite, and felt a pang of sadness thinking about how hard life had become. After eating, I noticed a small plant outside my house with bright yellow fruits resembling tiny lemons. The original Zhuoshan had dismissed them as inedible and decorative, but I wondered if they were a type of mutated lemon. Curious, I plucked a few, squeezed out the juice, and tested it on the rusty metal. To my surprise, the juice stripped away the rust, revealing shiny silver metal underneath. Excitement bubbled up. I might have stumbled upon something useful. These fruits weren't just a potential cleaning agent. They could be used for cooking, drinks, or even sold if they turned out to be low-radiation food. Low-radiation food was rare and valuable, capable of fetching a high price or even improving genes to awaken abilities. Though the chances of finding such rare food in District 50 were slim, the possibility gave me hope. Every discovery, no matter how small, felt like a step closer to survival. Of course, it was impossible for a small half-bowl of lemon juice to completely clean such a large lump of rusty metal, but being able to prove that it was lemon juice was enough to make Zhuoshan happy. With the remaining lemon juice in her palm, Zhuoshan was attracted by its fruity aroma and couldn't help but lick it with her tongue. Yes, it was indeed the taste of lemon juice, but it was not as sour as her original memory. On the contrary, this taste stimulated her taste buds and made her feel happy both physically and mentally. Zhuoshan felt that even if this lemon juice could not be eaten as a meal, its ability to increase pleasure alone was enough to make her love it to the extreme. That night, she slept particularly sweetly. In her dream, there were many lemon fruits, bright yellow and hanging on the branches, each as big as a football. Zhuoshan picked one and ate it, and her happiness was overwhelming. So she chased the huge lemon fruits on the tree, eating them one by one, and the juice flowed all over her. When she finally woke up from her dream, she found that she had drooled a lot. The fragrance of lemon juice still lingered in the room. She couldn't help but get up and walk around outside. While no one else was awake, she quietly picked all the lemons around. When she got home, she took them out of her backpack and counted them. Wow! There were 388. Zhuoshan stole the lemons planted at other people's doorsteps without any psychological burden because those lemons were planted with her fruit cores. And once the mutant lemons were planted, they were not afraid of cold or heat. They would wither in winter and grow again in summer. No one had to take care of them. The most important point was that no one in District 50 ate them. Even those who starved to death didn't think of using them as food. Zhuoshan just picked the fruit that others didn't eat. For everyone, the fruit was an ornamental plant, and the residents of District 50 almost ignored it. Food is the first necessity of the people. Here, everyone is always most concerned about food. As for whose doorstep was missing the little yellow fruit, no one would care at all. Moreover, this kind of mutant lemon fruit, after picking one crop, will soon bloom and bear fruit again. From flowering to ripening of fruits, the cycle is only half a month. This is the magic of mutant plants, which makes Zhuoshan marvel at it. Because she planned to eat it, Zhuoshan took the trouble to use a cutting knife to test it one by one. As a result, 58 of the 388 lemon fruits were found to be edible with moderate radiation, and there were also 2 with low radiation. Zhuoshan suddenly felt that she had made a fortune. She went to the wild to pick up waste every day, but she didn't expect that edible lemon fruits would grow at her doorstep. Thinking of those that she wasted yesterday, she instantly felt that she had lost 100 million. Alas, people are too poor, so they are so petty. Zhuoshan wrapped the edible, moderately radiated lemon fruit with a piece of soft grass leaf and stuffed it into a shabby rattan basket in the corner. The shelf life of lemon fruit is extremely long, and it will not rot or deteriorate within at least 1 month, so it can be kept and eaten slowly. As for the two low-radiation ones, she put them in her pocket and was reluctant to eat them for the time being. Then she used a mortar to crush the rest of the inedible parts into juice and smeared it on the large piece of scrap metal little by little, not even sparing the potholes. Her idea was simple. As long as all the rust on it was removed, the price would at least double when it was sold, right? The 2 silver coins that were originally expected could be turned into 4 silver coins, and Zhuoshan felt very accomplished. After all, she recycled the lemon juice without spending a penny. After using up the juice of 98 lemons, the large piece of metal was finally completely cleaned up. Zhuoshan was very relieved and decided to ask Xiang about the price when he came next time. She was afraid that she would be cheated by the people at the purchasing station if she sold it herself. Those people always bought those who didn't know the business at the lowest price. After finishing the rust removal plan, Zhuoshan finally couldn't help it, took out a low-radiation lemon fruit from her pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. In the original body's memory, she had never eaten low-radiation food, and Zhuoshan decided to be a crab eater and tried to see what different feelings it felt like. Worried that the juice would be wasted, she held the whole fruit in her mouth and began to chew it gently. Sour. Extremely sour. Zhuoshan almost cried because of the sourness, but then a sweet feeling began to spread in her mouth. This was completely different from the lemons she had eaten before, and it was also different from the feeling she had licked with her tongue yesterday. Zhuoshan didn't know how to describe it, but it was so delicious. Her taste buds were completely conquered, and she could no longer imagine that there was any fruit in the world that was more delicious than this lemon. After a while, her body became warm, and her limbs seemed to be soaked in a hot spring. Zhuoshan was immersed in this wonderful comfort, just like a drug addict who had taken a long-lost drug, forgetting where he was, and just wanted to stay in this moment of happiness for a long time. Suddenly, there was a strange fluctuation in her lower abdomen, as if an egg was rolling there. She subconsciously reached out to touch it, and then really touched a small bulge. This time, Zhuoshan was scared. Could it be that she had a tumor in her stomach? Thinking of the expensive medical expenses in the wasteland, she wanted to just commit suicide. According to the original body's memory, her mother was bitten by a mutant beast once. The wound was only 3 inches long and 1 inch deep. As a result, it cost 800 silver coins to go to the clinic for debridement and suture. It was just an ordinary external injury, but it cost 1,300 silver coins. If she had a surgery for an abdominal tumor, she couldn't afford it even if she went bankrupt. What's more, she was poor and had nothing to sell. No, she still had this 50-square-meter house, which should be able to sell for at least 20,000 silver coins according to the market price, but if she sold this house, she would just have to wait for death. Although District 50 was a scavenging area, the rent here was at least 50 silver coins per month, so most of the scavengers here actually had real estate. It was too difficult for tenants to survive here. If they couldn't survive for more than 3 years, they would be dragged to death by the expensive rent. Zhuoshan really didn't dare to think about the consequences of having a tumor and couldn't help crying softly. It was already the 3rd day since she came here, and this was the first time she couldn't help crying. She felt that as a marathon runner, she had the quality of perseverance and would not cry easily. But now, just after solving the short-term food problem, she was facing the threat of a serious disease. Unfortunately, she had no relatives here and had no way to borrow money. Zhuoshan cried for a while and suddenly heard a sound of metal transmission in the corner, like the running-in sound of a new machine running for the first time. She was startled and immediately forgot to cry. The circuit in the house broke down when she was 11 years old. At that time, she and Xiang were worried about food every day, and they couldn't afford to pay for repairs. Since then, they have never used electricity again. At this moment, Zhuoshan, who was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe loudly, stared at the direction of the movement. I vaguely remember that it was where she placed the pile of scrap metal. Could it be that after the rust, the parts inside fell apart? Zhuoshan was just wondering when a green light suddenly lit up in the corner. She did not feel relieved to see the light in the darkness, but became more nervous. Could it be a haunted place? The next second, the green light gradually faded and turned into a large piece of white light. A silver human-shaped metal skeleton appeared in the white light. It was about 1.4 meters tall and was estimated to be short when it was alive. Swan froze on the spot. She was about to give the ghost a bowl of chicken soup to teach it that it should find the culprit who killed it and not come to harm her, an innocent passerby. Then she heard the skeleton's ups and downs baritone. My great and noble benefactor, the second prince of the mechanical race, Maury Jones Barnett Mittlenden, salutes you. On behalf of all the people of our entire mechanical star, I sincerely thank you for saving my life and waking me up from my deep sleep. What? What's going on? Swan was stunned. Ahem. Maoli or something. What do you mean by the mechanical race and mechanical star? Swan asked bravely. The mechanical star is far away in the Liuguang galaxy, 30 million light-years away from the Golink galaxy. We, the mechanical race, are a new species that evolved from the artificial intelligence created by an advanced civilization by fusing the genes of intelligent creatures with highly simulated metal skeletons. Each of us mechanical people has a superior IQ and is knowledgeable and talented, but our ancestors had an agreement with their creators that when every mechanical person is born, a peace chip will be implanted in our brains. With the restriction of this peace chip, the mechanical people love peace and will never take the initiative to fight with others unless their lives are threatened. And the total population of our mechanical people will always be controlled within 10,000 people, and new people will not be allowed to be born unless the old people die. We mechanical people have lived for generations on the mechanical star, but as a prince of the mechanical clan, before our coming-of-age ceremony, we will be required to travel to various galaxies to broaden our horizons. When I was traveling through the Golink galaxy, I unfortunately encountered a stellar fission in the galaxy. The ultra-high temperature generated by the fission melted the interstellar spaceship I was riding. I accidentally fell to this green algae star and encountered a large area of acid rain. The acid rain corroded my metal bones, causing them to rust and unable to move. Then I encountered high radiation from the sun. In order to protect my genes from being damaged by high radiation and causing unpredictable mutations, I consumed 90% of my energy and made an anti-radiation energy shield for myself. However, the energy loss was too excessive, and I was forced to enter a deep sleep state and wait for rescue. At that time, I was actually very desperate because knowing that they had lost the aircraft carrier, my tribe members had no way of locating me and naturally could not send anyone to rescue me. My energy shield could only last for about 300 years. By then, the energy shield would be broken, and my genes would be exposed to strong radiation, and the result of the mutation would be unpredictable. I might become a murderous monster, or I might completely lose my mind and become a fool. It is more likely that the local natives would treat me as scrap metal, throw me into a smelting furnace, and melt me into liquid. If my body is really dissolved, my consciousness will also dissipate quickly, and then I will really die. It is a pity that our mechanical race has a long lifespan, usually around 3,000 years old, but I have only lived to be 128 years old. Oh no, including the 320 years I have been asleep, I am now 428 years old. However, our mechanical race is 600. It takes 172 years to be considered an adult, and I still have 172 years to go. If you hadn't used the precious and powerful plant rust remover, even if I could wake up, my bones would be severely damaged, and I would even lose my ability to move. So you saved my life, and from now on I will respect you as my master. Master, please accept the loyalty of your servant Maury Jones Barnett Mittlenden. From now on, I will be your think tank, your vanguard, your meticulous butler and nanny. A metal skeleton frame instantly turned into a decathlon butler black, Butler Sebastian. Swan said that she was a little bit unable to accept it. In fact, the black butler in the anime is handsome and omnipotent, and the skeleton in front of her, she hasn't seen the ability yet, and the appearance alone is 12,000 points of spicy eyes. Ahem. I said, that Maori or something. Can I make 2 small requests to you? Swashan tried. Of course, you are my master now. Not to mention too, even if it is 200 or 2,000 requests, I will do my best to fulfill your wishes. The metal skeleton frame expressed his loyalty very straightforwardly. Can you change your appearance? For example, a cute little animal or a flower or something. If that doesn't work, just the oldest square-headed robot. In short, it has to be small and cute. Dear Master, I don't have enough energy now. I can only support one transformation, and I can't become taller than my current size. After the transformation, I can't change the form in a short time. You can think about it carefully and choose the one you like best. The metal skeleton frame said seriously. The meaning is very clear. Once sold, no refunds or exchanges are allowed. Swashan suddenly remembered the black nine-tailed civet cat in an anime she had seen before. It was so beautiful that she couldn't forget it for a long time. The young masters and young ladies in the 10th district of the wasteland also kept domesticated mutants as pets, but that thing was ridiculously expensive. Some people also settled for the second best and bought a mechanical pet, the kind that was charged by solar energy. Swashan didn't dare to bring a pet that was too eye-catching with her, so she could only use her finger to dip water and draw an ordinary Chinese rural cat on the ground, and then asked for an inconspicuous mechanical silver shell and a pair of gold and silver eyes. This was actually very different from the pure black nine-tailed civet cat in her mind, but her strength was too poor, and she would definitely not be able to keep the good things. After listening to Zwashan's description, the metal skeleton was a little more grateful. Master, you are so considerate. I know that you made such a request to help me save energy. Don't worry, when I recover more than 50% of my energy in the future, I will definitely optimize the most beautiful appearance to please you. As soon as Maoli finished speaking, the humanoid skeleton in the green light made a clicking sound of mechanical joints twisting, and soon, a very cute mechanical cat appeared in front of Swashan. It has a silver-white appearance, decorated with black and gold, and a large golden collar inlaid with glass beads on its neck. It was thousands of times more beautiful than the cat form she had depicted with both pictures and words. It looked smart and cute, but at a glance, it was clear that it was a mechanical cat. Master, are you satisfied with my form? The cat's voice finally turned into a cute boy's voice. Satisfied, absolutely satisfied. Maoli, you're simply amazing. Swashan praised sincerely. But your appearance is too beautiful. I'm worried that someone will covet it. She couldn't help but start to worry while she was happy. Master, don't worry. I can only appear to you, and in front of others, I will project a simple and ugly phantom, which is guaranteed not to be liked by them. The cat casually projected a 3-dimensional image in front of her. Zwashan saw a metal cat skeleton with only a cat head and limbs appear in front of her. It looked really creepy. This kind of mechanical cat is guaranteed that no one will compete with her. Well, now she is completely relieved. Okay, now I have a second request. Your name is too long and hard to remember. How about I give you a simple and easy-to-remember nickname, Maoli? Swashan said again. Master Maoli, is it the abbreviation of my name, Mary Jones? The mechanical cat said. Ahem. No, Maoli is a very delicious nut produced in my hometown. It's a pity that it is not available here, otherwise you would definitely want 10 after eating one. Swashan fooled it. Because of Maoli's sudden appearance, Zwafan suddenly forgot that he might have a tumor in his abdomen, and his mood changed from gloomy to clear. Maoli can absorb the energy of sunlight below moderate radiation and does not need to eat food to survive, which Zwafan really likes. Moreover, it can also be used as an emergency light at night. In addition, he also has many functions such as night vigil. Every time the mechanical clansman works for 12 hours, he only needs to sleep for half an hour and can return to a full state after waking up. For another example, he also has the function of detecting human health index. It is like a comprehensive testing instrument. However, at present, Maoli does not dare to use this detection function casually. It will consume too much of his energy. In his words, if he does a test for her, he will need to sleep for at least 7 days before he can recover. Maoli also has a special ability. He can detect energy fluctuations within a radius of 100 meters. This detection consumes relatively little energy and can be activated at any time, which makes Fan very excited. You must know that in the wasteland, whether they are genetic warriors or post-genetic warriors, if they want to improve their abilities, in addition to necessary exercise, the most important resource is energy crystals. Energy crystal is a term in a broad sense, including beast cores produced in mutant beasts, wood spirit cores produced in the roots of mutant plants, and energy stones produced after special minerals are irradiated. Among the wasteland residents who went out to scavenge, some were lucky enough to have picked up the beast cores from the bodies of dead mutant beasts. Some genetic warriors were also able to find energy stones. However, this chance is too low. Those who can get it are those who are favored by the god of luck, and others will not envy them. As for the wood spirit core, it is even rarer. Although there are many mutant plants in the wild, only 1 in 10,000 can truly condense the wood spirit core. It is said that the wood spirit cores currently possessed by humans were obtained by powerful genetic warriors after killing certain high-level mutant plants. The possibility of missing them is close to zero. However, some people say that when certain mutated plants die, they will leave wood spirit cores in their rhizomes. However, scavengers simply don't have that much free time to examine the rhizomes of dead plants one by one to take a chance on the 1/10,000th chance. Unless your detection knife happens to be inserted into the wood spirit core, it is impossible to detect the energy fluctuations of the surrounding wood spirit core with the limited function of the ordinary detection knife. As for beast cores and energy stones, they must be detected using advanced energy detectors. The price of such an instrument starts at 10,000 silver coins. Who in the wasteland is willing to spend so many silver coins to buy this? After all, things like beast cores and energy stones are hard to come by. If you take an expensive instrument and test it all over the world, you will find nothing. Others may be interested in your instrument and try to steal it. It's not cost-effective no matter how you calculate it. Therefore, for this kind of advanced energy detector, usually only mercenary teams that go out on missions will be equipped with a public one, or only those high-level genetic warriors are willing to buy one and carry it with them. But now, Shan has Mao Li as his little friend, which means he has an advanced energy detector. He can still transform into a cat and follow him, so he doesn't have to hold it in his hand to make people covet him. In short, Shan is extremely satisfied with Mao Li, a new companion who doesn't need to eat. Compared to finding a wasteland resident as a scavenging partner, taking Mao Li out to scavenge is definitely the best choice, because she doesn't have to worry about Mao Li betraying her for food. On the morning of the third day after crossing over, Shan went out with Mao Li at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was pitch dark all around the spot, and all the scavengers in District 50 were still sleeping, but Fan, who was used to getting up early for training, got up at 6 o'clock. She was still unable to adapt to the 36-hour-a-day life rhythm of Clarella Star, let alone sleeping more than 12 hours a day, so she decided to follow her original living habits, sleep 8 hours a day, exercise for 2 hours in the morning, then work 8 hours, and spend the rest of the time randomly arranged as appropriate. The morning air was relatively cool, and she ran slowly on the way to scavenge. Mao Li displayed a light screen in front of her eyes, showing her the road conditions ahead. According to Mao Li, he set up this light screen so that only she could see it and others could not see it even if they were passing by. This is amazing. Mao Li explained a lot of terms to her, but Shan couldn't understand a word of it. Who said she was not a physicist, but just a marathon runner. I remember that before she came here, she once loved watching the science fiction film The Three-Body Problem, which had a countdown display that only one person could see. She guessed that the principle was similar, so she could only understand it this way. In short, with this display that can be seen by one person, she doesn't have to worry about potholes on the road causing her to fall. Shan chose a particularly uneven road today. Scavengers in the 50th district usually only come here at dawn. After all, it is easy to fall when walking in the dark. Scavengers usually do not dare to carry lighting equipment such as flashlights, because the light at night can easily attract mutant animals. Even small mutant animals, their harm is difficult to predict. Therefore, this road is particularly quiet before dawn, and you will not encounter other scavengers. In view of the old woman who knocked her sap on the first day she came here, Zuoshan now keeps away from the scavengers in the 50th district. She doesn't trust any of them. She was happy to avoid them and go scavenging alone, even if she had to bear the danger from mutant beasts and mutant plants. It was the calculations and frame-ups from her kind that made her even more heartbroken. After all, she couldn't swing a knife at her kind until it was a critical moment of life and death. She didn't want to hurt her kind, let alone be hurt by her kind. In some bushes passed along the way, most of the grass blades had cutting marks, which proved that scavengers had swept through this area yesterday or earlier. The left fan no longer stops and continues forward. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, she came to a fork in the road. She didn't know which way to choose, so she asked Maoli, "Which side do you feel the energy fluctuations are greater?" The energy fluctuations on both sides are below 10 points. "There is no energy crystal you want," Maoli replied with little interest. Along the way, he has been extremely disappointed. Whether it is soil or plants, the radiation level of this planet seriously exceeds the standard. By his standards, this is simply a planet that is not suitable for survival and should have been abandoned long ago. Just a junk star. But there are still about 1.5 billion people living on this planet. I really don't know how these people survive. Just like his new young master, even if he didn't do a health test on her, he could tell that she was seriously malnourished, and her health was worrying. But he was temporarily unable to change this situation, let alone take her away from this planet to the habitable planets he knew well and live a life that a normal, intelligent creature should live. Not getting an answer from Maoli, Zuoshan simply picked up a stone from the ground, turned around and threw it back, and then asked Maoli, "The stone I just threw is closer to the intersection on the left or the intersection on the right?" "Master, why are you asking this meaningless question?" Maoli didn't understand. "This is called listening to God's arrangements. Do you understand? Whichever way the stone is closer, we will choose which way." Zuofan said, "Master, you have no scientific basis for doing this."
Maoli returta.
"Has anyone ever told you a truth? The end of science is metaphysics." Zuofan said. "No, Maoli has never seen this sentence in any book." Maoli said seriously, "Well, then you are ignorant." Zuoshan deceived him, without any psychological burden. Ignoring the cat's circling eyes, she finally chose the left path because the stone was closer to the intersection on the left. As a mechanical tribesman who chose behavioral patterns based on scientific data and careful analysis, Maoli really couldn't understand her choice, but as a loyal servant, he still squatted on her shoulders and followed her unswervingly.
Gone.
Zuoshan walked along this unknown road for more than an hour. Maoli was still unable to detect any plants or minerals with an energy value exceeding 10 points. He felt more and more that his master was too willful and did everything based on his feelings. Just when he was thinking that even if he wanted to make his master unhappy in the future, he would find ways to stop her from such irresponsible behavior, he suddenly detected an unusual energy fluctuation. "Master, Maoli has detected obvious energy fluctuations at 98 points ahead. It is initially judged that it is an energy stone. Please speed up." Maoli jumped on Zuofan's shoulders in excitement. Hearing that there was an energy stone ahead, Zuoshan immediately ran like crazy and ran to his designated location at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Maoli jumped down, stretched out a cat claw, and scratched hard towards the ground. Zuoshan saw the sparks flying after the violent collision of metal and quickly took out the he had brought with him for scavenging. He said with a distressed look on his face, "Maoli, let's dig with this. Don't damage your claws."
Master.
"Do you have a misunderstanding about the hardness of our mechanical clansman's body? Not to mention this kind of blue uranium stone with a hardness of 15, I can cut it even if it is a purple uranium stone with a hardness of over 50.
Mao.
Lee held her neck high, like an elegant and noble real cat. Just 5 minutes later, Maoli dug out a piece of ore as big as a basketball from the ground, then cut it open, and finally dug out a beautiful sapphire the size of a baby's fist from the center. This kind of sapphire is like the finest blue satin, which faintly exudes a light that is nobler than pearls and more brilliant than diamonds. It has been detected that the energy value in this blue uranium stone has reached 325 points, which is an extraordinary grade energy stone. Mao Li's tone was full of disgust. Zuoshan had never seen such a beautiful sapphire before and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The moment her fingertips touched the blue uranium stone, she felt a warm current flowing down her fingertips into her palm. The warmth continued to flow inside her body, eventually flowing to her lower abdomen. Mao Li, why has it become darker? What's going on?
Zuoshan said in a panic.
Mao Li reminded from the side, Master, have you never absorbed energy stones before? This is my first time seeing energy stones.
Zuoshan said honestly.
Master, if this is the first time you absorb the energy stone, I suggest you stop absorbing it immediately because Mao Li has not tested you yet and does not know how much energy your body can hold at one time. Once the limit is exceeded, your meridians will be seriously damaged. Mao Li said. She suddenly retracted her claws and forcibly separated the blue uranium stone from her fingertips. After testing, the remaining energy value of this blue uranium stone is 105 points. You have absorbed a total of 220 energy points this time. Mao Li tested the blue uranium stone again, and then said,
What?
In just a short moment, I absorbed 2/3 of this energy stone? This is such a waste of resources. Zuoshan was extremely distressed. She was looking through the memory of the original owner, and then belatedly remembered that she had seen the purchase price of energy stones in the mission hall of District 50. In this wasteland world, the value of silver coins is determined based on energy value. In other words, the official price is that one energy value is equal to 10 silver coins. But this is only the official price. Many genetic warriors will purchase energy stones at high prices. The average purchase price is that one energy point can be exchanged for 12 silver coins. Zuoshan said with a sad face. She felt like she had wasted 100 million. Master, please feel carefully. Are there any abnormalities in your body?
Mao Li said.
Abnormal?
No.
I just felt a warm current flowing into my lower abdomen, and then there was nothing. Zuoshan sensed it carefully and shook his head. Flowing to the lower abdomen? Isn't that right? Under normal circumstances, when a superpower absorbs the energy in the energy stone, it will flow to your limbs and bones, nourish your meridians, and temper your bones and muscles, rather than flowing to a certain place. Unless
Mao Li agitata.
If he hadn't been short of energy now, he would have done a physical examination on his master as soon as possible instead of guessing like this. Unless what?
Zuoshan asked.
Unless you are pregnant and you are still carrying a fetus with spiritual power. In this case, the fetus can actively absorb energy, causing the energy to flow into your abdomen in a directed manner. Mao Li's words were like thunder, and he slapped his left. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Women in the wasteland have difficulty getting pregnant because they eat food containing radiation. Many couples can only give birth to one child in a lifetime, and many are infertile throughout their lives. Therefore, the top management of the safety zone unanimously decided to destroy all contraceptive drugs and also strictly ordered all hospitals and clinics to prohibit abortion surgeries, and those who violated the order would be sentenced to severe penalties. The safety zone also stipulates that pregnant women will be given a one-time subsidy of 5,000 silver coins after giving birth, which is enough to support them through the one-year lactation period. Even so, wasteland women are not keen on having children, but if they do get pregnant, they will try their best to give birth. After all, the subsidy of 5,000 silver coins can actually allow a family of 3 to live frugally for more than half a year. This is undoubtedly a great subsidy for the unbearable extreme heat and cold. Because of these 5,000 silver coins, some families survived the desperate situation of starving to death again and again. Of course, there are also some unscrupulous parents who take the baby allowance and fail to raise their children properly, so the infant mortality rate in the wasteland is also high. Zuoshan, who is suspected of being pregnant, stood stunned on the spot. The surprise of getting the energy stone was instantly replaced by shock. She recalled the accident that happened 3 months ago in her original memory, and the man with naturally curly silver short hair in her dream. I originally thought it was just a casual marriage, but I didn't expect that it would turn out to be a time bomb. If this body is really affected, she will be in a terrible state. She had just arrived in the wasteland where food and clothing were scarce. She wanted to ensure that she had enough food and clothing to feed herself, and then add a child who had to bear all the food, drink, and litter? For God's sake, let's just strike her to death with a thunderbolt. Master, what's wrong with you? Maoli feels that your emotions are fluctuating violently. You seem to be greatly frightened. You can tell Maoli what you are afraid of, and Maoli will protect you with all his strength. The exquisite robot cat's tone was filled with deep worry. Maoli, you said you could comprehensively check the health index of all organs in my body, so can you detect whether I am pregnant? Zwashan asked anxiously. Does the master suspect that she is pregnant? Master, your current health index can be seen without testing. Your body is in a state of severe malnutrition and is not suitable for bearing a child. If you are really pregnant, you should terminate the pregnancy immediately. Maoli was a little angry and hated the scumbag who had adult love with the master regardless of the master's health. The master just turned 25 years old. In many intelligent species in the interstellar, this age is still a minor. Then, Maoli, can you help me do this abortion operation?
Zwashan said.
It was not that she did not respect the original owner, but that the child was originally just an accident of the original owner, not the fruit of her love. Master, although I have a wealth of knowledge and know the basic procedures of the operation, this is a matter of life and death. It must be performed in a sterile operating room by a professional doctor or a high-precision medical robot that has been programmed with the operation. What's more, I am still in the shape of a cat, and, at most, I can only pull out a thorn for you. Maoli's words made Zwashan's heart sink to the bottom. The green algae star official did not even provide contraceptive measures, let alone abortion. She now had a time bomb in her belly. Unless she had a natural miscarriage, she could only watch her belly grow bigger day by day, and then give birth. Zwashan tried hard to search for her original memory and finally found a useful one. The only public hospital in District 50 could provide free prenatal and postnatal examinations for pregnant women, and the hospitalization fee during delivery was also free. But these could not give her any comfort. First of all, she was no longer suitable for strong physical labor and strenuous exercise in the next 6 months, which would directly affect her scavenging. Second, after the child was born, there was no kindergarten in District 50 who would take care of the child for her. Not to mention the education of the child after the age of 6. As far as I can remember, there are only primary and secondary schools within the 30th district, and higher universities are only within the 10th district. Children outside the 10th district cannot enter the university unless they have excellent grades. Therefore, the only feasible way now is natural abortion. Zwashan thought of the hypothesis that violent collisions can cause miscarriage in pregnant women, but she rejected them all. Abortion in this case can easily cause heavy bleeding. She is still young and doesn't want to die early. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to go to the hospital for a pregnancy test first, in case she made a mistake and it was a false alarm. At this moment, the sky was just getting light, but she was no longer in the mood to pick up trash. She hurried back with Maoli, and she ran directly because she was tired of walking too slowly. After running for a while, she suddenly had an idea. If she increased the amount of exercise, such as long-distance running, maybe her body could not bear it and she would have a natural abortion directly? Thinking of this, she ran faster. Maoli was very worried and kept reminding her, "Master, pregnant women are not suitable for strenuous exercise. Your body will be overloaded and cause signs of miscarriage." That's better. You can end the pregnancy without surgery. Zwashan replied breathlessly, and her steps became faster. As a marathon runner, she has great endurance. Even if her body is too weak, she can still run at least twice as long as her original body. While running, her trouser leg was suddenly hooked by a branch that stretched to the middle of the path. Zwashan couldn't brake in time and tripped directly. Her first reaction after falling to the ground was to feel her lower abdomen to see if there was any pain or something. What if the little embryo was miscarried? Wouldn't everyone be happy? Although it's a bit unfair to think so, the child should still choose the best parents when he is born, right? Following a mother like her, who doesn't have much ability, being born in a slum like District 50, where people can't get enough food, he lost at the starting line. It's better to go back to school, choose a pair of excellent parents, and live a good life. However, her idea was in vain. Her lower abdomen was calm and did not react at all. Instead, her palm was scratched by the sharp stone when she fell. However, this small wound can be ignored for her as an athlete. Usually, she just puts on a band-aid. Thinking of the band-aid, she couldn't help frowning. In a place like District 50, band-aids are very expensive. 1 silver coin can only buy 2. When she was at home, she could buy 100 for 10 yuan. Alas, I can't think about it. I can't help crying. Rubbing his red eyes, Zuoshan got up from the ground. Mali said worriedly, "Master, you are injured. You should disinfect the wound in time, otherwise."
Stop.
Don't you see where this is? Can you make me all kinds of medical supplies? Zuoshan yelled at him angrily, and Mali was so wronged that he curled up the cat's tail into a ball. The master has a bad temper. He obviously cares about her, but she is so mean to him. But then he thought that the master might be pregnant now, and it is normal for pregnant women to be emotionally unstable. He should be magnanimous and forgive her this time. Zuoshan got up, patted the dust off his body, and looked fiercely at the culprit that stretched from the roadside to the middle of the road. There were a few dark purple flowers the size of roses on it. The petals had long petal stalks, and the standard petals were oblong. Isn't this an enlarged version of alfalfa flowers? The reason why Zuoshan thought of alfalfa flowers first was because she had a mother who loved to eat alfalfa. Every spring, her mother would take her father to the mountains to pick a lot of alfalfa. They could be mixed with salad, stir-fried, cooked in soup, and even made into alfalfa dumplings. To be fair, she also liked the taste of alfalfa, but alfalfa was seasonal and only tender alfalfa tasted good. Every time, her mother would pick a lot of them for several days in a row. She would blanch the uneaten ones in boiling water and freeze them in the freezer. After eating too much, they would naturally become less rare. However, she felt very close to finding alfalfa in another world at this moment. The alfalfa reminded her of the delicious food her mother had made with alfalfa, and she couldn't help but burst into tears again. Stop. Stop. Tears are the most useless thing. Zuoshan quickly prepared herself mentally, took out the detection knife, and cut a palm-sized leaf of this alfalfa to start the detection.
Ding.
Low radiation food detected, non-toxic, can be eaten in large quantities, or sent to the exchange center for appropriate silver coins. It is recommended to pick it. In fact, many people pass by this road during the day. It is reasonable that such a low-radiation alfalfa cannot be unnoticed. Zuoshan analyzed it and thought that perhaps this alfalfa was a new branch close to the ground. It grew after sunset yesterday. The sun had not yet come out, and it had no time to be exposed to the strong radiation of the sun, so it was detected as low radiation. Each leaf of the mutant alfalfa was as big as a palm. She quickly tested 2 leaves and found that both were low radiation. She couldn't help but scream like a groundhog in her heart.
Ah!
It's rich. Low radiation leaves are priced by gram. The 2 low radiation leaves in front of her can be sold for at least 80 silver coins. The most important thing is that they were picked up in the wild without any cost. Zuoshan looked up at the sky. A blush had appeared in the east. She was worried that the remaining leaves would become moderately radioactive as the sun shone on them. She immediately took out and dug out the mutant alfalfa with its roots. It was only after digging that she discovered that the root system of the mutant alfalfa was so developed that it occupied an underground space of more than 2 meters deep and a diameter of more than 1 meter. It was as big as a tree in her previous life. Fortunately, her sac was big enough to fit the root system. Alfalfa is not a rare species. Scavengers in District 50 often encounter it in the wild. However, when they encounter it, the alfalfa is often old and highly radioactive. Therefore, Zuoshan did not even tie the mouth of the sack, but just dragged it back. The scavengers who met on the road could not help but murmur at a glance. Is this girl starving because she can't find food recently? She actually dug up a piece of alfalfa and took it home. Instead of digging the roots of alfalfa, she might as well go find some edible leaves.
Swashan didn't care what they thought.
What she wanted was that no one coveted her things. Mao Li, who was squatting on her shoulder, also used virtual images to transform himself into a simple robot cat. The scavengers couldn't help but despise him when they saw him. What's the use of this robot cat? It can't work, can't fight mutants, and we have to waste the family's electricity to charge it. This Swashan must have been abandoned by his childhood sweetheart and was so lonely that he picked up an ugly and useless robot cat from the garbage dump. Hearing the slander of passers-by, Mao Li was almost furious, but thinking of his master's weakness, he was worried that he would be robbed if he showed his gorgeous form. Forget it, he is too weak now and has no ability to protect his master. Just swallow your anger for now. Swashan returned home and locked the door as soon as he entered the door. He lowered the volume of the detection knife and began to test the leaves of the whole alfalfa one by one. Unfortunately, except for the one sticking out on the roadside, only 2 moderate radiation were detected, and the rest were high radiation. But this was enough to make Swashan happy, because there were 18 leaves on that low radiation branch alone. If all were sold, they could be exchanged for almost 700 silver coins. If these 700 silver coins were used to buy moderately radiated food, they could last for at least 3 months. Did the thief god give her a pregnant woman who was scavenging in the wasteland, so he gave her some good luck as compensation? Mao Li listened to her nagging and said some completely unscientific words. He wanted to refute but didn't dare. Who made her suspected of being pregnant? If fresh alfalfa leaves are not eaten within 2 days, the taste will deteriorate a lot, and the price will be discounted if they are sold again. Swashan decided to keep 4 leaves for herself and take the remaining 14 leaves to the exchange center to exchange for silver coins and go to the hospital for a pregnancy test. After the psychological construction along the way, she was able to calmly face the possibility of pregnancy. On the bright side, after giving birth to the child, she could get a one-time compensation of 5,000 silver coins. If they saved money, they could at least survive for a year. There is also a more important point. She has no relatives in this wasteland. This child will be with her for at least 20 years in the future. With a child, she will no longer be a lonely ghost. Of course, the early stage must be difficult, but she believes that as long as she is willing to work hard, life will always get better and better. With this in mind, she walked into the exchange hall. There are not many people who come here to exchange items. After all, ordinary people have little chance to find more precious low-radiation food, and energy stones are even rarer. There are 8 windows in the hall, 6 of which are windows for exchanging weapons. Most of the people who go there are mercenaries. They often take on some dangerous tasks. The wear rate of weapons is very high, so they often need to replace weapons. The remaining 2 windows, one is the energy stone exchange window, and the other is the low radiation food exchange window. As for moderately radiated food, it is not accepted here at all, so you can only go to the small shop in the residential area and exchange it with the boss. Swashan walked to the window calmly and looked at the exchange price by the way. The sign is very general. The exchange price of low radiation food, 2,200 silver coins / 100 grams. The price fluctuation was too big. Swashan couldn't help wondering if she would be cheated. However, apart from the official exchange points, she didn't dare to go to other exchange points similar to the black market. With her small body, she would probably be delivering food to people if she went there. It would be a small matter if she didn't get paid, but she might even lose money. Forget it. Let's take the loss. Anyway, I picked it up and didn't spend any money. She comforted herself like this, and then went to the window and said to the young woman who was lazily leaning on the back of the chair, "Madam, can I exchange low radiation alfalfa leaves here?" When she heard the word low radiation, the woman sat up straight and a faint smile appeared on her face. Of course, we can exchange all low radiation foods at this window. Even if they are poisonous, as long as they are on the purchase list, they can be exchanged. Then give me an estimate for this. Swashan took out a leaf from his backpack and handed it to her. This bag was a canvas bag left by the original mother. The color had been washed white, and the original pattern on it could not be seen clearly. She had been reluctant to use it for many years, and now she found it and used it. It's not that Swishan is particular, it's just that there are no other bags in the house except sacks and rattan frames. When the woman saw the bright green leaves in her hand, her eyes lit up and she stood up from the chair. If this is really low radiation, it's worth at least 100 silver coins. The woman said excitedly. Little girl, you didn't expect it to be worth so much, did you? If it was half a year ago, this kind of leaf would not exceed 60 silver coins at most, and it had to be so fresh and tender. But the latest research shows that if pregnant women eat this kind of fresh, low-radiation leaves, the probability of giving birth to children with superpowers can be at least 30% higher. Originally, only the rich people within the 10th district were willing to use low-radiation food as their staple food. Now, the rich families outside the 10th district are willing to spend a lot of money to feed their pregnant women, just to give birth to a congenital gene warrior. It is said that congenital gene warriors have no bottleneck in cultivation, and the hope of revitalizing the family in the future can be placed on them. So the price of this thing has doubled directly, and it is often out of stock. After all, the probability of scavengers encountering this kind of thing in the wild is extremely low. It's a pity that yours is just an ordinary wild vegetable. If it is a fruit with a better taste, the price can at least double again. The woman enthusiastically gave her popular science. With this leaf, she can get at least 5 silver coins in commission today. How can she not be happy? When Zhuoshan heard that this thing was good for the fetus, she hesitated for a moment. She might already have a baby in her belly. The baby seemed to be relatively strong at the moment. She had run so far and had a big fall, but the baby showed no signs of slipping away. If she had to give birth to this baby in the end, then as a mother, shouldn't she let it lose at the starting line? Thinking of this, she decided to sell half of it first, and decide on the rest after she had done the pregnancy test. If her belly was empty, then as an adult, there was no need for her to be so pretentious and eat such expensive things. It would be better to cash in directly. Thinking of this, she smiled and asked the window clerk, "Madam, if you can take out a few more of this kind of leaves at a time, will the price be reduced? Isn't it said that things are expensive because they are rare? If she sells too many at one time, will people be reluctant to pay her such a high price? The more the better. Don't worry, if it is supplied in bulk, it will be easy to sell when we sell it, and the price will only be much higher. The rich people within 10 districts have safe freezers. If they buy these leaves, they can keep them for at least half a month without deteriorating." The woman's eyes brightened even more, as if a hungry person had discovered a plate of braised pork.
I have
9 slices. Zhuoshan endured her heartache and said. She didn't know whether she felt bad for the baby in her belly or for the many silver coins that might have been eaten by her. When the woman heard this, she hurriedly said, "That's great. I make the decision and I will raise the price by 10% for you, so I will buy it at 110 silver coins / 100 grams. Please take it out and put it through the testing machine for me." Zhuoshan carefully counted 9 pieces, tried his best to choose the largest one, and handed it in through the window. This is the official exchange point, and there are surveillance cameras all around. There is no need to worry about the people inside taking things and not recognizing them. The woman took a tray and was careful. Put all 9 leaves in, and then put the tray into a copy machine-shaped machine behind you. Soon there was a machine sound inside. Weight, 1,056 grams. Low radiation mutated alfalfa leaves. Radiation value, 15 points. Growth period, no more than 5 hours. Freshness, 8. Comprehensive evaluation, excellent. Little girl, I will buy this batch of alfalfa leaves from you at the agreed 110 silver coins / 100 grams. The total value is 1,161.6 silver coins. I will give you an integer of 1162 silver coins. What do you think? Are you satisfied? The woman said with a smile. Satisfied. Zhuoshan nodded. Please show your watch and I will deposit the money into your account now. The woman said again. Although the 50th arrondissement is poor, small shops can also use money transfer. In this era, Except for the black market, almost no one uses cash for transactions. The woman operated neatly on the operating table, and then holding something like a supermarket checkout scanner, Swashan scanned her watch and saw an image pop up on her watch, which displayed a page of information. Account name, Swashan. Age, 25 years and 2 months. Original account balance, 846 silver coins. Today's income, 1,162 silver coins. Current balance, 1,968 silver coins. This page only stayed for about 5 seconds and then disappeared automatically. Swashan's eyes suddenly felt sour. This was from in her original mood. She thought of the original 46 silver coins, most of which were transferred to her by her little bamboo horse Qiyang. That was 6 months ago, when they were getting married, and Qiyang insisted on buying her a new set of clothes. When getting the certificate at the marriage registration office, they had to take photos. He couldn't let their only photo look too shabby. For this reason, every time Qiyang got more moderate radiation leaves, he would take them to a small shop to exchange for silver coins. He did this. A person who collects 2 silver coins will transfer it to her if he collects 5. Of the 846 silver coins in the account, 400 silver coins were transferred to her by Qiyang, and the rest was saved by Qiyang herself. When she was the original person, she wanted to transfer the 400 silver coins to him, but he refused to take it. The original person was helpless and thought about giving it to him next time, or the next time if they had the luck she had now. Maybe they are married and living their own little life. Qiyang is not a bad person. If he really married the original person, he would probably love her well. He walked out of the exchange hall and touched his belly. I silently made a wish to the original body in my heart. Don't worry. If this child really survives, I will help you raise it well. The hospital is not far from the exchange hall, and Zuofan is not worried about someone robbing him on the way. There is an alarm on the watch. If someone illegally forces you to transfer money to him, you can directly trigger the alarm manually or by voice. This is not to call the police, but when you press the alarm and the money transferred from your account enters the other party's account, that account will be immediately locked and frozen unless both parties to the transfer go to the public trust office at the same time. It means that the frozen account can only be unlocked if it is a mistake. Therefore, in the wasteland, the account in the watch is the safest. You never have to worry about being robbed. Of course, nothing is absolutely safe if the other party uses a gun in advance, pointing at your head, threatening you not to trigger the alarm, and you are afraid of death so that the other party can successfully rob. However, most of the residents of the wasteland have not eaten enough. If anyone wants to rob the money in their account, most of them can risk their lives. Therefore, those who try to rob would rather go to the rich than come to slums like the 50th district. Zuoshan successfully took the pregnancy test, but this time, her good luck came to an end. The results showed that she was 14 weeks pregnant. Miss, your personal information shows that you are not married, so you will be solely responsible for the baby in your belly. If you are found to have visited a rogue clinic in private, taking drugs, or performing surgery to have an abortion, you'll be sentenced to 6 months in prison upon reporting. Newborns are the hope of the entire green algae planet. Please treat this child well, and come here for a prenatal checkup at least once a month. The female doctor said with a serious face. Zuofan, you still have to go to jail for a private abortion? No wonder the residents of the 50th arrondissement have such a difficult life, and they have to struggle to give birth even after getting pregnant. Miss, given that you are currently suffering from severe malnutrition, so the fetus in your belly is also greatly affected. It is recommended that you supplement nutrition as much as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to save the fetus. The female doctor ordered. Yes, I will pay attention. Zuoshan nodded perfunctorily. Miss, I know that the vast majority of people in the 50th district are below the food and clothing line, but I have to remind you that once the fetus slips due to excessive malnutrition, your body will be damaged, even the baby will be larger than normal. If you cannot afford the medical expenses by then, the probability of death is greater than 20%. So, I suggest you don't think about saving at this time. Even if you spend all your family savings, you must try to supplement your nutrition. Do you understand? The female doctor emphasized again. Zhua Fan was shocked. Wasn't it just a slip? How could it rise to the level of death? But looking at the serious expression of the doctor in front of her, it was clear that he was not trying to scare her. After thinking about it, it seemed it's not impossible. In the wasteland, food and clothing are a problem. It's normal to have no money for medical treatment after a miscarriage. The government provides free pregnancy and prenatal checkups, but they will not treat a woman who has a miscarriage for free when she is starving. With the dual blessing of lack of medical treatment and lack of medicine, the possibility of death is not impossible. Thank you, doctor. I will definitely follow the doctor's orders. If you have no other instructions, I will leave now. Let's see you at the pregnancy test next month. Zhuashan forced a smile and stood up to say goodbye. She really didn't dare to listen anymore, otherwise her legs would be weak and she wouldn't be able to walk back. The female doctor had long been accustomed to her expression and waved her hand. Then he asked her to leave. Seeing Zhuashan walking away, another female doctor in the office couldn't help laughing and said, "Dr. Huang, you are so kind-hearted. You talk so much to these female beggars in the 50th district. What is it for? They're not willing to spend money to raise a baby. Dr. Dong, don't you think the government is too harsh on pregnant women in the 50th arrondissement? On the one hand, they want them to contribute to the reproduction of the population, but on the other hand, they are unwilling to provide them with financial assistance during pregnancy. On the premise that they can't even guarantee food and clothing, it's a blessing to have more than 10% of pregnant women give birth successfully." Dr. Huang sighed. "Since you know that the probability is only 1 in 10, why do you need to repeatedly warn every pregnant woman?" Dr. Dong's tone was cool. It's not that she is hard-hearted, but she has been practicing for many years and has long been used to the high mortality rate of pregnant women in this slum area. Yes, in a place like the 50th arrondissement, it is tantamount to a death sentence, because after the tire slide, the already malnourished body is damaged, and it is extremely difficult to recover. In this situation, women cannot meet the needs of men, and they are also unable to cope with the hard work of scavenging. And they need expensive medicines to recover. Most of them will become abandoned women in the family. Some men will ruthlessly drive them out of the house. Even if they are kind-hearted, they cannot afford the high cost of medicine and can only watch women waiting to die. Therefore, only 20% of women in the 50th arrondissement can recover after a miscarriage. The good thing is that it is due to high radiation. Due to long-term malnutrition, many women in the 50th district are infertile, and those who can get pregnant can only get pregnant once in a lifetime. Therefore, in Dr. Dong's opinion, unmarried women like Zhuashan still have to do the pregnancy alone. The person who checked was a complete idiot. She obviously met a scumbag and got pregnant before marriage, and the other person refused to take responsibility. Judging from her perspective, this girl would probably be starving by the time she was 5 months pregnant. What Dr. Huang told her about miscarriage was obviously a waste of time. It's not that I like to talk too much. The baby in the girl's belly just now was very strange. It was obviously severely malnourished, but the fetal heartbeat was very strong. Did you know? I have only encountered this level of heartbeat from the innate gene warrior. If the fetus was not too young, I would definitely recommend her to have a fetal abnormality test. If it is really confirmed that the child in her belly is an innate genetic warrior, as long as she is willing, there will definitely be rich people within 10 districts who will pay a lot of money to reserve this child. Then she will be able to eat every meal, and she will never be hungry again. Dr. Huang said.
Impossible.
She was a poor person from the 50th arrondissement, and it was estimated that her ancestors had never even given birth to a post-genetic warrior in 3 generations. How could she be pregnant with an innate genetic warrior? You must have heard wrong. Dr. Dong shook his head and said, "Maybe. If the mother is too nervous, it will also cause the fetus to be emotionally nervous, causing the fetal heart to beat violently, giving the illusion that the fetal heart beats particularly powerfully." When Dr. Huang heard what she said, he didn't believe his own judgment. Zhuashan, who was walking out of the pregnancy examination room, suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to take the test report just now and was about to go back to get it. When he walked to the door, he heard the conversation between the two people. She suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Although she didn't want this child, she never thought about selling it. In her opinion, if she couldn't give her child a good life, she shouldn't give birth to it. She decided to give birth to it and raise it herself no matter how difficult it was. She could sell food, energy stones, or even work hard, but the child was a living life connected to her flesh and blood, and she would never do it. She would sell the child in exchange for her own benefits. Of course, if the child left her and went to a wealthy and caring family with parents who truly loved it, she might be able to let it go. After all, she has nothing to live with now. Guarantee, the child will not only endure hardships with her, but will not even have the opportunity to receive education in the future. But the current situation is that if the child in her belly is really born with special powers, a ruthless, powerful person will discover it. I'm afraid he won't be kind enough to give her a sum of money to adopt a child, and maybe she'll leave the mother and keep the child, and her little life will be sealed. It's not her conspiracy theory. She read too many Gongdo Jiado novels in her previous life. She didn't dare to have too naive ideas about the dark side of human nature. People were interested in her child's special abilities, and they must want to raise them to benefit themselves. How could they tolerate a slum in order to make the child die? What's more, they are interested in the child's superpowers and will definitely let him go to dangerous places to fight when he becomes an adult. Is it possible that the child will live a comfortable life after being raised in vain? It's better to stay with her. At least she will really love her child. The only problem now is that she must save enough food and money before her belly becomes too big to go out to scavenge. After Dr. Huang's popular science just now, she has become sober. Realizing that she could not afford the expensive medical bills after the miscarriage, she might die, so she had only one option left, which was to give birth to the child safely and receive at least the official 5,000. The reward of silver coins. With a heavy heart and a significantly heavier belly, Zwashamba Baba returned home. His excitement about making a fortune was completely shattered by the bad news that he was 14 weeks pregnant. Master, why are you unhappy? Is the pregnancy test result bad? As soon as she entered the door, Mali jumped in front of her and asked eagerly, I am 14 weeks pregnant, and the father of the child is unknown. Can I be happy? Zwashan said depressedly. It doesn't matter. When Mali absorbs enough energy, she can transform into a nanny and help her master take care of her little master.
Mali comforted her.
By the way, the doctor said that my fetus is suspected of being born with special abilities. Such a child will attract the covetousness of those big shots. I'm worried that they will my child away and kill me, so in the future I decided not to go for prenatal checkups. Zwashan said with lingering fear. When Mao Li has more energy, he can help his master with his prenatal checkup. Mao Li continued to comfort. The doctor also said that both mother and son are malnourished. Where can I get food that can supplement nutrition? Zwashan said worriedly. Master, since my little master is an innate superpower, you can let it absorb some energy stones every day so that it can stay healthy. Mao Li said. Haha, you put it lightly. You think the energy stone is a wild vegetable leaf. If you find such a piece today, you are just lucky. How can I have the ability to let it absorb some every day?
Zwashan sneered.
Well, in fact, the average fetus absorbs a very small amount of energy stones. It can only absorb 5 to 20 points a day. It is really rare for a little master to absorb 220 points in one go. As far as I know, in the past 100 years in our flowing galaxy, there have been only 3 genius children who were able to absorb more than 100 energy points every day before they were born. All of them later became SSS-level spiritual power masters and made outstanding contributions to the galaxy. Contribute. Therefore, Master, you should be proud of your little master. Mao Li will witness with you the birth of a great genius. The more Mao Li talked, the more excited he became, his cat eyes shining brightly. Really? Could it be that you were deceiving me like this just to comfort me? Zwashan's heart beat faster at his words. We, the mechanical tribe, never lie. Master, you should not doubt Mao Li's loyalty and honesty. The cat shook his head dissatisfied. Okay, I'm sorry. I believe your words now. But even if I carry a genius baby in my belly, It still has to survive, right? You see, my family is now bare. Can I ensure that it is born healthy and safe? Swashan calmed down quickly after getting excited. Master, let Mali help you make a plan. As long as we go out to look for food every day and reserve enough nutrients in advance, the little master will be born safely. Mali waved the cat's tail and said, Okay, let's work hard together. Swashan clenched his fists and said, She didn't believe that she, a marathon champion, couldn't even solve basic survival problems. In the 3 days since she came here, her family has saved a lot of yams and her account has a balance of more than 1,000 yuan. As long as she works harder in the future, she will definitely be able to get through this difficult time. After preparing herself mentally, Swashan was about to use alfalfa leaves to make some delicious food for herself when she heard a knock on the door. The memories of her original body suddenly came out. She remembered that this was the knocking rhythm agreed upon by her original body and Qiyang. The safety factor of the wasteland is low. When Qiyang left, he agreed with her that he would knock on the door 3 times when he came, and the rhythm was 2, 3, and 2. Swashan couldn't help but frown. She decided to treat Qiyang as a passerby. After all, he grew up with her original body, and it would be easier to expose the truth when facing him. If he found out that this body was occupied by someone, it might cause trouble. But he followed her right after she entered the door. It was obvious that he had already inquired about her whereabouts. If she didn't open the door, he would definitely be more suspicious. Swashan looked through the peephole on the door, and it was indeed Qiyang standing at the door. When she opened the door, she clearly saw the man who appeared most in the original body's memory. He was born very delicate, and although he had single eyelids, his eyes were big and his eyes were clear. Unlike the rough and sloppy men who grew up in the wasteland, although he wore simple linen clothes, he was washed clean, and the whole person exuded a clean and refreshing feeling. Facing such a man, it is no wonder that the daughter of the grocery store owner did not despise him as a poor man without parents and insisted on marrying him. However, for Swashan, a modern person who has seen many male gods in the entertainment industry, his appearance can only score 80 points. She imitated the tone of the original body and said indifferently, Brother, you are here? Is there something wrong? Since he cheated, she no longer called him by his nickname Yang Yang, but changed to calling him brother because he fabricated an identity for his father-in-law's family, and she was his sister. Since it was impossible for her to completely cut off contact with him, she really regarded him as the boy next door. Well, it's good news. The Flying Tiger Mercenary Group will take people to the Black Pine Forest to collect pine nuts tomorrow. I heard the news and rushed over to sign up for you. Don't worry, I have already paid the fare for you. You wait in the central square before 8 a.m. tomorrow and let them scan this sign, and they will let you get on the bus. I have specially inquired about it. Although there is a little risk in this collection mission, the risk is not big, and the reputation of the Flying Tiger Mercenary Group has always been very good, and they never take more than they deserve. It is agreed that 50% of all the harvests will be handed over, and the remaining 50% will belong to you, and if you are afraid of being robbed after returning, you can directly sell the remaining 50% to them. Of course, their purchase price will be 10% lower than that of the exchange hall, but the payment is in cash, so safety is still guaranteed. When Qiyang said these words, his eyes were full of excitement. It was obvious that this was a rare opportunity. Brother, this is such a good opportunity. Why don't you take your sister-in-law with you? Swashan said. Your sister-in-law had a pregnancy test a week ago, and she is 5 weeks pregnant. My father-in-law and mother-in-law said that it is easy to miscarry in the first 3 months of pregnancy, so she must stay at home and take care of the baby. I have recently taken an important job to repair the D-level energy gun of Meng Feiyu, the deputy leader of the Flying Tiger Mercenary Group. You may not know that a brand new D-level energy gun costs at least 20,000 silver coins. After repairing this gun, excluding the raw materials, I can earn at least 500 silver coins, so I have to give up this opportunity. In fact, their Flying Tiger Mercenary Group did not originally plan to recruit people from outside this time, but they were worried that the news would leak out and other mercenary groups with their resources, so they decided to recruit 20 people from outside in addition to their family members. If Meng Feiyu hadn't repaired the energy gun here, I wouldn't have gotten this position. I told him about this and kept it secret from my father-in-law's family, leaving this position to you so that you can have the opportunity to save more silver coins for yourself, so that you can have a better time when the extreme cold day comes.
Chiong said.
Brother, if you do this, aren't you afraid that they will say you are a traitor?
Swan said worriedly.
If you don't say it and I don't say it, who would know that I gave you the quota? Besides, I earned them 500 silver coins with this one transaction. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to say anything more. Chiyong said disapprovingly. According to Zuoshan's personality, she should have refused on the spot, but thinking of the time bomb in her stomach, she hesitated again. Now is not the time to be stubborn, and backbone can't be exchanged for milk powder. It's better for her to be pragmatic. At most, when her baby becomes successful in the future, she can reach out her little hand to help Chi Yang's child, which can be regarded as a favor in exchange for his favor. Brother, thank you for giving me this opportunity, but I must transfer the ticket to you. I can't take advantage of your favor and let you pay for it. Zuoshan figured it out and no longer hesitated and said it openly. Chiyong was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that it would take a lot of words to convince her to accept his kindness, but he didn't expect that she only hesitated for less than a minute this time and nodded. Okay, the ticket is 5 silver coins, you transfer it to me. Chiyong stretched out his hand and turned the watch over. According to the original body's memory, Zuoshan called up the transfer page and directly transferred him 450 silver coins. Chiyong was anxious when he saw the display. Why did you transfer so much? Brother, I wanted to transfer the silver coins you deposited with me to you a long time ago, as well as the old tools you brought me the last 2 times. It's just right to transfer them together today to save more trouble.
Zuoshan said.
I think you just want to be estranged from me, right? You can't leave no money on you. What if you need money? Chiyong was a little angry. Really, brother, don't worry, I'm lucky today. I detected a low-radiation clover leaf, sold it for 120 silver coins, and I have money now. Zuoshan said half-truthfully. Don't show your wealth. Although Chiyong seems to be very good to her, if he knows that there are more than 1,500 silver coins in her account, who knows if you'll have any other crooked thoughts. Okay, then you must remember, if you need money urgently in the future, go and tell me. We are the closest people in this world. You must not treat me as an outsider. I have saved some snow cloud brocade stones recently, and I have used them to make daggers for the weapon refining workshop. When the dagger is made, I will bring it to you next time I come. Chiyong left after saying this. Every time he came to see her, he would report to his wife, in order to prevent her from making random guesses, so his time was very tight every time, and he would stay here for at most a quarter of an hour. Even though he can earn some money now, he is a son-in-law after all, so it is not good to do too much. Those snow cloud brocade stones were picked out piece by him from a pile of discarded parts, which means he understands the structure of the parts. If it were an ordinary person, even if he smashed them violently, he would only get useless debris. On the way back, Chiyong clenched his fists tightly, and he had to work hard to restrain his urge to turn back. She had been his only playmate since they were very young, and even her nickname, Little Fan, was given by him. Later, when they were able to walk, their parents went a scavenge together, and they followed them to play. Later, they also joined the ranks of scavengers. After losing their parents, they depended on each other and grew up together. Originally, he thought that he would be with her until the end of his life, but later, by chance, he went to District 49. He found that life there was much better than in their District 50. Although most people were still starving, few children starved to death. And the probability of scavengers there being directly attacked by mutant beasts was much lower. He listened to a lot from an old man in District 49, and then he realized that District 50 was the hardest and most difficult in the entire green algae star. In District 49, which seemed to him to be much better, there were still 48 districts, and each one had a better environment than the other. At that time, he was thinking that he couldn't survive in District 50 in this life. Maybe one day he would watch Xiao Shanzi die without being able to do anything. But how could he change the situation when he was born in District 50? Later, he accidentally found a book on mechanical repair from his parents' belongings. It contained the most basic repair techniques. It was said to be left by his grandfather's grandfather. His parents were not well educated. They learned to recognize words and basic calculations from the elementary school textbooks in the watch. They could understand the official announcements, do simple calculations, and not be cheated when exchanging. Most of the scavengers in District 50 were like this. They didn't have much time to study, let alone go to school. They were forced by hunger since they were born and could only get up early and go to the wild to scavenge. Their children were the same. For example, he and Xiao Shanzi could only reach the level of 3rd grade in elementary school. Before they had time to learn more advanced knowledge, their parents died. Living was hard enough, so they naturally didn't want to learn more. After that, he suddenly had the motivation to learn. He completed all the courses in elementary school by himself, and then began to study the mechanical repair book handed down from his ancestors. Perhaps he was very talented in this area. None of his fathers who had also read this book could grasp the essence of this book, but he not only mastered it, but also tried to repair more complicated machines than those in the book. But even if he had this skill, no one would come to an unknown teenager to repair the machine. He could only repair the scrap tools he and Xiao Shanzi used. Later, he went to the store to exchange things and met the boss's daughter Lin Dandan. He could feel that Lin Dandan had a good impression of him. He suddenly had a bold idea. If he could marry Lin Dandan, as the only daughter in the family, the Lin family store would have the hope of becoming his in the future. At that time, he could change the store into a repair shop, slowly come into contact with more machinery, and one day, he could become a senior mechanic. Then, he could buy a house in District 49 or a safer area closer to the center, so that Xiao Shanzi could live a stable life from then on. Fortunately, when he showed his affection for Lin Dandan, she immediately fell into his arms and took him to register for marriage secretly. Lin's father and mother were very angry and accused him of plotting against their family property and forcing them to divorce. He took the opportunity to propose that he would only occupy 4 square meters of their home and open a repair shop alone, and he would earn his own food expenses. Lin Dandan was more determined to make her choice after hearing this, and she refused to divorce him no matter what. Lin's parents had no choice but to agree to his request. Qiong first found a batch of scrapped tools that the Lin family had collected but had not yet resold, borrowed 50 silver coins from Lin Dandan to buy spare parts, and then repaired these tools one by one. In the end, the repaired scrapped tools were sold for more than 200 silver coins. After this incident, Lin's parents also recognized his craftsmanship and no longer asked them to divorce, and helped promote their son-in-law's craftsmanship. The owner of the small shop naturally knew more people, and with the endorsement of the small shop itself, some people tried to use cheap scrap tools for repair. Facts have proved that Qi Yang's craftsmanship can indeed stand the test. As time goes by, his reputation as a mechanical repair master is known in District 50. Because he charges low fees, some mercenaries from District 49 will come to him to repair their weapons. When Zuoshan arrived at the central square of District 50, it was just 6:30. Qiong told her that the departure time was 7 o'clock. As a modern person with a strong sense of time, she thought that arriving half an hour earlier was already very early. At this time, under the dim streetlights, the Flying Tiger mercenary group's car had not arrived yet, but at least more than 200 people had gathered in the square, including men, women, young and old. Judging from their clothes, they should all be scavengers, but they were obviously divided into 2 groups, one group near the center and the other standing on the periphery. The people in the center were dressed relatively neatly, but in Zuoshan's eyes, they were just the difference between beggars and slums. The people on the periphery were dressed similarly to her, wearing the same numb clothes. Many of them had holes and sleeves missing. In comparison, Zuoshan was relatively neatly dressed. At least her linen clothes were washed, shaken flat, and then dried. She used simple tools to sew up the unraveling threads on her clothes. She was unable to change her financial situation, but she would never allow herself to go out in tattered clothes. This was the last insistence of a beautiful girl in a prosperous era. If she allowed herself to wear tattered clothes, she was afraid that she would really forget where she came from after a long time. Swan didn't know why these people were divided into two groups. She didn't know anyone in the square, so she had to walk to the junction of the two groups and randomly found an old man with a kind face and gray hair to ask. "Uncle, I want to ask you something. Do you know why these people were divided into two groups?" Swan asked with a smile. "Is this your first time to go on a mission with a mercenary group?" "It's normal not to know these things, but it's not a secret. The group in the middle all bought tickets in advance. We who were standing on the periphery heard the news privately and came early to try our luck. In case someone who bought a ticket didn't come, or they temporarily added more people, we could make up for it. This kind of luck is actually very hard to come by, but there are some small groups that are not mercenaries but have private cars. They will quietly follow the mercenary group's car to pick up leaks, and we will take their car to go there, with the same ticket price. When we get to the place, even if we can't go to the collection area discovered by the mercenary group, we can collect some in the surrounding area. Moreover, with the mercenary group there, if a large mutant beast appears, they will be there to protect us, and we will have a greater chance of escaping. However, the safety of this small group is not guaranteed. If they really encounter danger, they will run away on their own, and will not care about us who are just making up the numbers." Swan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It turned out that scavengers were also divided into classes. People with connections could get a chance to go to a good collection point far away from time to time, and the harvest would naturally be much greater. The scavengers without connections and backdoors could only get up early and try their luck here, hoping to have a chance to be a substitute. She really had to thank Chi Yang for this opportunity. The old man also brought a granddaughter, who was about 6 years old. The little girl had bright eyes. When the adults were talking, she watched quietly by the side. She was very well behaved and cute. Swan couldn't help but feel sad. In her original world, children of this age probably only worried about too much homework every day, and they had to be picky about meals. Those who could eat on time were all good children. You can't compare, and you can't think about it. If you think about it, you will feel that the days ahead are unbearable. Swan, I brought Mowgli with me today. He has been able to activate the light stealth function by replenishing energy with the recent sunlight. As long as he is not in pitch darkness, he can remain invisible. Although the Flying Tiger mercenary group that Chi Yang introduced to her should not be too dangerous, there are so many people participating in this mission, and there is no guarantee that there won't be villains like the old woman who killed the original body. With Mowgli, she has a pair of 360-degree eyes without blind spots and an extra helper who can sneak attack the enemy unexpectedly, which greatly improves the safety factor. Besides, Mowgli also has the function of detecting energy fluctuations around her. If she is lucky, she can pick up another energy stone. Even if this trip is fruitless, it will be a big profit. Seeing that the car has not arrived yet, Swan stayed beside the kind old man and began to talk to his granddaughter. "What's your name?
How old are you?"
"Is this your first time to go out with your grandfather to scavenge?" she asked with a smile. The little girl first glanced at the old man with an inquiring look, and when she saw him nod at her, she answered, "Sister, you are wrong. He is not my grandfather, but my uncle. My name is Dingy, and my mother said that this name has simple strokes and is the easiest to write. I am 8 years old this year. Since I was 5 years old, I have followed my uncle to pick up waste. My uncle is called Ding Tai. He used to be a mercenary. Later, he was attacked by the neurotoxins of mutant plants, his genes were damaged, and his body aged prematurely, so he retired. We are not family members of the mercenary group, and we couldn't buy tickets, so my uncle took me here to try our luck. However, those small gangs will take my uncle with them as long as there is space in the car, because he has experience in performing missions in the field and can judge the degree of danger in advance. There were several times when they were able to escape death thanks to my uncle's accurate judgment. When Dingy talked about her uncle, her eyes began to shine, and she was obviously very proud of her uncle. Ding Tai looked at her, with helplessness and doting in his smile. It seemed that this was not the first time that his little niece boasted about his past in front of outsiders. He did not stop her, not because he wanted to show off his former mercenary identity in front of strangers, but because he wanted to indulge the child's vanity. Life was already so difficult. How could he bear to deprive the child of the only fun? As he was talking, a heavy truck that was 3 meters high and more than 10 meters long drove over. The truck was divided into 3 floors. On the first floor, mercenaries with live ammunition sat. They were all wearing protective clothing made of special materials, which was said to be able to resist the second level, and higher they were all holding the same standard laser guns. In addition, each of them had cold weapons such as daggers and crossbows on their waists. The second and third floors were relatively low and had no seats. This should be a place for scavengers. It seemed that they could only sit cross-legged, and there was no more room to stretch. 2 empty cars followed the heavy truck, which should be used to load the collected materials. After the car stopped, the crowd immediately became excited, especially the group of people standing on the periphery. They stood on tiptoe, as if they wanted to wait and see if there was a chance to be a substitute. A tall female mercenary got off the car. There was a loudspeaker on her collar. She said in a stern tone, "Quiet.
Who dares to make noise again?
Believe it or not, I will break 3 of your ribs now, and you will never have the chance to participate in the mission." The crowd seemed to have been paused, and they shrank their necks and were as quiet as chickens. Now, those who have bought tickets come one by one according to the ticket number. Don't crowd, otherwise I will make your ticket invalid. Get on the bus from number 1. Do you understand? The female mercenary's words were clearly heard by everyone. Zuoshan quickly took out the ticket given by Chi-yong from his pocket and saw the number 66 written on it. What an auspicious number. Thank God. Although it is said that people get on the bus according to their ticket numbers, it is not that strict in reality. Occasionally, there are people who cut in line, but the people in the front of the line dare not make loud noises or push, and can only quietly climb onto the bus close to the back. Zuoshan thought it would be too stuffy to sit inside, so she was not in a hurry. When she saw that the second floor was almost full, she walked over quickly and showed her ticket to the mercenary who was checking tickets. Sure enough, she sat at the end of the second floor, with only 2 or 3 seats away from the door of the carriage. She thought there would be people behind her, but the mercenary who checked tickets asked the people behind her to go to the 3rd floor. The people inside sat very densely, but no one dared to squeeze out, so that there was a large space on her left. Zuoshan felt more and more that number 66 was auspicious. Now, she had chosen a good seat at the beginning and did not have to squeeze with others. It was not until all the ticket holders got on the bus that the mercenary who checked tickets said, "Captain, there should be 160 people, but there are still 5 numbers that have not come. Should we wait for them or go directly to the backup?" "No, wait. Since you have no sense of time, there is no need to sell tickets to them next time. Just send 5 substitutes," the leader said with a look of annoyance. He was a tall and strong man with a dark face, about 40 years old, with an aura of keeping strangers away, and he looked very difficult to mess with. Zuoshan couldn't help shrinking his neck, secretly reminding himself not to mess with the leader of the Flying Tigers in the future. The mercenary checking tickets brought 5 people in a short time. 3 of them got on the 3rd floor. As luck would have it, the remaining 2 who filled the empty seats on the 2nd floor were the uncle and nephew Ding Tai and Ding Yi. As soon as the little girl climbed on the car, she blinked at her, as if she wanted to talk to her, but didn't dare to speak out to break the silence in the car. Seeing this, Zuoshan couldn't help laughing and stretched out his hand to pinch her skinny face. Instead of dodging, the little girl rubbed Zuoshan's face hard with her little face. There are no fat people in District 50. In her original world, many people are busy losing weight, and some people try to control their diet and not gain weight. She didn't expect that after traveling through time, she would end up in a place where the word weight loss is not used at all. Zuoshan gently stroked the thin face of the little girl and couldn't help feeling sad. Such an obedient, sensible, and cute child had to go hungry. It's a pity that she herself has no security, so how can she spare any extra sympathy to help others? The door of the carriage closed, and there was a moment of darkness around, followed by a dim floor lamp, and the car finally started. The people in the car seemed to have ended the pause button, and the noise started instantly. Ding Yi came up to Zuoshan and began to chatter with her. Through the conversation with her, Zuoshan roughly understood the purpose of this mission. They were going to a mutant pine forest. The pine cones had just matured in this season. The Flying Tiger Mercenary Group also discovered this pine forest by accident. A few days ago, they had sent people to expel the mutant squirrels there. Now that place is basically safe, but it is not ruled out that other small mutant beasts will suddenly appear, such as mutant pine nematodes, mutant crossbills, and other small mutant beasts that feed on pine sap and pine cones. The mercenaries can't clean them all up, so the scavengers can only be careful. If they really encounter them, they can only pray for good luck. If they are lucky, they can wait for the support of the mercenaries, and if they are unlucky, they may be disabled on the spot. Even so, there are still so many people rushing to come for this mission. Participate. Zhuoshan can understand with a little thought that the reward for this task must be very generous. People die for money and birds die for food. This principle is a universal truth. For example, now she, even though she knows there is danger, still wants to make a lot of money so that she can store some food for herself and the unknown little thing in her belly to survive the extreme cold weather. Ding Yi is the kind of girl who looks very well behaved and shy at first glance, but at the same time she is very outgoing. After more than 3 hours of travel, she has become familiar with Zhuoshan, like an old acquaintance who can talk about anything. Before getting off the car, Zhuoshan hesitated again and again, and still said to Ding Tai, "Uncle Ding, Xiaoyi is too unguarded. You should still teach her more safety precautions in the future." Haha. Thank you, Miss Sua. But my Xiaoyi is not so enthusiastic to everyone. She is only like this to people who are in line with her. What she said on the way today exceeded what she usually said to other people in a year. It can be seen that she really likes you. We will be divided into groups to collect later. If you don't mind the fact that we are old and young, how about joining us? Ding Tai showed her a kind smile. Thank you, Uncle Ding, but I am used to collecting alone. There are so many people here, and it looks safe. Let's get together during the lunch break. Zhuoshan still shook her head. It was the old woman who taught her a lesson on the first day, so that she didn't dare to trust anyone in this world completely. It's okay for people who get along with each other to get together and talk, but she didn't feel at ease if they really went to collect together. After all, this is a place where food can also trigger a bloodbath. If she and the uncle and nephew of the Ding family found the energy stone together, she couldn't guarantee that the other party would not kill her. Ding Tai didn't comment on her refusal, but Ding Yi was a little disappointed. Looking at Zhuoshan's back as she walked away alone, she sighed softly. "Uncle, she is the person with the highest kindness value I have ever met in my life, and she is also a beautiful lady. I like her so much, but why doesn't she want to team up with us? You are only 8 years old. What are you talking about this life? She is unwilling to team up with us, which shows that she is vigilant enough so that she can live longer in the wasteland. Besides, you are born with the ability to perceive good and evil, and you know that she has no ill will towards us, but how can she conclude that we have no ill will towards her?" Ding Tai poked his niece's forehead and said, That's right, I forgot about my unique ability." Ding Yi patted his forehead and said, "The uncle and nephew chose a pine tree that didn't look so tall and strong, but was in a moderate position in a large mutant pine forest, and began today's collection. This pine forest is large enough. Including 40 mercenaries, a total of 200 people went into the forest and were submerged by tall green plants in an instant. As long as everyone is willing, they can find a pine tree that belongs to them to collect, and there is no need to compete with others. Even so, there are still a few people fighting for those pine trees growing in the central area with the most pine cones. Humans are like this. They would rather waste time fighting than give up the greatest benefit and choose a slightly smaller benefit." Zhuoshan shook her head slightly and whispered to Mao Li, who was squatting on her shoulder, "Help me choose a tree. Go straight 20 meters in front of your left, and then go 50 meters to your right at 45 degrees. The energy fluctuation I sensed on that tree is the largest. But don't hold out too much hope. The energy value is only 15 points. It shouldn't be an energy stone. It's probably a wood spirit core of a newly formed mutant plant. It can only serve as a snack for the little master for the day." Mao Li gave the direction, and Zhuoshan walked in that direction based on the principle that no matter how small a fly is, it's still meat. The tree chosen by Mao Li was relatively shorter than the surrounding trees, and there were fewer pine cones on the tree, so no one competed with her for it. Zuoshan propped up the portable folding ladder rented to her by the mercenary group, placed it on the trunk, then climbed up the ladder, raised the inspection knife, and began to cut the pine cones. She thought that such a big tree should have at least countless edible pine nuts to collect, but she didn't expect that after cutting 10 times in a row, there was not a single edible one. The pine trees in this mutant pine forest are generally about 200 meters in height, and the trees bear each pine cone is as big as a pineapple. Zuoshan thinks that this forest can support at least hundreds of those man-eating mutant giant squirrels. But in fact, there are not so many mutant squirrels because their cubs have a very low chance of surviving high radiation. Compared with animals and humans, plants are more likely to survive high radiation, and they grow bigger and denser. It's a pity that the leaves and fruits of plants that have been exposed to high radiation are mostly inedible due to high radiation. For example, the mutant pine forest in front of us has many and large pine cones, but Zuoshan's arms are sore from measuring, and he can't measure a single edible one. Maoli, where's the wood spirit core you sensed? Zuoshan was disappointed and thought of the 15-point wood spirit core that he had not taken a fancy to before. Master, it is hidden at the root of that bush, about 1 meter above the ground. Maoli said with a guilty conscience. The energy value is so low, and the hiding place is so deep, it is not worthwhile to dig it out. Zuoshan was also deflated when she heard it, and her stomach started to growl again at this time. She was extremely depressed. She brought 20 yam strips today, plus a piece of low-radiation alfalfa leaf, which was her dry food for today. The dried yam strips were about the same size as the sweet potato strips she bought online before. Each one was about the size of a little finger. 20 strips sounded like a lot, but in fact, it could only satisfy hunger for a few hours. But she thought that she came out to collect pine nuts today and she could use it to fill her stomach, so there was no need to work so hard to carry too much dry food. She ate 5 yam strips and a quarter of the alfalfa leaf in one breath and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Finally, her stomach was not so empty. Zuoshan raised the knife again and continued to test. She cut it with one knife. There was a sound of puff, and a line of blood spurted out. Fortunately, she dodged in time. Otherwise, it would have splashed on her face. The knife reported, "Ding. Highly radiated pine nematode. Highly toxic, inedible. Please discard as soon as possible. This species is harmful to the human body. Be careful not to pierce the skin with its mouth parts or be scratched by the male insect's claws. If this happens, you should go to a nearby hospital as soon as possible, otherwise it will cause systemic skin allergies." Oh my God. It was a close call. Zuoshan was scared. Fortunately, she cut the 2-centimeter-long mutant pine nematode in half with one knife. Otherwise, if she accidentally got caught by it, she would have to replace the anti-allergy drugs for the fruits of her labor today. What bad luck. I didn't detect any edible pine nuts, and I encountered this unlucky pine nematode. Zuoshan cursed angrily, and at the same time, he casually pulled off 2 leaves of parasitic vines from the branches and wiped the detection knife clean again and again. Still worried, she took out clean water from her backpack and poured it on the knife to rinse it repeatedly. God knows whether the blood of pine nematodes is poisonous or not, and her detection knife still needs to detect edible pine nuts. Perhaps her bad luck has finally come to an end. With the next knife, she detected a moderately radioactive edible pine cone. Pine nuts grow in pine cones. Since pine cones are edible, so are pine nuts. On the green algae star, no one ate pine cones before the catastrophe because they tasted bitter and astringent. After the pine trees mutated, no one ate pine cones because, in addition to being bitter and astringent, they also tasted numb. Unless they were going to starve to death immediately, no one would eat pine cones. But Zuoshan knew that although pine cones tasted terrible, the pine oil squeezed from them was a treasure. It was not only edible but also rich in nutrients. The only drawback was that it could not be consumed in excess, which would cause abdominal pain, intestinal discomfort, and other symptoms. And after the pine cones were dried, they could also be used as medicine, with the effects of antitussive, expectorant, anti-asthmatic, and anti-inflammatory. In short, pine cones are extremely precious things. Unfortunately, people here don't seem to know its effects because she saw that after someone collected edible pine cones, they would directly dig out the pine nuts and throw them under the tree. This is simply a huge waste. But even if she said this, I'm afraid no one would believe it, so she didn't plan to make a fuss. Swan first dug a pine nut from the pine cone. Oh my god! It was as big as a pecan. She couldn't wait to pry open the pine nut shell and taste the taste of this huge pine nut, and then sadly found that it couldn't be pried open at all. The stone couldn't be smashed open, and the cutting knife could only leave a shallow scratch on the pine nut shell. It was basically a pipe dream to pry it open. No wonder the mercenaries were so relieved and let the scavengers pick them. It turned out that they were not afraid of them stealing them. Giving up the idea of stealing pine nuts, Swan directly threw the moderately radiated pine cone into the sack. Some people who had less harvest did the same to save time so that they could continue to detect the next pine cone. After a good start, Swan detected 5 moderately radiated cones and 1 low radiated cone in succession, and she was very satisfied with this. It was already noon when the solar radiation was the strongest. Even if the pine branches and leaves could provide shade, there were times when they could not prevent the sunlight from passing through the gaps. The mercenary group blew the rest call. Except for a few who got nothing, everyone else obediently put away the ladder and went to rest in the radiation-proof tent temporarily built by the mercenary group. As soon as Swan walked to a tent, she heard a little girl's crisp voice from a tent behind her. Sister Shanzi, come here quickly, we are here. Swan turned around and saw Ding-Yi waving at her enthusiastically. She smiled and walked over and sat beside her. Sister Shanzi, did you get anything today? If you didn't pick pine nuts, we have them here, I'll give you 2. Ding-Yi said generously. Thank you, Xiaoyi. I got something, although not much, but it's not in vain. Swan smiled. Then try the green dumplings we brought. My uncle steamed them with a mutant buckwheat flour and fresh wormwood. Although it's a bit bitter, it's much better than ordinary wild vegetable leaves. Ding-Yi took out a dumpling wrapped in grass leaves. It was black and green, and the size of a ping-pong ball. The little girl stuffed the dumpling into her palm. Swan could feel her pure kindness. Even though she still had a resistance to strangers, she couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. In return, she took out 4 yam strips and handed them to the little girl. Take this home and eat it later. We can't eat anything given by others when we are outside. Remember? Ding Tai listened on the side, but did not express any opinion. To be fair, Swan was right to do so. During the lunch break, Ding-Yi and Ding Tai sat on the ground and began to take out pine cones and dig pine nuts. Are you going to throw all these away? Swan pointed at the pine cones with the pine nuts peeled off. Well, although they can be used as firewood after drying, we will continue to collect them in the afternoon. It's too heavy to leave them all, Ding Tai said. As the two were talking, they saw a man like an iron tower lowered his head and crawled into the tent. As soon as he came in, he walked straight to Ding Tai and sat down. Old Ding, you are becoming more and more distant from me. Yesterday I sent someone to give you a ticket, but you refused to accept it. If I hadn't spotted you two today, would you still be planning to take the car of those small gangs? As soon as the man spoke, Swan immediately remembered that this man was the leader of the mercenary group that he had met in the morning. I didn't expect that he was so familiar with Ding Tai. It is said that it is easy to be an official if you have someone in the court. This Ding Tai is too honest. He actually refused the benefits that were sent to the door. Compared with him, it would be too uncivilized to accept the ticket from Qiyang. But character is worthless in the face of hunger. Didn't you see that his little niece was starving to the point of being skin and bones? The 8-year-old child looked as thin as a 6-year-old. How could he, as an uncle, bear it? In fact, Swan really wronged Ding Tai. His niece Ding-Yi's thinness was not caused by malnutrition at all. What she needed was a large amount of energy stones, and now Ding Tai couldn't get them even if he tried his best. Captain Lei, thank you for your kindness. But isn't there an old saying? Help in emergencies, not in poverty. Ding Tai, already owe you enough, and I really can't afford any more. Besides, although I'm useless, I still have no problem supporting myself. If I really can't make it in the future, I will definitely not be polite to you." Ding Tai said, neither servile nor overbearing. "You have such a temper. I really can't do anything about you." Captain Lei pointed at him helplessly and shook his head. After a few pleasantries, Captain Lei had other things to do, so he left. Zuoshan really had a new look at Ding Tai. It was really admirable that he could stick to his bottom line in such a difficult situation. She secretly decided that she could team up with the uncle and nephew to collect in the future, if she had the chance. There were 4 hours of lunch break, but almost no one dared to really sleep in. If someone stole their morning harvest while they were asleep, it would be miserable. So during this time, all scavengers will sort out their morning harvests, wait for the mercenary group to send people to collect the half of the harvest they should hand in, and seal the other half of their harvest in vacuum bags, and return them to the person after returning. Zuoshan also learned from others and took advantage of the lunch break to dig pine nuts from pine cones. Ding Yi, who was standing by, watched her carefully put the pine cones with pine nuts dug into the sack, and couldn't help asking, "Sister Shan, aren't you tired of carrying so many inedible pine cones back? I especially like the smell of burning pine cones, and it's good to use them as firewood after drying." Zuoshan made up a reason casually. "Then I'll leave our pine cones to you anyway, they are useless," Ding Yi said generously. "There is no shortage of firewood in the wasteland. The mutant plants are very tall, and the branches of any small shrub can be used as firewood after drying. They can pick up firewood at nearby collection points, so there is no need to go through the trouble of carrying pine cones back from such a long distance to burn." "Thank you very much," Zuoshan said with a smile. So, of the 10 sacks Zuoshan brought, 5 were filled at once. Only one of them contained the pine nuts she dug out, and the remaining 4 sacks were filled with hollowed-out pine cones. An hour later, 2 mercenaries from the Flying Tigers mercenary group came into the tent to inspect the results. The scavengers honestly took out all the pine nuts they dug out and handed them over to them. As for the hollowed-out pine cones, they were thrown into an open space outside the tent and piled into a small hill. When it was Zuoshan's turn to hand in the pine nuts, a family member of a mercenary in the tent suddenly stood up, walked to the 2 mercenaries in charge of the inspection, pointed at Zuoshan and said loudly, "Sir, I want to report her for hiding pine nuts." When the 2 mercenaries heard this, their faces suddenly darkened. According to the rules of the mercenary group, any scavenger who intentionally hides his harvest will not only have all the harvest of the day confiscated, but will also be put on the blacklist, and no mercenary group will recruit him from then on. The person who reported her was a lame middle-aged man who was not dressed too shabby. When they boarded the bus according to their ticket numbers, Zuoshan vaguely remembered that he was probably in the first 10 and should be a family member or a relative of a mercenary. The man's name was Chui Dapeng, and he had noticed Zuoshan a long time ago, because this girl was a stranger, and he had never seen her before when he participated in the missions issued by the mercenary group. Chui Dapeng secretly guessed that this girl probably slept with a mercenary, and that's why she got a ticket. The point is, after she got on the bus, she only talked to Ding Yi and his nephew, and no one else seemed to know her. Chui Dapeng's younger brother, Chui Dalong, was in the same mercenary group as Ding Tai. Chui Dalong is the only genetic warrior in the Chui family and the pride of their entire family, so Chui Dapeng hates Ding Tai especially. Later, Ding Tai's genes were damaged, and he quit the mercenary group. Chui Dalong almost beat Ding Tai to death when he had a chance, and finally got rid of his anger. Today, Chui Dapeng finally got the chance. He saw Zuoshan stuff the pine cones that had been dug for pine nuts into the sack, and Ding Tai's niece Ding Yi also stuffed the pine cones they had dug into Zuoshan's sack. As we all know, pine cones are not edible. He heard the girl say that she kept the pine cones because she liked the smell when they were burned. This was obviously a lie. He thought they must have left some edible pine nuts in the pine cones so that they could get away with it and withhold the part that should be handed in. Because it was the first time for the girl to go out, if she was really caught, she could pretend not to know the rules, cry and admit her mistakes and beg for mercy, and the mercenaries would definitely turn a blind eye and spare her. "You said I hid pine nuts? Do you have any evidence?" Zuoshan glanced at him sideways and said calmly, "Sir, look at the 4 sacks of pine cones next to her. No fool would believe that there are no pine nuts hidden in them." Chui Daping pointed at the bulging sacks at her feet. Dingy stood up angrily and was about to join in the argument, but Zuoshan gently pressed her shoulders. "You think you are very smart, right? Then, in front of everyone, you dig out pine nuts one by one from these 4 sacks of pine cones. As long as you can dig out a pine nut, I will admit that I have hidden my harvest. But if you can't dig out a pine nut, then you have to give me all your harvest today as an apology. Do you dare to bet with me?"
Zuoshan said coldly.
"Why should I give you my harvest? You are dreaming," Chui Dapeng said angrily. "Aren't you sure that I'm hiding my gains? According to the rules, those who hide their gains will have all their gains confiscated and be blacklisted. In comparison, my losses are much greater than yours. If you don't dare to bet on this, it proves that you are framing me. Commander, how will you punish someone who accuses others casually?" Zuoshan turned his head and looked at one of the mercenaries. "Confiscate all his income today and put him on the blacklist of my flying tigers," the mercenary said expressionlessly. Chui Dapeng's forehead was sweating coldly. In addition to wanting to implicate Ding Tai and his nephew, there was another important reason why he jumped out to report. The reporter can get a quarter of the gains of the hider. He has done this kind of unearned gain before. But he only guessed that there was something fishy through the 4 sacks of pine cones under Zuoshan's feet. He didn't see with his own eyes that there were pine nuts hidden in those pine cones. He can only pray now. Even if Zuoshan really didn't hide them on purpose, as long as there was a pine nut that was missed and not dug out in those pine cones, he would not be considered a false accusation. Next, all the scavengers in the tent, as well as the 2 mercenaries in charge of inspection, sat around and watched the man take out pine cones from the sack on his left hand, and then cut the cones into long strips as thick as a little finger with a cutting knife. The pine nuts of this mune pine tree are as big as pecans. Usually a steel spoon is used to dig them out. But Chui Dapeng was worried that he might miss them, so he cut each pine cone into thin strips, which made everyone sneer. "Oh my, he is so patient. If he had put in this much effort to check, he would definitely not miss a single edible pine nut. Haha, he is a rascal who doesn't take advantage of others." Chui Dapeng usually relies on his mercenary brother to rob other people's collection points. Today, he is thinking about coveting a quarter of the reward after reporting. Can't he be more careful? I think he is just bored. Instead of staring at others, he should think more about which tree to choose in the afternoon to get more harvest. Some people couldn't help but whispered. Chui Dapeng had cut 5 pine cones in succession, but he didn't find a pine nut, not even the dry ones without pine nuts. Zuoshan sneered in her heart. Pine nuts are so nutritious. When she was digging for pine nuts, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could there be any fish that slipped through the net? In fact, the other scavengers were the same. After all, there would never be more than 10 pine cones with moderate radiation that could be detected on a pine tree. They worked hard for a whole morning and barely finished testing a pine tree. Who wouldn't be careful when digging pine nuts? Zuoshan felt that his luck was not good today. A total of 5 pine cones with moderate radiation and 1 with low radiation were detected. In the end, there were 54 pine nuts with moderate radiation and only 6 with low radiation. There were 25 pine cones given to her by the uncle and nephew Ding Tai. She didn't dare to ask how many pine nuts they dug out, but it shouldn't be less than 300, right? But what she didn't know was that there were no more than 5 scavengers who detected low-radiation pine cones, and the price of low-radiation pine nuts was at least 500 times that of medium radiation, and they were still in short supply. When Chui Dapeng cut the 15th pine cone, his hands began to shake. There were 4 sacks in total, filled with at most 30 pine cones. He had cut half of them, but didn't find a single pine nut that slipped through the net. But now he was in a dilemma, so he could only grit his teeth and continue. Finally, he cut the last pine cone and sat on the ground with his whole body limp. The two mercenaries unceremoniously changed the name on the vacuum bag that sealed as half of the income to Zuoshan's name and put Chui Dapeng's name on the blacklist of the Flying Tiger mercenary group. Chui Dapeng lay on the ground, holding his head and crying loudly, but no one showed sympathy for him. The two mercenaries began to inspect the pine nuts in the backpack that Zuoshan handed in. They used a detector that looked like a copy machine, which was similar to the one seen in the exchange hall. It could detect 20 pine nuts at a time. When they saw that the detector automatically sorted out 6 low-radiation pine nuts, their eyes lit up. This was the only low-radiation pine nut in the tent they inspected, and there were 6 of them. They had performed missions countless times and knew that many times a whole pine tree could not find a low-radiation pine cone, and the number of pine nuts produced by low-radiation pine cones was even less. It was lucky to get 3, but this girl got 6 at once. As low-radiation foods, the price of pine nuts far exceeded that of alfalfa leaves. After all, one was a high-energy and high-nutrition nut, and the other was a wild vegetable leaf. In order to protect the safety of the scavengers, the mercenaries would choose to keep it secret when they detected low-radiation food, fearing that other scavengers would take risks for the sake of profit. According to regulations, the mercenary group would take half of the 6 low-radiation pine nuts, and the remaining 3 would be sealed in Zuoshan's personal vacuum bag. Seeing that they had made special records, Zuoshan's trust in the mercenary group increased a lot. Come to think of it, for the scavengers, hundreds or thousands of silver coins may be just pocket money in the eyes of these mercenaries. No matter where you are, classes always exist. She is now a standard proletarian and is still in a state of extreme poverty, while those mercenaries should have escaped poverty, not to say that they have entered a well-off state, but at least they have reached a state of food and clothing. While Zuoshan was secretly envious of the mercenaries in front of him, Jia Yiming was also secretly envious of her good luck. This girl participated in their group's scavenging mission for the first time today. As a result, she first won half of the harvest of Chui Dapeng, who falsely accused her, and now she got 3 low-radiation pine nuts, which can be exchanged for at least 500 silver coins each in the exchange hall. If he had this luck, why would he work so hard to be a mercenary? It would be enough to go out with the mercenary group to collect every time. His fixed monthly allowance is only 3,000 silver coins, and the rest can only be relied on commissions from outbound missions. But every time they go on a mission, they also need to spend money to buy weapons and equipment, clear out mutant beasts in advance, and then bring scavengers to collect. Half of the rewards collected are deducted from the expenses, and 70% of the net income must be handed over to the group as a provident fund to purchase large weapons and equipment, or to pay for the medical expenses of seriously injured patients. For example, in this mission, the commission that each person can get in the end will definitely not exceed 1,000 silver coins, which is not as much as what Zuoshan, a little girl, has gained today. Zuoshan, who has no idea that she is envied, is struggling at the moment. Should she sell the 3 low-radiation pine nuts? Or keep them to supplement nutrition for herself and her baby? This is really a big problem. God, why does he always let a poor person fall into such a dilemma? In order to get rid of this entanglement, Zuoshan decided to continue to work hard this afternoon. If she is lucky and encounters another low-radiation pine cone, she doesn't have to worry about it. Half will be sold, and half will go into her stomach. The scorching sun finally moved from the top of her head. All the scavengers cheered up and started their busy work again. Zuoshan decided to go to the tree that had been tested in the morning. Maoli sensed a shrub with a suspected wood spirit core with an energy value of 15 points. Although it was buried a little deep, she was reluctant to give up. She decided to cut it first. If the shrub had low radiation leaves, it would be a good deal. She followed the direction indicated by Maoli and walked to the front of the shrub. She had a quick glance before and didn't see what its leaves looked like. Now she took a closer look. My God. It turned out to be a pyracantha. The reason why I recognized it was that its leaves were obovate, with blunt serrations on the edges and the tips of the teeth bent inward. Its fruits were bright red, and the branches were covered with thorns. It was very similar to the pot of pyracantha bonsai on their balcony, but it was an enlarged version. The fruits in her pot were only the size of peas, and they were clustered together, with at least a dozen, and at most dozens of them. The red fruits on this one were as big as longans, but unfortunately there were only 2 fruits and one of them was half eaten. Both fruits were wilted, probably about to dry out, probably being the ones that were overlooked by the mutant animals. Pyracantha is a plant that likes strong light, tolerates barrenness, drought, and cold, and is very easy to keep alive. It can be propagated by seeds or by inserting a rod. In short, it is the cockroach of the plant world, and its fruit has a high sugar content and is rich in nutrition. The only drawback is that it tastes sweet and sour, and the sourness is a bit serious. Thinking of this, she stretched out her tongue and licked the half-bitten pyracantha fruit. In an instant, she felt as if she had eaten a fairy fruit. Wow, it was so delicious. Thinking of what Dingy wanted to help her with when she was framed, she decided to leave the remaining intact pyracantha fruit for her to eat. Of course, the premise is to test the radiation of this branch first. After opening the detection knife and testing it, she was lucky to find that it was moderately radiated. She carefully picked the fruit, found a soft leaf to wrap it up, and put it in her backpack. Then she started digging along its roots. Fortunately, the soil here was relatively loose, and it took her a quarter of an hour to dig out the wood spirit core that Mowley had detected. It was light green, only the size of an apricot kernel, and was wrapped in the roots of the pyracantha. Zhuoshan couldn't dig it out, so she could only dig out the tangled roots together and wrap them with some soil on them with large leaves and stuff them into her backpack. Perhaps she had used up all her luck for the whole day in the morning. In the whole afternoon, she only detected 2 moderate radiata pine cones and dug out 16 pine nuts. Zhuoshan finished work half an hour early and returned to the tent depressed. While the others hadn't returned yet, she handed in this pitiful harvest. Jia Yiming, who was in charge of acceptance, registered the results after the inspection and asked her to take a look at her vacuum bag. It said 27 8 moderate radiata pine nuts, a total of 35, and 3 low radiata pine nuts. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Jia Yiming pointed to the pile of pine cones outside the tent and said, "Look, you can pack whatever you want now, but you have to pay a silver coin for each sack." Zhuoshan's eyes lit up when she heard that she could be escorted home directly. Although she felt a little distressed, she thought it was worth spending money to buy peace. In fact, the mercenary group would also purchase their harvest at 20% lower than the market price, but when she thought of the nutritional value of pine nuts, she was reluctant to sell them. Zhuoshan took out the 10 sacks she brought with her and filled them with discarded pine cones neatly. Jia Yiming kindly helped her put them in her pockets and then took a rope to connect them all, put a label on them, wrote her name on it, and threw them all into the truck. He felt that although this girl was lucky, she was a little stupid. She was willing to spend 10 silver coins on shipping to transport such waste that could only be used as firewood. After dealing with Zhuoshan's matter, the others also came back from work one after another. This time no one brought back pine cones. They all dug out pine nuts and brought them back directly to save time and go home earlier. On the way back, everyone sat in the seats they had when they arrived. Zhuoshan stuffed a pyracantha fruit into the hands of the little girl Ding, like offering a treasure. The little girl took it and was about to taste it, but then she remembered what she had said before, that things given by others must be taken home before eating. Because after taking it home, you can carefully test it to confirm that it is non-toxic and harmless, and then enjoy it slowly. On the way back, Zhuoshan clearly felt the joyful atmosphere in the air. Everyone in the car was very tired, but there was an excitement in their eyes that was difficult to conceal. She knew that they were all excited about today's harvest, and even she was no exception. She couldn't help but sigh that she had only been in this wasteland for a few days, and she had already been assimilated by the surrounding environment. For a bite of food, she could be happy from the bottom of her heart. She had missed countless billions unconsciously. After learning from her pain, Zhuoshan secretly made up her mind that if she had the chance to go back in time in this life, she would cherish every grain of food and every leaf of vegetables, and would never be picky again. Perhaps it was because her mood was a little bit up and down. She suddenly felt a wave in her lower abdomen, as if there was a small bulge rolling under her abdomen. She subconsciously reached out and gently stroked her abdomen, and the small bulge seemed to sense her careful touch, gently bulging and rubbing her palm across her belly. Without a teacher, she knew that the bulge should be the fetus moving, and it was another life connected to her blood that was interacting with her. At that moment, there seemed to be an indescribable softness overflowing from the bottom of her heart. She had been struggling between whether to have a natural miscarriage or to take good care of the fetus, and suddenly made a serious decision. From this moment on, she had to take good care of the fetus. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, she had to give birth to the fetus and raise it up. She might be her only blood relative in this world. Because of him, her struggle to survive was meaningful. I remember that she had read such a passage in middle school. People do not live to live, but live to live. The so-called good years are nothing more than a bowl of steaming soup when you return home on a cold night, and the light that is always on for you. At that time, I was young and only regarded it as a bowl of bland chicken soup for the soul. After reading it, I sneered. At that time, she was full of longing for the future, and she wanted to stand on the podium of an international competition one day in the future and enjoy the supreme glory that everyone was paying attention to. However, at this moment, she suddenly understood that in the vast universe, she, who was lonely and small like a grain of dust, had a small bulge in her belly, and from then on, she had a heart of concern and infinite motivation to fight for it. The little girl Ding-yi, who was sitting next to her, suddenly felt that there seemed to be a ball of light around Sister Fancy, so gentle, so holy, and so warm, which reminded her of her mother, who died young. If her mother was still alive, she would also have such a warm light that made her want to get close to her. Ding-yi's eyes were slightly red, and she pretended to be drowsy, and she leaned her little head on the side of her shoulder, without leaving a trace. Feeling a fluffy head with body temperature, Fan turned her head and saw the little girl's closed eyes. Perhaps it was maternal love that made her feel pity for such an unguarded cub. She gently held the little head and laid her flat on her legs. It was about an hour's drive to get home, so she let her have a good sleep. Ding-yi originally wanted to get close to her by pretending to sleep, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected benefit. He rested his head on her soft legs, smelled the faint and indescribable good body fragrance, and fell asleep unknowingly. In the dream, the table was full of delicious food. Her mother was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. From time to time, she turned around and smiled at her gently. She called her name softly. Xiao-yi, eat slowly, save some space for white rice and green dumplings. Ding-yi's lips bloomed with a bright smile that she hadn't seen for a long time. A trace of transparent liquid overflowed from the corner of her lips. Shan gently wiped it for her with her fingers. She also wanted to use a tissue to wipe it, but unfortunately, there were only rough grass leaves here. She could only choose relatively soft fingers. Even if it looked unhygienic, it was better than scratching the little girl's tender face. Ding Tai, who was sitting on the other side of her, silently paid attention to the expression of his little niece from beginning to end. While feeling sad, his impression of Shan was a little better in his heart. Since he left the mercenary group, he has rarely been able to feel the kindness of the people around him. In this wasteland era, where it is difficult to survive, it is also very rare for a single girl to be self-reliant and show kindness to a strange child who obviously has no background. The car finally arrived at the central square of District 50. Before getting off the car, Shan exchanged contact numbers with Ding-yi and added her as a friend under the attack of Ding-yi's big, wet eyes blinking. This was the first local friend she added after she came here. There was only one friend on her original watch, Chi-yong, and now there was one more Ding-yi. When they parted, Ding-yi waved at her reluctantly. Under her gentle gaze, she was led away by her uncle's hand. When they arrived at the garrison of District 50, escorting the scavengers back to their residence was the simplest thing for mercenaries. By the way, they could also earn some pocket money. Why not? She only knew him. Although she was not familiar with him, it was better than other mercenaries she had never spoken to. Moreover, When Jia Yiming collected her low-radiation pine nuts, his eyes were clear and he did not have the greed to take them for himself, so she was relatively more confident in him. After borrowing a cart from the regiment, Jia Yiming put her 10 sacks on it and said loudly as he walked, "It's not worth it for you to bring back so many pine cones. If you're short of firewood, just pick up some waste firewood cut by others nearby," Jia Yiming said while winking at her. The meaning was very clear, that is, to deliberately let those who were peeking know that the things he pulled on the cart were worthless. "Commander, I have been suffering from insomnia recently. I heard from the doctor in the hospital that the smell released by burning pine cones can calm the nerves and help sleep. There are no pine trees around here. Isn't it a good time to pick pine nuts today? Your regiment has recycled the pine nuts. My sack is empty. I will put some pine cones that others don't want in it and borrow your car to bring it back. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to get pine cones again." Zuoshan followed his words. At this moment, the dozen or so peeping eyes disappeared instantly. It was a waste of their tracking efforts to bring back so many useless pine cones after such a long time. Originally, they thought that they could hire a mercenary to bring back a lot of good things in the bulging sacks. They stepped on them first, and maybe they could find a chance to rob them later. As a result, Jia Yiming gave Zuoshan a thumbs up in his heart. This girl is really smart. No wonder she can survive alone. He likes dealing with smart people, and what he likes more is that this girl is calm and composed even after getting rich, unlike those girls who have never seen the world. When they find low-radiation food, they can't help but scream and exclaim. Then, worried about being discovered by others, she covered her mouth and looked around vigilantly, but she didn't know that in this situation, anyone who paid a little attention could find something unusual. Jia Yiming was born at the bottom of the 50th district. He accidentally awakened the gold attribute ability, which gave him the opportunity to join the Flying Tiger mercenary group. Unfortunately, his ability level was too low, so he could only be an ordinary mercenary. But he still had good intentions for the scavengers at the bottom. Every time he met such a stupid girl, he would persuade them to try to sell the low-radiation food to the mercenary group to avoid being robbed on the way home. But he didn't persuade Zuoshan because he found that she was a very opinionated girl, but he was still worried that she would be robbed, so he reminded her that the mercenary group had the business of escorting her home and cooperated with her to play this drama on the way. Arriving at Zuoshan's door, Jia Yiming threw the sacks on the cart onto the ground without waiting for her to open the door. This is the scope of her yard. Although the wall is gone, there are only a few stones surrounding it as a formal boundary to remind others not to cross the boundary. But this is only to prevent gentlemen but not villains, and it is completely useless. Jia Yiming kindly helped her untie the sack, took out the pine cones one by one, and put them neatly arranged in the sunset to dry. Zuoshan transferred 60 silver coins to him. Jia Yiming raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zuoshan smiled and said, "The more is my gratitude to you. It's not much. It's just my little thought. Please don't despise it." Jia Yiming's heart instantly became very comforted. It's not that he was short-sighted and had a fancy for these 10 silver coins. But he had helped those stupid girls many times. Some of them would nod to him when they met again afterwards, and some would blame him afterwards for causing them to sell at a low price and earn less silver coins. But this girl Zuoshan is not only clear-minded, but also a grateful person. Even though she herself is penniless and lives a precarious life, she is still willing to take out 10 silver coins to express her gratitude. Add a contact number. Next time you have a chance to go on a mission, I may be able to give you my family quota because my family has died a long time ago. Not only that, if you take my quota, you need to pay 20% of all the gains as my reward. Do you think this kind of cooperation is okay? Jia Yiming said, looking at the young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and thick lips in front of him. Zuoshan had a sense of déjà vu of seeing the honest boy next door, thinking that it is true that people should not be judged by appearance. This person seems to be honest, but he is actually smart, but at the same time he has principles. He is not very kind, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Such a person is reassuring to cooperate with. Both parties can benefit, but neither of them will have evil thoughts because of greed. Thinking of this, she nodded readily. Okay. No problem, Jia Yiming said, holding out his watch to her. Zuoshan quickly scanned the code and added him as a friend. Looking at the 3 avatars on her friend list, her drifting heart slowly landed, and she had a sense of belonging. She was no longer alone. She had 3 communication friends in this world. Although they were not real friends, they at least made her feel a little more at ease than the old woman who hit her from behind. Jia Yiming left, and Zuoshan sat at the door, holding a cutting knife, cutting the pine cones into 1 centimeter thick slices one by one, and then spread the slices on the ground to continue drying. The last few sites that had been unwilling to give up and secretly followed her finally disappeared completely. I thought there were unfinished pine nuts hidden in these pine cones, but I didn't expect them to be really useless. Not to mention pine nuts, I didn't even see half of the pine nut shells. This poor guy is really stupid. He spent 50 silver coins to transport such a large pile of useless wood.
Pah!
How unlucky. The last few people who left decided not to keep an eye on this poor girl from now on. With her stupid appearance, what good things can she find? It was not until all the people who were following her left that Mali showed up and said, "Master, quickly pack up these useless wood. Let's go home and count today's harvest." What do you know? These are all useful, not useless wood. The pine oil squeezed from pine cones is not only edible, but also rich in nutrients. After the pine cones are dried, they can also be used as medicine, which has the effects of suppressing cough, expectoration, relieving asthma, and anti-inflammatory. You don't know how expensive the medicine on green algae star is. With these, I won't be afraid of getting sick when the extreme cold weather comes.
Zuoshan said.
Master, are you serious? Why is there no record of this in my knowledge system? Mali was shocked. The universe is so big that no matter how knowledgeable you are, there are always things you don't know. A saint on our blue star once said, "Learning never ends." Following your master, you will have a lot to learn in the future, Zuoshan said proudly. After slicing, pine cones are not easy to deteriorate. Just wash them, drain the water, put them on the rack, and wait for them to dry slowly. But looking at so many pine cone slices, Zuoshan was very worried. The yam peels that were dried and ground into powder had already used up the only 2 hand-woven sacks in the house. Where should she store such a large pile of pine cone slices that were about to be ground into powder? At this time, she envied those time travel gods who had space, spiritual springs, and other standard equipment. Poor her, this unlucky person. Not only did she travel through the wasteland, but she also had a baby with an unknown father in her belly, and she didn't even have a golden finger. Mao Li, the only mechanical servant, was picked up by her when she went out to scavenge. It's really a pity to compare people with people, and to compare goods with goods. However, Zuoshan was born to be an optimist and would never allow herself to wander in self-pity. She quickly found the space storage tool of this world from her original memory, the space button. The space button is a high-tech product made of a special material. The stock varies according to the specifications, ranging from 1 cubic meter to 50 cubic meters, or even more. However, when the catastrophe came, the strong radiation and high heat destroyed the only 2 factories and equipment on Green Algae Star that could produce space buttons, and the technicians were almost all dead, so this technology was lost. Fortunately, the remaining space buttons can still be used. It is said that its service life is at least 800 years, so many bigwigs in the city now have space buttons. Occasionally, there are some for sale on the market, which are all taken out by the unworthy descendants of those bigwigs to exchange for silver coins. The price is at least hundreds of thousands of silver coins. She, a poor loser, definitely can't even think about it. Forget it, I still have to try to find a way to use local materials and make the most reasonable use of the existing space. Zuoshan decided to go to the purple bamboo forest tomorrow. The so-called purple bamboo forest is definitely not the magical purple bamboo forest in the yard of Guanyin Bodhisattva's house in the mythological stories of her hometown, but the product of the mutation of ordinary green bamboo. The mutated adult bamboo is dozens of meters high, and the thickest one cannot be hugged by one person. It is also hard and difficult to cut. However, She can choose the newly unearthed tender bamboo, which is relatively soft and easy to cut. After cutting into pieces, it can be woven into various shapes. It should be good to make a storage cabinet. After planning tomorrow's work, she continued to count today's harvest. The first thing she dealt with was the firethorn wood spirit core with an energy value of only 15 points. In order to dig it, she dug it out together with its roots. Of course, she chose to bring back its tangled roots to try and see if it can be planted. Swan was a little hesitant. If she dug out the wood spirit core, even if the roots of the firethorn were buried in the soil, it would probably not survive. What's more, even if plants grow in the soil that has not been hardened, rodents may be attracted to gnaw their roots.
No.
Since this pyracantha can survive in the wild, it means that rodents must not like to eat its rhizomes, otherwise it would have died long ago. After figuring out this cause and effect, and Chinkong immediately took a small to the door. She chose the open space next to the short mutant lemon fruit and prepared to dig a hole to plant pyracantha. At this moment, it was already dark, and most of the residents in District 50 were resting at home. They went to scavenge during the day. Although they were not sleepy at this time, they were used to going to bed early to rest, because lying down was the most energy-saving and could consume less food. Mowgli saw that she was going to dig a hole, and hurriedly jumped out. 2 slender mechanical arms stretched out from the cat's paws and dug a 2-meter-deep hole in no time.
Wow.
Mowgli, you are so capable. Swan praised him with starry eyes, and Mowgli lowered his head shyly. Master, this is just the simplest work that agricultural robots can do. It is not worthy of your praise. You helped me. Whether it is simple or difficult, you should be praised. Swan said sincerely. Mowgli was more and more moved, and decided not to sleep tonight, and to look through his knowledge base to see if there was any good way to help his master improve his life. Swan buried the roots of the pyracantha in the pit, and then connected tap water from the water pipe to water the pit thoroughly. After planting the pyracantha, Swan counted her harvest today: 35 pine nuts with moderate radiation and 3 pine nuts with low radiation. They were all lying quietly at her feet at this moment, and Swan touched them one by one, just like a local rich man quietly counting his silver ingots at night. The mercenary group could help shell these pine nuts for free during the inspection, but she only selected 5 pine nuts with moderate radiation and asked Jia Yiming to shell them, and brought back the others with the shells. Because the pine nut shell is hard and dense, it has a natural safe storage function, and it is easy to spoil after shelling. The mercenaries choose to shell directly because they have vacuum bags and the shells are light and take up little space, which is convenient for transportation. Most of the people who went to scavenge chose to ask them to shell the nuts directly so that they could sell them at the exchange hall. Of course, a few of them would leave the nuts for their families to eat, but no one would choose to take the nuts with the shells. Swan chose to shell the nuts because she had eaten many different flavors of pine nuts. More importantly, she thought that one day in the future, she might try to plant pine trees. Imagine if you planted a pine tree in front of your house. It would be shaded in hot weather, and it would be able to block the wind and snow in cold weather. You could also hang bells and lanterns on Christmas to serve as a Christmas tree. How beautiful! Of course, this is just her fantasy at the moment. But people should have fantasies when they are alive, otherwise life would be so boring and poor. The fantasy time is over, and the reality before us is, where should these pine nuts be stored? After searching for a long time, I couldn't find a suitable place, so I had to pile it in the corner and cover it with a pile of messy, ramy fibers pulled out from my former body. This is used to weave sacks. The scavengers in District 50 will also cut the original ramy fiber, which is about 1 centimeter wide, into finer threads and use them to weave linen for clothes. This kind of clothes is flexible, strong, and durable, but the disadvantage is that it is rough, has poor skin-friendly feeling and poor warmth retention, and is only suitable for wearing in extremely hot weather. After covering the pile of shelled pine nuts, Swan heard her stomach growling. She took out a shelled pine nut, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The strong astringent taste came, and she almost vomited it directly. I didn't expect that the fragrant pine nuts would be so unpalatable before they were processed. Good ingredients should not be wasted. She broke 5 shelled pine nuts into small pieces and steamed them on the wire rattan steamer rack for half an hour. After taking them out of the pot, she used another wire rattan rack as a barbecue rack to slowly bake them over the fire. While she was at it, she took out the unfinished alfalfa leaves, cut them into small pieces, put them into the only pot in the house, blanched them, and sprinkled them with the only seasoning powder in the house, coarse salt, and mixed them well. When the air was filled with a strong smell of burnt food, she put out the fire, ate a piece of roasted and fragrant pine nuts, a mouthful of simple cold mixed alfalfa, and then threw a few yam strips into the blanched alfalfa water to cook into vegetable paste soup. She was very satisfied with such a rich and simple dinner until she burped. She realized that she had eaten 2 medium radiation pine nuts, a large piece of low radiation alfalfa leaves, 5 medium radiation yam strips, and more than half a liter of boiling water. Calculating the value of these things, she felt pain in her flesh, heart, liver, and lungs, because these were all shining silver coins. But since she had already eaten them, it was too late to regret. She couldn't just take them out of her stomach and sell them for money, right? That night, Swashan had a good dream. In the dream, she had just won the World Marathon Championship, and her coach invited her and her teammates to a Manchu Han banquet. There were a total of 108 dishes on a huge round table. She swore that she counted them one by one. There were 54 southern dishes, including 30 Jiangsu and Zhejiang dishes, 12 Fujian dishes, and 12 Guangdong dishes. There were also 54 northern dishes, including 30 Shandong dishes, 12 Beijing dishes, and 12 Manchu dishes. She was so dazzled that she didn't know which dish to start with. Just as she was drooling and hesitating, the alarm rang. The moment she opened her eyes and saw the darkness around her, Swashan wanted to slap herself twice.
How stupid was she?
Why didn't she just start eating? This dream made her deeply understand a saying, "He who strikes first is strong, and he who strikes later will suffer." After waking up, it's a new day again. You can't be lazy about what you should do. The first thing is to exercise. Without a strong body, you can't cope with pregnancy, childbirth, and extreme cold after extreme heat. Today's goal is the purple bamboo forest. Zwashan locked the door, took a sack and a cat-shaped chestnut, and began to jog towards the goal in the refreshing morning breeze. Marathon running emphasizes lasting endurance and speed, but not explosive power and extreme speed. This sport is very suitable for Zwashan. Her personality is actually the kind of perseverance and calmness. For example, her academic performance has been in the upper middle since elementary school. When she was in middle school, many girls began to decline in grades due to physical and psychological reasons, but she always remained in the top 10 in the class. In the end, she went to sports school and chose long-distance running as her main major. After crossing over, she thanked herself countless times for this personality, which made her quickly accept the reality after experiencing the initial panic and began to hoard food and accumulate silver coins like a hamster. There must be a lot of people going to the exchange hall to sell pine nuts these days, so she didn't plan to join in the fun. Instead, she chose the purple bamboo forest as her target and planned to spend time making a storage cabinet. The original body was born in District 50 and was used to the dirty and messy surroundings. She had no demand for a clean living environment, but she was different. No matter how poor the family was, it couldn't be messy all the time. The purple bamboo forest was not far from the District 50 station, but it would take at least 3 hours to walk there. There were not many edible wild vegetables except for the bamboo that could be used to weave baskets, so few people went there on weekdays. The mutant plants grew very fast, and the roads along the way were covered in many places.
It was still dark at this time.
If Mowgli hadn't been there to explore the way ahead and light up the way, Swashan would probably have fallen many times. "Master, be careful. There is an unknown plant 5 meters ahead, and an irregular stone has been pushed out. Please take a detour," Mowgli's childish voice reminded.
Please.
"Can you please convert meters into my steps?" Zwashan said depressedly. She was not a tape measure. How could she know the exact location of 5 meters ahead? "Okay, Master, there is an obstacle 2 steps ahead." Maoli immediately gave a precise answer. As soon as Zuoshan's left foot stepped on the ground, her raised right foot fell on the spot. She carefully moved over to see what this plant that could hold up the stone looked like. Maoli considerately focused the light near the stone. Zuoshan pulled away the angular stone and saw two opposite leaves. The leaves were oblong with a pointed end and serrated edges. In the middle of the two leaves, there were clusters of beautiful white flowers with purple patterns, and some light purple buds were about to bloom. Zuoshan, who was born in the countryside, was very familiar with this plant. Isn't this an enlarged version of the pagoda vegetable? Ordinary pagoda vegetables are only 120 centimeters tall. This pagoda vegetable should be a mutation. The leaves grow close to the ground, and the flowers are much smaller than the original ones. If you don't pay attention, you can't even see them. Since the flowers have become smaller, I wonder if its rhizomes have also become smaller? With infinite curiosity, Zuoshan decided to dig it out and take a look. Since there was no one around, this task was naturally undertaken by Maoli, a master of digging. Maoli's mechanical arm dug for a full half an hour before digging out the complete rhizome. This was a shocking sight. The leaves and flowers on the ground had become smaller, but the rhizomes underground had become thicker, each of which was about the size of a carrot. The large pile of Maoli dug out was estimated to weigh more than 30 kilograms. Zuoshan quickly measured one with a cutting knife. Ding! The rhizome of an unknown wild plant with moderate radiation, non-toxic and edible. It is recommended to pick it and dig out the complete plant and send it to the official safe zone for filing. Zuoshan was immediately surprised and delighted. He had only dug it out of curiosity to take a look and had not thought about whether the mutated pagoda vegetable could be eaten. Now he got an unexpected surprise. In the original body's memory, anyone who could collect edible new species would be given a high reward by the official safe zone after handing it in. Because new species can provide new varieties for official agricultural researchers to cultivate, once it is confirmed that it can be artificially cultivated, it will be of great help to solve the current situation of food shortage. However, she did not know how much the reward would be. In her memory, the shape of the pagoda vegetable is a spiral, which is very similar to the shape of a Buddhist pagoda. The plant in front of her is the same, but it is magnified many times. The top of its root is a spiral fleshy tuber, which is rare and cute. Zuoshan picked up one directly, wiped off the mud and sand on it, broke the top and tasted it. Sure enough, it was still the same taste in her memory, and it tasted crispy and refreshing, and there was no fiber. Because of this property, the pagoda vegetable was once one of her mother's favorite varieties for making kimchi. The pagoda vegetable is not only delicious, but also has high medicinal value. It can be used to treat jaundice, urinary tract infection, wind heat cold, hemoptysis, lymph tuberculosis, and pulmonary tuberculosis. External application can also treat sores, swelling and pain, snake and insect bites, etc. Modern research also says that it is rich in selenium and regular consumption is helpful for health and beauty. In my memory, the pagoda vegetable is very easy to grow. You don't need to take care of it after planting it. In autumn, it will produce a lot of rhizomes underground. It also has low requirements for soil. Even sandy soil can produce high yields. Zuoshan was worried about the long cold weather without edible vegetables, and this pagoda vegetable bumped into her arms. Anyway, the rhizomes of this pagoda vegetable are so large and numerous, so she decided to keep at least half of it for pickling kimchi as a supplementary dish in cold weather. After digging up this pile of mutant pagoda vegetables, Zuoshan no longer had the motivation to move forward and immediately turned around and ran back. When she ran home, it was just dawn. She took a look at the pyracantha plant she planted yesterday. It seemed that there was no change, so she could only wait 2 more days to see. However, Maoli measured its energy value and found that there were only 5 points left. It is estimated that the wood spirit core used its own energy to maintain its vitality. I hope that the 10 points of energy value lost will not be wasted. Zuoshan opened the door with fingerprint verification, and after entering, she began to tinker with the pile of pagoda vegetables. She picked out those that were not well-shaped, cut off the connected roots, and then washed them and drained the water. After doing this, it was already dawn. She put the rest into a broken sack and dragged it to the exchange hall. She was not familiar with the staff here. She looked around for a long time and finally saw the one who exchanged alfalfa leaves for her last time. Her photo, work number, and name were posted in the resin frame next to the counter. Zuoshan took a look and wrote them down. It turned out that her name was Chi Xiaofan, a very memorable and nice name. Last time, she was busy looking at the price and didn't notice it. She walked to Chi Xiaofan's window and smiled sweetly at her. "Hello, Sister Chi. See you again. Oh, you were the alfalfa last time." "Oh no, Miss Sua, I remember you," Chi Xiaofan said with a smile. Although the possibility of the other party obtaining low-radiation food again in such a short time is extremely low, she still has a good attitude towards the girl who made her earn a commission. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to remember an ordinary scavenger like me. It's like this, I have something to consult you. I heard that those who collect new edible species will be rewarded by the government. I wonder what the specific regulations are for this reward? Which department should be responsible for acceptance?" Zuoshan was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked directly. "Edible new species?
God, you are so lucky.
I can't make the decision on this matter, but I can take you to see Minister One in our exchange hall. He is very familiar with the director of the Agricultural Research Institute. I believe he will give you a satisfactory answer. By the way, did you bring the things?" Chi Xiaofan said excitedly. She always wanted to find an opportunity to curry favor with Minister One, but she was just an ordinary employee at the window. Without a proper reason, she didn't even have the opportunity to talk to Minister One. Last time she received 9 low-radiation fresh alfalfa leaves, and Minister One immediately took them to bribe his superiors after knowing about it. Of course, he also praised her and encouraged her to continue to work hard. Now, this girl is really her lucky star, and this time she brought her such a big surprise. Zuoshan. She just wanted to consult. Why does this person seem more excited than her? But she originally came for this matter, and the rhizomes would not survive easily if exposed to the air for a long time, so she naturally did not dare to delay any more time, and nodded quickly and said, "I brought it. Do you want to check it?" Minister One came very quickly and appeared in front of the window in less than 10 minutes. Chi Xiaofan quickly pointed him to the person outside the counter. "Is it her? Have you tested the things? Will there be any mistakes?" Minister One looked at the girl dressed as a scavenger and was a little bit unbelievable. "I didn't dare to test it for fear of damaging the root system. But this Miss Sua is the girl who sent low-radiation alfalfa leaves last time, and I don't think she would talk nonsense casually." Chi Xiaofan said honestly. "Okay, Miss Sua, come with me to my office." Minister One walked to Zuoshan and made a gesture of invitation. Zuoshan's heart was beating fast, and he was a little worried that this person would directly kill him and embezzle his achievements. But on second thought, after all, he is the minister of this exchange hall, so he shouldn't be so petty, right? Following Minister One with trepidation, she walked through a long corridor and came to an iron gray metal door. After Minister One verified her iris, the door opened automatically to both sides, looking very futuristic and technological. Seeing this, Zuoshan felt more relieved. The more upscale this place is, the less likely it is that her achievements will be embezzled. After all, it is a huge income for her, but in the eyes of the other party, it may not even be considered a day's pocket money, right? Thinking of this, Zuoshan couldn't help but start to laugh at herself. She has only been poor for less than a month. How could she get used to the poor's thinking? The environment is indeed a powerful tool for changing people. It seems that she will have to reflect on herself from time to time in the future, so as not to become a real beggar from body to mind in this wasteland era of lack of food and clothing. "Minister One, please look." Zuoshan took out the pagoda vegetable from her backpack and handed it to him. The nobleman is busy, and she doesn't want to delay him too much time. Minister One saw her attitude and thought highly of her in his heart. He has seen countless scavengers in District 50. Even if some people marry mercenaries or higher-ranking people with their beauty, they always try to hide their humble origins when they meet people, but the aura of poverty engraved in their bones cannot be hidden. The girl in front of him is different. She has a calm and generous temperament. Her behavior is more like that of a person cultivated by a big family. She treats people neither servile nor overbearing. Even though she knows his identity, she did not show the slightest flattery or shrinking.
Okay.
I will put it into the plant gene bank for testing first. If it is confirmed that it is a new species that has never been included, I will contact agricultural experts to come. After detailed testing and evaluation, I will give you a corresponding reward based on the economic value of this plant. Minister Wen carefully took the pagoda vegetable, taking care not to damage its roots, and then pushed the door and walked into the inner room, turning back to signal her to follow. Zuoshan opened his eyes again. He saw Minister Wen put the whole plant into a machine similar to a large oven, close the door, press the red detection button, and the machine made a slight roar. Through the transparent French door, you can see that there are constantly lights of different colors shining on the plants. About half an hour later, a text appears on the display screen. After a detailed genetic map comparison, this plant has never been included in the database and is confirmed to be a new species. Please contact agricultural experts as soon as possible for more detailed testing and evaluation. This species is a mutant plant with short branches on the ground, delicate and unique flowers and leaves, thick underground rhizomes, durable storage, rich in nutrients, and edible. Since only this one plant has been detected, it is not possible to determine its yield or whether it is suitable for cultivation. Minister Wen looked at the test results and his eyes became hot, as if a beautiful woman saw expensive and gorgeous jewelry. Zuoshan was startled by his eyes and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Minister Wen then realized that he had scared her.
Ouch. Saw the...
I haven't seen a new species for a long time, and it's an edible new species. I was too excited and scared you. This is a great thing. You have a lucky girl, and you will definitely get a reward this time. Wait, I will contact an agricultural expert to come and evaluate. Minister Wen said in a gentle tone. That's good. You go ahead. I'm not in a hurry. Wait slowly. Zuoshan consciously found an empty chair and sat down to rest. She remembered that her mother once said that standing guests are difficult to get rid of. No matter who you visit, try not to stand all the time, otherwise the host will feel anxious. Minister Wen saw her sitting down by herself, and he felt guilty. He, the host, was so excited that he even forgot to ask the guests to sit down. He really deserved to be beaten. But now is not the time to tangle with these things. He hurriedly dialed the agricultural expert in the 40th district. This is the highest level of agricultural expert he can contact. He, a small minister in the 50th district, can't even get the contact number of the higher-level agricultural expert. Half an hour later, the agricultural experts from District 40 arrived. Not only the Sun expert contacted by Minister Wen, but 4 of them came at once. Minister Wen was so excited that he looked terrified. If the new species could be successfully cultivated, he would probably be able to be transferred from District 50 to District 49. If the new species was valuable enough, he could even be transferred directly to District 45 because 50 years ago, there was a minister of the Exchange Hall in District 50 who was directly transferred to District 45 because of a new edible species. None of the agricultural experts paid attention to Minister Wen. The 4 people stared at the plants on the tray on the table. One of them frowned and said, "How do you use a metal tray? Don't you know that metal can be toxic to some plants?" Minister Wen was frightened and quickly removed a transparent window made of high-grade resin and replaced the metal tray. After the 4 agricultural experts carefully looked at the new species, they looked at the test results given by Minister Wen and finally looked at Zuoshan. "Miss Swa, do you remember the exact location where this new species grows?" The oldest one of them said. "Of course I remember. But old man, it's hard to distinguish it by always calling it a new species, and it's easy to confuse it with other new species. When I dug it up, I saw that it looked like a pagoda in a historical building, so I gave it a name, pagoda vegetable. Of course, if you think it's inappropriate, just continue to call it a new species."
Zuoshan said.
Okay. I saw the ancient building you mentioned in the electronic version of history books when I was a child. It is a pagoda built by the ancient religion Buddhism. It is very grand and majestic. It is called pagoda vegetable, the old expert said excitedly. The other three experts also had no objection because according to the law of green algae star, the person who discovered a new species has the right to name it. Many people will name a new species after themselves, just to let everyone remember his discovery. This little girl is not greedy for fame and fortune. She chose an ancient pagoda. Buddhism emphasizes saving all living beings. This name has a very good meaning. Maybe it can get some blessings, and then it will be successfully cultivated. Even those with Sean emphasized that there was only one plant growing there. They insisted on going to see it. Because the soil composition and the types of surrounding vegetation and the environment there can be used to analyze the most suitable cultivation method for the growth of pagoda vegetables. So Sean couldn't help but be amazed when she heard this. It turned out that such precise calculations were needed to cultivate a new species in the wasteland. Then, if she wanted to cultivate pagoda vegetables by herself, it would probably be a pipe dream. But she didn't regret leaving half of it. After all, when the extreme cold weather came, she had to store enough staple food and vegetables for herself. Ahem. Let me interject. According to the regulations, the 4 experts should be rewarded to Miss Swa. She is still waiting for your evaluation results. Minister Wen said carefully. In fact, he was also waiting for the evaluation results to infer how much he could benefit from it this time. The person he contacted, the oldest expert Chu Hung, glanced at him coldly and immediately understood his thoughts. Although he was annoyed, he was not angry. After all, the economic value of the plants discovered this time was really great. Every 100 grams contained about 150 calories, 12 grams of protein, and various vitamins. Among vegetable plants, this amount of calories is already extremely high, and the protein content is also extremely high. Just based on this nutrient content, it is worth cultivating with all your heart, not to mention that it is easy to store. If the cultivation is successful, their Agricultural Research Institute in District 40 will probably get a large reward, and the research funding for the next 5 to 10 years will be stable. Thinking of this, he said, give her the first prize first. If the subsequent cultivation is successful, she will be awarded a special prize. Sean listened at the side. Although he didn't know how much the first prize was, it would definitely not be much more than exchanging it for an ordinary edible plant. After all, this pagoda vegetable is moderately irradiated and can't be exchanged for much money. Minister Wen was excited when he heard it. The first prize meant that he had made a great contribution this time. He immediately smiled and said, Miss Swa, I will transfer your reward to you first and wait for you to come back from the wild and then sign the formalities. Shan received a reward of 50,000 silver coins plus 2,000 points. When he saw the account balance of 51,518 silver coins displayed on the watch, Shan's heart was pounding. This number is too auspicious. Is my luck going to change from now on? Mahaha. There was no concept of points in the original body's memory. Shan asked Minister Wen, and then realized that points were the pass to the inner area. For example, if people in District 50 want to enter District 40, in addition to having enough silver coins to buy a house there, they must also accumulate 10,000 points. Silver coins can be earned by luck, but points are difficult to earn. Usually, only those who make great contributions will be rewarded with points, or they will join the mercenary group and accept the tasks issued by the official unified. Only then will they be given corresponding points rewards according to the difficulty, level, and completion of the tasks. Shan, a scavenger in District 50, said that she had learned something new. When she saw the 50 mercenaries coming down from the truck in a mighty manner, she was even more shocked. She felt that the experts were too cautious. That was a place where the scavengers in District 50, had walked countless times, and there was no need to send mercenaries to protect it. But thinking about the preciousness of agricultural experts in this era, she felt relieved. People cannot be born equal. Class divisions have existed since ancient times. In the eyes of the superiors, the scavengers in District 50 are just a group of refugees and beggars. The meaning of their existence is to collect more edible food. In addition to feeding themselves, they also provide side dishes for people who are one or more levels higher than them. These agricultural experts are the fundamental guarantee for the rich variety of food for the upper class and the hope for the survival and development of the entire green algae star. After all, simply relying on scavenging in the wild is not enough to feed half of the people on green algae star. It is necessary to rely on agricultural experts to cultivate edible plants so that the human beings on the planet can continue from generation to generation. The mercenary group sent by Minister Wen turned out to be the Flying Tiger Mercenary Group. Among the 50 members accompanying him, there was Captain Lei himself. Zuoshan also saw the familiar Jia Yiming. When he saw her, his cheeks bulged with surprise. They were ordered to protect the agricultural experts in the wild. It is said that someone has discovered a new species. The experts went to investigate the growth environment of the new species. This task is extremely easy, because that area has been repeatedly cleaned up, and it is impossible for large mutant beasts to appear in 10 or 8 years. That is, Minister Wen has a good relationship with their Captain Lei, so such an easy task that can earn silver coins is not their turn. On the way here, they were still privately speculating that since it could attract 4 agricultural experts from the 40th district, this new species must be worth a lot of money. Who is the lucky person who discovered the new species? Unexpectedly, it was his acquaintance, Miss Zuoshan. In fact, among all the scavengers who went to the Black Pine Forest yesterday, the luckiest person was Miss Zuoshan herself, because she was the only one who found 6 low-radiation pine nuts. Unexpectedly, one day later, she actually discovered a new species. Jia Yiming couldn't help but wonder, this girl couldn't have the legendary koi physique? But looking at her clothes and her pale and thin appearance, she didn't look like a koi physique at all. Maybe she suddenly attracted a lucky star recently, so she was so lucky? Seeing acquaintances, Zuoshan felt even more relaxed. With this group of people accompanying her, she could walk sideways, and she didn't have to worry about a small mutant beast suddenly jumping out of the tall and dense bushes on the side of the road. These guys are actually very smart. Once a large group of people pass by, they run faster than rabbits. Zuoshan led the way in front, and the 4 experts followed closely behind. They were very busy measuring the surrounding air and soil with the instruments they carried with them. Zuoshan walked in front leisurely and took a cutting knife to measure the green leaves she liked. As a result, she really detected 2 leaves with moderate radiation, which she picked and stuffed into her backpack. Jia Yiming couldn't help but complain in the back. "You have received a high reward. Why are you still scavenging in a hurry?" Zuoshan, who can understand the pressure of a single pregnant mother? The 4 experts didn't care about this. On the contrary, they thought that Zuoshan's detection of the surrounding plants could provide them with certain environmental data. The journey was smooth, and no one even fell. The mercenaries were about to doze off, and looking at Zuoshan's behavior, they thought she was very smart. "Anyway, I'm free. Why not pick up a few edible leaves to take back?" Finally, they arrived at the place. The 4 experts excitedly gathered in the pit that she had covered with loose soil. They carefully dug up the loose soil and checked it several times. Except for a few roots that were dug out, they didn't even find a thumb-sized stem. I have to admit that this girl is really serious and careful in her work. After carefully checking the area within a radius of 100 meters, they didn't find another pagoda vegetable. Although they didn't gain anything, they still carefully collected several large sacks of soil in and around the pit, and also took videos of the surrounding plants so that they could go back and study them slowly. The experts were busy here, and Zuoshan was very bored. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do, she said hello and planned to go to the bamboo forest a few hundred meters away to cut bamboo. She didn't forget that this was her original intention to go out this morning. Zuoshan's eyes turned, and she had the idea of these idle mercenaries. She came to Captain Lei and whispered to him, asking him to lend 2 people to help her, and she would pay according to the work. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Captain Lei asked Jia Yiming to bring 2 mercenaries to help. Jia Yiming chose 2 mercenaries who were on good terms with him and followed Zuoshan. When they arrived at the bamboo forest, Zuoshan looked up at the bamboos that were 100 or 200 meters high, and his neck was almost broken. The magic of nature is really amazing. Jia Yiming asked, "Are you going to cut the bamboo to make a bed? Bamboo can also be used to make a bed?"
Oh,
"It can indeed be made. How could I be so stupid? I just thought of using bamboo to make a storage cabinet, but I forgot that my family doesn't have a bed now." Zuoshan slapped his forehead hard. So, Zuoshan, who originally planned to cut young bamboo, watched Jia Yiming and his two companions take out sharp knives made of unknown metal and skillfully cut down a thick bamboo that was more than 200 meters high and could not be hugged by one person. Then he cut it into 1 to 2 meter long sections along its bamboo joints. When Zuoshan saw the top section of more than 50 centimeters long, she immediately had an idea. This can be used as a bucket. Immersed in endless reverie, Zuoshan suddenly felt her lower abdomen begin to swell. This was the second time she felt the fetus move. She was stroking her lower abdomen with a happy face, and she felt the fetal movement becoming more and more intense, as if the fetus was greatly frightened. Mother and child are connected by heart. This was the first time she understood the meaning of this word. If it were someone else, when they heard her say that the fetal movement was intense, their first reaction would definitely be whether the fetus was a sign of premature birth, but Zuoshan knew clearly that her baby was afraid. Something terrible must be happening or about to happen. Thinking of this, she pulled Jia Yiming with a horrified face and said, "Run. Don't want the bamboo." Jia Yiming's two companions didn't understand, but when they saw Zuoshan running fast, they also threw down the chopped bamboo and ran with him. In the wasteland, some people have awakened the ability to perceive danger. Although this kind of ability is rare, it does exist. The mercenaries often struggled on the line between life and death. They were more sensitive to danger than ordinary people. Based on the principle of better to believe it than not to believe it, they chose to believe Zuoshan. After a few days of training, Zuoshan's running speed was no worse than that of ordinary mercenaries. When the three of them ran to the pagoda vegetable, the experts were still collecting vegetation specimens around. Zuoshan said to Captain Lei, "There is danger. Let's retreat quickly." Although Captain Lei didn't understand where her sense of danger came from, he still reacted immediately and ordered the accompanying mercenaries to take out laser guns. He himself took out a few things like steel pipes from his heavy backpack, quickly combined them into a small turret, and was ready to aim. The four experts were surrounded in the center. They were still a little unconvinced. The old expert Chu Hung smiled and said, "Miss Sua, are you mistaken? I think you are a little paranoid. We have not seen even a small mutant beast on the way here. How could there be any real danger?" Such a domineering appearance momentum was rarely seen by Lei, the leader of the mercenary group. Preliminary inference is that the weight of this mutant beast is at least more than 10 tons. Although the ferocity of the mutant beast is not necessarily proportional to its weight alone can easily crush the 50 mercenaries he led. What's more, they still have 4 experts to protect. It's not that Lei deliberately ignored Zuoshan, the guide. In fact, every agricultural expert is a treasure of the entire green algae star. Losing any of them is a crime against all mankind. As for Zuoshan, she did make contributions, but apart from the fact that she discovered a new species, she was essentially just an ordinary scavenger in District 50. Her death is actually irrelevant and will not cause any loss to anyone. Zuoshan, I have a bad temper. 1 corpse, 2 lives. But at this moment, she knew very well that when disaster strikes, even couples will choose to fly separately, let alone these mercenaries who have no friendship with her. She must find a way to protect herself. Staying with the 4 experts seems to be the safest, but when it comes to life and death, she believes that these mercenaries will definitely sacrifice their pawns to save their masters and use her as cannon fodder to protect the experts. So she decided to find an opportunity to escape. Even if she ran alone, it would be safer than following the large army. After all, if the mutant beast wants to attack, it will definitely choose the place with the most people. As long as she leaves the crowd, she will become the most inconspicuous, tiny individual and will not become the target of the mutant beast. This is like when a person comes to an ant nest, he will only stare at the ant colony and will never notice a single ant. Even if he glimpses it quietly slipping away, he will not care. Thinking of this, Zhuoshan immediately made a decision. As long as there is a chance, he will run away immediately. The giant mutant beast finally appeared in everyone's sight. When Zhuoshan saw its appearance clearly, he almost screamed.
Mamma mia.
Isn't this an enlarged version of the national treasure? The white fur, the big dark circles under the eyes, and the chubby body, no matter from which angle, it is the baby panda that she has loved since she was a child. However, the size of this national treasure is too shocking. It looks about the same size as an African elephant, 5 or 6 meters long, 3 or 4 meters tall, and there is a sense of oppression like a mountain standing there. Even so huge, it still looks naive, with thick hair all over its body, and black and white match the most beautiful colors in the world. Before Zhuoshan had time to appreciate it, he heard Captain Lei roar, "Shoot!" 50 mercenaries were divided into 2 groups, one inside and one outside. One group fired while the other was on full alert. More than 20 lasers rushed to shoot at the national treasure. Before it launched an attack, the vital parts of its body had been shot into a sieve. The national treasure was obviously confused by this sudden attack. It was just taking a walk around the bamboo forest. Why did it get beaten suddenly? The big treasure was not injured in a fatal place. The laser beams only scorched its hair. It looked a little embarrassed, with dozens of pits all over its body. It was like a beautiful woman with a gorgeous face suddenly had dozens of pimples on her face. The damage was not great, but it was extremely insulting. It was completely enraged. It roared, and then its huge body jumped up and rushed towards the mercenaries on the periphery. Captain Lei took advantage of the moment when its body bounced up and fired a laser cannon at its abdomen, and it fired continuously. The abdomen is the softest part of an animal and also the weakest part of its defense. Daguabeo screamed and fell heavily from the air and landed on the ground. Captain Lei took the opportunity to order a group of mercenaries in the inner circle to shoot. This time, someone aimed at the previously burned pit and fired. The laser beam finally penetrated Daguabeo's strong skin, and blood flowed from its body, dyeing its snow-white fur red. Zhuoshan looked at the tragic scene in front of her. Tears welled up, and then there was a fierce rolling in her lower abdomen. She shouted loudly, "There is danger.
Run."
After shouting this, she rushed out of the guard circle formed by the mercenaries, regardless of anything, and ran wildly towards the direction of the bamboo forest. In her cognition, Guobao likes to chew bamboo, leaves the most, and that bamboo forest should be its territory. When they went to cut bamboo before, it should have gone out to play or take a walk, so they didn't meet it. At this moment, it is fighting with the mercenary group, so the bamboo forest is the safest place. Sure enough, she had just run a dozen meters and looked back, and saw a very terrible scene. Daguabeo jumped up from the ground again, and with lightning speed, he flattened Captain Lei's laser cannon with one palm. Fortunately, Captain Lei had been through many battles and reacted quickly. He threw himself behind a thick tree trunk on the left and barely avoided the aftermath of this palm. However, before he had time to catch his breath, Daguabeo followed with another palm, and the thick tree trunk that the two of them could not hug broke with a sound. The crackling sound of the breaking was like a death cry, which shocked everyone present. Zhuoshan was so scared that his legs went limp, and for a moment he forgot to continue running. Captain Lei was certainly not scared, but his speed was ultimately no match for the destructive power of this behemoth. The wind brought by the tree trunk when it fell to the ground suddenly flipped him to the ground. Fortunately, he rolled a few more times to avoid being smashed into a meat pie on the spot. At the critical moment, Captain Lei did not forget to yell, "Suicide Squad, follow the predetermined plan and protect the experts to escape in 4 directions." This roar finally brought Zhuoshan back to her senses. She turned her head and continued to run towards the set goal. She ignored all the exclamations and running sounds behind her and just ran forward. At this moment, she was a scumbag. What else could she do but run? As she ran, she suddenly hit a wall. The pain on her forehead was secondary. What made her feel incredible was that she clearly looked at the road when she ran. She swore that half a second ago, there was nothing in front of her and she didn't see a shadow. She looked up in horror and saw a tall man. What frightened her even more was that this man had short silver hair and his face. He was the man who had done unspeakable things with her in the dream. Absolutely true.
Mamma mia!
Come and strike her with thunder to wake her up. It was time to escape, and Zwishan had no time to think about whether it was an illusion or not. She pushed him hard, wanting him to get out of the way. However,
No push.
the man stood firmly in the middle of the road, grabbed her collar with his backhand, and said in a deep voice, "What level is the mutant beast that appeared over there?" Ahem. Let go. Who knows what level it is? I tell you, a good dog doesn't block the road, even if you are an illusion. Hurry up and disperse for me. Don't delay my escape. Zwishan struggled desperately, but she felt that she was in the hands of this man, like a chick being strangled by the butcher's neck. No matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain. Just when she was about to smoke with anxiety, the man suddenly let go of her hand, and she fell directly to the ground. When she opened her mouth to curse, she found that the man had disappeared. An untimely poem came to her mind. You left quietly, just as you came quietly, waving your sleeves, without taking away a cloud.
Ah!
This rascal. In the fantasy world, shouldn't a handsome man fall from the sky, give the heroine in danger a princess hug, and then wave his hand to fight off the demons and monsters? But what did he do? He pinched her collar, asked a question, and when he didn't get the answer he wanted, he threw her to the ground. She was a pregnant woman. Wasn't he afraid that she would die? Well, in fact, she didn't show any signs of wanting to miscarry, but at least he had to stay for a few more minutes to give her a chance to touch porcelain. Forget it. This is a wasteland. There are no human rights. It's better to escape. Why think about these things? Zwishan ran all the way and finally ran into the tall bamboo forest. She chose the thickest bamboo and started to climb up in no time. The bamboo here has a rough skin, and the branches growing horizontally are strong enough to provide leverage, so she quickly climbed to a height of more than 10 meters. She found a place with dense bamboo leaves and hid herself between several banana leaf-sized bamboo leaves. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. The battle over there seemed to be still going on. The screams of Daguabeo were getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that the mercenary group had won. Zwishan finally let go of her worries. Although she was really reluctant to hurt Daguabeo, it was too big, and its combat power was too terrifying. It was impossible for humans to tame such a giant. In this case, it was a powerful enemy for humans. She couldn't stand from the perspective of ordinary humans on Blue Star and protect it as a rare species, even though its appearance looked so stupid and cute. But in fact, its lethality was no less than that of 50 mercenaries. Zwishan sighed in her heart, but her position was very firm. If she had the ability to kill it, she would not show mercy. After all, she was not a tamer, had no ability to communicate with it, and could not guarantee that it could coexist peacefully with humans. Could there be other mutants hiding on this big bamboo? During this period of time, she had roughly understood the harm of mutants. Even a small mutant could kill a lone, ordinary human in a few minutes. She didn't have time to think more and immediately used her fastest speed to slide under the bamboo with her hands and feet. But the thing behind her seemed to have set its sights on her and followed closely behind her. When she was more than 3 meters away from the ground, she slipped and fell directly. It's over, my life is over. She wailed in her heart, but she heard a gust of wind passing by her ears, and a shadow jumped down from behind her to the ground before her. This thing, is it trying to compete with her to see who can get down the tree faster? This absurd thought arose in her mind, and at the same time, her body fell to the ground. Why doesn't it hurt? It seems to have fallen on a thick meat pad. When Zwishan came to her senses, she found that there was really a ball of fluffy meat pads under her. She opened her eyes wide and met a pair of round, wet, black and white eyes. They were on the snow-white, soft, fluffy face and looked like 2 crystal-clear black gems inlaid on the snow. A pair of delicate black and white ears and a small mouth with the corners of the lips slightly bent upwards. This. It is clearly a cute and adorable baby panda. Judging from its weight, it should not exceed 2 kilograms, which is about the same as an ordinary adult house cat. Thinking of the giant national treasure she had seen before, Zuoshan really couldn't believe her eyes. At this moment, the baby panda was looking at her with grievance, and it was making "aing" sound from its mouth. Unexpectedly, Zuoshan felt that she seemed to understand what it meant. It was saying, "Baby is playing with you. Why did you hit the baby? It hurts." Zuoshan. Foul. It's too foul. Please stop being cute. My little heart has melted into water. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally regained her sanity. The baby panda in front of her should be the child of the big giant panda before, right? Otherwise, it would not be possible for it to appear in this bamboo forest. And in this bamboo forest, it is estimated that only the big giant panda and its child are in this bamboo forest. I remember that this bamboo forest was cleared by the mercenary group before. Logically, there should be no large mutant beasts, but this big giant panda, perhaps because of pregnancy and childbirth, found this seemingly safe bamboo forest. It's a pity that it shouldn't easily set foot in human activity areas, which led to tragic consequences. Reason told Zuoshan that she should throw away the baby panda or hand it over to the mercenary group, but it just became her meat pad and saved her and the baby in her belly. She really couldn't be so ungrateful. What's more, the idea of protecting giant pandas engraved in her bones since she was a child made her really unable to bear to watch such a baby panda being killed. After thinking it over, she finally decided to take it home temporarily. After all, it would be difficult for it to survive alone in the wild without its mother's care. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard Jia Yiming's call. Miss Sua, where are you? If you hear me, just answer the call." It seemed that the battle over there was over, and Captain Lei sent him out to find her. Zuoshan quickly picked up the baby panda and stuffed it into her backpack. She also thoughtfully picked up a few bamboo leaves and covered it with them. She put one hand into her bag and gently stroked its fur and tickled it. The little guy lay obediently in the bag and stopped moving. She then shouted at the top of her voice, "Brother Jia, I'm here." Jia Yiming came to find her alone, and as soon as they met, he shouted, "You are really great. You run faster than a rabbit. But it's a good thing you ran fast. This time, 5 of us were seriously injured and 2 died. Even Captain Lei almost died. Fortunately, a big shot from the inner 10th district came with the ability of teleportation and rescued him from the mouth of the mutant iron-eating beast. What does that big shot look like? Is he gone? If I go back now, will I still have time to visit?" Zuoshan asked tentatively. He has a pair of azure blue eyes and short silver hair that looks like a shining silver coin when the sun shines on it. Ahem. I don't know what adjective to use. In short, he is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Moreover, his ability level is level 9, and he is just a little bit away from reaching the full level 10 among genetic warriors. As soon as he made a move, the 4th level mutant iron-eating beast died instantly. From now on, he is my Jia Yiming's male god. I will take him as my ultimate goal and fight for my whole life. It's a pity that he came and went in a hurry. After killing the mutant iron-eating beast, he teleported away, and we didn't even have time to say thank you. Jia Yiming's eyes were full of stars, just like a crazy fan chasing stars. Zuoshan was finally relieved after hearing the last sentence. This man has such a terrifying fighting power, a bad temper, and no gentlemanly manners. If he knew that she was carrying his baby in her belly and took advantage of the situation, he wouldn't just reach into her belly and take the baby out alive, right? Thinking of that bloody scene, Zuoshan was extremely thankful that he didn't stop and ran away directly, otherwise he might be exposed. As a high-level gene warrior, who knows if he has the ability to sense his own blood like in fairy tales? In fact, Zuoshan accidentally found out the truth. Modi London was originally leading a team to track a 7th level mutant beast passing through this place, and suddenly felt a palpitation, as if his blood relative was in danger. That's why he temporarily left the team and used the teleportation ability to come and check, but he was bumped into by a scavenger from District 50. This person is obviously an ordinary person, and the blood of their London family is born as a gene warrior, so she is definitely not the one who made him feel palpitations. Then he heard a huge noise from a fierce battle. It should be that a mid-level mutant beast appeared nearby and engaged in close combat with the mercenary group. He left Zuoshan, an ordinary scavenger, behind and rushed to rescue him. Unfortunately, after the rescue, he still couldn't sense his blood relatives. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people, so he teleported away and went to catch up with his hunting team. Modi London didn't know that just because he didn't have the patience to look carefully, he missed more than 1 billion points. Jia Yiming accompanied Zuoshan back to the main force. The 4 experts were relieved to see her. They pulled the girl out to lead them, but when they were in danger, the mercenary group didn't send anyone to protect her. Fortunately, she was smart and left the battlefield early, so she didn't get hurt. Captain Lei was not seriously injured, and he felt a little ashamed when he saw Zuoshan. Their mercenary group dispatched 50 soldiers this time, but at the critical moment, they threw the girl who led the way aside, completely ignoring her life or death. Because of this guilt, he specifically ordered Jia Yiming to take 4 uninjured team members to the bamboo forest to cut 4 bamboos for her. She also promised that after returning, she would let them make a bed, several lockers, and several shelves according to her requirements and sizes. Zuoshan suddenly felt that she had made a fortune. Although she was frightened during this trip, she got a room full of furniture. It was like going out to a mall and encountering robbers, and the mall gave her a set of free custom-made furniture for the whole house. On the way back, Zuoshan stroked her belly and thought, "Is there a cockroach in her belly?" When she was escaping, she ran wildly, climbed trees, and fell from a height, but it didn't react at all. Thinking of the cockroach in her belly, she thought of the panda baby who served as a human cushion for her. Oh no, the green algae people called it an iron-eating beast. The little guy is really careless. His mother is dead, but he can still sleep in her backpack. This is really... Young people don't know the taste of sorrow. After Jia Yiming escorted her home, Zuoshan locked the door and saw a noble and elegant cat in front of her, with its tail up, welcoming her. "Master, welcome home." Zuoshan's eyes instantly burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Maoli, it was a close call today. You almost couldn't see your beautiful, kind, and troubled master. After telling Maoli everything that happened today, Maoli's first reaction was not to comfort her, but to do an energy test on the panda baby in her backpack. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a low-radiation first-order mutant beast. Its beast core energy value is 988 points, which can be absorbed by the little master for a long time, and its flesh and blood can also provide you with rich nutrition. Maoli reported seriously. Zuoshan slapped the cat's head with a slap. What are you thinking? Facing such a cute baby panda, how can you have such a cruel idea? What's more, it is your master's savior. Do you want me to be ungrateful and repay kindness with enmity? But master, once this mutant beast grows up, its level will exceed the 4th level, or even higher. If it is untamed in the future, you and the little master will become its meal.
Maoli burria.
No, it is so cute, it will not be willing to harm us. Zuoshan shook her head and was also wavering in her heart. What if it is really untamed in the future? Or what if it attacks other people in the future? The most terrible thing is that she can't afford to raise a mutant beast. Master, if you really can't bear to part with it, I'll look through my knowledge base and find the method of contracting mutant beasts that I recorded before. As long as you sign a master-servant contract with it, it will be obedient for the rest of its life. Maoli saw that she was worried and hurriedly said, Really? That's great. Zuoshan clapped his hands excitedly. A quarter of an hour later, Maoli found the contract method, but only people with superpowers can sign a contract with mutant beasts. Although she couldn't contract the panda baby herself, Zuoshan still didn't give up the plan to temporarily adopt it. After all, she was pregnant with a baby who was suspected to be born with superpowers. She had a general understanding of the growth cycle of the panda baby. According to the weight of the little guy, it should be between the newborn stage and the infant stage, and this stage takes about 9 months. But it is a mutant beast after all, and its weight will grow to a terrifying 10-ton level in the future, so this stage may take longer. At this stage, it can survive on bamboo leaves, and it doesn't eat too much. It is estimated that 1 or 2 kilograms of bamboo leaves a day is enough. At this moment, the bamboo cut by Jia Yiming and his team was piled up at the door of her house. If you just collect the bamboo leaves, it is estimated that there are more than 10 kilograms, which is enough for it to eat for at least a week. I hope it is not too picky. If it only eats fresh bamboo leaves, then she really can't keep it alive. She has to send it back to the bamboo forest. After all, she can't go to the bamboo forest to pick up waste every day. She sent Mao Li to pick all the bamboo leaves and used bamboo leaves to weave a small basket of 50 centimeters square for the panda baby. Zuoshan put the still sleeping little guy into the small basket. Smelling the familiar bamboo fragrance around, it twisted its little body and lay on its back, belly up to the sky, and continued to sleep. Alas, what a heartless little guy. Zuoshan sighed, and then took out the 2 edible wild vegetable leaves collected today, put them in the pot and cooked them. One piece was eaten directly, and the other was cut into thin slices and dried as food. She opened her watch and took another look at the balance on it. The 5-digit silver coin savings made her feel full of security. But she understood the principle of living off the fat of the land. She was a pregnant woman, and in the future there would be another baby who would not be able to work. If she didn't save some food while she could still run around, she would be at a loss if there was a serious illness or disaster. Lying on the thick straw mat, Zuoshan looked at the pine nuts hidden in the corner, the old basket of dried yam strips, and the uneaten alfalfa leaves on the rattan rack on the other side. She fell asleep contentedly. No matter how many ups and downs there would be in the future, at least she had survived the initial hard times, and she believed that the days ahead would only get better and better. The next morning, Jia Yiming came with a strange mercenary. He introduced that this person was the warehouse manager of their mercenary group, named Jiang Sha. Jiang Sha was in his 40s, with a simple and honest face, but he had a pair of skillful hands. He was usually responsible for decomposing the mutant beasts harvested by the group, and the use of hot weapons. Making storage cabinets and shelves is his side job. This skill cannot be used to make a living in the wasteland. It is purely his personal hobby. He is an ordinary person without superpowers, but Captain Lei recruited him into the mercenary group because he was honest and never embezzled, and his ability to tidy up the house far exceeded that of ordinary mercenaries. At first, some people were not convinced, but later when they saw the messy, dirty, and smelly warehouse, which was cleaned up by his hands, no one complained. What's more, he did not participate in the commission of various incomes in the group. He only took a fixed salary of 3,000 silver coins per month. Jiang Sha knew that he did not pay as much as the mercenaries who fought with mutant beasts on the front line, so he always tried his best to make them comfortable. Every time he received a mission to go out, he would prepare the necessary weapons, equipment, and dry food for everyone. After returning from the mission, he would also be the first to send everyone hot water and clean towels, and then wipe the blood stains on their weapons. In short, with him, the whole mercenary group felt like they had a caring housekeeper and nanny, and now everyone felt that they could not do without him. Uncle Jiang, thank you so much for coming here in person. Zuoshan thanked him seriously and did not forget to transfer 100 silver coins to him and Jia Yiming. Although Captain Lei promised her that the furniture would be free, she couldn't really let him work for her in vain. After getting up in the morning, Zuoshan drew the size of the furniture she needed on the open space in front of the door. Her drawing was not very professional, but the numbers were clearly marked. Jiang Sha, a professional, saw it clearly at a glance and nodded with satisfaction. Before coming, he thought it would take a lot of effort to communicate with Miss Hua. After all, most girls born in the wasteland have little education and knowledge, so he was worried that she couldn't express her needs clearly. But when he saw the picture on the ground, his impression of her changed immediately. This should be a girl who is poor but willing to work hard to learn culture. He respects such a girl from the bottom of his heart. No wonder she didn't rely on a man to live in her youth, but chose to pick up waste alone to support herself. Jiangsha's carpenter's knife and hacksaw blades are very sharp. Jia Yiming helped him, and the two of them quickly broke the bamboo joints. Looking at the bamboo pieces being planed smooth and flat under his hands, and then connected and fixed with screws, and finally becoming beautiful and practical storage cabinets and shelves, Zuoshan couldn't help but marvel. Mao Li hid invisibly and recorded the whole process. As the little prince of the mechanical family, he has a strong learning ability. As long as he records the production method of furniture, he can try to copy it when he has enough energy in the future. They brought nutritional supplements for lunch. In the 50th district, people only buy this stuff when the weather is extremely cold and they can't go out to scavenge. But almost everyone in the mercenary group takes it as a main meal because it can provide enough calories. Although other nutrients cannot be guaranteed, it is good to be full in the wasteland era. As the host, Zuoshan naturally couldn't watch the guests prepare their own lunch, so she took 3 moderately irradiated alfalfa leaves, 3 pine nuts, and dozens of yam strips, sprinkled a handful of coarse salt, and cooked a large pot of wild vegetable and yam paste. In her opinion, this is the most simple lunch for entertaining guests, but Jia Yiming and Jiang Sha's eyes lit up. Even if they are in the mercenary group, they can't often eat such a sumptuous main meal. Wild vegetables are not rare, but pine nuts and yam strips are rarely seen in the recipe. Miss Sua, you are too extravagant. We ate several days' rations in one meal. It's really embarrassing, Jia Yiming said guiltily. He also wanted to resist eating it, but since the food was cooked, it would go bad easily if he didn't eat it. Moreover, the porridge smelled so good that he really couldn't resist it. Jiang Sha felt the same way. His wife was also a scavenger and could only barely support herself. He also had his mother and children to support, and life at home was not easy. When he saw the porridge in the bowl, the first thing he thought of was that it would be great if he could take it back to his mother and daughter. Thinking that Zuoshan, a single woman, had a hard life, it would be uneasy to eat her sumptuous lunch for free. After the two of them discussed it, they each took out 3 nutritional supplements for her. Miss Sua, please don't dislike this. This is distributed by our group. It's very unpalatable.
We've been tired of it for a long time.
You can take it with you when you go out to scavenge. It's convenient to fill your stomach, Jia Yiming said earnestly. Zuoshan no longer hesitated and refused, and thanked her generously and took it. This was the first time she had received a nutritional supplement. In her original memory, she would only use the silver coins in her account to buy one in extremely cold weather when she was really hungry. However, she would not drink all of them at once and would save them for 3 days. Although Jia Yiming and the others gave out 6 nutritional supplements, they still felt that they had made a profit. The porridge cooked by Miss Sua was really delicious. Such honest people, as long as Miss Sua needed it, they would definitely try their best to help. Zuoshan herself did not feel too distressed, because her life since childhood had cultivated her habit of being generous to guests. What's more, she had just received 50,000 silver coins, so she might as well be generous for once. With furniture and a bed, Zuoshan felt that the house finally had a bit of home flavor. Jiang Sha and Jia Yiming also considerately used the remaining bamboo to nail a fence around her yard. A fence is at best a thing to prevent gentlemen but not villains. In a place like District 50, theft and robbery are commonplace, let alone something like a fence. But when they were nailing the fence, they were all wearing mercenary uniforms, which was a warning to the scavengers in District 50. This was a warning to everyone that this family had a background and backing, and whoever dared to provoke her would definitely not end well. After all, scavengers were ordinary people, while mercenaries were genetic warriors. Even if their ability level was low, it was as easy to deal with ordinary people as cutting melons and vegetables. After Jia Yiming and Jiang Sha left, some gossipers whispered in private that Zuoshan, this little girl, must have slept with a leader of the mercenary group. Otherwise, how could she have been treated like this? But talk was talk, and they didn't dare to gossip in front of her now. For Zuoshan, the talk behind her was worthless, and she didn't care at all. They were so poor that they didn't have time to worry about rumors. They might as well go to the wild to collect 2 more leaves to store food. There were now 2 lemon fruits and a pyracantha planted in the yard, and Zwishan decided to plant 3 more pagoda vegetables. The method of planting this thing is very simple. She had seen it in the countryside when she was a child. Separate each pagoda vegetable, with the root end facing down, and bury the whole thing in the soil. Fertilizer should be applied to the soil. Unfortunately, there is no place to buy fertilizer in this wasteland era. She had to use local materials and use the high-radiation wild grass leaves collected before to cover the yam. The ash obtained after burning was mixed into the soil as fertilizer. The effect will definitely be worse, but it is better than nothing. She selected a total of 3 pagoda vegetables to plant. Because pagoda vegetables cannot be watered at the beginning of planting, she just buried them in the soil casually. As for whether they can be cultivated in the future, it can only be left to fate. After all, she has only seen others planting, but she herself is not a qualified farmer. Since each pagoda vegetable is as big as a radish, she handed over more than half of them, leaving only about 10 for herself. She divided 3 and buried them in the soil. There were 9 left, enough to pickle a jar of kimchi. But when she wanted to pickle kimchi, she found that there was no pickle jar at home. She was so depressed that she wanted to cry. What a lousy era. There was not even a kimchi jar. Unfortunately, she was not a time-traveling heroine who could make her own porcelain. After thinking about it, she decided to go to a grocery store to see if there was a suitable container. There was no grocery store in District 50. The nearest one was the Lin family's grocery store in District 49. But Lin Dandon, her original love rival, was in the grocery store, and she really didn't want to face her. If she didn't go to the Lin family's grocery store, she could only go to the grocery store in District 48, but District 48 was still 200 kilometers away from District 49, and she had to take a bus to get there. After thinking about it again and again, she decided to bite the bullet and go to the Lin family's grocery store. In order to make this trip more natural, she decided to bring 2 pine nuts to sell so that the Lin family would not think she was going to beg for money when they saw her. Early in the morning, Zwishan put 2 pine nuts in her backpack and jogged all the way to the Lin family's grocery store. The grocery store was about 10 kilometers away from her home, which was just the right distance for her to exercise. It took her 40 minutes to run to the grocery store, which was at least a quarter slower than her daily training speed, but much faster than when she first arrived in the wasteland. She was sweating all over, and she entered the Lin family grocery store with the smell of sweat. Today, the old couple of the Lin family had something to do, and Lin Dandon stayed to look after the store. Coincidentally, Chi-young also went out to purchase parts, leaving Lin Dandon alone at home. When she saw Zwishan, her face fell. She had secretly followed Chi-young twice when he went back to see his sister, so she had seen Zwishan. She originally wanted to catch him cheating on her those 2 times, but she found that Chi-young only stayed at her sister's house for a quarter of an hour, and when he left, he was dressed neatly, without any signs of having done any intimate exercise. After those 2 times, she never followed him again, and every time Chi-young went back, she kept track of the time and estimated that he stayed there for almost a quarter of an hour. She couldn't find any fault with him, but she always felt uncomfortable in her heart. She always felt that Chi-young cared more about his non-blood-related sister, but she couldn't explain why. Since she came to the house on her own today, Lin Dandon decided to teach her a lesson so that she would understand that her husband was not something that a lowly scavenger from District 50 like her could covet. Zwishan knew what she was thinking as soon as he saw her expression and asked directly, "Excuse me, do you accept pine nuts here?" Moderate radiation. Lin Dandon was about to speak, but her words were blocked. When she heard that she was going to sell mountain pine nuts, she wanted to say no, but she held back. Pine nuts are nutritious nuts, which are hard to come by in District 49. A few days ago, I heard that the Flying Tiger mercenary group took their families to the Black Pine Forest. But most of the pine nuts they harvested were privately bought at high prices by the mercenaries in District 48 and given to families with children who are genetic warriors to supplement nutrition. Their Lin's grocery store didn't receive even one. "Where did your pine nuts come from?" Lin Dandon blurted out and questioned. "Why do you care where I come from?" When did your Lin's grocery store ask about the source when purchasing things?
Swashan asked back.
If we don't ask clearly, what if you stole this thing and the owner comes to our door? We will have to suffer the consequences. Lin Dandan said righteously.
Ha!
No wonder your Lin family store has been running for decades, but has never been able to expand. It turns out that this is how you do business. Zwashan sneered and turned to walk out the door.
Hey!
Don't go. You took things from my house and haven't paid yet. Lin Dandan saw that she was about to leave, but she hadn't even said what she wanted to teach her a lesson. Naturally, she was unwilling to give up, and she started to frame her in a hurry. You said I took things from your house? Then tell me, what did I take from your house? Swashan turned around and sneered. You took my pine nuts. Lin Dandan said casually. Then tell me, how many pine nuts did I take from your house? Swashan continued. Of course one. Lin Dandan said because when they show things to customers, they usually only take out one sample, and pine nuts are such a rare nutrient, she believed that she would not be able to take out a second one. At this time, there were already many people watching the fun gathered around. Swashan said to the crowd, since everyone is here, why not help me to be a witness? She took out 2 pine nuts from her bag, and they were both packed in an exquisite little bamboo basket. This was made for her by Jiangsha with the leftover scraps yesterday. It was also a reward for her generosity in giving silver coins and making a lunch for them. Did everyone see it clearly? There are 2 nuts. I originally planned to sell them in the Lin family store, but she insisted that I tell her the origin of the things. As a seller, there is no obligation to explain the source of the things when selling things. I believe everyone agrees with this. I didn't think it was necessary to deal with such a buyer, so I decided to leave, and then she began to frame me for stealing. Lin Dandan, even though yours is the only store in the entire District 49, I tell you, from now on I would rather take the bus to District 48 to shop, and I will never set foot in your Lin store again. Swashan turned around and strode away. Lin Dandan's face turned red and white. She stamped her feet hard and turned to go into the house. At this moment, Chiang pushed through the crowd and followed her in. He had just come back from buying parts and didn't expect to see this scene. He wanted to catch up with Swashan, but he didn't know what to say to her. He knew that no matter how he apologized, she would never forgive him again, let alone treat him as a family member. In fact, when she transferred 50 silver coins to him when he saw her last time, he already understood her determination. She only treated him as a neighbor's brother and would never look at him with trusting eyes again. After Lin Dandan's disturbance today, the last relationship between him and her was broken. At this moment, he really understood what he had lost in order to enter the 49th district and to enter a higher-class life in the future. Lin Dandan saw Chi Yang with a sullen face and immediately panicked. She quickly came over and said, Chi Yang, I really didn't mean to frame your sister. I was just angry that she didn't love herself and sold her body for a few pine nuts. I wanted to discipline her for you and let her be a good girl who can support herself in the future. Do you believe what you said? Do your parents believe it? This kind of thing will only happen once. Otherwise, I don't mind accompanying you to the marriage registration office to dissolve our marriage. Chiang said calmly. His eyes were not fierce, and he didn't even have anger. There was only a coldness like a cold pond, which made Lin Dandan shiver as if she was in a storm in extremely cold weather. I'm sorry. I just love you too much. Chiang, I don't dare to do it again. I really don't dare to do it again. For the sake of the children, please don't treat me like this, okay? Lin Dandan cried and grabbed his sleeve and begged. What did I do to you? Did I abuse you or scold you? Okay, let go. I'm still busy repairing laser guns for people. Chiang gently pried open her fingers that were pulling his sleeve, turned his head, and went into the small repair shop next door. Lin Dandan looked at his busy figure and felt that he seemed to be very far away from her, but in fact, they were only a few meters apart. She knew that her vision was actually very good. She chose a man who would have a great future as her husband, but at the same time she knew that this man had never allowed her to enter his heart from beginning to end. But she would not let go, even if he didn't have him in his heart. At least she would firmly occupy the position beside him, just because she was carrying his baby in her belly. She knew that he valued blood ties, because he was an orphan, and he would not let his children become children without a father, so she was bound to her for this life, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape. After leaving the Lin family store, Zhuoshan went directly to the central square of District 49, where there was the only bus stop to District 48, and there was only one bus going between the two districts every day. Zhuoshan walked to the bus stop and saw that the departure time was more than half an hour away. The price marked on it was 3 silver coins, and she thought this price was fair. There happened to be a relatively clean-looking step under the bus stop, so she sat down and waited. After waiting for about 20 minutes, she suddenly saw a small SUV parked in front of her. The window glass rolled down, and a head popped out from inside. "Miss Swa, are you going to District 48? My car happens to be empty. Would you like to get in, and I'll give you a ride?" Minister Wen said with a warm face. Although the 4 experts on-site investigation of the growth environment of the pagoda vegetables caused the mercenaries escorting them to encounter a 4th-order mutant beast, this did not affect his reward from his superiors for discovering a new edible species. He is about to be promoted to the director of the Exchange Hall of the 48th District. He went there today to make a handover. The original minister took the opportunity to use his connections to be promoted to the 47th District. All this was ultimately due to the good luck brought to him by Zhuoshan, so his attitude towards her was naturally kind. Zhuoshan's bit of integrity was instantly thrown to Java under the sharp contrast between the safety and comfort of buses and private cars. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Minister Wen." After getting in the car, the driver and personal assistant drove in the front, and Minister Wen accompanied her in the back seat to chat. "Miss Swa, I heard about what happened that day from Captain Lei, so you don't have to have any psychological burden. In fact, it was fortunate that they discovered the 4th-order mutant beast that day. Otherwise, if it ran into the residential area, I don't know how many people would have died. And they were lucky that day. They happened to meet the 9th-level mutant from the London family, who easily helped them get rid of the 4th-level mutant beast. And afterward, he left directly and left the spoils to them. The 4th-level iron-eating beast is extremely valuable, enough for Captain Lei to treat the seriously injured mercenaries and pay pensions to the 2 dead mercenaries. The 9th-level mutant from the London family? Zhuoshan immediately grasped the point. Although she didn't want to have any intersection with this person at all, she still wanted to know his identity and everything about him. "Yes, you are an ordinary person. You should not have heard of the London family. They are the most powerful family in the central area. It is said that the genes of the London family are very powerful. All children of the family's direct bloodline are born as gene warriors, and their awakened genes are very unique, and each child has a different type of superpower. Therefore, the London family can always occupy the position of one of the 4 major families in the central area. And this Modi London is recognized by everyone as the only candidate for the next patriarch of the London family. He has been at the top of the list of diamond bachelors on our green algae star since he became an adult at the age of 25 and has not dropped his rank for 8 years. Many celebrities in the central area and the inner 10 areas have pursued him madly, but it is a pity that he is too picky and no one likes him. By the way, there are rumors that he loves people of the same adult love, but after so many years, there is no close relationship with the same adult love around him, and those who can't get it spread rumors that he has a cold personality."
Haha.
Minister Wen was in a good mood today and was particularly talkative when gossiping. This was a good thing for Zhuoshan, who didn't even need to ask about it. He roughly understood the situation of Modi London. "What is the central area?" Zhuoshan asked curiously. "There are 50 safe areas in the northern and southern hemispheres of our green algae star, and the inner 10 areas in the 2 hemispheres are recognized by everyone as the most suitable places for human habitation. But there is a better place than the inner 10 districts. It is said that the highest level of protective shields are used there, which can filter out sunlight radiation 100%. Whether plants, animals, or humans, they can all enjoy the high-quality environment before the catastrophe. Unfortunately, the central area is too small. Except for the people of the 4 major families, it is almost impossible for others to enter. I am afraid that I will never be able to visit the central area in person in my lifetime, and my descendants probably have no hope either. Minister Wen sighed, but there was no real regret in his tone, because the central area was too unattainable for him, just like a ninth-rank official in the frontier who had never imagined that he would be able to take a day trip to the palace one day. Shan couldn't help but be moved when she heard about the environment in the central area. It turned out that there were normal places in this wasteland. What was very common in her original world became an unattainable place similar to a fairyland in this wasteland era. She couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Once, there was a fairyland beside her, but she never cherished it. Now she wants to go back. Even if it's just to take a look, it has become an impossible dream. Seeing her silence, Minister Wen thought she was shocked by the magical world outside the 50 districts. Alas, the poor girl was born in the most difficult place to survive, the 50th district. She had no knowledge and no experience. He told her these things, which was equivalent to telling a fairy tale to a child. If it really aroused her unrealistic thoughts, it would be bad. After all, people should be pragmatic, which is the way to survive. Thinking of this, he hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, Miss Swa, are you going to the 48th district today to buy things? She just won a bonus of 50,000 silver coins. Normal people would want to buy something. Yes, but I have never been to the 48th district. I don't know if the prices of the small shops there are fair.
Shan said frankly.
You are asking the right person. I was born in the 48th district and came to work in the 50th district by chance. The 49th district is 3 times the size of the 50th district, while the 48th district is nearly 10 times the size of the 50th district. There are 3 small shops there and a department store supermarket. The department store supermarket has the most complete products and the quality is guaranteed. If you buy fakes, you can return them for free, but the price will be relatively expensive. The nutritional supplements that the Flying Tiger's mercenaries drank were bought from this department store. If you want exchange for cheap small items, you can choose Wu Lao's store. His prices are the most fair, and he is honest to everyone, but the store looks relatively shabby. When I was a child, I went to his house every time I bought daily necessities. At that time, my mother beat and scolded me every day and forced me to study. I hated her very much because other children who came back from scavenging did not have to study and could play however they wanted. It was not until I became an adult and passed the civil service exam that I understood her painstaking efforts, but it was a pity that she did not live to see that day. Minister Wen couldn't help feeling a little sad at the end, but the sadness was also very light. The Wastelanders have been accustomed to life and death since childhood. Thank you, Minister Wen. I have a rough idea in my mind. When we get there, just drop me off somewhere on the way. I want to take a leisurely stroll. Shan thanked him sincerely. Minister Wen nodded, and in his heart he had a higher opinion of her. This girl was a person with her own ideas. She would not make a choice immediately because of the words of a big shot in District 50, but chose to conduct a field investigation. When the car passed by the supermarket, he asked the driver to stop the car. Shan got out of the car and waved goodbye to him calmly, without asking him when he would be back. Minister Wen thought to himself that this was a girl who knew her limits. She was just hitchhiking and did not push her too far, thinking of taking advantage of her to the end. It was a pity that she was an ordinary person, otherwise they could have been close friends in the future. When Shan saw a small second floor with a plaque that read Universal Supermarket, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Such a small supermarket with a total area of no more than 500 square meters dared to be called omnipotent? When she walked into the supermarket, someone noticed her immediately. Most of the scavengers in District 50 wore homemade nettle clothes, which were very simple in style and had thick stitches. Although some residents of District 48 also wore nettle clothes, the workmanship was obviously more refined, and the styles were more generous and beautiful. Shan only took a quick look and realized that her clothes were like a label that could identify her at a glance. In just a few minutes, no less than 5 people rolled their eyes at her or looked at her with contempt. There was even a young woman who was obviously wearing powder. When she passed by her, she covered her nose with her hand, as if she was a dung collector and was full of stench. Swan was too lazy to get angry with others. The purpose of her visit today was to buy pickled vegetable jars, which was one of her important recipes in extremely cold weather. Swan was not in a hurry to buy. After entering the supermarket, she walked around slowly to compare prices. Seeing her like this, the two shopping guides were a little nervous. Although there were surveillance cameras in the supermarket, there were always blind spots that the surveillance cameras could not see, and there were also some things that could be torn open and eaten directly. Once, a scavenger from District 50 brought a child in. After they left, a strawberry-flavored nutritional supplement on the shelf was lost, and the two shopping guides were scolded by the store manager. Swan didn't know about their rich inner drama, but she could sense their burning gazes on her. She decided to buy something first so that these people wouldn't look down on her. The first item she liked was a bottle of cooking oil. It was marked on the material. It was pressed from moderately irradiated rapeseed. It had a capacity of 1 liter and was made of resin. The oil could be used to make kimchi after it was used up, but it was a little small. But the price was not cheap at all, 1,888 silver coins per bottle. Swan wanted to cry. She remembered that when she accompanied her mother to the supermarket to shop, the most expensive olive oil was only 300 yuan per liter. Well, this is not the same world, and the prices are not comparable. She must learn to accept reality. Although cooking oil is expensive, without cooking oil, there is no cooking. Without cooking, there will always be only vegetable paste on her table. Swan gritted her teeth and decided to buy a bottle. But looking at the people around her, she didn't dare to buy it. What if someone spotted her and robbed her on the way? After much thought, she decided to give up cooking oil. Finally, she fixed her eyes on baby products. This supermarket was having a discount sale on baby products today. A resin milk bottle was only sold for 19 silver coins, and 2 pacifiers were also given. There was also a beautiful resin measuring cup for babies with a pacifier, straw, and cup lid, with a capacity of 500 milliliters, and the price was only 59 silver coins. The milk bottle can be used for at least 3 to 5 years, and if the measuring cup is not broken, it can be used until the baby is at least 10 years old. Very good, I will buy them. After Swan chose these 2 things, she also took a fancy to a metal milk pan, which has a capacity of about 1.5 liters, looks sturdy and durable, and costs only 199 silver coins. Sometimes shopping is like this. Once you start, you can't stop. Then Swan's eyes never left the baby products. She took a fancy to a set of baby clothes made of heat-insulating materials. The sleeves, collar, and waist are elastic and can be worn from birth to 1-year-old. The colors are also various cute macaron colors. She finally chose a light blue suit, which is a more neutral color and can be worn by both boys and girls. The price of this baby suit is also ridiculously expensive, 999 silver coins, but thinking that she didn't know when she would come to District 48 again, she still put the things in the shopping cart. The 2 shopping guides kept staring at her, afraid that she would secretly hide one when no one was paying attention. But they were disappointed in the end, because Swan pushed the shopping cart and went straight to the checkout, holding out his watch and happily transferred the money to pay. Long after she left, someone in the supermarket was still muttering, "This scavenger in District 50 is really generous." She actually spent 1,276 silver coins on the child at one time. Isn't it? Although the government gives a one-time reward of 5,000 silver coins to newborns, she spent more than a quarter of it on shopping this time. How can she live in the future? In my opinion, this is a pauper suddenly becoming rich and completely careless. But I think this woman is pretty good. At least she didn't use the official subsidy money for the child to buy things for herself. I saw it clearly. Her shopping cart is full of baby products. Swan, who walked out of the universal supermarket quickly, was already in pain. Although these baby products are necessities and will be bought sooner or later, she still couldn't help but feel distressed. Baby, you must be obedient and filial to your mother in the future. Otherwise, I will cry to death. Woo woo woo. While she was wailing in her heart, she suddenly remembered that she had finally entered the supermarket, but she didn't even spend a silver coin on herself. Is this motherhood? For the sake of her cub, she can squeeze out every drop of her blood. However, Zhuoshan didn't know that it was precisely because she bought baby products that no one followed her to rob her. After all, in the wasteland, those who dared to risk their lives to rob people usually did so for food, and none of the things she bought were edible. And if there were no children at home, these things would be completely useless to take back, and it was not worth robbing. Moreover, she only bought baby products, which made those who were hiding in the dark and observing mistakenly believe that she actually had no money at all, and she just received a one-time subsidy of 5,000 silver coins. Judging from her lavish spending on buying things for the baby, it was estimated that she had already spent it all. Otherwise, why would she wear homemade nettle clothes and even cut her hair by herself? Not neat at all. Coming out of the Universal Supermarket, Zhuoshan casually asked the supermarket employees about the location of Boss Wu's grocery store, and then went straight there without wasting a moment. Wu Lao's grocery store is located at the entrance of an inconspicuous alley. At first glance, it looks a bit like an old-time grocery store, except that there is nothing on display in the window, and the goods are hidden behind the wooden counter. Zhuoshan lifted the old plastic mesh curtain and walked in, and saw a middle-aged uncle in his 50s. The uncle sat behind the counter and looked quite strong. When he saw her enter the door, he just raised his eyelids and did not intend to greet her. "Uncle, do you have coarse salt?" Zhuoshan took the initiative to ask. There was not much salt left at home. The supermarket only had fine salt, but it was ridiculously expensive, selling 36 silver coins for 100 grams. "Yes, but it is sold by Jean, 100 silver coins per Jean, no bargaining," the uncle said lightly. "Okay, then give me 5 Jean," Zhuoshan said decisively. This price was nearly half cheaper than the fine salt in the supermarket. She originally wanted to buy salt at Lin's grocery store, but now she has decided not to step into the door of Lin's grocery store in the future, so she naturally had to buy more daily necessities at a time. After hearing what she said, the uncle's expression eased a little, and then he took out a piece of salt or from under the counter. Oh my! How can he say that this thing is coarse salt? No wonder the price is so cheap. But nowadays there are too many places to spend money, so it's better to save as much as possible. "Uncle, your salt. Or it won't be poisonous, right?" Zhuoshan asked cautiously. "Moderate radiation, non-toxic, do you want it or not?" The uncle immediately lost his patience. "Yes, yes, yes." Zhuoshan nodded hurriedly, stretched out his hand to hold up the slightly yellowed crystal, roughly estimated the weight, then took out his watch and transferred 500 silver coins to him. The uncle nodded with satisfaction and continued to sit there in a daze. Zhuoshan asked again, "Uncle, besides salt, do you have any other seasonings for cooking?" "Seasonings? It seems that you are an expert in cooking. I have a kind of mutant sesame fruit here. The taste is quite stimulating. I just don't know if you can get used to it." The uncle took out something that looked like a lychee from under the counter. The color was very similar to green peppercorns. "Uncle, how do you use this?" Zhuoshan suppressed her excitement and asked. If this thing is really a mutant peppercorn, the taste of her table in the future will be much richer. Every time you cook wild vegetable paste, throw it in and cook it together. The wild vegetable paste will have a numbing taste and taste much better. But be careful when using it. If you cook it for too long, more than an hour, your whole body will feel numb after eating it. People who are not knowledgeable dare not use it. After cooking, take it out and wash it clean and use it next time. This one can be cooked at least 10 times, and it will have no taste after that. The uncle introduced it seriously. "Uncle, this sesame fruit, have you ever tried to grind it into powder and put a little bit each time?" Zhuoshan tried. "Grind it into powder? The smell will fade quickly."
"No, no."
The uncle waved his hands repeatedly. "You can put the powder in a sealed plastic bag and the smell won't evaporate much," Zhuoshan said.
"Huh?
"The method you mentioned might really work. I'll try it later." The uncle was immediately excited. "By the way, what's your name, little girl?" The uncle seemed to have found a soulmate and started chatting with her. "My name is Zhuoshan." "What a good name." "My name is Wu Qiong. My parents gave me this name, meaning that I would never be poor. With this small shop they left behind, although I can't make a fortune, I will never have to worry about food and drink." I haven't had any hobbies in my life. I just like to tinker with delicious food. This sesame fruit was brought back from the wild by a mercenary once. No one knew what it was used for. He gave me 2 of them. I tried to boil them in water, and the whole house was filled with the smell of, which was very suffocating. I put a little bit of it in, and it turned out to taste exceptionally good. I planted the remaining one in my yard. It was easy to keep alive, and it took root and sprouted quickly. With this sesame ball fruit tree, those mutant insects didn't like to come to my house anymore. Later, I introduced this thing to other friends, but unfortunately, none of them liked the taste. Alas, what a pity, such a good seasoning, but no one knows how to appreciate it. But I think you must know how to taste delicious food. How about I cook it for you now? No, I plan to buy a few and slowly study how to eat it. When I make delicious food with it in the future, I will bring it to Uncle Wu for you to taste. Swan said hurriedly. Although this uncle was very enthusiastic, he was still a stranger to her after all, and she couldn't trust him right away. Why give me money? Just take a few if you like. Uncle Wuxian grabbed 5 from under the counter and stuffed them into her. Swan was embarrassed to take someone else's things for free, so she took out a handful of yam strips from her backpack and handed them to him. Uncle, this is the yam strips I made myself. You can eat it directly, or add it to the vegetable paste when cooking. The taste is similar to mutant potatoes. Okay, then you're welcome. Wuqiang took it and put it in a sealed bag, planning to cook it for dinner. Because of the sesame ball, the 2 of them became familiar with each other. Swan asked him if he had a suitable container for pickling pickles. Wuqiang was stunned when he heard it. He had never heard of such a cooking method as pickling pickles, but he still found her a cylindrical plastic jar for nutrient supplements when purchasing 60 centimeters high and 30 centimeters in diameter. In this world where it is obviously impossible to have a kimchi jar, she is already very satisfied to have such a cylindrical plastic jar. Although this is far from the kimchi jar she knows, it is the only usable container she can find at present. Don't worry. These boxes are made of food-grade plastic. The nutrient manufacturer will recycle them every once in a while. 1 box can be sold for 12 silver coins. I'll give you 10 silver coins. This thing can be used to pack your kimchi. When you make the kimchi, remember to bring me a piece to try next time. If it tastes good, you can make more in the future, and I'll help you sell it. Uncle Wuxian said enthusiastically. Okay, when my kimchi is pickled, I will definitely send you a plate to eat. I guarantee you will like it, Swan said excitedly. This trip was originally to buy kimchi jars, but I didn't expect to find it in this small shop. Before Swan left, the uncle gave her a manual metal grinder, which looked a bit like the small meat grinder in his previous life. He said that when he helped a manufacturer of energy stones to purchase low-level energy ores, the manufacturer gave it to him and used it to grind the ores. Nowadays, energy ores are in short supply, and this business can't be done. There are a lot of grinders left at home, and no customers are willing to spend money to buy them. But think about it, most people here eat mutant wild vegetables and basically don't need this kind of grinder. Swan also asked him about the price of sugar. It was shockingly expensive. 100 grams of sugar was sold for 400 silver coins, and it was made from mutant sugarcane with moderate radiation. Well, Swan completely gave up the idea of buying sugar. This trip, in general, was quite rewarding. Before Swan left, Uncle Wuxian even closed the store and sent her to the bus stop. Miss Sua, if there are gangsters in District 48 who dare to intercept you in the future, you can report my name Wuqiang, and I guarantee that no one will dare to mess with you. Uncle Wuxian patted his chest and said. Swan couldn't help but feel a little frightened. She didn't know whether this Uncle Wuqiang was a gangster, but she was still very touched that he protected her like this when she just met him. Swan decided that once she made a new delicacy in the future, she would definitely come to District 48 as soon as possible and give it to him to taste. In fact, it is not surprising that Wuqiang is so enthusiastic about her. In the wasteland era, in a place like District 48, everyone struggles to make ends meet. It is difficult to meet someone who knows how to cook. The world of foodies is too lonely. Swan just feels a little regretful. If she were not so poor, she would definitely exchange food experience with Uncle Wuqiang frequently. After taking the bus back to the District 49 station, Zuashan started jogging home with her backpack on her back. When she passed by the Lin family grocery store, she accidentally met Qi Yang's eyes. Next to him stood Lin Dandan, who looked flattering. She was holding a glass of water and looking at him tenderly, while Qi Yang's expression was a little perfunctory. He was holding a repair tool in his hand and fiddling with a part. Zuashan did not deliberately turn her head to avoid his gaze, and her steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was just an irrelevant passerby who would not affect her in the slightest. Qi accidentally bit the tip of his tongue. Hiss. What's wrong with you? Lin Dandan said worriedly. After a whole day of walking around the streets, Zuashan felt more tired than scavenging in the wild. She cooked a bowl of wild vegetable and yam porridge for dinner. Of course, she did not forget to put a sesame ball in the boiling water first. Sure enough, the wild vegetable porridge with a numbing taste was much better than the salt alone. However, the sesame ball tasted a little different from the peppercorns in her memory. The numbing taste was stronger, so it should be ground into powder before use. Before going to bed at night, she took a look at the account balance on her watch: 49,732 silver coins. Although it hurt, she thought that every penny was indispensable, so there was nothing to worry about. That night, Zuashan fell asleep almost as soon as she got to bed, and she slept well. When she woke up the next day, it was almost dawn. Calculating the time, she slept for a full 12 hours. This was the best sleep she had since she came here. Zuashan realized later that this sesame ball should have the effect of anesthesia and tranquilization in addition to the taste enjoyment. If it is mixed with spices and lit before going to bed, it should help sleep. Just like this sesame ball, she felt that it was worthwhile to go all the way to District 48 yesterday. Today, she did not plan to go out to collect waste. First, she washed, cut, and drained the 9-carat-sized pagoda vegetables she had kept. Then she took out the small hand-cranked grinder that Wu Qiong gave her, found a stone to break the large piece of salt or crystal, and threw it into the water to boil. Seeing that the crystal blocks were all dissolved in the water, she was finally relieved. Before, she was worried that the salt content of the crystal blocks was too low, which would be a big loss. The results showed that her worries were unnecessary. There was some stock of fine sand at home, which was carried back from the river by the original parents in their early years, so that they could be thrown on the ground for the young Zuashan to crawl on and play. Of course, this fine sand also has another use, that is, in extremely hot weather, the family can sleep on it to cool off. This is much more useful than a hand-woven mat, and it also absorbs sweat. The fine sand that had been used for many years must be very unhygienic. Zuashan simply washed the fine sand several times in a large bamboo basin, boiled it in a pot, and then controlled the water for later use. Pour the clean and dry fine sand on the nettle-woven filter, catch it with a bamboo basin below, and then pour in the coarse brine that has been boiled and cooled. With the double filtration of fine sand and filter, the impurities in the mineral salt can be roughly removed. In the wasteland, it is impossible to have too high requirements. The salt obtained in this way is definitely not worse than the fine salt sold in the supermarket. Because Zuashan carefully looked at it, the fine salt sold in the supermarket is not pure white, but mixed with a light yellow-brown color, which shows that the filtration is not done very finely. After tossing for most of the day, she finally processed the 5 kilograms of salt mine crystals. Thanks to Jiang Sha for helping her make a dozen bamboo basins of various sizes. Otherwise, she really didn't dare to buy mineral salt and go home to make her own fine salt. She didn't want to waste the salt on the fine sand, so she poured it on with cold boiled water and rinsed it again. She dipped her hand in the filtered water and tasted it.
It was salty.
It can be used to pickle vegetables. Zuashan poured the saline water into the plastic jar of nutrients that Uncle Wu Qiong gave her and took out a fruit and ground it with a small grinder. The whole room was instantly filled with a pungent smell of. Smelling the familiar smell of pepper, Zuashan was so happy that tears fell from her eyes. After coming to the wasteland, she once thought that she would say goodbye to the delicacies of her previous life, such as spicy hot pot, spicy chicken, and spicy crayfish. Unexpectedly, she found a seasoning that could replace peppers so quickly. Even if those delicacies are still far away from her, at least she can now pickle pickles with salt. And yesterday, she also bought 10 sealed plastic bags of different sizes with sealing strips. The price of this thing is not expensive. Wu Qiong charged her a total of 5 silver coins for 10 bags. At this moment, she took out the smallest one to hold the ground ball powder. This seasoning is rare, and if it is used in large quantities, it will make people pass out, so she has to use it sparingly. Worried that the first pickled cabbage would bloom easily without the old water, she took out the small dried lemon slices that she had previously sliced and dried with the moderately irradiated mutant lemon fruit, and threw a few of them into the pickle jar. Lemon has an antiseptic effect and can inhibit the growth of bacteria. Adding it to the pickle water can not only enhance the flavor, but also prevent it from rotting and deteriorating. In the wasteland, this pagoda vegetable and this salt water are hard-earned treasures. If she really messes it up, she will cry to death. After adding dried lemon slices to the salt water and sprinkling some sesame powder, Zhuoshan carefully threw the dried pagoda vegetables into the plastic bucket one by one. 9 carrot-sized pagoda vegetables were cut, but they still didn't fill a jar. Zhuoshan felt that she still had a long way to go in her future scavenging career. She must find some more varieties suitable for pickling kimchi and bring back such a large jar of kimchi so that her jar will always have kimchi. She covered the lid tightly and put the kimchi jar into the bamboo storage cabinet. This major task was finally completed. This is her exclusive secret recipe. If she is short of silver coins in the future, she might be able to make a living in the wasteland by selling kimchi. Zhuoshan thought happily, but she also knew in her heart that in this place where food and clothing are a problem, filling the stomach is what everyone cares about most. As for kimchi, it is estimated that only food enthusiasts like Uncle Wu Qiong who have no shortage of food and clothing will be interested. After finishing her own big things, Zhuoshan noticed that there was a wilted baby panda curled up at her feet. She slapped her head hard. Oh, how could she ignore such a cute baby panda? In the previous life, she had to buy a ticket to be eligible to see it, and she had to watch it through the wire fence. She felt guilty as a fan who treated her idol poorly. Unexpectedly, it ate it very happily. In the end, she had to divide a quarter and feed it. Fortunately, this baby panda was still young and didn't eat much, otherwise she would be hungry tonight. Through these 2 days of observation, she found that this baby panda is actually very picky about food. For example, if you feed it ordinary wild vegetables, it will just lick it and then spit it out with disgust. She originally thought that it would only eat bamboo leaves, but she didn't expect that it would eat this paste with sesame powder and salt water so deliciously. For the convenience of calling, Zhuoshan named the baby panda Xiaobao. She hopes that it will grow up slowly and not grow into a big treasure like its mother, so that it will not conflict with humans. Xiaobao may think that it has been abandoned by its mother. In the past 2 days, Xiaobao has been particularly well behaved and obedient. As long as it likes to eat, it will eat obediently. She doesn't take it with her when she goes out and lets Maoli stay at home with it, and it doesn't make a fuss. At this moment, after drinking half a bowl of wild vegetable and yam paste, it fell asleep in the crib. The crib was made by Zhuoshan according to the picture drawn by Jiang Sha. There are smooth fences around it, which is sturdy and comfortable. She didn't dare to tell him that she was pregnant at that time, and just said that it was for the future baby. Jiang Sha and Jia Yiming didn't doubt it. After all, as a scavenger in District 50, it was not easy to get a chance to customize furniture for free, so she must make everything she could think of. Now this crib is cheap for Xiaobao. Zhuoshan also specially put a lot of hay leaves under it and mixed a few bamboo leaves so that it wouldn't miss home and mother too much. Looking at Xiaobao sleeping soundly in the crib, Zhuoshan touched her slightly bulging belly again, full of love and tenderness. After being single for 25 years, she never thought that one day she would directly skip blind dating, love, marriage, and the running-in period after marriage to become a mother. But since it is already like this, she will work harder for Xiaobao and the baby in her belly in the future. Thinking that she has already named Xiaobao, she might as well give the baby in her belly a name. She was originally a bad namer, so she just named the baby Chen. A day's plan begins in the morning, and morning means the beginning of new hope. The baby's name was decided in this way, Zhuochen. In the following period, Zhuoshan took Xiao Bao and Mao Li for a morning run every morning before dawn, and the goal was the bamboo forest. There were very few edible wild vegetables that could be encountered along the way, but the bamboo forest could allow Xiao Bao to have a full meal. With Zhuoshan watching, Xiao Bao would not be allowed to eat those high-radiation bamboo leaves casually. Only bamboo leaves that she detected moderate radiation would be allowed to be chewed. This guy is also very picky. Under the premise of conditions, he only eats tender bamboo leaves. Zhuoshan felt sorry for those older edible bamboo leaves, so she took them home to dry and store. Although bamboo leaves cannot be used directly as food, they can be used to make tea, which tastes very good. The fragrance of bamboo leaves is refreshing, and it can also clear away heat and promote fluid production, promote diuresis, and treat mouth and tongue sores. Bamboo leaves can be used to make wine, which has the effects of promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, dispersing wind and dissipating heat, and can also relieve arthritis and cervical spondylosis. When making candies, biscuits, etc., adding a little will make them more flavorful. In a word, bamboo leaves are a treasure. People in District 50 saw Zhuoshan dragging back a bag of bamboo leaves every day when she went out. They were very puzzled. When they asked her, she smiled and said that the mercenaries liked to use this to make tea. She got their help and had nothing else to repay them, so she used this as a thank you. There are no secrets in District 50. That day, Jia Yiming brought Jiang Sha to help her build furniture. Under the imagination of some people, it was spread that the mercenary fell in love with her. It is estimated that she slept with him many times, so he helped her build furniture. And she took so much trouble to collect bamboo leaves for the mercenaries to make tea, and it was also to maintain this relationship for a longer time. Young girls in District 50 who are somewhat pretty rarely marry mercenaries, and most of them become mistresses of mercenaries. After all, mercenaries have fixed allowances, as well as a share of the money they get when they go out on missions. If they give a little from their fingers, it can help a girl survive the extremely cold weather. The scavengers in District 50 never laugh at the poor, but at the prostitutes. They don't despise this kind of behavior, but rather feel a little envious and hate themselves for not being young enough and not being pretty enough. During this period, Zhuoshan's belly has been bulging slightly, and her pregnancy can't be concealed at all, which further confirms the suspicion that she slept with the mercenaries. However, there are many mercenaries who sleep with the scavengers in District 50, but not many are willing to take responsibility and marry them, especially since she is pregnant now. It would be extremely difficult for ordinary mercenaries to raise a child and a woman. Looking at her like this, the man is unlikely to marry her. At most, he will give her some compensation during her pregnancy, and when the child is born, she can only live on the 5,000 silver coins awarded by the official. But even with the reward of 5,000 silver coins, no one is willing to marry her. The men in District 50 are not afraid of being cuckolded, but they can't afford to raise a child, not to mention that it is not their own flesh and blood. Zhuoshan didn't care about the gossip behind her back, and even hoped that they would think so, because in this way, no one would notice that she actually made a lot of money. 50,000 silver coins are enough to make any resident of District 50 take risks, and she didn't want to die because of it. Speaking of this, she was very grateful to Minister Wen. It was said that since he became the director of the Exchange Hall of District 50, a strict confidentiality system was established. For example, employees of the Exchange Hall are not allowed to disclose the proceeds of customer exchange to anyone, and those who discover new species like her are strictly confidential. When the mercenary group took on the task of protecting agricultural experts, they also signed a confidentiality agreement so that she could be safe until now. The sky just turned pale, and Zhuoshan had already run to the bamboo forest with a panting Xiaobao. This body has been trained by her to reach 80% of her peak in her previous life. Now she can run dozens of kilometers again. Although tired, she can persist. In comparison, Xiaobao is a little worse than her. During this period, she brought it here every day to chew on the tender bamboo leaves with moderate radiation, and its small body has become much stronger. Come to think of it, Daguabeo is an animal after all and a new mother, so she doesn't know how to raise a baby. Daguabeo can't distinguish the radiation level of bamboo leaves. Most of what Xiaobao eats are highly radioactive bamboo leaves. In this case, it can survive, all thanks to the strong physique of the mutant animal. Now Xiaobao follows Zuoshan and she is very serious about selecting food for it and taking it to exercise every day. How can it not be strong? After finally running to the familiar bamboo forest, Xiaobao was very excited and jumped onto a small bamboo that had been unearthed not long ago. This bamboo is about 7 or 8 meters high, almost the same as the normal bamboo in her original world. Xiaobao quickly climbed to the top and excitedly waved his fat panda paw at her, motioning her to climb up as well. Zuoshan shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This bamboo is not even as thick as a bowl. How can it support the weight of an adult like her? Seeing that she refused to go up, Xiaobao lost interest in playing and quickly plucked off more than a dozen leaves on the top of the bamboo, whimpering and signaling her to check. During this period of time, Xiaobao had become accustomed to having to check every bamboo leaf by her and could only chew it with her permission. These bamboo leaves were relatively small compared to the leaves on other adult bamboos, but Zuoshan knew that Xiaobao loved to chew tender bamboo leaves, so she didn't mind the trouble and opened the test knife to start testing. After testing 3 low-radiation bamboo leaves in succession, she began to realize that something was wrong. There must be something wrong with this bamboo. Her heart was pounding, and she trembled as she cut a small hole in the main trunk of the bamboo.
Ding.
Low-radiation plant. It is recommended to dig up the whole plant and take it away. The announcement from the test knife made her body numb, and the excessive excitement was transmitted to her lower abdomen, and aching in her stomach began to stir restlessly. Calm down. Be calm. After taking a few deep breaths, Zuoshan picked up and started digging quickly. Fortunately, no one usually comes to this bamboo forest. The people in District 50 are not interested in bamboo leaves that can be used to make tea. What they care most about is the thick wild vegetable leaves that can fill their stomachs. Zuoshan called Mao Li, and the two of them spent a full half-hour to finally dig out the whole bamboo and the criss-crossing bamboo whips buried under the soil. She used a measuring knife to cut the whole bamboo into 18 sections according to the distribution of bamboo nodes and carefully stuffed them into a sack. The bamboo whips were also rolled up and stuffed into the sack. Then she continued to expand and extend along the dug pit. After digging for about a quarter of an hour, they hit a hard stone, and she dug out the whole stone bit by bit. This is a flat, round, dark gray stone, about the size of a winter melon, and at first glance, it looks a bit like a giant pebble. Maoli, can you detect the energy value of the stone? Zuoshan asked. Sorry. The detected energy value is below 3 points. It is not worth digging for such a large volume. Mao Li said, honestly. Followed it and said, No, I seem to have seen similar records in the Encyclopedia of Minerals. Master, don't worry. Wait for me to check it from the database. Mao Li has now recovered many abilities, including this one item check the database, but the recovery is limited and the search speed is relatively slow. About 20 minutes later, Mao Li's cat eyes suddenly brightened up in a frightening way. He said excitedly, Master, I found out. This kind of ore is called Xian egg, which is an extremely rare high-level energy, ore in the universe. No wonder, I have been puzzled for a while why so many moderately radiated bamboo leaves can be detected in this bamboo forest. The probability is more than 10 times higher than in other areas. I originally thought it was the bamboo plant itself. The strong radiation resistance turns out to be due to the existence of this Xian egg. The origin of Xian egg is extremely complex, but it can subtly change the surrounding soil, making them full of pure energy. However, this change requires a lot of energy. For a long time, fortunately, there was a bamboo forest growing here. The local indigenous people were not interested in bamboo leaves. For them, bamboo was just used to make furniture. If edible plants grew here, the officials would have noticed it. This area is abnormal. Master, you are so lucky to get it.
Mauli siga.
But Mauli, you've been talking for a long time, but I still don't know how high the energy value of the Xian egg is. Zhuoshan said, dissatisfied. She felt that Mowgli was too long-winded and couldn't get to the point after talking for a long time. My master, don't you understand? This is not a question of energy value at all. With this Zeon egg, if you keep it by your side, you and your little master will no longer have to worry about the damage caused by radiation. More importantly, the best thing is that it can continuously provide you with gentle and pure energy, weakening and eliminating your hidden dangers caused by radiation. In other words, you will give birth to a 100% healthy baby, and you will become the healthiest yourself. Maternity. Mowgli was so anxious that he wanted to stamp his feet and wag his tail. He didn't say anything. According to ancient book records, a strong man once accidentally obtained a Zeon egg. Later, his wife, who had no powers, became pregnant. As a result, after giving birth to a child, the child was born with powers, and his wife also had powers. Awakening for the second time, at the age of 34, he awakened his superpower. But this is just an unofficial record with no real evidence, so he doesn't dare to say it casually. What if it doesn't work? After all, the greater the hope, the greater the hope. If there is no hope, there will be no disappointment. If the master really awakens his superpower, it will be a big surprise. Well, that's it. It's better to be surprised than disappointed, right? When leaving the bamboo forest, the sun had just risen. As Zhuoshan walked, he turned back and looked at the bamboo forest with regret. She took away the Zeon egg. From now on, it would be difficult for there to be moderately radiated bamboo leaves in this bamboo forest, right? The good thing is that in more than half a month, she has collected enough edible bamboo leaves. If she uses them to make tea, she may be able to drink it for several years. She is not a holy mother, and she cannot give up this extremely precious Zeon egg for the sustainable development of a bamboo forest. The only regret she feels is that Xiaobao may not be able to eat bamboo leaves with moderate radiation in the future. But for the sake of myself and baby Aiken in my belly, I could only wrong Xiaobao. The world is big, and pregnant mothers are the biggest. Recently, apart from bamboo leaves, there has been very little harvest. Taking stock of the inventory, Zhuoshan is full of worries. Half of the yam strips were gone, and all the alfalfa leaves were eaten. They also added some chopped fresh bamboo leaves, so that they would not go hungry every day. It seemed like she had to open a new route to find new, edible wild vegetables. When sleeping at night, Zhuoshan directly used the piece of Zeon egg as a pillow and laid a thick layer of hay on it to sleep. Such a baby can only feel at ease when sleeping on it. After a good night's sleep, when I woke up, I don't know whether it was due to psychological effects or something else. I felt refreshed and energetic, like Popeye who had eaten spinach. Xiaobao also seems to be particularly energetic. He used to be a laggard during morning exercises, but today he has been running ahead. With an inadvertent left swipe, Xiaobao ran onto the road leading to the bamboo forest. Her original plan was to open up a new route for scavenging, but she had no choice but to follow it. Thinking that the Zeon egg had just been taken away, there should still be some moderately radiated bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest. Let Xiaobao have a good meal, and there would be no delay in choosing a new place tomorrow. Xiaobao was particularly excited today. After diving into the bamboo forest, he ran towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Zhuoshan was not worried about it. After all, there were very few mutant beasts that liked to live in the bamboo forest. Xiaobao and his mother, Daguabao, are at the top of the food chain in the bamboo forest. Although he is still a cub, he is not afraid of small insects. Suddenly, Zhuoshan heard a sharp cry, "Zhi." She immediately ran towards the source of the sound. In the dim light of the morning, she saw Xiaobao with his head held high and full of fighting spirit. Under one of its chubby panda paws, there was a large bamboo rat that was not much smaller than it. At this moment, the bamboo rat was whining in terror and kicking its limbs wildly, struggling in vain to escape from its grasp. Zhuoshan ran over in 3 or 2 steps, took out the for digging in the ground, pointed the wooden handle at the big bamboo rat's head, and hit it hard. It fainted immediately and stopped struggling. Xiaobao released his palm and looked like he was begging for praise. Zhuoshan gave a thumbs up and praised with a smile. "Awesome." My Xiaobao is the best. He can even help his sister catch bamboo rats. The bamboo rat was hit by Xiaobao. The palms were continuously slapped and pressed. The internal organs may have been compressed. Blood overflowed from the corners of the mouth. Zuofan quickly tested it with a cutting knife. It turned out to be moderate radiation, and it was edible. She was so excited. It had been a whole month since she came here, and this was the first time she had seen a human being. She was so craving for meat. This bamboo rat was a mutated species. It was much fatter than the ordinary bamboo rat she had eaten that weighed more than a kilogram. Judging from its chubby appearance, it weighed at least 5 kilograms. It's also hard for her little treasure. The little guy currently weighs just over 5 kilograms, but he was able to take down this fat bamboo rat with one palm. It's really great. Bamboo rats like to chew bamboo shoots the most. After Zuofan tied a rope around its neck, she patted it awake and asked it to take her to its nest to see if there was any unexpected harvest. The bamboo rat opened its eyes and immediately started to run away in fear. If it ran too fast, the rope would strangle its neck. After struggling like this for a few times, it behaved and ran slowly. Soon, they arrived at its nest. Zuoshan dug with it for a while and unexpectedly dug out 2 bamboo rat cubs, each weighing more than a pound. They seemed to be the cubs of this bamboo rat. Someone in her village raises bamboo rats, but unfortunately the conditions here do not allow it. Otherwise, she would have wanted to raise a few for sustainable development. But seeing the cute little guys looking at her with wet eyes in fear, Zuoshan was a little reluctant to do anything. In the end, Xiaobao walked over and knocked one of them out without any politeness. I was really lucky today. I detected a dozen bamboo leaves with moderate radiation. Xiaobao ate 3 of them and took the rest away. Perhaps it's the bamboo shoots growing season, so a dozen bamboo shoots were found today. Unfortunately, the test results showed that only one was moderately radioactive and the rest were inedible. But this is enough to make Zuofan happy, because the bamboo shoots here are quite strong, with each one weighing an average of more than 20 kilograms. The only edible one is a little smaller, but it weighs more than 15 kilograms. However, judging from its texture, which is very thick around the outside, it is estimated that only the center can peel out a little bit of tender bamboo shoots, which should not exceed 2 kilograms in any case. But although old bamboo shoots are not delicious, they are also very good for making soup. This is a good thing that you may not be able to buy with money. Today's harvest was quite fruitful, including 3 bamboo rats, 1 large, 2 small, and 1 large edible bamboo shoot. On the way home, Zuofan felt light on his feet. I've been busy all day, but I'm still in great spirits and not tired at all. However, there is a word in this world called extreme happiness leading to sadness. Zuoshan was walking on the way home, surrounded by dense vegetation on both sides. Walking in the shade, she would take out a test knife from time to time to test the bright green leaves of wild vegetables she was interested in. After walking about half of the way and about 200 meters away, there is a 3-way intersection. There is a big tree there. Scavengers who usually pass by here will sit under the shade to rest. But Zuoshan was not tired at all today and had no intention of stopping to rest. He just wanted to walk back in one breath. This area has reached an area where scavengers often pass by, so Zuoshan stuffed the little treasure into his backpack early to avoid being seen and coveted by others. Even Mao Li chose to become invisible and follow her quietly. "Master, there are 3 men behind the big tree in front of you. Be careful." Mao Li suddenly jumped on her shoulder and whispered. The eyes of the mechanical tribe are equipped with infrared sensing devices, and a tree cannot block Mao Li's sight. Zuoshan didn't pay too much attention to it. It was normal to encounter scavengers taking a rest here. Moreover, the main contents of her sack today were bamboo leaves, so no one would come to them. However, when she reached the 3-way intersection, the 3 men resting under the big tree suddenly stood up and formed a triangle to surround her. If Zuoshan dropped the 2 sacks he was dragging, he would naturally be able to escape. But today, the 2 sacks contained 3 bamboo rats and a large bamboo shoot. How could she be willing to throw them away? It's not that she loves money more than her life. It's just that she hasn't seen any meat for a month, and it's so easy to get delicious top-quality meat. If she just throws it away, I'm afraid she will regret it and hit the wall when she thinks about it in the future. You go to the bamboo forest every day to pick bamboo leaves, just to make tea for the two mercenaries. You must be very good in bed, so they are willing to keep you for nothing. Our three brothers are very angry at this time. As long as you serve us well, we will let you go back. Brothers, if you want bamboo leaves, I will give you these 2 sacks. Here, please let me go, okay? I am already more than 4 months pregnant. Once the child is born, I will receive a reward of 5,000 silver coins. I promise to give each of you 1,000 silver coins. Okay? Zhuoshan continued to beg. No, my brothers have taken a fancy to you today. If you are wise, you should cooperate obediently. We can still be gentle. If you are disobedient and annoy us, don't blame us for ruthlessly destroying flowers.
Yeah.
The leader. Zhuoshan finally understood that these 3 people were not here to rob money today, but to rob adult love. But there is no precedent for a man in the 50th arrondissement to stop a pregnant woman and rob her of adult love. If someone did such a thing, they would be despised by everyone. It was obvious that these 3 people were from other districts. Since crossing over, she has never offended anyone, and there is no past grudge against anyone in her original memory. No, she once had a grudge with someone, and the object of the grudge was Qi Yang's wife Lin Dandan. Thinking of this, her face became paler. Even if she gave up the food in the sack today, and even promised to transfer money to them, they would not let her go. Because human nature is greedy and always has to look forward to Shu. Once she gives in 1 step, they can take 2 steps forward. Brother, look at me as a pregnant woman. You can't come together. Why don't you discuss who comes first and who comes last? I promise to cooperate. Zhuoshan said disgusting words while pointing at the 3 of them. The men blinked one by one. At this time, you should actually ogle, but unfortunately, she has been single for 25 years and doesn't know how to ogle at all. When the leader heard this, he immediately became energetic. What's there to discuss? Of course, I'll come first. You 2 keep an eye on me and guess a punch by the way. The one who wins goes first. Although those 2 some were unhappy, but they still nodded in agreement. One of them also said, Brother Qiangzi, please be gentle. Don't play with people until they are bloody. It will be hard for brothers to talk to you. Don't worry, I know it. Brother Qiangzi laughed. Zhuofan dragged 2 sacks and walked first into the bushes dozens of meters away. When she passed by before, she tested a mutated shepherd's purse. Unfortunately, the entire plant was highly radioactive. But next to the mutated shepherd's purse, she found several beautiful red fruits. After testing, 2 of them were moderately radioactive and edible. This fruit is exactly the fruit of the yew tree. Except for the non-toxic flesh of the yew tree, its bark, needles, and seeds are highly toxic. If eaten by mistake, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, difficulty breathing, and heartbeat can occur. Slowness, hypotension, paralysis, and even death. This was what she heard from their instructor during the military training of her freshman year. At that time, they were running with heavy loads in the field. When they passed a yew tree, they were attracted by its beautiful fruits. Some girls wanted to reach out and pick them, but the instructor asked everyone to stop. Next, we specifically introduce its harmfulness. This plant is a mutated yew tree, and its fruit is as big as an apple. When testing the fruit, it was reported that other parts of it are highly poisonous. I hope the poison will attack faster. Zhuoshan walked slowly to the yew tree, picked a few fat shepherd's purse leaves, spread them on the ground, and inadvertently used a dry stick to pull out a few needles that she had accidentally cut off when testing the fruits. Then she sat on the shepherd's purse leaf and said to Brother Qiangzi with a flattering look on her face, Brother, do you like the top or the bottom? Brother Qiangzi was immediately elated. How about I work hard for you today? Lie down and you come up to serve me? Brother Qiangzi smiled obscenely. Okay, but I'm shy, brother. Can you close your eyes first? Zhuoshan's voice became more and more charming. This was something she learned from the palace fighting drama. Brother Qiangzi closed his eyes. Zuoshan quickly grabbed a small shepherd's purse leaf, wrapped 2 needles in the middle, and squeezed out the juice. Then she leaned in front of Brother Qiangzi. The woman's warm and rapid breathing made Brother Qiangzi's blood boil, and he completely relaxed his guard. Zuoshan stretched out a finger and gently stroked Brother Qiangzi's lips. He immediately opened his mouth and wanted to hold her finger. Zuoshan took the opportunity to drip the yu juice she had just squeezed into his mouth. He didn't have time to dodge and swallowed it directly. The bitter taste set off his alarm bells. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at her, only to see that she was holding 2 beautiful red fruits and handing them to him. "Brother, I just got 2 edible wild fruits. How about we each eat one quietly?" His newly risen vigilance was attracted by the 2 bright red fruits. Brother Qiangzi still said with a bit of caution, "Test it first, and I'll see if it's edible." Zuoshan took out a testing knife in front of him and cut a small hole in the fruit. Sure enough, a report came. Ding! Moderately radioactive wild fruits have been detected. They can be picked and eaten in small quantities.
But
Zuoshan directly turned off the testing knife to prevent it from reporting the next sentence, but its core and other parts are highly toxic. Please be careful when collecting them and never touch them. Please also pay attention when eating. Please remove the flesh separately for consumption. When Brother Qiangzi heard that it was edible, he immediately grabbed it and swallowed it with a few crunches. The residents of the wasteland have always cherished food, and most of them will not spit out the cores when eating wild fruits. Brother Qiangzi was in a hurry to relieve his heat at this time, and he didn't have so much patience to separate the fruit core, so he swallowed the fruit core whole. He licked his lips contentedly, then lay down again, urging her, "Hurry up, otherwise the 2 will be waiting anxiously later." "Okay, I'll come right away." Zuoshan held the detection knife in one hand, ready to use the detection knife to commit crimes if he hadn't taken effect yet. Brother Qiangzi looked up at the shade of the tree above his head and felt that the sunlight leaking through the gap seemed particularly dazzling. It was obviously afternoon now, and it shouldn't be. Suddenly, he felt that his vision was a little blurred, and then he felt a tightness in his chest and a little difficulty breathing. He vaguely heard the woman's panic shouting in his ears, "Come on, come quickly, Brother Qiangzi is poisoned." When the 2 hurried over, they saw Brother Qiangzi lying in the shade of the tree, kicking his limbs and foaming at the mouth. One of them stepped forward and grabbed Zuoshan by the collar and said, "Tell me, what kind of poison did you give him? Hurry up and take out the antidote." "Antidote?" Zuoshan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "There is no antidote for the yu poison, so where can there be an antidote?" Zuoshan trembled and shivered all over and timidly defended himself. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. If I had poisoned him, I would have disappeared by now, right? We got here just now, and Brother Qiangzi saw that the red fruits on the tree were very beautiful, so he asked me to test them. After I tested them, I found that 2 of them were moderately radioactive. Brother Qiangzi said that he would eat one first and give me the remaining one. I couldn't bear to eat it and wanted to take it home to eat tomorrow. Unexpectedly, something went wrong as soon as he ate it." As Zuoshan spoke, he carefully picked up another fruit that had fallen next to Brother Qiangzi's head and tested it again in front of the 2 of them. The 2 men were half believing and half doubting. One of them pointed at Zuoshan and said, "It was clearly tested and found to be edible. Why did Brother Qiangzi get poisoned after eating it? Isn't he allergic?" Zuoshan blinked. "I don't believe it. Eat it now." The other man pointed at Zuoshan. Zuoshan picked up the fruit, ate the flesh in front of them, spit out the core, and then screamed, "I know. This core must be poisonous." A man immediately squatted down, wrapped the core with leaves, and asked Zuoshan to test it again. Zuoshan held the test knife in her hand, unexpectedly, pointed it at his neck, and pressed the switch. With a puff sound, the man's neck was instantly cut open with a bloodline, and Zuoshan's face was splattered with blood. The next second, while the other man was still stunned, she shouted, "Xiao Bao, beat him to death." Xiao Bao in the backpack had been ready to move, but Zuoshan had been soothing it and not letting it do it, because she had to be absolutely sure. Otherwise, if the 3 men attacked together, she and Xiaobao would not be able to defeat them at all. Xiaobao jumped out of the backpack, raised his panda palm, and slapped the man's head hard. In a hurry, the man tilted his head to avoid it, but the palm still hit his shoulder firmly. Xiaobao's palm power was very strong, and the man's shoulder blade was immediately broken. He grimaced in pain, but he was a desperate man and had experienced many dangerous things. Xiaobao rolled away and quickly climbed up the tall bushes next to him. He was usually chubby and cute, but his body was extremely neat when he ran for his life. Seeing that his two companions were dead and he was seriously injured, the man knew that he had encountered a tough guy. The three of them were originally a mob, so he naturally had no mood to avenge the two of them. He turned around and ran away. Zuoshan quickly chased after him, opened the detection knife, and used a sprint finish line posture, and threw his upper body forward fiercely, aiming the detection knife in his hand at one of his ankles. With a click, the ankle and his right foot were directly cut off. The man screamed miserably, and the scavengers passing by heard such a cry and quickened their pace and ran away. No one in the wasteland has a so-called sense of justice, and no one will help you call 110. When encountering such a thing, they will only hide far away. Zuoshan was already bloodthirsty at this moment, so he simply went all out and stabbed the man's neck directly, ending his sinful life. It was the first time she killed someone in her life, and she killed 3 people at once. Zuoshan collapsed on the ground, listening to Mao Li muttering in her ears, "Master, you killed 3 people. You broke the law. If this happened in our Liaoguang galaxy, you would be sentenced to 500 years of exile." The reason why Zuoshan didn't ask him for help when she killed people was because the mechanical people were implanted with a special chip that prohibited harming intelligent races since birth. Once this rule was violated, a hidden self-organization device would be triggered, and their brains would be formatted, turning them into idiots. So, at the critical moment, she would rather ask Xiaobao, who was still a cub, for help. But none of this mattered. The question now was, she killed 3 people, and would she be arrested and put in jail? No, she had to destroy the bodies. Suddenly, her sight was attracted by the surging soil at the roots of the mustard, and then she saw one flesh-red worm after another, about 1 meter long and more than 10 centimeters in diameter. Isn't this an enlarged version of the earthworm? Looking at this body shape, they should be mutated. The mutant earthworms quickly crawled to the body of Brother Qiangzi and then began to gnaw on his thighs and chest, where the flesh was the most. Zuoshan couldn't help but when she saw it. Since the mutant earthworms would help her to destroy the body, she didn't need to care about it. She quickly grabbed the dirt on the ground and smeared it on her clothes until all the blood splattered on her body was covered. The mutant nettle's clothes were originally dark green, and the blood splattered on them was not obvious. Now that the dirt was smeared on them, people would only think that the clothes were dirty, and they couldn't see the blood stains on them at all. After dealing with the blood stains on her body, Zuoshan didn't dare to look at how the mutant earthworms dismembered the body. She didn't waste a second, dragged 2 sacks, called Xiaobao to get into the backpack, gritted her teeth, and ran all the way home. On the way back, she met several scavengers who were as panicked as she was. They walked very fast, as if they were frightened by the screams. She didn't look out of place among the scavengers. Because of the shock, other scavengers didn't even bother to look at what was in her sack. Life is more important than starving. The journey was exceptionally safe, but she felt terrified every step she took. She killed someone. She was a 5 good youth who was born under the red flag and grew up in the sun, but she actually killed someone. Her heart trembled at the thought of this. But in that situation, she had no choice but to kill. Perhaps this is the most important lesson of survival in the wasteland. Only by daring to face life and death can you move forward and survive. When the sun was about to set, she finally arrived home. As soon as she entered the door, she lay softly on the ground, like a fish that accidentally jumped onto the shore, gasping for breath. But thinking of the baby Aiken in her belly and Xiaobao and Maoli beside her, she felt that she had to be strong. She is the backbone of these 3. Without her, none of them can survive. Frightened and tired, Zuashan actually slept until 2 in the middle of the night. There were gurgling sounds coming from her stomach. She turned over and sat up, and decided to make something delicious to reward herself. She called Molly to act as an emergency light to illuminate the darkness in the room. Then she started to deal with the 3 bamboo rats. There was only an old kitchen knife full of notches at home, which could not kill bamboo rats at all. She had to use a cutting knife instead of a slaughtering tool, but when she thought of the blood of the 2 men on the cutting knife, she couldn't help but retching. Maybe because she retched too much, the baby Aiken in her belly began to swim and kept sending her a kind of comforting emotion. Zuashan felt that baby Aiken was really caring. Before he was born, he already knew how to feel sorry for his mother. She took several deep breaths to calm herself down, and she slowly stopped retching. There is always a first time for everything. She gritted her teeth and pressed the cutting knife against the neck of the bamboo rat. She originally planned to only make a small cut on its neck to collect some blood for blood clots, but her hand shook and she cut off its entire head. She frantically used a bamboo basin to collect the blood, but in the end, half of it still flowed out, and there was a lot of hair in the basin. The first time is the second time, and by the time she slaughtered the second bamboo rat, her technique had become much more skillful. She made a small cut steadily and collected clean blood. After the slaughtering work was completed, it was time to peel, clean, and chop. Zuashan did not plan to save the bamboo rat for winter, because she and baby Aiken were in urgent need of protein and fat. But she could not eat more than 5 pounds of meat in a short time. It was not that she could not finish it, but she was reluctant to waste it. I remember that my grandmother in the countryside liked to cook pork with sauerkraut. The meat sauerkraut processed in this way can be stored for 20 days to a month even in the hot summer without going bad. I did it as soon as I thought of it. Zuashan took the old kitchen knife, shaved the meat from the bamboo rat, and then cut it into dices the size of a fingernail and started to cook it in the pot. There was no need to think about various seasonings. She could only add salt and cook it. When it was almost out of the pot, she added sesame powder to make a perfect ending. Before the meat was cooked, she couldn't help but eat it secretly. Fortunately, Xiaobao was sleeping soundly, otherwise he would definitely come to eat it. Even so, it turned over several times in its sleep, sniffed from time to time, and drooled a few drops. Even Mao Li couldn't help but sigh. It smells good, it really smells good, but unfortunately we mechanical people don't eat food. We only absorb solar energy. Otherwise I would like to taste the taste of bamboo rat meat. Zuashan, fortunately you don't eat it. Otherwise my share and Aiken baby's share would be even less. Aiken baby, there is no share for me. Use the smallest bamboo basin to put the cooked sauerkraut, and then put a slightly larger one on top to prevent the smell from escaping. Then use the pot that boiled the sauerkraut to cook wild vegetable paste. The wild vegetable is a piece of mutant Artemisia annua picked yesterday. Artemisia annua is the best to make qingtuan and fried baba, but unfortunately there is no condition now, so it can only be used to cook paste. Moreover, the yam strips used to cook paste are getting less and less, and we must find some mutant plants with high starch content to maintain the quality of the paste. But today is different. The pot that boiled the sauerkraut is covered with animal oil and gravy. Even if I don't want to add a little meat sauerkraut, the taste is fragrant enough. Zuashan bit her tongue during this meal. I'm not exaggerating, I really bit it. But she was still very satisfied. Even the irritability, depression, and low mood after killing someone seemed to be soothed by this big bowl of vegetable, meat, and yam paste. Touching her full stomach, Zuashan couldn't help but sigh. A horse can't grow fat without night grass. If she had a few more midnight snacks like this, she probably wouldn't be so skinny. The feeling of having an extra meal is really happy. It turns out that happiness is so simple. Why didn't she realize it when she was soaking braised beef instant noodles in the dormitory before? As a foodie, Zuashan decided to be generous. Next time she goes shopping in District 48, she'll give Uncle Wu Qiong some bamboo rat meat sauce and a small dish of kimchi. It's a pity that she hasn't found the wild vegetables suitable for pickling kimchi. Those green leafy wild vegetables can be pickled, but she is afraid that the pickle water will be spoiled, which will be counterproductive. The best pickles include pagoda cabbage, Jerusalem artichokes, carrots, cabbage, and Chinese cabbage cores. She didn't know the rest because all she knew came from her mother's practice. After eating and drinking, Zuoshan began to think about a serious question. Can she continue to live in the 50th district? She knew that it was difficult to sell the house in District 50, which meant that if she wanted to leave, this house would probably not be able to be converted into cash. With only the 40,000 silver coins in her account, it was not realistic to buy a house in other districts, but if she rented a house in District 48, it should be possible. Recently, she also went to the exchange hall to find Qi Xiaofan to ask about it. People from District 50 who wanted to rent a house in District 49, except for those who were married to the natives of District 49 like Qi Yong, had to pay a deposit of 10,000 silver coins to be eligible. And residents of District 49 had to pay a deposit of 20,000 silver coins to enter District 48, and they also needed a guarantor. The purpose of doing this is to prevent people from outside the district from entering the inner district casually and disrupting the social order in the inner district. This sounds very unfair, but the laws of the wasteland are made by the strong, and they will not pity the weak. For them, ordinary people with low military power have only one purpose, except for wasting food, to slow down the rate of continuous population decline. To put it bluntly, they have only one purpose, to maintain the population base. Although Zuoshan was indignant in her heart, she could accept it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is a rule that small people should abide by. Unless you are powerful enough to change the rules, you can only accept it. With her current status as a resident of District 50, if she wants to rent a house in District 48, she must pay a deposit of 30,000 silver coins and find a guarantor. She has two targets for this guarantor, Minister 1 and Uncle Wu Qiong, but in the final analysis, she has no deep relationship with these two people. This matter still needs to be planned slowly, but she must get it done before giving birth to the baby. Otherwise, once she gives birth to the baby, she will become a living target in District 50. Everyone knows that she has won a reward of 5,000 silver coins, and the probability of her being targeted is too high. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no one who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Once someone is targeted, it is impossible to defend against it. But even if she can persuade one of the two to be a guarantor for her, most of her savings will be gone at once. How will she and her baby live in the future? Alas, no matter what, she still has to save money. In her original world, there are many ways to make money. Even ordinary people with no skills can earn enough money to support their families by selling their physical labor. But ordinary people in this world, apart from scavenging, are still scavenging. Even if they want to be a low-level civil servant like Qi Xiaofan, it is said that they also need connections and academic certificates. But what does she have in her current identity? Poor, without a diploma, and without a backer. If she had not relied on the little common sense she accumulated in her original world to dig up a new species of pagoda vegetable that has not been included in the database of this world, she would not even be able to guarantee food and clothing, let alone immigrate to District 48. Self-pity is not her character. Zuoshan decided to continue to go out to scavenge, but she will try to be careful in the future and never go out alone. After a full supper, she slept until dawn and missed her morning exercise for the first time. Remembering that she got a big bamboo shoot yesterday, she decided not to go out to scavenge today and stay at home to deal with the big bamboo shoot. As she guessed, the bamboo shoots were wrapped in layers of wood, and it was obvious that they would be very sticky to the teeth when eaten. However, the tender bamboo shoots in the center exceeded her expectations. There were a full 4 kilograms of tender bamboo shoots that could be eaten directly, and the remaining 10 kilograms of old bamboo shoots were left after removing the skin. The old bamboo shoots were naturally cut into small pieces and dried, and stored for future use in soup to enhance the flavor. Even if they were stored for a year or two, they would not deteriorate. She kept half a kilogram of tender bamboo shoots for stir-frying and threw the rest into the kimchi jar, just filling up the empty part. After 20 days of pickling, the relatively thinly cut pagoda vegetables were already edible. Although the taste of the vegetables soaked in water without old kimchi was relatively worse, it was already considered a top-quality product in this wasteland where there was no food to go with rice. She got on the bus with a familiarity. She didn't feel bad about the ticket price of 3 silver coins when she bought the ticket. The food in her backpack alone was already more than the round-trip ticket. Since she had planned to rent a house in District 48, Zhuoshan decided to buy herself a relatively decent set of clothes. The first choice was naturally Universal Supermarket. The last time she entered the supermarket, the 2 shopping guides had remembered her. This time, when she saw her come in, one of them with a melon seed face came over and greeted her with a smile. "Welcome to Universal Supermarket. What do you need?" "I am Lingzi, the shopping guide. Can I introduce you to something?" "Hello, Lingzi. I want to buy a set of thermal insulation clothes which are larger, that can be worn inside,"
Zhuoshan said generously.
Last time she came in, she only saw baby clothes but no adult clothes. She was too lazy to look for them everywhere, so she might as well let the shopping guide lead the way. "These are all on the underground floor. There are many styles and types. I'll take you there." The shopping guide smiled more and more brightly. Each set of thermal insulation clothes for adults costs more than 2,000 silver coins. The shopping guide gets a commission of 2%. If she succeeds in this business, she can get a commission of at least 40 or 50 silver coins. The monthly base salary of a shopping guide is only 1,000 silver coins. If you work overtime for 1 day, you can get a bonus of half of the base salary for that day. This commission is equivalent to 3 days of overtime pay. Zhuoshan came to the underground floor and found that there was not even an elevator. She sneered at the word all-purpose even more. Lingzi did not introduce her randomly, but helped her choose a few sets of heat-insulating clothes with ordinary styles and relatively dark colors. "Madam, although these don't look so beautiful, they are all very practical. The heat-insulating materials they use are all D-level, but the price is only about 70% of the fashionable styles over there," Lingzi introduced enthusiastically. Zhuoshan scanned around and found that the styles introduced by Lingzi were indeed cheap. Although they looked old-fashioned, they were not rustic. Walking in the crowd wearing such heat-insulating clothes, you don't stand out at all. People will not think you are a poor scavenger in District 50, nor will they think you are a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Zhuoshan finally chose a set of heat-insulating clothes similar to the current jackets. It is beige and gray, which is both dirt-resistant and not heat-absorbent. If this color is designed to be fashionable and flamboyant, it will be very stylish to wear, but because the style is old, it looks old-fashioned. After Zhuoshan went to the fitting room to change, she looked at herself in the mirror and felt very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. This dress makes her look like a transparent person. If she is in a large group of people wearing heat-insulating clothes, she will definitely be the most inconspicuous one. This is the effect she wants to achieve. This set of clothes is 20% off, and the total price after the discount is 1,699 silver coins. It is indeed 1/3 cheaper than similar clothes, or even more. "Madam, can I help you become a member? You can accumulate points every time you shop, and you can use the points to draw prizes at the end of the year. Our supermarket has a lot of prizes." Lingzi was full of enthusiasm, and it seemed that she wanted to develop her as a long-term customer. Zhuoshan followed her to become a member. Members here scan the code directly on the watch. The next time you buy something, when you transfer money to pay, the points will be automatically accumulated to the account, and you can check it through the watch at any time. When there is a discount in the store, the information will be sent to the customer's watch as soon as possible, which is comparable to modern promotional methods. This wasteland era is indeed an era where advanced technology and chaotic order coexist. After sighing, Zhuoshan endured the pain and changed into new clothes. Her plan today was to go to the agency to look at houses first if possible. It is necessary to wear a decent suit that many residents of District 48 have, otherwise people will look down on you, either digging traps or taking advantage of you at will. When Uncle Wu Qiong saw Zhuoshan again, he almost didn't recognize her. In less than a month, she had changed her clothes. "Girl, are you rich?" Wu Qiong said with a smile. "It's just a little fortune, but I came here today mainly to fulfill my promise," Zhuoshan said, taking out 2 vacuum-sealed bags from her backpack, one of which contained a dish of soaked pagoda vegetables, and the other contained a dish of stir-fried bamboo rat meat with tender bamboo shoots. Although there was no cooking oil, some oil could be scraped off the surface of the cooked meat, which was barely enough to stir-fry a meal. Wu Qiong opened the bag in front of her, leaned over to smell it, and his appetite could not help but come out. He first picked up a bamboo shoot and put it in his mouth. The smell of meat, freshness, saltiness, and numbingness instantly conquered his taste buds. Wu Qiong had eaten stir-fried dishes before, but this was the first time he had eaten such a delicious meat dish. As far as he knew, at least outside the 40th district, you couldn't eat such delicious stir-fried dishes. You are so awesome. He raised his thumb and stammered, not knowing what words to use to praise. I'm glad you like it, Uncle Wu. I'm worried that my cooking skills are too poor and I'm wasting food. Try the meat and see if you can tell what kind of meat it is. Shan smiled happily. Nothing can make a chef happier than praise from the heart. Uncle Wu tasted it carefully again and again, but finally shook his head. The mutant meat he had eaten in the past was either stewed or grilled, and the seasoning was limited to coarse salt. He really couldn't taste the fresh and fragrant meat mixed with bamboo shoots. This is bamboo rat meat, a first-level mutant meat. Ordinary people will not have energy riots after eating it. Of course, I can't beat a second-level mutant beast, and there is no chance to hunt it. Shan explained with a smile. In this world, ordinary people can only eat the first-level mutant meat. Because the energy contained in the second level and above is relatively high, only genetic warriors can eat it. This is really precious. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wu Qiong thanked repeatedly. He couldn't bear to eat the rest, so he closed the seal directly, intending to save it for tomorrow and tomorrow to eat slowly, and it would be best to pair it with a glass of wine. That taste, don't mention how much enjoyment, wow. Wu Qiong picked up a small piece of pagoda vegetable with his fingers and chewed it in small bites. It was moderately salty and slightly sour, and tasted crisp and refreshing. Although it was not as fragrant as the bamboo shoots fried with meat, it had a unique flavor. Okay. If you have the right ingredients, you can make more of this and sell it on my behalf. I won't charge you a commission. Wu Qiong said cheerfully. He thought that even if no one bought it, he could spend a lot of it himself, enough for this girl to earn some pocket money. The raw materials of this pagoda vegetable are hard to come by. There is no place to find them. I just thought that you are an uncle who knows how to appreciate food, so I made a dish for you to try. But this pickling method is not limited to this kind of ingredient. When I have other suitable ingredients in the future, I will definitely pickle more. Shan smiled. It is said that people are soft-hearted when they eat from others. I, Old Wu, have eaten these two good things from you. Tell me, what do you need your help with? Don't be polite to me. Wu Qiong never does things for free. The ancestral motto of their Wu family is to do business fairly and honestly. If you have a bad character, you may gain more benefits in a short period of time, but if your reputation is damaged, the loss will be great over time. Not only will you suffer, but your descendants will also suffer. The reason why their family's Wu Lao grocery store has been able to survive for hundreds of years is because of its reputation. Influenced by his father since childhood, Wu Qiong has developed a character of not taking advantage of others since childhood. The grocery store makes money from the price difference of goods, but it will never take advantage of others for nothing. Uncle, since you are so straightforward, I will tell you straight away. This is what I want to do. I want to rent a yard in the 48th district, and I want you to be my guarantor. I know it's a bit too much to ask you to do this after only meeting you twice, but I really don't have any acquaintances here, so I came to you for help. Of course, if you find it inconvenient, I won't blame you. After all, this is human nature. Shan said a little embarrassedly. Hey, I thought it was a big deal. It turns out that being a guarantor is a small matter. In fact, you people from other districts who come to rent a house have already paid such a large deposit. If there is any theft, fight, or brawl, the deposit is enough to pay for it. What's more, you are a single girl. What kind of trouble can you cause? I am worried that you will be bullied by others. Wu Qiong said straightforwardly. Thank you very much, uncle. When I save enough for the deposit, I will come here to rent a house. Swan thanked him seriously. Speaking of renting a house, what are your requirements for the house? You might as well tell me first. I will keep an eye out for you during this period and write down the suitable ones for you. Wu Qiong said enthusiastically. He really hopes that Swan can rent a house in District 48. When the time comes, it will be close, and if she makes any new delicacies, he can also taste them first. First of all, it must be safe, and then it must be a private house. I don't want to live in the same yard with others. In addition, the rent cannot be too expensive. I don't have any other requirements. As for furniture, I don't need it. I have a set of newly made bamboo furniture.
Swan said.
Okay, I will keep an eye out for you here, and you should save money there. I see that you're about to give birth in a few months, right? I advise you to move here early so that people will not covet the bonus after giving birth. There have been several cases of robbery of single mothers in District 50. Wu Qiong advised. Thank you, uncle. I also considered this point and decided to move to District 48. I just don't know how expensive the rent here is.
Swan said worriedly.
I know this. The rent here is at least 1,000 silver coins per month for a private house that is well maintained and in a good location. The rent for a less expensive house is no less than 600 silver coins. This price is a bit expensive for you, but safety is guaranteed. In District 48, if you're caught burglarizing a house, you'll be fined more than 10 times. If you can't pay the fine, you'll be sent to the pioneer camp as cannon fodder. It is a place where you are in danger of death. As for robbery, if you cause harm, you'll be sent directly to the pioneer camp. If you don't cause harm, you will be fined more than 50 times. If you can't pay the fine, you will also be sent to the pioneer camp. Uncle Wu said. Swan didn't continue to ask what kind of organization the pioneer camp was, but it was definitely not a good place to punish criminals. After getting this information, her heart was slightly relieved. Swan decided that she had to let baby Aiken be born in District 48 no matter what. It was too difficult for a baby to grow up safely in a place like District 50. By the way, Uncle, do you have any small weapons? It doesn't need to be too good. Second-hand ones are fine, as long as they can protect me.
Swan said again.
If she had a sharp knife at that time, she would not have to hold the cutting knife to cut the man's legs. She could have just stabbed him in the back and solved the problem. As a single woman, you should have something to protect yourself. You are in luck. I have a dagger that someone is consigning. The person just found someone to make it, but something happened at home, and he was short of money, so he consigned it to me. I have carefully checked the item. It is made of pure snow brocade stone. If it is sold to outsiders, it will cost at least 2,000 silver coins. If I give it to you, I won't make any profit from the difference. The consignor said that the minimum price is 1,600 silver coins. If you think it is suitable, take it. Wu Qiong took it out from under the counter and handed it to her. Swan took it in his hand and weighed it. It was quite heavy, not like a knife made of cheap alloy. There was a leather scabbard outside the dagger. I don't know what kind of animal skin it was, but it looked quite flexible. After pulling out the scabbard, he saw that its blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, light and strong, flashing with cold light, as if it could cut everything. With a casual wave of his hand, it was like a flash of lightning in the dark night, instantly breaking the quiet space. The most important point is that it is very small and exquisite, and it is difficult to be discovered when hidden close to the body. It is really a weapon suitable for sneak attacks. I want it. Swan directly showed his watch to transfer the money, as if he was afraid that Wu Qiong would go back on his word. Wu Qiong lowered his head to hide the smile in his eyes. This silly girl didn't know that a dagger forged from pure snow cloud brocade stone would cost at least 5,000 silver coins. The son-in-law of the Lin family store in District 49 asked him to find a way to sell it to Swan at a low price. Wu Qiong didn't know what grudges there were between them, but he had a good impression of Swan. Since she was taking advantage of him, he agreed. After traveling to the wasteland, this was the first time that Swan didn't feel any pain when paying. The more she looked at this dagger, the more she felt that it was worth the money. The two sums of money she spent today were both in the thousands, but they were worth it. For example, the heat-insulating suit she is wearing now is really effective. Now it has entered extremely hot weather. I wake up and sweat every morning, not to mention walking on the road. I sweat all the time. But after putting on this heat-insulating suit, I feel much cooler. Although it is still hot, at least I won't sweat profusely. But 3,500 were suddenly reduced from the account, and the balance was only 46,424. I still feel a kind of panic that I will live off my savings, and I must hurry to make money. I took the bus back to the 49th District bus station. After getting off the bus, Zuashan jogged home with her backpack on her back. When she passed the Lin family grocery store, she felt someone staring at her. There is only one way to go home from the bus station. If she wants to bypass the Lin family grocery store, she has to walk at least 1 more kilometer. What's more, she has done nothing wrong. Why should she take a detour? But being stared at by such a burning gaze was really uncomfortable. She couldn't help but turn her head to look over and met Lin Danden's complex eyes, with fear, jealousy, and unwillingness. Zuashan was particularly puzzled. The original body didn't hate her, the woman who stole her childhood sweetheart. So why did she hate her in return? Xiangzi and the other 3 died too quickly, and she didn't have time to ask if it was this Lin Danden who was behind it. But now seeing the fear in her eyes, Zuashan was basically certain. Even if she didn't bribe them to do it, at least she played an inciting role. She remembered this grudge, and would get it back one day in the future. In the Lin family's grocery store, Chiang was busy repairing weapons and inadvertently saw Lin Danden's legs shaking in front of him. What is she afraid of? He raised his head and saw the back of her wearing a loose heat-insulating suit. Even though she changed into new clothes, he still recognized her familiar running posture at a glance. Is it Xiao Shanzi? Did she just come back from District 48? The last time she had a conflict with Lin Danden, she said that she would never step into the Lin family grocery store again in her life. So he guessed that if she wanted to shop in the future, she would definitely go to District 48. She was so smart that she would choose Wu Lao grocery store as long as she asked. He knew that the relationship between her and him had ended, but he still wanted to give her the snow cloud brocade stone dagger that was specially made for her. So he took the opportunity to find Wu Qiong when he went to District 48 to purchase parts. He had dealt with Wu Qiong several times. He always deposited the scrap tools he assembled with scrap parts in his store to sell. He did not put the money he got into his own account, but used it to buy new parts and reassemble new tools and new weapons. He used the money from the sale of new weapons and new tools, plus the snow cloud brocade stone he removed from scrap weapons, to make this dagger for Xiao Shanzi. It was a pity that she had already cut off contact with him before the dagger was made. When he finally got the dagger, he sent it directly to Wu Qiong and begged him to sell it to her at a low price. In order to make the dagger look less valuable, he even made the scabbard look old and gray. He secretly asked Meng Feiyu about it. She had gained a lot from the black pine forest, especially the 3 low-radiation pine nuts. That thing was a treasure with no market and was no longer within the price range of the exchange hall. One could be exchanged for at least 500 silver coins. In addition, 35 medium radiation pine nuts, each of which could be exchanged for at least 20 silver coins, should be able to be exchanged for more than 2,000 silver coins in total. In this way, she could afford the dagger he gave her at a low price. His only worry was that she was reluctant to spend the money. But she didn't know that no matter how careful you are when scavenging in the wild, you will encounter danger. Having a weapon for self-defense greatly increases the safety factor. Chiong thought that Lin Danden was so angry that her legs were shaking when she saw her, but he didn't expect that she was frightened. Lin Danden was really scared. That day, Xiangzi and the other 2 went to the grocer to sell things. Her years of experience working at the counter allowed her to see at a glance that they were selling stolen goods. But the rule of the grocer is that they don't ask the customers where their things come from, as long as they can make money. A few days ago, she heard a neighbor of Zuashan, Sister Lu, say sourly that Zuashan had hooked up with 2 mercenaries. During this period, she stopped collecting wild vegetables and went to the bamboo forest to collect bamboo leaves every day just to make bamboo leaf water for the mercenaries to drink. She said that she was the most beautiful and coquettish woman in District 50 and that she was pregnant with the mercenary's child, but the mercenary refused to marry her. Now, in order to get more money from the mercenaries, she went to the bamboo forest to collect bamboo every day just because the mercenaries liked to drink bamboo leaf water. Xiangzi and the other two said at the time that they were free these days, so they might as well go and sleep with this coquettish woman Zuoshan to see if it was as enjoyable as the boss lady said. That day, she saw Xiangzi and the other two walking towards the 50th district with her own eyes, but they didn't come back until they closed the store at night. She had been wondering in her heart for the past 2 days, where did these 3 people go? Could it be that they accidentally killed Zuoshan and then went to hide somewhere else? But today, she saw Zuoshan running past her in good health. She looked very energetic, and her belly was obviously bulging. She didn't look like she had been abused at all. How could she, a pregnant woman, come back alive after meeting Xiangzi and the other 3? And since Xiangzi and the other 3 didn't kill her, why didn't they come back that day? It's really terrifying to think about it. But later she found another reason. Maybe Xiangzi and the other 3 had an urgent matter and turned back halfway. Although she had been staring outside, she was careless and missed it. Anyway, she would never believe that Zuoshan had the ability to kill Xiangzi and the other 3 strong men. In Lin Danden's opinion, except for those who can awaken supernatural powers, the women in District 50 can only go out to scavenge in the wild with cutting knives every day. Those who can keep themselves from going hungry are considered capable. In short, this matter is a reversal for her. This time she is lucky and escaped. If she can have a smooth journey and successfully give birth to the evil child in her belly, she will find a way to encourage an old bachelor in District 49 to pester her, and it would be best if she could marry her so that she can no longer pester Qiyang. Zuoshan ran home and couldn't help showing off her newly bought dagger and heat-insulated clothes to Mao Li. Mao Li sneered at her heat-insulating suit. This material is far inferior to the heat-insulating suits of our Liuguang galaxy, and it doesn't have radiation protection function. Seeing her dagger, Mao Li trembled. Master, you have killed 3 people, and now you have bought such a sharp weapon. Are you planning to kill more people? There is nothing wrong with my brain. Why would I kill people for no reason? I bought this weapon just for self-defense. Self-defense, you know? It is to defend myself when attacked. If it happens that the person who attacks me is malicious, then I can only kill him. When Zuoshan said this last sentence, she was shocked to realize that her worldview had been distorted. Why is she so calm about killing now? Could it be that once bloody and violent things start, it will be like a flood that has been released and can no longer be controlled? No, she has to reflect on herself. She is a law-abiding 5 good youth. She didn't kill people before, and she won't kill people casually in the future. Master, Xiaobao secretly picked the mutant lemon fruit in the yard while you were out today. As a result, he only took a bite and vomited because he thought it was not tasty. With such a shortage of food, it is not advisable to waste it. You have to take good care of it. Mao Li complained to Zuoshan. Zuoshan pulled Xiaobao's ears, but it didn't hide obediently. It rubbed its furry head in her palm. Her heart melted immediately. This is a national treasure. Now he is really wrong to follow her. Xiaobao, when I have a lot of money in the future, we will buy a big house in the central area and plant a large area of bamboo. Then you can lie in the bamboo forest every day and eat as many tender bamboo leaves as you want. By the way, we will also raise a large group of bamboo rats. I will cook bamboo rat meat and tender bamboo shoots for you every day. I promise to raise you plump. Seeing Zuoshan stroking his fur and mumbling, Mao Li's mechanical heart couldn't help but feel jealous. By the way, Mao Li, as the little prince of the mechanical family, if you are fully recovered, can you forge weapons? Look at this little dagger of mine. With just a little bit of material, it is worth 1 or 2,000 silver coins. Zuoshan shook the dagger in his hand at Mao Li. Looking at the lightning-like blade, Mao Li shuddered, fearing that she would accidentally cut his mechanical arm with the dagger. Although the mechanical race is not afraid of pain, the special metal needed to repair scars is not available on this planet. He doesn't want to live with the appearance of a disabled person. That's too ugly. Master, in the Liuguang galaxy, every weapon forged by our mechanical race needs to be registered at the Interstellar Weapons Management Center and marked with a unified number before it can be sold. There is no place for registration in your Collant galaxy, so please forgive me for not making weapons for you. Mowgli said apologetically. You are too pedantic, aren't you? Please, you are now on the wasteland planet of the Collant galaxy. We make weapons to earn a living. Why do you still stick to the old rules and refuse to make concessions? Shan said angrily. I'm sorry, Master. We mechanical people are law-abiding and would rather die than change. But I can help you build a defensive mecha for teaching which can defend against the attacks of mutant beasts at least above level 8, but the premise is that you have to have money to buy spare parts first. Mowgli continued to apologize in a good-tempered manner. Aren't you talking nonsense? Mechas are something that require countless parts. Your master is so poor now that I can't afford it in a lifetime. Alas. That means you don't need to eat. Otherwise, I will definitely tick you out. Shan said disdainfully. Mowgli looked hurt, lowered his head, and squatted in the corner silently. Shan didn't bother to care whether his little heart was hurt or not. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for more than 400 years. She, who had just turned 25, why should she make him happy? However, after he reminded her, Shan realized that the 2 mutant lemon fruits in her yard were ripe again. She was too busy during this period and didn't look at her yard carefully when she went in and out. It was already dark. Shan walked into the yard. Seeing that there was no one around, she called Mowgli to light up the place. After a closer look, she saw that the short plants were full of mutant lemon fruits. This time, there were more fruits than last time, a total of 25. Unfortunately, the test results showed that only 8 of them were moderately irradiated. She carefully picked them, sliced them, and dried them. The high-radiation ones were not wasted. They were all picked and put into a sealed bag for storage. In case Mowgli got rusted by acid rain one day, she could use it to squeeze juice as a rust remover. Seeing that the owner was so considerate, Mowgli's heart, which had just been injured, recovered instantly and was full of energy. When picking lemon fruits, she saw some tender leaves growing on the ground from the corner of her eye. The first reaction of the scavengers was to use a cutting knife to test whether the leaves were edible. Then she realized that it was not right. This was her yard. The green leaves growing here should be the tender seedlings of the seeds she planted, right? After a closer look, she was so surprised that she almost screamed like a groundhog. Mamma mia! The tender seedlings turned out to be leaves of 4 different plants. She remembered that the seeds sown in the yard were only 1 pyracantha, 3 pagoda vegetables, and 1 ball given by Uncle Wu Qiong. Could it be that all 4 plants have sprouted? Isn't it said that planting in wasteland is difficult? Moreover, she only remembered to water it frequently when she first planted the seeds. Recently, she hardly took care of it, and the soil on the ground was dry and cracked. Especially the pagoda vegetable, because it was planted according to the planting method of her hometown. It could not be watered for a few days after it was planted, so she buried it directly in the soil and never took care of it again. Think about it. She never watered it once from beginning to end. Because she was afraid that the taste would be bad, she also chose to water it before going to bed. The nights here are long, and the smell will be scattered when she wakes up. Just like this. It actually survived? Shan felt that this must be because the seeds she planted were what the old people said cheap seeds, easy to raise. Yes, that's it. Thinking that these were the first batch of plants she had grown since arriving in the wasteland, Shan was very excited. She decided that when she moved, she would dig them up with their roots and plant them in her new home. When can she buy a manor in the central area? Then she will plant different kinds of flowers, vegetables, fruits, and dried fruits. Thinking of dried fruits, she immediately rushed into the house and took out a low-radiation pine nut from under her pillow, wanting to test the sharpness of her new dagger. As a result, she stabbed it hard. Hey! The pine nut shell really cracked. Today she has a good time. She can add some powdered powder of fried pine nuts to her wild vegetable porridge. Woohoo! Just smelling it can make you drool. Half an hour later, Shan held the fragrant pine nut wild vegetable porridge and ate it with sweat. Xiaobao also got a bowl and buried his head in the food until his face was covered with paste. This was the first time for the little guy to drink porridge because Zhuoshan had decided not to go to the bamboo forest in the short term. She was definitely worried about letting it go to the wild alone, so she decided to let it try human food. It ate bamboo rat-fried bamboo shoots very well before. Looking at the little guy who was drinking porridge from the bamboo basin and had his face covered with porridge, Zhuoshan couldn't help but sigh. From the high-altitude flower that only nibbled on tender bamboo leaves to the down-to-earth one who drank wild vegetable porridge without changing his expression, there was really only a fine line between them. After a good night's sleep, it was still dark when the cat alarm clock Maoli woke him up the next morning. Zhuoshan yawned and looked at Xiao Bao sleeping in the crib. It was lying on its back, snoring, and sleeping very soundly. It seemed that the mutant beast was indeed thick-skinned and thick-fleshed. Even if it was a cub, its stomach was strong enough to change the structure of food at will. The bowl of pine nut and wild vegetable porridge it drank last night did not cause any gastrointestinal discomfort to it. In the future, she would not have to prepare food for it. Unfortunately, this result did not bring any surprises to Zhuoshan, because Xiao Bao was still a cub and did not eat much, so she might be able to barely afford it. But when it grows up, I can imagine how amazing its appetite will be just by thinking about the huge size of the big national treasure. If that time really comes, she might have no choice but to release it back into the wild. Zhuoshan didn't like to feel sad about the passing of time. She washed up quickly and then took Maoli to do morning exercises. She chose a road with the most scavengers today because the extremely hot weather had arrived and many people set out in the dark, regardless of the darkness before dawn. After all, when the extremely hot weather comes, the temperature will rise rapidly as soon as the sun comes out. Even in the wild, it is easy to get heatstroke even if there are shade trees. So everyone still wants to hurry on while it's cool before dawn, so that they can suffer less. Zhuoshan ran forward, and from time to time, she passed the scavengers walking on the road. Those people saw her wearing a heat-insulating suit. Even though the color was gray and inconspicuous, they all looked envious. Some of them had been relatively wealthy before and had worn heat-insulating suits and knew how effective they were. If there weren't so many scavengers along the way, some people would have pounced on them and robbed them directly. Maoli felt the greedy eyes of these people and even overheard a middle-aged woman muttering, "Huh, didn't you just rely on your youth and beauty to coax a man into buying you a set of heat-insulating clothes? When I was young, there were men willing to buy me one. Unfortunately, the heat-insulating clothes were worn out, and the heartless man got tired of playing with them and refused to come to see me again." Maoli recorded the woman's words and played them to Zhuoshan. After listening to them, she didn't care at all and continued her morning run. There were many scavengers on this road, and it was impossible for any fish to slip through the net, so she was too lazy to take out the cutting knife to check the leaves. Because she had been maintaining the speed of long-distance running training, it was still dark when she arrived at the largest scavenging area in District 50, and there were not many people who arrived earlier than her. Today's moon was particularly bright, so even if it was still dark, everything around could be roughly seen clearly. Zhuoshan randomly chose a densely forested area and planned to start the inspection. At this time, a timid girl's voice came from behind her. "Sister Shanzi, please go to another place. The mutant chrysanthemums here have owners. If you pick them, they will come back to trouble you." "How do you know my last name is Zhua? Do you know me?" Zhuoshan turned around and saw a skinny girl about 10 years old. She looked ordinary, with a clear and shy look in her eyes, and looked a little timid. "Well, when I was 6 years old, I was picking up trash and was snatched away by 2 big boys. I had finally detected a moderately radioactive water celery. They also beat me. You and Brother Chiang happened to pass by and saw it. You helped me get the water celery back and beat the 2 big boys. That day, I was beaten black and blue. Later, when I met you again on the road to picking up trash, you didn't recognize me. I was embarrassed to follow you, so I never spoke to you again." Following the little girl's words, Zhuoshan searched in his memory, but did not find this part. Perhaps for the original body, this was an unimportant little thing, and it was normal to forget it. "What's your name?" Zhuoshan asked casually. "My name is Panduiyu. My mother said I was a debt collector and shouldn't have been born, but she got pregnant and the government didn't allow abortion.
Pandu said.
Zhuoshan saw that she looked calm when she said this, and she should have accepted the fact that she was not liked by her mother. Pandu. How about I change your name to Panduol? Do you think it sounds better? Zhuoshan really couldn't bear it. It's not that she is a saint, but she thinks this mother is too cruel. No matter what the reason for giving birth to this child, since she was born, she shouldn't treat her like this. Living in the wasteland, it is normal to lack food and clothing, but giving a child such a name is a kind of torture to her soul.
Pandul?
Nice, this name is so nice. But my mother will definitely not agree to let me change my name. I have inquired about it, and it costs 5 silver coins to change the name. But Sister Shanzi, you can call me that, I will definitely agree. When I grow up and save enough money, I can go to the registry to change my name by myself, and then I can be called Pandul openly. The little girl's face was full of surprise, and her eyes were shining. Very good, Pandul. The nickname is Lele, which makes people happy to hear. By the way, Lele, this wild is everyone's scavenging area. Why do you say that these mutant chrysanthemums have owners? Zhuoshan asked, puzzled. Do you know the family of Tong Laosan, the head of the West? His brother Tong Laoda came back a while ago. Originally, Tong Laoda was in the Flying Tiger mercenary group. It is said that he made a mistake, had an arm broken, and was kicked out. Although he lost an arm, he is a first-level gold-type mutant who can send out 3 golden thorns to pierce people through the heart. No one in our 50 districts can be his opponent. Tong Laosan brought his brother to the wild to scavenge, and found these mutant chrysanthemums. Because its branches and leaves can grow out quickly after being cut, and these chrysanthemums are quite strange, and more moderately radioactive leaves were detected than other wild vegetables. The 2 brothers occupied these chrysanthemums, and if anyone dared to pick a leaf, they would. They beat people up and robbed them of their entire day's harvest. They also said that if anyone secretly picked leaves here, they would reward half of the reward to anyone who was willing to report it. After a long time, no one dared to steal these mutant chrysanthemum leaves. Sister Shanzi, you probably haven't been to this area for a long time, so you don't know. Pandul explained the cause and effect, and Zhuoshan was dumbfounded. Everyone was living so hard, and there were still people who acted as local tyrants in such places and bullied poor scavengers. It was too much. But as a woman and a pregnant mother, there was really no need for her to conflict with others for a few pieces of chrysanthemum. Thank you, Lele, then I'll go over there. Zhuoshan thanked him, ran a distance, and found a bush with relatively sparse branches and leaves. This place doesn't look good at first glance, and no one should it from her, right? Looking around, she found that many people had come one after another, but it was obvious that no one liked the place she chose. There was no one within a radius of more than 10 meters. It was called a bush, but if you look closely, it is actually a familiar mutant wild vegetable prickly lettuce. When I was a child, I followed the children of the neighbors to pick grass for pigs, and this prickly lettuce was one of them. Wild vegetables that can be used to feed pigs can naturally be eaten by people, but the scavengers in District 50 don't like it. In the original body's memory, every time they saw it, they would directly bypass it, and it was not on their menu. Prickly lettuce has a circle of thorn-like teeth around its young leaves since it was born. At first glance, it is full of thorns and does not look like it is edible. This is why the green algae people don't eat it. But they don't know that the small thorns around this prickly lettuce only look scary. In fact, if you blanch it in boiling water, the thorns will become soft, just like the thorns on the eggplant handle. In addition to being edible, the bumps formed in its stems after insects have the effect of stopping bleeding, removing blood stasis, and eliminating summer heat.
It is just right to eat it in this season.
A barefoot doctor in the village said that its scientific name is thistle, a Chinese medicine. It is said that it can cure hepatitis if it is dried and soaked in water. However, his medical skills are very ordinary. Only the children in the village will listen carefully to what he says, and the adults don't take it seriously. Zhuoshan took a glance and found that there were 7 or 8 thorn vegetables in this piece. There was not even a mark left on the leaves after being cut after detection. She couldn't help but smile. She tested more than a dozen pieces in a row and found a piece with moderate radiation. She couldn't help but feel excited. When she was scavenging in the wild, she couldn't find a piece of edible wild vegetables all day when she was unlucky. Unexpectedly, she got off to a good start today. People around also noticed that she was testing this piece of thorn vegetables and sneered. Even if this thing was found to be edible, it would take a lot of effort to cut off the thorns on the leaves one by one. What's more, it tasted ordinary. Of course, this was just because most wasteland scavengers were used to eating wild vegetables raw and didn't know how to cook them. In fact, most wild vegetables don't taste good when eaten raw, especially those that are bitter. They must be blanched in boiling water first, and then eaten with seasonings to taste fresh and wild. By the time the sun rose and she was sweating profusely, Zuoshan had detected 12 leaves of moderately radiated and 2 leaves of low-radiated prickly lettuce. This was a mutant prickly lettuce, and each leaf weighed half a pound. She was very satisfied with such a harvest. Before she could find a way to make money, she had to ensure at least enough food for her family of 3 every day so that she wouldn't eat up all the food. Zuoshan was too lazy to move, so she lay down in the shade of the thick leaves to rest. Suddenly, there was a cry in the distance, accompanied by screams. Zuoshan got up, reached out and touched the dagger at her waist, and then continued to listen. The cry gradually became blurred, and after a while, she saw Pandul coming from the shade of the tree dragging a sack. "Sister Shanzi, you really stayed here all morning to test this thorny bud. This thing is not delicious, and it is troublesome to handle. How about I take you to a place?" Pandul said with a look of disgust. "This may be a little troublesome to handle, but no one is competing with me. You can see my current situation. It is not suitable for conflict with others. It is better to hide." Zuoshan smiled. "My mother said that you are pregnant. Is it true?" Pandul stared at her bulging belly carefully. "It's true. In a few months, my sister will give birth to a baby." Zuoshan said, "There is nothing to hide about this matter. Sooner or later, everyone will know. My mother said that men are not good things. My father lied to her before, saying that he would marry her, sleep with her, and make her pregnant, and then ran away. My mother said that you must have been deceived by a stinky man. She also said that if you can really give birth to a baby, you must not be deceived again. Otherwise, you will not be able to keep the reward silver coins." Pandul looked at her with a worried face. "You are just a little girl. How old are you? You are already so worried about adults." Zuoshan smiled and poked her forehead, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Zuoshan followed Pandul around and came to a small hill. Pandul looked around and found that no one was following him. Then he carefully pushed away a few large stones, revealing a narrow passage. After passing through the passage that was dozens of meters long, a small ditch appeared in front of him. The original body had been scavenging for many years and never knew that there was a small ditch hidden here. According to Pandul, she encountered a rainstorm when she was out scavenging. She ran around blindly and ran here and found this cave. At that time, she was just hiding from the rain, and then she found this small ditch outside the cave. But she usually didn't dare to come here easily, for fear of being discovered. Today, it happened that Tong Lao San was strolling there and overheard that Aunt Zheng had detected a piece of low-radiation noodles and vegetables. He insisted that he had discovered it and wanted to rob it. Uncle Zheng was so angry that he started a fight. As you can imagine, Uncle Zheng was beaten half to death. Most of the scavengers were attracted to watch the fun, so she took the opportunity to come over and pull Zuoshan to go fishing in the ditch. The water in the ditch was very clear. Zuoshan watched Pandul take out an empty sack, prop up the mouth of the sack with a stick, and press down on both sides with stones, and then squatted aside and waited for the fish to come. "Sister Shanzi, don't just stand there. You also take a sack and make a fishing net like me. If you are lucky, you will definitely catch fish." The little girl urged her. "Can such a simple fishing net catch fish?" She expressed doubt. At the same time, she was very moved that the child was willing to share this ditch with her. From her tone, there were only her and her mother in her family, and life was very difficult, but she was still willing to share it with her. Swan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that his understanding of this wasteland was too one-sided. Not everyone was as cruel and selfish as the old woman who hit him with a club. Swan picked up some vines from nearby and wove a simple fish basket with a small mouth and a big belly in no time. He dug in the soil nearby for a long time and dug out a huge mutant earthworm. After cutting it into several pieces, he threw 2 pieces into Panduel's sack and 2 into her fish basket and then sat down to wait. Sister Shanzi, why are you doing this? This earthworm looks so disgusting. Panduel looked disgusted. You don't understand. Only with this bloody smell can fish be attracted to the bait, Swan said with a smile. For a whole afternoon, the 2 people caught a total of 38 fish, but unfortunately, only 4 of them were detected with moderate radiation. This was enough to make them happy. Sister Shanzi, do you know? I have been here several times before, and I could only catch 5 or 6 fish at most each time, and sometimes I couldn't even catch a single edible fish. Twice, the fish bit through my sack and escaped. Today, I have learned something from you. It turns out that fish baskets are much more useful than sacks. They are durable and you don't have to watch them all the time. And using earthworms as bait is really great, Panduel said excitedly. Each person got 2 fish, 1 big and 1 small. The big one weighed more than 3 pounds, and the small one weighed more than 1 pound. Swan didn't know what kind of fish it was. In the original body's memory, he had never seen a fish, let alone eaten a fish. He had only seen it on pictures on the internet. The 2 waited until the sun was setting and estimated that the people who were collecting fish had almost left. Then they quietly crawled out of the cave and did not forget to cover the cave entrance with a big stone. The 2 people went back all the way. The fish were naturally mixed in the leaves of wild vegetables, and no one paid much attention to it. In particular, when someone saw the prickly lettuce in Swan's sack, they couldn't help but curl their lips. When Swan brought Mao Li and dragged 2 sacks into the house, a shadow swooped over and knocked her to the ground. She subconsciously wanted to take out the dagger at her waist, but was rubbed in the face by Mao Rongrong, followed by a lot of saliva, covering her from head to toe. Xiaobao, are you crazy? Swan roared. The answer she got was a cry of extreme grievance. Swan could tell what it meant. You are bad, you are bad, you are all bad guys. Why did you leave the baby alone at home? And you locked the door to prevent the baby from chasing you? Okay, no more grievance. When we left in the morning, weren't you still sleeping? We didn't take you with us. Besides, it's so dangerous for my sister to go out into the wild alone. It's safer with Mao Li with me, Swan said with a distressed look on her face. Mao Li, the master can kill 3 strong men alone. What's unsafe about it? Swan hugged Xiaobao, stroking and smoothing his fur, and coaxing him for almost half an hour before he was finally happy. It would be wrong to cook fresh fish overnight, especially now that it is extremely hot. It will probably be smelly by tomorrow. Despite a whole day's hard work, Swan began to clean the fish. The old kitchen knife at home was too blunt and had gaps all over it, so she had to reluctantly use a new dagger to scrape the scales. While scraping, she sighed. Oh, I never expected that the precious dagger that my sister bought for more than 1,000 silver coins would be used to scrape fish scales for the first time. It was such a waste of resources. Sighing, she had to admit that the new dagger was easy to use, and it scraped the scales so neatly. Speaking of scraping scales, she had to thank her mother. When she was a child, she hated the fishy smell in the kitchen when she was cleaning fish at home, so whenever she made a mistake, her mother would buy a fish and force her to scrape the scales. At first, she didn't know how to do it, so her mother taught her step by step and patiently. Even if she accidentally scratched her hand, her mother would be cruel enough to put a band-aid on her and force her to continue scraping the scales. After a few times, she didn't dare to make mistakes anymore, but she also practiced the skill of scraping fish scales. Although her mother never let her go to the kitchen again when she was older and had a lot of homework, she would never forget this skill once she learned it. At this moment, she was slicing fish while crying. If she had known that one day she would travel to another world, she would never forget it. I should help my mother fillet fish more often. She knew that my mother actually hated to clean fish the most, but she and my father loved to eat fish, so they often bought fish. Forget it, don't think about it. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and continued to cook fish. She used to hate crying, but recently she couldn't help crying when she missed home. Zuoshan attributed this to a pregnancy reaction. Pregnant women, after all, like to be sentimental. The fish slices were cut into thin slices, smeared with salt and pepper powder, half of which were dried in the sun, and the other half were boiled in water. Fish bones should not be wasted. They were used to make soup. After stewing it into a milky white color, 2 slices of prickly lettuce were added, and it would be a pot of excellent wild vegetable fish soup. In order to match this pot of fish soup, she reluctantly put a piece of low-radiation prickly lettuce. She felt that if this pot of fish soup could be sold, it would probably sell for a sky-high price, but now it can only be sold at a low price. It was a bargain for her and Xiaobao. She only kept 2 pieces of the remaining prickly lettuce for tomorrow's meal. She cut off the sharp thorns on the leaves of the rest, sprinkled them with salt to kill the water, and then stuffed them into the kimchi jar. It happened that some of the pagoda vegetables had been eaten in the past few days, and there was a little more space in the kimchi jar, so it was all filled. Today's supper was very rich, a pot of wild vegetable and fish soup, and a large pot of boiled fish fillets. Zuoshan and Xiaobao were reluctant to raise their heads while eating. The hurt that Xiaobao suffered from being locked up in the room alone for a whole day was instantly healed by the delicious food. Mao Li, who was acting as a nightlight and smelling the fragrance at the side, once again felt extremely regretful that he was not a human. Lying in bed at night, Zuoshan felt that Aiken baby was very excited. He kept gurgling from left to right, and then from right to left. The joyful emotion infected her so much that the corners of her lips kept curling up. Zuoshan couldn't help but sigh. But poor baby Aiken, his mommy had been hungry and lacked nutrition. It was not easy to eat meat for several days in a row, and the child was finally full and satisfied. That night, Modi London, who was far away in the central area, had a dream. He saw a toddler running towards him in a sea of flowers. His steps were wobbly, like a newly hatched duckling, and it seemed that he might fall at any time. He couldn't help but get nervous and wanted to teleport over to help him, but he found that his teleportation seemed to have failed, and the whole person seemed to have lost the immobilization spell, and even his feet could not move. He could only watch the baby staggering, and his heart became nervous with every step he took. Just when the baby was about to run in front of him, he suddenly disappeared in front of him. He was so scared that he shouted, "Baby, where are you?" Waking up from his sleep, Modi London found himself in a cold sweat, and his pajamas were soaked. His room clearly had central air conditioning and a constant temperature all year round, but now it was as if he had been outdoors for a long time without wearing heat-insulating clothes. He gasped for breath, got up and took a glass of cold water, drank it in one breath, and then sat in front of the French window of the enclosed balcony, silently recalling the dream. Then he found that he couldn't remember what the baby in the dream looked like. He only remembered that he should be very delicate and beautiful, and he had fine and curly silver hair, so cute that his heart was about to melt. Could it be that because at the friend's party last night, Jing Yueza, that rascal, kept showing everyone his daughter's little jade photo, he was stimulated to want to find a woman to give birth to a son for him? Yes, that's right. He just wanted to have a son, and then take Jing Yueza's precious daughter Jing Bebe home. Humph. Jing Bebe. Look at the name the couple gave to their child. It's so tacky and rustic. But Jing Yueza said that the name Bebe was given by his wife. Sweetheart, little darling, or Bebe for short. These 2 words condense the essence of sweetheart.
Bah.
Isn't Jing Yueza just lucky? When he led the team to encircle and suppress the 9th-level alien beast, he also picked up a woman and brought her back? Zuoshan and Pandual had agreed that they couldn't always go to that small ditch. If that place was targeted by Tong Lauda and his men, it would probably become the private property of their Tong family, like those mutant chrysanthemums. The next morning, when Zuoshan got up, she found that Xiaobao was not sleeping in the crib next to her. She asked Mao Li, who said that when the little guy got up in the middle of the night to relieve himself, he slept at the door, probably because he was afraid that they would lock him up at home again. As soon as Zuoshan opened the door, a fluffy boy rolled down at her feet. She was used to going out early and jogging all the way to exercise, so she hardly met other scavengers on the road. Maoli was in front to light her way, and Xiaobao ran very fast to not seem to be lagging behind. The little guy had run with her to the bamboo forest every day a while ago, and he had also developed a running speed. Although he was a little out of breath, he could still keep up. In the backpack, she could run around and play. Yesterday, she noticed that the most densely populated area for scavengers was in the southeast direction, so today she deliberately chose the northwest direction, about 500 meters away from the main group. No one wanted to come to this area, mainly because there were no familiar wild vegetables, but her experience of living in the countryside of Blue Star told her that many types of wild plants are edible, and the key is whether you can cook them. Zuoshan was not worried at all that she would return empty-handed. At this moment, the sky was just getting a little white. She looked at Xiaobao, who was yawning and obviously not getting enough sleep, and found a relatively low and shady branch for it to take a nap. As for Maoli, she asked her to send him to the surrounding area to measure where there were energy fluctuations. Although she knew that the hope of picking up energy stones was slim, she still had to try her best. What if she was lucky enough to find a leak? After arranging these two, it was already dawn. She began to look at this area carefully. Suddenly, a wide triangular leaf as big as a banana leaf attracted her. When she saw other leaves now, she would habitually draw a picture of the tiger and the cat, using a grass branch to draw a miniature version of the picture on the ground so that she could judge which wild vegetable this plant was closer to in her memory, and then she would know whether it was edible or not. At this moment, she drew a small leaf based on the big leaf and took a closer look.
Hey,
this thing looks familiar. Isn't it the bitter buckwheat leaf? 2 years ago, when I went back to my hometown to visit my grandmother's grave, I saw that many families stopped growing wheat and switched to growing bitter buckwheat. They said that bitter buckwheat is now a health food and is very popular, so the price has naturally risen. So she has a deep impression of bitter buckwheat leaves. When she saw the miniature version of the picture, she recognized it at a glance. Looking through the original body's memory again, it turns out that the scavengers call this heart-piercing bitterness, and no one is willing to collect it if they can find other wild vegetables. Its fruit is even more bitter. When it is not ripe, it is full of bitter juice when you take a bite, and it is even more bitter when it is ripe. Even if the test results show that it is non-toxic and edible, no one will pick it. There were only a few bitter buckwheat plants in this area, but because no one picked them for a long time, they actually grew into a bitter buckwheat forest. It is estimated that there are about 20 to 30 plants. No wonder no one comes here. Zuoshan didn't bother to collect bitter buckwheat leaves first, but looked for bitter buckwheat grains first. Apart from other nutrients, this is a good treasure rich in starch and protein that can be used as a staple food. Since the agricultural civilization era, no one from the green algae star has eaten its fruits. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and no one knows that it is edible. As for agricultural experts, they often care more about new species that have not been included. There are so many wild plants in the past, and it is impossible for them to test their ingredients one by one and study how to eat them. Zuoshan felt that she had found a bargain again today. It is estimated that she can take a sack of bitter buckwheat grains back, and she won't have to worry about staple food for several months. However, ideals are full, and reality is skinny. She soon discovered that because this area is closer to the edge of the energy shield, the radiation level of the plants is relatively high. Most of the bitter buckwheat grains she thought she could find were highly radioactive. After 2 hours of testing, she only found one moderately radioactive bitter buckwheat grain. If she relied on these bitter buckwheat grains as her staple food, she would starve to death. However, Zuoshan still carefully put the hard-earned bitter buckwheat grain into her pocket. After all, it was the size of a thumb, and the grain was still plump. She decided to find an opportunity to plant this thing. Even if she didn't expect it to fill her stomach, at least the tender sprouts would be edible after it was planted for half a month. Whether it is cold salad, stir-fry, pickled vegetables, or soup, the taste is very unique, slightly bitter, and full of fragrance, which is what she likes. Seeing that the sun was about to rise, Zhuoshan planned to take a rest first, but when she looked down, she saw two newly unearthed bitter buckwheat leaves. The mutant bitter buckwheat plants are tall, each of which is 2 or 3 meters high. Even the newly unearthed new leaves are the size of a palm. Zhuoshan didn't bother to test. She just picked off the 2 new leaves and then took the test knife to test slowly, because she knew that the newly unearthed leaves were relatively less exposed to radiation. Sure enough, the 2 leaves were low-radiation leaves. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. She just wanted to wait here and pick the new leaves directly. Just after collecting the 2 new leaves, she was covered in a fluffy face. It turned out that Xiaobao woke up. It was already very hot. Xiaobao was sweating all over, and the hair on his body was a little wet. Zhuoshan couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Are you stupid? It's so cool at home, but you have to follow your sister to suffer in the wild. Xiaobao replied to her with a string of yin. Zhuoshan had no choice but to take out a few yam strips from her pocket and give it to it as a snack to grind its teeth. The two were getting greasy when they saw a flash of silver light, and the cat version of Maoli jumped from a distance and jumped in front of them. Master, I have made a great discovery. 2 kilometers to the west, I sense strong energy fluctuations. According to my guess, there must be advanced energy stones there. Unfortunately, that place is outside the energy shield, a high radiation zone, and we can't go there. Maoli was excited and regretful. Even living things can't go there, so can we get a robot to go there?
Zhuoshan said. Robot?
Master, you think too simply. We mechanical people are more radiation resistant than ordinary robots. In places where I can't go, once ordinary robots walk out of the shield, the electronic components on their bodies will soon be disturbed and destroyed by the super strong radiation and become a pile of scrap metal. Maoli looked at her with a little look of master. Why are you so ignorant? Zhuoshan glared at him angrily and said, Isn't it just a high-level civilization that landed here? If you were born in the wasteland, see how much knowledge you can store. Maoli, what do you think? If I have the ability to teleport, can I go there and come back quickly and take the energy stone back before the high radiation zone can cause me any harm? Zhuoshan's mind turned quickly. In theory, it's like this.
Maoli nudda.
Zhuoshan was feeling regretful when he suddenly heard a rumbling thunder in the sky. He looked up and saw through the gaps in the plants that thick clouds had accumulated in the sky. Was this the rhythm of a thunderstorm? Zhuoshan was immediately shocked. The Wasteland Safety Zone relies entirely on the energy shield built by the government to filter out the strong radiation of the sun, but this energy shield cannot radiate water molecules too much. The climate of the wasteland is very special. It often snows in extremely cold weather and often rains in extremely hot weather. However, there is a 1-month transition period between extremely cold weather and extremely hot weather, during which time it will neither snow nor rain. The water molecules in the air have been unable to gather and will always float in the air, constantly irradiated by strong sunlight. Therefore, the first rain after the arrival of extremely hot weather and the first snow after the arrival of extremely cold weather are all condensed from highly radiated water vapor. Once you are drenched in such rain or snow, it is equivalent to experiencing a high radiation. Unfortunately, the weather in the wasteland is unpredictable, and even the weather forecast is difficult to predict when it will rain. Naturally, scavengers cannot hide at home to avoid getting caught in the rain. But before the first rain, they will bring raincoats or rainproof cloth when they go out to scavenge. Only Zhuoshan, who had traveled through time, had no experience in this. When she saw that it was going to rain, her memory came back. Although there were shade trees everywhere, they could not cover too tightly, and once the rain got heavy, it would be even less safe. She felt that she had to find a safe place to take shelter as soon as possible before the rain fell. This area was full of shrubs or tall trees. The only safe place Zhuoshan could think of was the cave that Pandual had taken her to yesterday. She had originally agreed to go there once in a while to avoid being discovered, but now she had to break her promise to avoid the highly radioactive rain. Zhuoshan made a prompt decision, stuffed Xiaobao and the cat Maoli into her backpack, and then ran towards the cave with the sack. There was nothing to gain today. The sack was almost empty except for the scavenging tools. It was not heavy at all, and it did not affect her running speed at all. This area was not far from the cave, only about 1 kilometer, and Zhuoshan started running at full speed. Just halfway through the run, big drops of rain began to fall. She put the hood of her heat-insulating suit on her head, took out 2 empty sacks and overlapped them on her head, and walked carefully between the shades of the trees. Even so, a few drops of rain still hit the sacks, but fortunately she ran fast enough and reached her destination in just 3 minutes. She panted and quickly dug away the big rock and got into the cave, and then she heard the sound of rustling rain. Looking from the entrance of the cave, it was pouring down. I don't know if Pandual brought a raincoat, and whether she was drenched in the rain at this moment. But in that situation, she didn't know where to find her, just hoping that she would think of coming to the cave to take shelter from the rain. Just as she was feeling uneasy, she saw a slender figure appear in the rain, and it was Pandual running over. When she saw Zhuoshan sitting at the entrance of the cave, she said with surprise, "Great, sister, you are here too." Zhuoshan hurriedly let her in, while carefully checking whether she was drenched in the rain. Fortunately, Pandual brought a raincoat today, and the collection site she chose was not too far from the cave, so she didn't get wet in the rain. "Sister Shanzi, you don't know how lucky I am today. I had just finished testing a shrub, and when I walked over to test the next one, I looked up inadvertently and saw that dark clouds were gathering quickly in the sky. My first reaction at the time was to find a place to shelter from the rain. You don't know, my neighbor, Grandmolly, got skin cancer a few years ago because she accidentally got caught in the first rain of extremely hot weather. When she died, her whole body was rotten, which was disgusting and scary. Although I was still young at that time, I will never forget this incident. From then on, every time I go out to collect waste, I will bring a raincoat. Today I saw that the clouds are thick and dark. Thick, guessed it was going to rain heavily, thought that raincoat alone would not work, so I ran here. You don't know, the first rain last year came very quickly. I was too far away from this cave at that time, so I found a tree hole nearby to shelter from the rain. Guess what happened? There were a lot of fungus growing in that tree hole. One piece was as big as my foot, and they were all moderately radioactive. I picked up half a sack and took it back, and my mother and I ate it for several days. Listening to Pandual's chattering about her past experiences, Zhuoshan felt at ease. If the little girl hadn't appeared in this cave today, she didn't know how worried she would be. The rain was heavy, and pits of water soon gathered in the low-lying areas in the distance. Zhuoshan couldn't help but start to worry. If this continued, would it cause a mountain torrent? Thinking of the flood, she couldn't help but pull Pandual, and the two of them went through the cave to see if the small ditch was flooded. Sure enough, the small ditch, which was only 2 meters wide, has now extended to more than 3 meters wide, and the water level has risen by more than 10 centimeters. The originally clear river water has become much more turbid, and big fish blowing bubbles pass by from time to time. Pandual stamped her feet and cried out that it was a pity. If it wasn't raining heavily outside, she would have wanted to rush over to catch fish. "Sister Shanzi, we are idle now anyway. Why don't we find a few vines that climb into the cave and weave a fish basket? When the rain stops later, we will catch fish." Pandual rubbed his hands eagerly. "Well, everyone must be busy hiding from the rain today. Once the sky clears up, everyone will definitely go back and no one will notice us. But will this high radiation rain pollute all the fish in the ditch? If we are busy for a long time and none of the fish we catch can be eaten, then we will be busy. I don't care. Even if the fish we catch can't be eaten, I will catch them." Pandual became stubborn. Zhuoshan had no choice but to help weave the fish basket. Today, she chose relatively strong vines, hoping to weave a big fish basket because she had seen 2 big fish swimming by. She cut off 2 long and strong vines and was about to cut them into several sections when she suddenly saw a big silver shadow floating in the river in front of her.
Wow.
"This fish is too big." Pandual clapped his hands. Zhuoshan was quick-witted and held one end of the vine in each hand, throwing it hard at the shadow that seemed to be a big silver fish. The vine just caught the middle part of the big silver fish. Pandual saw this and hurried over to help. Because the small river extended for dozens of centimeters, It was actually only more than 1 meter away from the exit of the cave. The two quickly pulled the big silver fish to the entrance of the cave. I looked at it with wide eyes, and my God. Pandol whispered excitedly. Dead man.
It's a dead man.
Sister Shanzi, the clothes on him look so high-end. If we take them off, we can definitely sell them for a lot of money. I guess it must be more valuable than a fish. Zhuoshan. Is this still the shy and timid girl she saw at first sight? Has someone else changed in the heart? After rolling her eyes at her, Zhuoshan first put her hand on the man's carotid artery to confirm whether he was really dead. His clothes were hoodies, and the fabric was soft and smooth. The clothes wrapped him tightly from head to toe. It was the first time that Zhuoshan saw such clothes. Even his eyes, nose, and mouth were wrapped in them. There were only 2 more pieces of gauze at the nostrils, probably for breathing. The reason why he was judged to be a man was that his bones were broad, and the Adam's apple under his neck could be seen through the clothes that fit him. Because of curiosity and nervousness, another layer of clothes was added. After a while, Zhuoshan felt a weak pulse.
He's still alive.
We have to find a way to save him, Zhuoshan said decisively.
Ah?
Save him? Sister Shan, he looks like he's dying. How can we save him? Besides, if he wakes up, we can't take off his clothes. Pandul said the last sentence in a low voice, but Zhuoshan still heard it clearly. She was angry and amused and said, Are you stupid? This man is not an ordinary person. If we can save him, he will definitely give us money to thank us. Is his life not worth more than a set of clothes? But what if we save him and he turns around and leaves? The Jin warriors are all high and mighty. They don't treat us scavengers as human beings.
Pandul said.
We have to save him. Think about it, if there is one more genetic warrior in the world, we can kill a few more ferocious mutants, and everyone will be a little safer, right? They are high and mighty, but aren't they the ones who rush to the front to kill mutants? People like him who were seriously injured in the wild, it is obvious that they encountered powerful mutants. We have to save such people,
Zhuoshan said.
Okay, Sister Shan, you said you want to save him, so let's save him, but do you know how to save him? Pandul said happily.
Yes.
How to save him? Zhuoshan looked at the clothes that wrapped him up without a single gap and decided to take off the clothes first, and then check his injuries. The fabric of this clothes is very good. It was soaked in the river water for a long time. Once it was fished out, the water automatically flowed to the ground. Seeing this, she was a little tempted and wanted to take this set of clothes for herself. But she was just thinking about it. Even if she had such clothes, she would not dare to wear them to scavenge. Just the heat-insulated clothes she was wearing now, with such an inconspicuous gray color and old style, had already been coveted by more than one person. If she really wore such high-end clothes, no matter how careful she was, she would probably be hit by a club. Zhuoshan used a dry sack to wipe off the remaining water drops on his clothes, and then looked at Pandul, who was standing by and watching. Why are you standing there? Come and help him take them off.
Ah?
Sister Shanzi, have you decided to take off his clothes and sell them? Pandul asked excitedly. What? He is injured. If you don't take off his clothes, how can you see where he is injured? Zhuoshan glared at her. The little girl has been scavenging since she was a child, and her 3 views have been distorted. When she sees everything, the first thing she thinks of is to pick up, steal, and sell it for money. She has no doubt that if this girl is strong enough, she will definitely rob him openly. The hood on his head was connected to the collar with a zipper. Zhuoshan and Pandul studied it for a long time, but couldn't find a place to remove the hood, so they just left it alone. With the help of Pandul, Zhuoshan took off the man's clothes with great effort. Fortunately, he was wearing relatively loose underwear, otherwise it would be eye-catching. Even so, his figure made people swallow their saliva. He was really the kind of person who looked thin when dressed and had a good figure when undressed. Unlike the bulging tendon meat of a bodybuilding coach, his muscles were firm and well-proportioned. He was really the kind of person who would be too fat if he gained 1 point and too thin if he lost half a point. After coming to the wasteland for so long, this was the first time she saw a man with such a good figure. Stop. Stop. What are you thinking about? This man is almost fuming. It's important to find the wound quickly. Zhuoshan went from top to bottom, from left to right, and even asked Pandual to help turn the man over, but couldn't find the wound. Only one bruise was found on the right chest, and it was the kind that didn't break the skin like a scar left by a collision. But such a scar alone was not enough to cause him to be seriously injured and unconscious. Sister Shanzi, he must have been injured by the supernatural power of a high-level mutant beast. I heard from my mother that my father's mercenary group once went out and encountered a 6th-level mental mutant beast. It opened its mouth and roared softly, and everyone had a splitting headache and fainted directly. If it weren't for a big boss from the Vanguard camp who came over, they would all be dead.
Cough.
If my dad died, I would be dead. Hee hee.
Pandual laughed.
Then, do you know how to treat this mental attack? Zhuoshan said hurriedly. I don't know anyway. Ordinary hospitals definitely can't treat it. Pandual shook his head. Forget it. We can't treat mental attacks, so let's treat this injury first. Zhuoshan sighed. When she went to the Black Pine Forest to collect, she collected a lot of moderately radioactive pine cones. After drying them and grinding them into powder, she would carry a bag of them in a vacuum bag when she went out to collect, just in case. Cold-boiled water is a must-have for every scavenger. She poured some clean water from the worn-out plastic water bottle she carried with her, stirred the pine cone powder into a paste, and smeared it on his chest. Regardless of whether this man could be saved or not, at least she had to do her part. After applying the paste, she used a cutting knife to cut off a 10-centimeter wide sack, and then cut it into a piece of sackcloth, which she used as a bandage and tied around his chest. When she was about to dress him, she suddenly noticed that there was blood stains under the armpit of his clothes. She quickly lifted his arm and couldn't help gasping when she saw it. A deep wound was clearly revealed under the left armpit. Before, she and Pandul only looked for wounds in conspicuous places on the surface of the body, but ignored such hidden places as the armpit. This discovery made her shocked. Was this the reason why he was unconscious? There was no suitable medicine on hand, and the signal of the outdoor watch was extremely poor. It was impossible to call an ambulance at this time. Moreover, when the scavengers in District 50 called for an ambulance, the hospital staff usually ignored it because they could not afford the high medical expenses. It was said that this happened a long time ago. The scavengers called for an ambulance, but in the end they could not pay the visit fee and emergency treatment fee. The hospital sued them and the people were sent to serve their sentences, but the medical expenses were not recovered. After a few times, all hospitals tacitly agreed to a rule that they would not respond to the calls of residents in District 50 for an ambulance. Helplessly, Zhuoshan had to get some pine cone paste, first rinse his wound with cold boiled water, and then applied a thick layer of pine cone paste on his wound. This time she didn't dare to use sack strips to wrap his wound. Such dirty things would easily cause the wound to be infected. It would be better to put on his high-end clothes directly, and then use sack strips to fix them outside the clothes to prevent the paste from being rubbed off. Pandual watched her treat her injuries and said with admiration, "Sister Shanzi, I didn't expect you could treat injuries. Next time I get injured, I'll ask you to treat me. I have no money. Can I use wild vegetable leaves as medical expenses?" Zhuoshan said unhappily. "Pooh.
Pooh. Pooh.
I'm not even a barefoot doctor. I'm unreliable. You'd better not get hurt." "What's a barefoot doctor? A doctor without shoes?" Pandual muttered quietly on the side. Zhuoshan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He just looked at the sky getting darker and worried. The rain gradually subsided. Looking at the time, there were still more than 3 hours before dark, so Zhuoshan and Pandual decided to go back. But the man they had caught as a big fish was still unconscious. If he was left alone in the wild, he would most likely not survive. Helplessly, Zhuoshan had to cut some strong vines with thick leaves and make a temporary stretcher. 2 vines were tied to the front of the stretcher, and it could be dragged forward. Although the Wastelanders were relatively strong, they still couldn't bear to carry a big man for a long time. What's more, Pandual was only a 10-year-old girl after all, and Zhuoshan was still very distressed that she was exhausted. Compared with a half-dead stranger, she certainly cared more about Pandual. There was water everywhere on the ground. Pan Duel brought rain boots, but Zhuoshan didn't. In order to prevent the plastic shoes on her feet from getting water, she had to add a layer of impermeable leaves to the soles and uppers of the shoes, tied them with ropes, and then left the cave. It had just rained, so the weather was unusually cool. Zhuoshan hung the vine on his shoulder and dragged the stretcher. Maoli hid behind him and stretched out his invisible mechanical arm to help push it. Pan Duel, who was unaware of the situation, also took a thinner vine and put it on the stretcher to help. The journey was not very tiring. Pan Duel smiled and said, "Sister Shanzi, this man looks strong, but he is not heavy. I guess his bones are light. A man in a coma. You have light bones. Believe it or not, I can pinch you to death with one finger. The baby in my belly is very active today." Not long after entering the cave, it began to gurgle and wander around in my belly. However, Zhuoshan was busy and had no time to take care of the baby Aiken, so he could only let it run around. When they were more than a kilometer away from the base, a person suddenly jumped out from the shade of the bushes and stood in the middle of the road. "You too, leave the man to me quickly, he's my relative." The man who spoke was a big man with a face full of flesh, dark yellow skin, and a mouth full of yellow teeth, which was quite eye-catching. Looking at the empty half-sleeve beside him, Zhuoshan suddenly thought of someone. "Are you Boss Tong?" "Yes, you still have some vision. I'm in a bad mood today. You'd better listen to me. Put him down and get out of here." Boss Tong puffed out his chest and glanced at Zhuoshan with a look of contempt. Pan Duel beside her pulled her sleeves. "Sister Shanzi, give him the man, let's go." "You said you were his relative, then do you know his name?" "He said before when he was awake that as long as we take him back to the base and contact his family, an ambulance will come to take him to the hospital."
Zhuoshan rolled his eyes and said,
She didn't want to hand the man over to him. She had dragged him back with so much effort. If he was taken away by Boss Tong, he would most likely be stripped of his clothes, stabbed again, and then thrown into the wilderness. "Stop bluffing me. With his bear-like appearance, he can't wake up at all. If he could really wake up, he would have contacted someone to pick him up. Judging from the high-end radiation-proof suit he is wearing, his watch must be high-end too, and he can connect to the network even in a high-radiation area." Boss Tong pointed at Zhuoshan's nose and cursed. He had worked in the mercenary group for many years, and he was not one of those ignorant scavengers. He immediately heard the loophole in Zhuoshan's words. You okay? Don't you just want the clothes on his body?" Tong said. He was actually a little scared. If he killed this man, he would be in trouble if his friends, family, or teammates came to him in the future. After all, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. For a set of clothes, killing an unconscious genetic warrior and killing the two scavengers in District 50 at the same time was not worth it. It was not that he did not dare to kill people, nor was he merciful, but he was worried that there might be a scavenger hiding in the dark at this moment. If someone saw this scene, this secret would no longer be a secret. The scavengers in District 50 could secretly report for 10 silver coins, not to mention that he had offended many scavengers during this period, and they wished he would die soon. Zhuoshan was helpless and started to take off the man's clothes in a hurry. After taking off her clothes and pants, she looked at Tong Lauda with a bitter face. "I really don't know how to take off this hood. Otherwise, please do it yourself." "One ignorant country bumpkin. Look, the key is here." He squatted down, turned over the man's head with one hand, and pointed to a fine line behind his ear. There was a small silver bulge near the neck. He pressed lightly on the bulge, and the hood automatically turned open along the fine line. He took it off easily and held it in his hand. It looked a bit like the human skin mask on TV, but it was silver. Zhuoshan quickly turned the man's head over. When she saw it, she was so shocked that she almost screamed. "Mommy, isn't he that Modi London? The biological father of baby Aiken. No wonder this kid kept rumbling in his stomach today. Did he sense the familiar blood?" Zhuoshan didn't know whether she should regret it now. If she hadn't been so careless and had let the big silver fish go, she didn't know where he would be washed up and whether he could survive. If he died, Baby Aiken would belong to her alone, and she wouldn't have to worry about a biological father popping out to the child from her one day. But he was Baby Aiken's biological father after all. If he didn't save her, would the child blame her when he grew up? Of course, she would blame him too. So she should save her. As long as she was careful enough, he shouldn't find out that the baby was his. After all, in the original body's memory, he didn't open his eyes from beginning to end that only time. Boss Tong got a set of advanced radiation protection suits and left with satisfaction. Even if the suit was old, it could be exchanged for at least 100,000 silver coins on the black market, which was enough for him to lie comfortably for a few years. Even if he raised another girl, it would be enough for at least 2 years. Girls in District 50 were very cheap. In extremely cold weather, as long as they were given the cheapest dried wild vegetables, they could play with them at will. Fortunately, although there were people staring at her during the last section of the journey, they all turned their heads away and sneered when they saw that she was dragging a half-dead man. After returning home and closing the door, Mali removed the stealth function, and Xiaobao also jumped out of the backpack. The 3 people looked around the unconscious man on the stretcher. Xiaobao was the first to jump away, as if he was frightened. In the inheritance of mutant beasts, there is a natural fear of high-level superpowers. Although the other party is seriously ill and dying, it can also sense his strength. Modi Landon's watch is gray, as if it has run out of power. Unfortunately, it has been raining and cloudy today, and solar energy cannot be replenished. It is estimated that it will not be used for the time being. Moreover, when the biological watch senses that the owner's vital signs are lower than the average, it will automatically lock unless the owner unlocks it by voice. Unable to contact his family, Zuoshan is worried that he has some powerful enemies, so he has to let him lie here first. Send to the hospital? It is estimated that her savings of tens of thousands are not enough to pay for the hospitalization fee. If he dies, who can she ask for the hospitalization fee? Going to District 48 is imperative. She dare not spend all her belongings. She can only wait like this for now. If he can wake up, everything will be solved. There is only one bed in the house. In addition, it is a hot day, so she is not afraid of him catching a cold, so she does not plan to give her bed to him. Let him sleep on a stretcher. Master, he is a high-level psychic. His injuries are not caused by ordinary weapons but by high-level psychics. The reason why he is unconscious is because the opponent's psychic power continues to destroy his body's self-repair function in his body. You can lend him the purple cloud egg temporarily. It can purify the violent energy in the body and reduce the damage caused to him by the enemy's psychic power. In this way, he can slowly recover with his own powerful self-repair ability. Maoli came to the conclusion after studying for a long time. What? You want to lend him the purple cloud egg? Zuoshan shook her head like a rattle. But after thinking about it seriously, she compromised. In this environment where there is a shortage of medical care and medicine, this purple cloud egg is the only treatment she can take out that does not require silver coins. Since she saved him, it means that he should not die. This purple cloud egg is considered as paying for the original owner. After all, it is immoral to get a free ride on such a handsome and well-built man. Zuoshan thought of the scene in her dream and couldn't help blushing, but she quickly calmed down, took the purple cloud egg out from under her pillow, wrapped it in a torn sack several times, and stuffed it under his head as a pillow. In this way, if he wakes up, he won't find anything unusual at the first time, right? At that time, she will secretly put the purple cloud egg back to her bed without anyone noticing, and maybe she can continue to use it. After a whole day of hard work, Zuoshan used the fish bones left over from yesterday's soup, the bamboo rat bones left over from the previous stew of meat sauce, and threw in a piece of remaining prickly lettuce, 2 low-radiation buckwheat leaves, and a handful of yam strips to cook a large pot of porridge. She and Xiaobao ate half of it, and she put the rest in a bamboo basin and put it on the table, waiting for him to wake up and eat. Well, if he can really wake up, if he dies, the remaining porridge will be her and Xiaobao's breakfast tomorrow. Wastelanders are so realistic that the sky and the earth can't stop their determination to fill their stomachs. After eating and drinking, Zuoshan went to bed and Xiaobao also got into the crib and plucked a piece of dry bamboo leaves to cover himself, which was a bit like covering one's ears and stealing a bell. That man was so powerful that it couldn't help trembling when it saw him, but the house was so small, what else could it do except hide? If it wasn't reluctant to leave Sister Fancy, it would have wanted to run to the bamboo forest by itself. Perhaps because of the memory of the man on the ground in his original body, Zuishan subconsciously became less defensive towards him. In addition, he had been tossing around for so long today and fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Mao sighed resignedly. The master is too careless. How can she be so confident that a strange man lives in the house? Fortunately, it doesn't matter if they, the mechanical people, don't sleep all night. At most, they will consume some energy. He can just keep an eye on this man. Modi London opened his eyes and met a pair of green eyes. He instinctively released a supernatural shield. In the darkness, he saw the owner of the eyes clearly. It turned out to be a robot cat that was so simple that it was almost like a string of metal pieces. It was a very eye-catching shape, but it looked quite intimidating, but it could only intimidate ordinary people. Is he paranoid? No wonder he is like this. This time, he received a mission to lead a team to clear out the mutant group at the edge of District 50. Originally, this kind of task didn't need to be done by him, a ninth-order peak psychic, but the one who took the task was his distant cousin Hughes London. He had a problem temporarily, and his psychic powers were rioting, so he had to find a psychic to sort it out and appease him. Hughes London was the most outstanding young man in the London family's branch, and he had already broken through the 7th order. The number of mutant rats this time was relatively large, and the superiors were worried that psychics below the 7th order would be difficult to control the overall situation, causing some mutant rats to escape. Mutated rats have a strong reproductive capacity. As long as a small number of them escape, they will be able to flood again in less than 2 years. There were no more psychics above the 7th order in the family, so he temporarily took the task for his cousin. As a result, when he was fully exerting his psychic power and covering the entire mutant rat group in his psychic cage, waiting for the rat extermination team, he led to attack with hot weapons. A teammate approached him, and a fire attribute psychic power attacked him from behind. From his left armpit, it pierced his chest. Fortunately, he forcibly changed the direction of this fire attribute's supernatural power at a critical moment, causing it to deviate from the original trajectory and not pierce his heart. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. The man chose a good time. At that time, he output all his strength and had no energy left to support the protective shield, which made the attack take advantage of the opportunity. Fortunately, he was in a very good position. He was standing at the exit of the low-altitude aircraft at that time, so that he could overlook the entire mutant rat group and set up the supernatural power cage. He chose to escape from the aircraft as soon as he was hit hard. There was land on the right, and there was no energy shield to protect him. Falling down would mean death. There was a turbulent river to his lower left, and falling into it would probably mean death, but he chose the river because only by leaving the scene immediately could he earn a glimmer of life. Moreover, because the man who attacked him was of fire attribute, his supernatural power would be consumed by the water by at least 30%. At the moment of falling into the water, he barely took back a little bit of his ability to control the mutant rats and used it to set up a protective shield for himself to resist the man's continuous attack. Zuishan was sleeping soundly when she heard a meow. In her ear, she stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyes and said, "Molly, why do I feel like I just fell asleep? Is it time for morning exercise again?" The girl's voice was soft and sticky between half asleep and half awake, and it sounded a bit like a spoiled child. Modi Landon's eyes were like lightning, shooting at the girl lying on the simple bamboo bed and the doryman jumping to her pillow. This room was also very simple, but it was very clean. If it weren't for the hay leaves and the like piled on the shelf, he wouldn't believe that this was a scavenger's home. In his impression, scavengers' homes are mostly messy and have unpleasant odors, but in this room, there is a faint aroma of cooking food. Modi London did not speak. He was waiting for the other party to take the initiative. In an unfamiliar environment, he was also seriously injured. He had to be patient and calm to take the initiative in the negotiation. Zuoshan looked at the silent man in front of her and couldn't help frowning. He woke up in an unfamiliar environment in the middle of the night. Shouldn't she nervously ask questions like, "Who are you? Where is this?" Since he didn't speak, she didn't bother to beat around the bush and said directly, "I was scavenging in the wild, and you floated down from a small ditch. I was fishing by the water at the time, so I took the opportunity to. I fished you out of the water. Oh, by the way, your clothes were snatched away by a bully named Tong Lauda from our 50th district. My friend and I dragged you back at that time. He liked your clothes and wanted you away. I was afraid that he would kill you, so I took the initiative to take off your clothes and gave them to him. Don't ask me to compensate you. I have no money and can't afford to pay for your high-end clothes." Zuoshan didn't tell a lie, but concealed the fact that he was the biological father of the baby aching in her belly, and she planned to keep this fact to herself for the rest of her life. "Clothes? It doesn't matter. It's enough to survive," Modi London said. Then he lowered his head and saw that he was wearing a large sack with two ends open. He couldn't help but frown. "There are no men's clothes in my family, and you definitely can't wear mine. It doesn't matter. What's your name? Why do I think you look familiar?"
Modi Landun frowned.
"Washan. Rascal. Last time we met, you grabbed my collar and almost strangled me to death. How could you forget it?" "That's right. How could a big shot who is high above remember an ordinary scavenger girl who met by chance? The name is not important. Since you are awake, quickly contact your family and friends to pick you up. I am short of medical care and medicine here, which is not good for your recovery from your injuries," Zuoshan said lightly. Modi London frowned even more tightly. From childhood to adulthood, people in his circle have always believed that scavengers are a group of lowly beggars. If they can get a little bit of contact with them, they will spare no effort to get close to the upper class. Women who scavenger are even more lowly. For little food, they are willing to spread their legs and let you do whatever you want. But why is the woman in front of him so cold to him? The implication of her words is that she is actually chasing him away. When he saw her bulging belly, he seemed to understand that this woman should be a mistress kept by a mercenary, and she was worried that her man would come back and see him, which would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. But can't she see that he is definitely more worthy of dependence than her mercenary man? Well, although he will not allow her to depend on him, she saved him and dragged him home all the way. Just for this reason, he will not treat her badly. "I can't contact my family and friends for the time being. I have to stay with you for a few days and leave after I recover from my injuries. During this period, I will repay all your expenses 100-fold later. As for your man, you'd better not contact him during this period. I don't want anyone except you to know that I am recuperating in your house," said Modi London. He is not sure whether it is his cousin who has set a trap to plot against him, or other families have bribed the rat extermination team to plot against him, so as to stir up conflicts within their family. It is better to be still than to move. Since his watch has run out of power and turned off, he does not plan to charge it and turn it on again before his injury is healed. Let the people who are plotting against him behind the scenes think that he is dead, so that the people behind the scenes will take the initiative to jump out, and when he returns after recovering from his injury, we will know who he is. Zuoshan. Why is she still blamed for this? "Uncle, please leave quickly, okay? I really can't serve you, Zuoshan was so anxious that she wanted to pull her hair, but she couldn't show it on her face. She rolled her eyes and said, "This is what you said. From today on, I will keep a record of every silver coin I spend, and you can't deny it then." "Don't worry. I will definitely not deny it." There was a hint of disgust in Modi Landon's tone. He originally thought that this woman was different from other scavengers, but he didn't expect her to be short-sighted. When she heard about the 100-fold repayment, her eyes lit up. He was not afraid of greed, but he was afraid that she would ask for nothing. With his financial resources, he could not even use a tiny bit to meet the needs of a scavenger in District 50. "Look, the bamboo basin on the table is the food I left for you. The bamboo basin is new and has not been used yet. This is the condition at home. Don't dislike it. Even if you dislike it, I can't do anything about it. Anyway, if you stay here, you can only eat and live with me. You can see that there is only one bed at home. You can't let a pregnant woman sleep on the floor, right? So you can only sleep on the floor. That's what Sean said. Modi London glanced at the wild vegetable porridge on the table. He wanted to say that he would not eat it, but his stomach gurgled unwillingly. He decided to struggle and asked hesitantly, "Don't you have any nutritional supplements at home?"
Just kidding.
This is District 50. Who is willing to buy nutritional supplements? You're lucky. I just caught 2 fish yesterday. This soup is made with fish bones. It tastes like meat. Sean rolled his eyes. Modi London once again felt the difference between this woman and ordinary scavengers. She had no awe for him. People at the bottom have an instinctive awe of those at the top, not to mention ordinary people who want to humble themselves to the dust when facing genetic warriors. But when she faced him, although she was a little nervous and afraid, she did not have the awe between different levels. His intuition told him that this woman was not ordinary, but he did not know where she was extraordinary. While his brain was working fast, he subconsciously sat on a bamboo chair in front of the table and began to drink the porridge with his head down. When he came to his senses, he realized that this porridge was really delicious. He had eaten a lot of meals made by chefs since he was a child, but in fact, he was not particularly picky because he often had to go out on missions, sometimes for 10 days or half a month, and he would eat some wild vegetable soup or barbecued mutant meat with his subordinates. But this pot of porridge was really the most unique wild vegetable porridge he had ever tasted, with a little fish flavor, a little meat flavor, a little bitterness, and a little wild plant fragrance. The most peculiar thing was that there was a slight numbness, which was a taste he had never tasted before. It would be fine if this woman could just cook wild vegetable porridge, but if she could cook other foods so deliciously, then he could consider recruiting her into his private guard and let her be a full-time cook. In this way, when he takes his private guard out on missions in the future, he can have a delicious picnic. At dawn, Modi London finally found Xiaobao sleeping in the crib.
He was a little surprised.
Although this iron-eating beast is a cub and only at the first level, its strength is enough to crush an ordinary pregnant woman. Miss, why do you have a cub of iron-eating beast in your home, and you haven't contracted it yet? Aren't you worried that it will hurt you? He is not a nosy person, but right now he needs to recuperate in the home of this pregnant woman, so naturally, he doesn't want to see her get hurt. You said Xiaobao will hurt me? How is it possible? Look at how cute it is. It is much more sensible than a human cub. Sean said, reaching out to rub Xiaobao's head. The panda baby, who was sleeping late, rubbed her palm, opened his 2 fat panda paws to hug her arm, and then continued to sleep. Modi London was stunned. He had seen some mutant cubs raised by humans. They would also be very dependent on their owners, but the premise was that they had already made a contract with their owners since they were born or before they hatched. This kind of intimacy between non-contracted humans and mutant cubs was the first time he had seen it. Especially, this was a cub of an iron-eating beast. He knew how destructive the adult iron-eating beast was. When he passed by District 50 a while ago, he helped to solve a 4th-level iron-eating beast. That guy almost knocked over a team of 50 mercenaries. If it weren't for his help, even if the mercenary group was not wiped out, it would probably have suffered heavy casualties. But why did this woman in front of him make a cub of an iron-eating beast willingly follow her? And always pretend to be submissive? You know, mutant beasts are naturally yearning for freedom and never like to be constrained. This is why genetic warriors rely on contracts to control them. Sean saw the doubts, but she didn't intend to explain. She just wanted him to stay for a few days, and she didn't want Xiaobao to hide in her house. She just wanted him to understand that Xiaobao was also a member of the family. There was another reason why she didn't hide Xiaobao's existence from him. That day, he killed a 4th-level national treasure, but he didn't even take away the body. Naturally, it was impossible for him to covet her Xiaobao's cub. The current situation is that she can't do anything to this big guy, so she can only let him live at home for the time being. With his appearance and ability, as well as his strong family background, how many beautiful socialites cried and shouted to marry him. How could he have improper thoughts about a pregnant woman? But his existence still made her feel uneasy. There was a time bomb hidden in the house, and Zwishan didn't want to stay for even a minute. But she didn't dare to do it too obviously. For fear that he would give birth, she had doubts and could only try to keep normal. Breakfast was still wild vegetable and yam porridge, but this time she added some meat whistles and a plate of pickles. Although it hurt, she didn't feel bad considering that he had promised 100 times compensation. Londan Modi saw that the iron-eating beast cub was also given a bowl of porridge, and his face was immediately black. Is he being treated the same as a mutant beast cub? But when he saw that Zwishan, the owner, was also treated the same, his anger subsided instantly. At this moment, he seemed to understand a little bit why this iron-eating beast cub would follow an ordinary person who could not be contracted. Because she treated it like a companion of equal status. Although there are many gene warriors who pamper their contracted mutant beasts, their pampering is like ordinary humans pampering a non-mutated kitten or puppy, not treating them as companions and family members of equal status. After breakfast, she said to Modi Londan, "Sir, I have to go to District 48 today. If you have anything you want, I can bring it back from the supermarket for you." Supermarket? Or the supermarket in District 48. What can I buy in that place? Why don't you go to the hospital and buy me a first aid kit so I can use it to treat my wounds? Modi Londan's face was full of disgust. Although he had recovered part of his supernatural powers, he still needed to treat the wound if he wanted to heal such a serious injury. Otherwise, once the wound became inflamed and infected, it would be a big trouble. After waking up in the middle of the night yesterday, he checked the wound. He guessed that it should be the crude homemade medicine used by scavengers in District 50 when they were injured on a daily basis. Although he didn't know what effect it had, his injuries were indeed relieved and the bleeding stopped, but he still believed in the first aid kits of regular hospitals more. "Okay, no problem,"
Zwishan said readily.
It's not convenient for me to open the bracelet for the time being. Please help me pay for the first aid kit first." When Modi Londan said this, his face turned red. It was the first time in his life that he had borrowed money from a stranger, and the stranger was a pregnant woman who was scavenging in District 50. This incident might become the biggest black history of his life. Seeing that Sister Fan was about to leave and throw it to this terrible man, Xiaobao rushed over, hugged her legs and cried, refusing to let go. "Xiaobao, be good. Maoli is at home with you. It's not that Sister doesn't want to take you with her. If you are like this, if you are taken out, you will be snatched away, and then you will never see Sister again." Zwishan rubbed its head and tried to comfort it. It was not known whether Xiao Bao understood what she said, but it finally let go reluctantly and watched her walk out of the room. Zwishan was relieved and distressed to see that the plants she planted in the yard had grown a lot. She was relieved that they were growing well, but she was distressed that they must have absorbed a lot of highly radioactive rain yesterday and were probably inedible. However, she had more important things to do right now, so she had to let them grow wildly for the time being. Zwishan came to the bus stop again, bought a ticket, and took the bus to District 48. This time she went to the largest public hospital in District 48 first, got a pregnancy test form, and then asked the doctor to prescribe a first aid kit for her. This thing, it's not a casual sale. She asked for it as a pregnant woman, saying that her home was too far from the hospital and she was worried that she would get injured too late to see a doctor, which would lead to infection of the wound and endanger the fetus. The obstetrician and gynecologist was very easy to talk to. He directly prescribed her a first aid kit and put it in the bill for pregnant women's medicine, allowing her to enjoy a 20% discount. Before she left, the doctor repeatedly reminded her that several medicines in the first aid kit were not suitable for pregnant women. Zwishan stuffed a plate of kimchi into the doctor as a thank you. She originally planned to use it to bribe the doctor. After leaving the hospital, she went to Wu Lao's grocery store. When Wu Qiong saw her coming, he immediately smiled. When he saw the kimchi she handed over, his smile became even more intense. "Good news. My neighbor's son was admitted to the Hurricane Mercenary Group in District 46, and he is preparing to move his family to District 46 to live a good life. He plans to sell his yard, but he can't find a suitable buyer for the time being, so he entrusted me to help rent it out. I heard that a very good friend wanted to rent the house, and the population was single. He was very straightforward and agreed to rent it to you at 70% of the market price. The only condition was that you should not damage the house, otherwise it would be difficult to sell in the future. When I heard that the rent was only 700, I decided on it for you. His yard is in a good location, and the house is well maintained. If you are not in a hurry to rent it, it will be at least 900. Okay, I want this house. When will they move in? Shan said decisively. Through these two dealings with Wu Qiong, she felt that this person was reliable, not to mention that he had the reputation of his century-old Wu Lao Daimai store as an endorsement. It was not worth it for him to cheat her of several months of rent. At most 2 months, just in time for you to move in before giving birth, and then everyone can take care of each other. Wu Qiong said, "You are taking care of me. By the way, do you want me to pay a deposit or something?"
Shan said. No.
With me, old Wu, as a guarantor for you, what else do they have to worry about? Wu Qiong smiled and waved his hand. Okay, then it's settled. Oh, by the way, Uncle Wu, do you have mutant beast livers or fat for sale in your store?
Oh.
You can't just buy and eat these. Mutant beasts have different levels. Ordinary people like us can only eat the meat of a first-level mutant beast at most. If it's level 2 or above, the energy will explode after eating it. I know this. I bought it for a mercenary friend. He helped me before. Now he's injured and lost a lot of blood. I want to get some meat back to nourish him. Shan said hurriedly. So that's how it is. To be honest, I have a few acquaintances in the Thunder Mercenary Group in District 48. When they go on missions, the targets they hunt are naturally handled by the group. But occasionally, when they're not following the main force, if they encounter small first and second-order mutant beasts, as long as they hunt themselves, they will hand over 50% to the group, and the rest can be handled by themselves. Yesterday, my friend sent me half a mutant mountain goat. He was lucky to encounter a cub that was just born more than 3 months ago, just second order, otherwise he would not be able to get it. The mutant beast meat here is usually bought by the mercenary group in District 49. After they buy it, they also use it to replenish the bodies of those injured during the mission. I divided it last night. Each piece is about 2 kilograms. Tell me, which piece do you want? Uncle will definitely give you the best one first. Wu Qiong pointed to a large freezer behind him and said, Do you have liver? Yes, it weighs about 8 kilograms. I divided it into 4 parts. But the liver is very fishy and not delicious. Are you sure you want it? Well, that's what I want, and I know how to make it. It won't be fishy if it's done. It's a pity that I'm far away, so I don't have a chance to let you taste it. Give me 2 portions of liver. How much is it? Shan said. The meat of the mountain goat kid is moderately radiated, and it's also level 2. It usually sells for 5,000 silver coins per kilogram. No one likes to eat the liver, so it must be cheaper. I usually sell it for 2,000 silver coins per kilogram, so I'll charge you 1,950. The total cost of 2 portions is 7,800 silver coins. Miss Swa, if you don't have enough money in your account, you can also pay in installments, but you will definitely have to pay interest. Wu Qiong said a little embarrassedly. Although he also wanted to be more generous, business is business. If he was too soft-hearted in business, the deal would not be done. Thank you, Uncle. No need to pay in installments. I have enough money in my account. Shan smiled. The original price of the first aid kit was 20,000 silver coins. After a 20% discount, she spent 16,000. Now 2 portions of lamb liver cost her another 7,800. This was not just heartache, she felt the pain in her bones. Seeing the balance on her watch change from 46,421 in the morning to 22,621 today, she felt that she was really stupid. What she bought was not a first aid kit, but an elixir. Not lamb liver, but a golden lamb. Since Wu Qiong was selling such expensive food, he naturally used a vacuum machine to evacuate the air in the vacuum bags in advance, and directly handed her 2 vacuum-packed bags, and thoughtfully added ice cubes, and packed them in a large sealed bag. Shan couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be rich, It feels even better to spend money, but it's a pity that she's a pauper. If she spends so much money to please the great god at home, She doesn't know whether he will be willing to compensate her 100 times. If he turns around and refuses to pay, or dies directly, she will really lose a lot of money. At that time, let alone renting a house, she can't even pay the 30,000 deposit to enter the 48th district. This money comes easily and goes even more easily. Zhuoshan wanted to cry loudly at this moment, but she felt that there was no reason to cry. Didn't she just buy a first aid kit and 2 portions of lamb liver? She spent 3 silver coins to buy a ticket for the return trip. When she saw that the balance became 22,618, Zhuoshan inexplicably felt that the 3 silver coins were worth it. Now she felt relieved no matter how she looked at it. Modi Londan has been lying on the stretcher with his eyes closed since Zhuoshan left. For some reason, he felt that the energy in his body was as if it had been soothed by a psychic and was particularly pliable. Even the remaining fire energy in his body had much less impact on his body, and he didn't understand why. In Zhuoshan's little house, there was nothing special except some dried wild vegetables and dried bamboo leaves. He was now a guest in someone else's house, and he couldn't do anything like rummaging around, not to mention that there was a robot cat staring at him covetously. He always felt that this robot cat was smarter than any robot he had ever seen. He even had the illusion that its IQ was even higher than that of the iron-eating beast cub named Xiaobao. But he couldn't produce evidence to prove this, because from beginning to end, it only meowed a few times and then kept staring at him, and didn't do anything else. Xiaobao was even more weird, and seemed to be very afraid of him. Always hiding in the crib, he covered his head with a piece of bamboo leaf, a typical example of trying to cover one's ears and steal a bell. But it would occasionally poke its head out to peek at him, as if it was worried that he would steal things from the house. He was almost laughing at this stupid cub. He, Modi Londan, was the future heir of the Londan family, the most prestigious of the 4 major families in the safe zone. Would he steal things from a scavenger's house? He simply ignored the strange brain circuits of the two and focused on using his own abilities to slowly strangle the fire attribute energy in his body. This process was extremely painful, just like opening up a battlefield in his body. Regardless of victory or defeat, it was like a bomb falling into the body, and the meridians would be affected. When the woman left, she asked him if he needed anything. He remembered the first aid kit at the time, but forgot to ask her to help buy a set of clothes. Could she be so stupid that she forgot it? I remember seeing a sentence from somewhere before that a fairy is still beautiful even if she is covered with sackcloth. At this moment, Zhuoshan, who was standing by the stove cutting lamb liver, looked up and saw the man approaching with sackcloth on his head, and there was one sentence in her mind: the ancients were not deceiving me. The light in the room was not good, but his pair of blue eyes still looked like the sea surface under the sun, so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. The beautiful silver hair also flickered with soft light, which always reminded her of the swaying silver hair in her spring dream. Can't think about it. If she thinks about it again, she can't help but pounce on him. Of course, this is just imagination. In fact, the man in front of her is a high-level supernatural person who can crush her to death with just a finger. She only dared to sit on an equal footing with him because of her merit of pulling him out of the water, otherwise she would probably be hunched over in front of him. Why are you running here instead of taking a good rest? Don't you think the kitchen is dirty? Zhuoshan lowered her eyelids and began to chase him away. I want to see how you can make the lamb liver smell less. After all, you spent 8,000 silver coins on it, and I will pay you 800,000 in the future. Modi Londan said confidently. You really plan to pay me back 100 times? Forget it, I'm not that black-hearted. You just need to pay me back twice. Zhuoshan said. She spent 7,800 and quoted 8,000, which was already a bit unfair. How could she really ask him to pay her back 800,000? Isn't this bullying? Even if he is rich, it is his. There is a limit to repaying a favor. If you really make the boss bleed a lot, if the boss thinks of this in the future and feels unhappy, someone will kill her for him in a minute. Zhuoshan now treats serving him food and drink as a business. Making a profit of 1 time is already considerable. If she really wants to make a profit of 100 times, it is not called profit, it is a sharp blade that will kill her sooner or later. Unfortunately, she didn't have any of them, so she could only choose to add some kimchi foam to remove the fishy smell. The effect would definitely be worse, but it was also satisfactory. Remove the tendons from the sheep liver, cut it into thin slices, add kimchi foam and sesame powder, and mix well. Zhuoshan scooped a layer of oil from the basin containing bamboo rat meat sauce, heated it in a pan, and then added the sheep liver and stir-fried it over high heat. Stir-fry evenly, and as soon as the sheep liver changes color, immediately remove it from the pan and serve it on a plate. The whole stir-frying process took only 2 minutes, which made Modi London dumbfounded. Such a skilled technique cannot be practiced in a day or two. There is something wrong with this woman. Absolutely something wrong. A scavenger in District 50, where did she learn such superb cooking skills? Zhuoshan didn't know that she had already lost more than one layer of vest in front of him. In her opinion, isn't it normal for a woman to know a little cooking? It's a pity that she forgot that this is a wasteland and the people here don't know how to cook. They either eat raw vegetables or barely cook them and drink the soup. Most people don't know how to cook and they have never used cooking oil. After the stir-fried lamb liver was served, the wild vegetable paste in the pot was also cooked. A portion was set aside for Xiaobao, and he let it hold the bamboo basin to eat. Then Zhuoshan sat at the table very consciously, took the bamboo chopsticks to pick up the lamb liver, but the chopsticks were blocked by another pair of chopsticks. This is second-level beast meat. You can't eat it. It will explode your body. Modi London said seriously. No matter what, I have to taste it. How can a chef not taste the food? Zhuoshan stared at the steaming lamb liver with green eyes. Okay, you can only eat one piece, and then tell me how you feel. Modi London said. He didn't want this stupid woman to explode and die like this, and he was counting on her to be his cook in the future. Zhuoshan finally brought a piece of lamb liver to her mouth, but maybe because she was too excited, her chopsticks shook and the lamb liver fell on the table. Zhuoshan did not hesitate, stretched out her hand to grab the lamb liver and put it into her mouth. Modi London's face was full of black lines. This woman is too rude. Doesn't she know how to be hygienic? Zhuoshan. This is a golden lamb liver worth a fortune, let alone falling on the table. Even if it falls on the ground, you have to pick it up and eat it. After the lamb liver entered her mouth, Zhuoshan chewed it carefully, and her eyes narrowed into slits of happiness. Somehow, Modi London saw her enjoyment and forgot the little unpleasantness just now and followed her chopsticks. The thin lamb liver entered her mouth, and as she said, it was almost not fishy, and it was tender and fragrant, which completely subverted his perception of mutant beast livers being fishy and hard. In the past, the chefs he had seen cook livers were all sliced after cooking and then sprinkled with fine salt, paired with a few wild onions, and then served on a plate and shaped. This was the level of the highest level chefs. He had never thought that liver could be cooked like this, and that it would make him want to eat it. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely take this woman back to be his personal chef. After swallowing a piece of lamb liver, Zhuoshan immediately felt a warmth flowing to her lower abdomen, and then the baby Aiken began to roll around happily, clearly conveying a kind of joy and desire to her. Eat.
Eat.
Zhuoshan quickly picked up another piece and stuffed it into her mouth, facing the dark face of Modi London. If Modi London hadn't thought it was dirty, he would have wanted to reach out and pick it out of her mouth. Are you crazy? Are you going to die? There should be a limit to greed, okay? He glared at him angrily. The baby in my belly likes to eat lamb liver, and you saw that there was no abnormality at all after I ate it, really. Zhuoshan took the opportunity to eat the second piece while talking. Modi London even lifted up the bamboo basin this time and refused to let her take another slice. Seeing that she was still holding up her chopsticks and eager to try, he said directly, "Didn't I say I would repay you 100-fold? If you eat 1 slice, I will deduct a quarter. If you eat 4 slices, I'm sorry, I will regard this lamb liver as your treat, and there will be no compensation. This is a big plate, a full kilogram. How can you calculate it like this?" Zhuoshan was so anxious that she stamped her feet. In this world, the strong are respected, and the rules are naturally set by the strong. If you have any opinions, you can keep them, Modi London said coldly. Then he walked to the corner of the wall on the other side with the bamboo basin, and quickly ate up the remaining lamb liver with chopsticks. Seeing this, Xiaobao pushed the bamboo basin in front of him to Zuoshan, indicating that she could share her share. Zuoshan smiled and rubbed his head, and pushed the bamboo basin back to him. After the initial anger, she calmed down now. She felt that what Modi Landan did was actually for her good. Uncle Wu Qiong also reminded her not to eat the second-level mutant beast meat casually. Even if the little guy in her belly can absorb the energy in it, it is still a fetus after all. If it can't control and absorbs too much, it will definitely hurt it. Modi Landan's daily appetite is not big. As a high-level psychic, he usually eats super energy nutrients specially developed for high-level psychics or high-level mutant beast meat. Both of these things are small in size and high in energy, so his stomach is not like those high-level psychics who have struggled from the bottom and are bloated by miscellaneous foods. When he realized that he was full, he remembered that in order to prevent this woman from continuing to commit suicide, he ate more second-level sheep livers. He actually ate at least 1 kilogram of sheep liver in one breath, which was something that only children would do out of anger. The energy of second-level mutant beast meat is far from enough for him, who is at the peak of the 9th level, but it is better than nothing. After getting the first aid kit, he sutured the wound himself. This skill was one of the elite education he had received. Because he was a natural genetic warrior, he was destined to be on the front line in the future and fight against high-level monsters. Needless to say, the danger of fighting is unavoidable, so injuries are inevitable. The teacher who taught this skill once laughed and teased everyone. I hope the biggest dilemma you'll encounter in the future is to sew up the wound in your heart by yourself. Of course, this was just a joke. No one can stay conscious when the heart is severely injured. This time, he was only a hair's breadth away from this dilemma. This was the worst time he had encountered in his 28 years of life and experienced battles of all sizes. Perhaps it was because his body was severely injured and his spirit became fragile that he did such a childish thing? Modi Landan was too lazy to think about it further. He continued to mobilize his superpowers to strangle the fire attribute superpowers in his body. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle energy entering his body. In addition to the 5 keen senses, superpowers above the 6th level also have a 6th sense. This 6th sense is not the so-called woman's intuition, but the ability to see all the organs inside the body. This ability is called inner vision. At this moment, he turned on the inner vision function and immediately captured the subtle energy. He followed the source of the energy and traced it to the source. It turned out to be the pillow that the woman prepared for him. He had a deep impression of this pillow. It was placed under his head. It was hard and made of an old sack. He didn't know what was inside it. He guessed it was a stone or a hardwood block. He wanted to open it and take a look, but he could feel that the robot cat was staring at him without blinking. After all, he was in someone else's house. As a guest, and a guest who was staying here by force, his upbringing made it impossible for him to look at the owner's pillow. He could only suppress his curiosity and continue to absorb the energy in the air without making a sound. Of course, he deliberately concentrated his strength to absorb as much energy hidden in the pillow as possible. This time, the energy entering his body became more. He finally saw the shape and color of the energy through his inner vision function. It was gray, which was different from the color of all the energy attributes he had known in the past. What shocked him even more was that after the gray energy entered his body, it began to continuously absorb all the irritable energy in his body. Wherever it passed, whether it was his own energy or the invading fire energy, it became much more obedient, as if a pair of gentle hands had smoothed out all the energy strands that were about to riot. This. It's simply the most precious treasure in the world. At this moment, Modi Landan's heart was moved. With this treasure, he would no longer have to worry about the riot of the energy strands in his body. This is equivalent to a spiritual energy soothing master who is always by his side and serves you 36 hours a day. No wonder he felt that his energy had become much more docile when he woke up in the morning. It turned out to be all thanks to it. With his ability, it would be easy for him to buy it at a high price or to rob it. But such a treasure happened to belong to his savior. He would repay kindness with enmity by doing this, and he really couldn't rest in peace. Forget it. Use it to help heal the wound as soon as possible, and consider other things later. Zuoshan watched coldly as Modi London sutured his wound. Even in such a tricky position, his stitches were very smooth. If she didn't know his identity, she would have suspected that he was a practicing physician. Although he used the local anesthetic in the first aid kit to suture the wound, he was able to suture his wound without changing his expression, which was enough to make her in awe. To be so cruel to her, this man must be a ruthless character. She had to get rid of this plague god as soon as possible. While he was healing his wound, Zuoshan quietly took Maoli to the yard and rode on the ground with a stick. Did that man find the purple cloud egg? Probably not. At least he didn't deliberately get close to the pillow.
Maoli Raplia.
Will the purple cloud egg become waystone because he absorbs too much energy? Zuoshan asked again. No, the energy contained in the purple cloud egg is far beyond your imagination. Those who got it in the past would treat it as a family inheritance and pass it down from generation to generation. In this case, Zuoshan was not worried that he would find it and then have the intention of killing people to steal the treasure. If this situation really happened, she could only confess that she was pregnant with his child and that it was more important to save her life. But before that, she had to continue to go out to scavenge. She couldn't just sit there and eat all the food. As for the benefits he promised to give her, they would not count until she got them. As the old saying goes, gold across the mountain is not as good as copper in hand. Zuoshan is a very pragmatic person. She believes that hard-working hands are the most reliable. It just rained heavily with high radiation. Only after the radiation brought by this rain is almost washed away, it is possible to grow new moderately radioactive wild vegetables. Therefore, people in District 50 will not go out these days unless there is another heavy rain. Fortunately, the wild vegetables collected some time ago are not few, and most people will not go hungry. It is a rare leisure time, and many scavengers in District 50 are wandering around their homes. Zuoshan is not in the mood to wander around. She decided to take Xiaobao to the bamboo forest again. Just after she ran a few steps out of the house, she met a familiar face, Lin Manhwa, who lived nearby. She was quite pretty when she was young, and now she is still a middle-aged widow with charm. Seeing Zuoshan dragging a sack, obviously planning to go to the wild to pick up waste, she teased her. Miss Zua, you don't even take a rest in this situation. You are really working hard. Just try your luck. The doctor said that pregnant women need to exercise regularly to have a normal birth. Zuoshan replied with a smile. After her jogging back went away, Lin Manhwa said contemptuously, "What a waste of good figure and good face. The capable childhood sweetheart Qiyang ran away with someone, and the mercenary father who is pregnant with this rascal can't keep her. How stupid." The old bachelors who were watching laughed and touched the woman's hips, which were already a little sagging. In addition to the neighbors nearby, Modi London, who was sitting in Zuoshan's house to recuperate, also listened to this conversation. As soon as Zuoshan walked out of the house, he opened his 5 senses to the maximum, which allowed him to sense all movements within a radius of 500 meters. Zuoshan left without saying hello to him, and took Xiaobao with her. He was curious about what she wanted to do, so he monitored her movements. He didn't expect that she was going to the bamboo forest. Didn't the horror experience of encountering the 4th-level iron-eating beast that day make her remember it? What a worry. But he was still very angry when he heard her neighbors talking about her behind her back. These beggars with long tongues should have their tongues cut off. Cutting tongues was impossible, and he didn't want to attract attention, so he made a little move and wrapped a very fine ice attribute energy around the tongue tips of the 2 people. All day long, the 2 people who gossiped behind their backs always felt pain in the tip of their tongues. Whether they talked or ate, the pain would increase. When they looked in the mirror, they only saw that the tip of their tongues was slightly white, and there was nothing abnormal. When they ran to the familiar road again, Xiaobao was so excited that he ran ahead all the way, and it was rare that he didn't fall behind. Zuoshan felt that her jogging speed had been reduced to a medium speed, but she felt happy seeing Xiaobao so happy. Aiken baby seemed to be very happy too. Zuoshan could often sense its emotions. For example, It liked Xiao Bao very much, but every time Xiao Bao came close to her to act like a spoiled child, Aiken baby seemed very unhappy and would always swell up to protest. This child knew how to compete for favor before he was born. Shan felt helpless about this. After a heavy rain, the mutant plants grew wildly. Several places on the path that could originally be passed by people were blocked by the branches. Shan had no choice but to use a cutting knife to clear the way and test whether it was edible. Unfortunately, the new branches and leaves that were born by this high radiation rain were almost all highly radioactive. Shan guessed that it was because these mutant plants absorbed the high radiation in the rain that the residents of District 50 were not surrounded by high radiation. After finally breaking through the thorns and entering the bamboo forest, Xiao Bao immediately climbed up a tall bamboo and waved his fat panda palm at her desperately, signaling her to climb up and play together. Shan didn't have the energy to accompany it to climb high. She was a pregnant woman now, and it was not easy for her to keep running with a bulging belly. Her target today was still bamboo rats, strictly speaking bamboo rat cubs. Adult bamboo rats were exposed to the wild environment and ate highly radioactive bamboo leaves and bamboo shoots. Over time, the meat naturally became highly radioactive. However, bamboo rat cubs drink milk, which is transformed by the metabolism and absorption of the mother's body. Its radiation level must be greatly reduced, so the probability that bamboo rat cubs are edible is relatively high. The nest of bamboo rats is relatively secret. If it weren't for the bamboo shoots in the forest, it would be difficult to find. The advantage is that the number of bamboo shoots breaking through the ground will increase significantly after the rain, and the growth rate of bamboo shoots is also very fast. When ordinary bamboo shoots on Blue Star grow the fastest, they can reach about 9 inches a day, not to mention that these are mutant bamboo shoots from the wasteland. Along the way, she found bamboo shoots that grew several meters high. With so many bamboo shoots sticking out, she didn't believe that she couldn't attract more bamboo rats. Shan was walking alone in the bamboo forest, and soon she found the trace of a bamboo rat. There were usually no people in the bamboo forest, and there were few other kinds of mutant beasts. After all, there were few mutant beasts that liked to eat bamboo. This bamboo rat was fat and bigger than a house cat. It was roughly estimated that it weighed more than 7 kilograms, which was bigger than the bamboo rat she had seen last time. Shan estimated her combat power and thought it should not be a problem to deal with it, but the difficulty was that it ran away too fast, and she didn't want to do useless work. Just as she was thinking about how to start, she heard a gust of wind behind her. She subconsciously wanted to dodge, but she smelled the familiar breath of Xiao Bao first. This guy originally thought it was going to have fun alone, but unexpectedly it had been following her quietly, but she was walking on the ground, and Xiao Bao jumped from one bamboo to another. The fat bamboo rat was chewing a tender bamboo shoot that had emerged from the ground, but it was attacked unexpectedly. A furry meat paw slapped its head hard, knocking it out directly. Shan could see that Xiao Bao's palm power had improved recently, so he probably didn't use his full strength in this palm strike. Otherwise, the fat bamboo rat would have been bloody. Oh. Xiao Bao jumped in front of her and acted like a spoiled child, asking for praise. My Xiao Bao is the best. Shan took out the rope and skillfully put it around the fat bamboo rat's neck. After waking it up, she watched it flee in panic, but it could not escape her control. Finally, she took her to find its nest, and Shan smiled happily. Xiao Bao climbed up the bamboo again, and he couldn't follow her. Otherwise, the bamboo rat would smell the scent of its natural enemy and run away. Until the sun was setting, Shan cooperated with Xiao Bao and dug a total of 6 bamboo rat nests, capturing 42 bamboo rat cubs, of which 26 were moderately radioactive and edible, and 4 were just born and had not yet opened their eyes, which turned out to be low radiation. Shan didn't expect that this bamboo forest could gather so many bamboo rats, but it made sense when she thought about it. Bamboo rats reproduce very quickly and can produce 7 or 8 litters a year, with 5 or 6 in each litter. Even if the wild environment is poor and the survival rate is low, the only natural enemy in this bamboo forest, Xiao Bao's mother, died, so these bamboo rats naturally became more and more. She was reluctant to throw away the bamboo rats with high radiation. After chatting with Uncle Wu Qiong, she learned that the mutant animal skins with high radiation can be taken to a place that specializes in fur processing. With a little labor fee, the fur can be cooked and the radiation level can be reduced. It's a pity that food cannot be processed in the same way, otherwise the humans on Green Algae Star would not have to worry about food and drink. Dragging the 3 heavy sacks, Swan was a little worried. In order to keep an eye on Modi London, she didn't bring the chestnut today. Although Xiaobao could help drag the sacks, it was still young after all, and she couldn't bear to exploit child labor. Recently, Swan found that her strength has also improved. If she drags slowly, she can also drag these 3 sacks back. But dragging 3 sacks home like this was like announcing to the scavengers in District 50 that she had gotten a lot of food in the wild. Wouldn't that make her an obvious target? If she was seen by Boss Tong, he might even rob her directly. She didn't want to work for nothing. After thinking it over again and again, she finally decided to go back after dark. Although this was risky and she might encounter low-level mutant beasts, it was better than being coveted by those scavengers who had no bottom line for food. When it got dark, Xiaobao was already showing signs of uneasiness. After all, it was a cub and had low combat power. If it really encountered a larger mutant beast, it would only be able to deliver food. Swan had picked mutant wormwood that could cover up the odor early, crush the leaves, and mix them among the bamboo rats in the sacks, so she didn't have to worry about other wild animals following the smell to her prey. Swan dragged 3 large sacks and walked back slowly. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the woman hadn't come back yet. Modi London noticed that the robot cat who stayed at home seemed to have a deep worry in his eyes, which was not the look a robot cat should have. There was something wrong with it. There was something wrong with the woman, too. There was actually a treasure in this house that could calm the riot of the supernatural silk. No matter how you looked at it, there were many suspicious points. But the most important point at the moment was, why didn't the woman come back when she went to the wild to pick up waste? Modi London decided to go find her. He couldn't let his cook die like this. Swan was dragging 3 large sacks and was about to collapse when he was only more than 800 meters away from the residential area. Sweat was sticky all over his body, and he felt like he was not wearing any insulation clothes. Xiaobao was not much better than her. At first, he followed behind and pushed the sacks with his head to help her reduce the burden, but it didn't work very well and made him flustered. Later, Swan had to be hard-hearted and put a strong rattan on its shoulders and tied the other end to the mouth of the sack, which was regarded as sharing 1/3 of the weight for her. A total of 18 adult bamboo rats were caught today, and 42 cubs were taken away, with a total weight of more than 200 kilograms. Add in the scavenging tools, and the total weight was 220 kilograms. This weight was okay for a short distance, but the bamboo forest was more than 3 hours away from home, and dragging heavy objects was slower, so it took a full 4 hours to return. Seeing that they were not far from home, Swan patted Xiaobao on the head. "Come on, we'll be home soon." The 2 of them worked hard to speed up their pace, wanting to go back and take a shower quickly. Suddenly, Xiaobao stopped with a vigilant look on his face and made a vigilant cry. Swan immediately realized that something was wrong, and her first reaction was to take off the rattan around her and Xiaobao's necks. Whether fighting or escaping later, they couldn't carry any burdens. Swan cherishes the food in the bag, but she cares more about her and Xiaobao's lives. "Ha! I finally waited for you. Do you know that your Uncle Tong stretched his neck to wait for you? You have to compensate me later." It was Boss Tong. She subconsciously touched the dagger on her waist, and she had already made the worst plan in her heart. "What do you want to do?" Swan pretended to be panicked. "What? Isn't it obvious? In the morning, you went out alone with the scavenging tools. You have been in the wild for such a long time. I don't believe you will get nothing. Anyway, I was free, so I sat under the tree to enjoy the cool and wait for you to come back. I didn't expect that it was dark and you hadn't come back. I thought you were eaten by some mutant beast. I was about to go back to sleep, but I didn't expect that I finally waited for you. We are all smart people. You must know what I want. Leave all the things, and I will let you go." Tong Lauda walked towards the sack behind her without restraint. The most taboo thing for wastelanders is to get close to other people's sacks of scavenging. He clearly regarded Zhuoshan's sack as his private property. However, as soon as he put one hand on the mouth of the sack, a black shadow pounced on him from behind. After all, Tong Lauda had been a mercenary for several years and was not bad at dealing with emergencies. But when he felt the strong wind coming, he immediately turned his head to avoid it. The next second, his shoulder was hit hard, and he grimaced in pain. He shot out 3 golden thorns with his backhand and stabbed them into Xiao Bao's side. Xiao Bao was still a cub after all, and had no experience in fighting enemies. The only thing he had dealt with was bamboo rats. Iron-eating beasts are the natural enemies of bamboo rats. The level of suppression is there. When they see Xiao Bao, they have no intention of resisting and just run away. Therefore, Xiao Bao is used to attacking, and after the attack is successful, he doesn't even think about defense.
Gugu.
Xiao Bao cried out in pain. Zhuoshan's eyes turned red with pain. She rushed towards Tong Lauda and inserted the dagger into his waist. Tong Lauda exerted force, and the dagger got stuck between his muscles. He couldn't pull it out for a while. Zhuoshan realized that something was wrong and gave up the dagger. She rolled sideways and dodged the punch that followed. Then she pulled out the detection knife from the sack and opened it with her backhand towards Tong Lauda, who rushed over, intending to cut off his other arm. The big scissors flashed cold light in the night. Tong Lauda hurriedly stopped and took a few steps back to distance himself from her. Zhuoshan didn't dare to chase him. This Tong Lauda was different from the 3 hooligans that day, Qiangzi, and he knew tactics. She could only confront him with the detection knife and asked when she had time. Xiao Bao, how are you? Xiao Bao cried Ying, feeling painful and wronged. Zhuoshan was afraid and angry. But she also understood that Tong Lauda was a vicious wolf. Once she showed her cowardice and turned to run away, he would pounce on her from behind and tear her to pieces. So, she couldn't retreat. You stinky woman. Do you think you dare to fight against me, a genetic warrior, with a mutant beast cub? Today, I must chop you into pieces, so that you and your cub will not see the sun tomorrow.
Tong lao ra giao visio sili.
The palm power of that cub was too great. If he hadn't accidentally obtained a gene potion that strengthened muscles 2 years ago, his shoulder would probably have been broken. This woman was even more cruel. She stabbed him directly with a dagger and almost stabbed his old waist. At this moment, he was gasping for breath in pain. He planned to take a breath and then kill this stinky woman and the mutant beast cub she raised in one go. The cub was a big ball of meat, enough for him to have a full meal. Tong Lauda was a gold-type superpower. He stretched out his hand to hold the dagger and used his superpower to easily pull out the dagger. Under the moonlight, he waved the dagger at Zhuoshan. Ha! The knife is a good one, but it's a pity that you can't even kill a rabbit in your hand. Now it's my turn. Zhuoshan didn't know martial arts. Seeing that Tong Lauda send out 3 metal spikes, she could only hold the detection knife in her hand and passively block. However, Tong Lauda controlled the metal spikes to turn and stab towards Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, run! Zhuoshan shouted loudly. Xiao Bao rolled on the ground and barely avoided the attack of 3 metal spikes. But Zhuoshan knew that if it happened twice again, Xiao Bao would definitely not be able to dodge. Xiao Bao, climb the tree! Zhuoshan shouted. Xiao Bao understood what she meant and jumped up to a nearby tree. Zhuoshan found that Tong Lauda's metal spikes didn't seem to have a long range. When Xiao Bao climbed to more than 10 meters high, he gave up dealing with it and turned to stab her. The metal spikes appeared and disappeared. Zhuoshan blocked 2 of them, but failed to block the 3rd one, which pierced her calf fiercely. Seeing her slow movements, Tong Lauda was no longer in a hurry. He acted like a cat playing with a mouse, directing his metal spikes to fly around her. One of the metal spikes almost flew past her neck.
Zhuoshan was so scared that she was sweating.
Just when she was about to go all out and fight him to the death, Xiao Bao suddenly jumped down from the tree and pounced on him fiercely. However, Tong Lauda had been on guard against it. When he heard the wind, he immediately dodged. Xiao Bao's long-prepared palm only touched his calf. He himself was unable to control his body balance due to the injury and fell directly to the ground.
Hey.
This time I caught you. Tong Lauda raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed Xiao Bao's carotid artery fiercely. Seeing that Xiao Bao was about to be stabbed in the vitals, Zuoshan felt her brain go blank. The next second, she felt as if her whole body was on fire. In an instant, she felt her body lighten, and she rushed to Xiao Bao at an incredible speed, and the inspection knife in her hand barely blocked the fierce dagger. She didn't even dare to believe that she could really block the attack in time, but the fact was that she blocked it. The next second, she felt as if all the strength in her body was drained away, and she fainted directly. Modi London walked out of the house, and Mali followed him out of the house. The master and Xiao Bao had not returned yet, and he was also very worried. But he had to keep an eye on this man and couldn't let him steal the purple cloud egg. Now seeing him go out, he naturally followed him out. Mali jumped and ran towards the direction of the bamboo forest. Seeing this, Modi London followed him. Just after walking a short distance, he sensed movement a few hundred meters away. It sounded like a fight, but he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. These wasteland scavengers were just fighting for a little food, which had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he heard Zuoshan's shrill cry, "Xiao Bao." He didn't have time to think. His body reacted before his brain did. He teleported directly to the source of the sound, and then he saw the woman lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. The iron-eating beast cub also looked injured, growling, but not moving an inch in front of her. Opposite them stood a burly man, holding a gleaming dagger in his hand. He happened to have seen this dagger before. The woman had loved it, touched it again and again, and put it under her pillow when she slept. Modi London said coldly, "You dirty her dagger." Tong Lauda heard the voice and looked back, and saw a man with a sack on his body. He looked like a poor scavenger, and he should be a homeless man, waiting for the extreme cold weather to come, and he would freeze to death on the roadside. "Get out. Dare to meddle in your Tongya's business. You are looking for death."
Tong lao ra cuset angrily.
However, his brain quickly reacted. When did this person appear? How come he didn't notice it? No, this is wrong. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The next second, his fingers holding the dagger froze instantly, and the dagger fell to the ground. Then a ball of coldness came over him. In just 1 second, he was frozen into an ice sculpture, and even his thoughts stopped. Then he lost consciousness and stopped breathing. When Zuoshan woke up, she was already lying on her bamboo bed. She blinked hard, her mind full of doubts. How did she get home?
Xiao Bao.
The next second, she thought of the injured Xiao Bao, exclaimed and rolled over from the bed. TSK, a woman like you is worthy of being a mother? Do you have any sense of being a pregnant woman? A cold but magnetic baritone sounded in the darkness. All pregnant women that Modi London had seen walked cautiously. This woman not only went to the wild to scavenge with a big belly, but also fought with a man as crazy as Tong Lauda. Now that she had returned to her home safely, she was still so startled. I really don't know what sin that unlucky child had committed to be born in her belly and become her child. Maoli, where's the light? Zuoshan yelled, and the next second, Maoli turned on the soft night light, illuminating every corner of the room. Zuoshan didn't bother to care about the sarcasm in Modi London's words and rushed to the crib. When she saw Xiao Bao lying on the bed curled up and sleeping soundly, her heart relaxed a little, but she still went over to carefully check its injuries. Although Xiao Bao was a cub, the mutant beast's fur was thick. Although the 3 metal thorns pierced into its left waist and abdomen, they only penetrated about half an inch and were not fatal. I have already helped clean the cub's wound and sprayed it with hemostatic and anti-inflammatory spray. It's not a big problem. It will probably be fine in 2 days.
Modi London explained.
Apart from that, Xiao Bao did not suffer any other injuries. The cub was busy all day and did hard work on the way back, helping to drag the sacks. When he got home, he was very tired and naturally climbed into bed and fell asleep. Zuoshan understood all these after a little thought. Seeing that Xiaobao was fine, she finally felt relieved and turned to look at Modi London seriously. You arrived in time and saved us, right? I met him when I went out for a walk. That boss Tong stole my clothes before, so I took advantage of him. The man's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something as ordinary as eating a steamed bun tonight. It can be seen that he didn't care about the life and death of a scavenger in District 50. Thank you. But now we are even. The double compensation is waived. You just need to pay me back the principal in the future. I don't want to take advantage of you. Zuoshan thanked him seriously and settled the account seriously.
Modi Landun.
Ungrateful woman. I should have known not to save her. His injury had not healed well, and he used the 2 supernatural powers of teleportation and freezing in a hurry. It is estimated that his recovery time will be delayed for a few days. However, he felt that there was no need to tell her these, and he was originally only going for his future cook. I'm hungry, and the ice on the bamboo rats in the sacks at the door is about to melt. It's best to deal with it quickly, the man said with disgust. When he picked up the fainted woman, the iron-eating beast cub was struggling to pull at the 3 sacks. He had no choice but to string the 3 sacks together with an icicle, and then threw the cub on the sacks and teleported back home together.
Ugh.
It's this woman's home. After returning to the woman's home, he disliked the bamboo rats because they were dirty and smelly, so he directly froze the 3 sacks with a lump of ice and threw them at the door. Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work. Zuoshan thanked him again, and Modi London always felt that her thanks seemed to be more sincere this time. Zuoshan didn't waste a second and went straight to the yard. 3 sacks were lying at the door, all wet. Her dagger was placed next to the sacks. When Zuoshan saw it, she immediately picked it up and wiped it on the sacks repeatedly several times before reinserting it into the scabbard hanging around her waist. When she dragged the bamboo rat that had not been completely thawed out of the sack, Zuoshan felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The meat of bamboo rats slaughtered on the spot tastes the most delicious, but this person froze it all at the beginning, turning the fresh meat into frozen meat. Humph! Is this showing off his ice ability? Complaining as she did, she still resigned herself to peeling and deboning. When she caught bamboo rats before, she marked all the bamboo rats with moderate radiation that had been detected, tied their limbs with a kind of purple vine, and stuffed their mouths with purple leaves to prevent their screams from attracting other wild animals. Now she first deboned all the edible bamboo rats, washed them under the water pipe, and then cut them into dices and began to cook the meat sauce. Mally was responsible for adding firewood to the stove for her, while she continued to deal with those with high radiation and inedible. The fur was peeled as intact as possible, washed and dried, and stored first. The bones and meat were chopped into long strips and dried, and used as bait the next time they went to the creek to fish. This work lasted until dawn. She was tired and sleepy. When Zuoshan stood up, her body shook twice. She was about to fall down, but suddenly an invisible force supported her waist from a distance. With this force, Zuoshan finally held the door frame and leaned against it for a long time before her breath was stable. While Zuoshan was busy dealing with bamboo rats, Modi London had been watching coldly and had no intention of helping from beginning to end. He was always accompanied by his all-purpose assistant Mad, and he never had to do things like dealing with prey himself. Therefore, he actually didn't know how to skin or bone. Of course, he would not admit this to the woman. He actually wanted to continue sleeping, but the aroma of the stewed sauce on the stove wafted over and stimulated his sense of smell. In addition, the woman had been out all day today, so he only had breakfast. Now that he smelled the aroma of meat, he felt even hungrier and couldn't sleep at all. Okay? The 5 senses were more sensitive at night, and his attention unconsciously drifted to the busy woman at the gate of the yard, so when he saw her about to fall, he subconsciously used his supernatural power to support her waist. After all, she was a pregnant woman, so she had to make some contribution to the population base of Green Algae Star, right? If he really fell, in a place like the 50th district where there is a lack of medical care and medicine, there might be 2 deaths, and the population would be reduced by 2 people at once, one of whom was the special cook he had reserved. Of course, he couldn't turn a blind eye. Modi London found a reasonable excuse for his behavior, then lay down and closed his eyes. This time, he fell asleep quickly. When he woke up, it was already noon, and he immediately looked at the bamboo bed. The sunlight shone through the window on the sleeping woman's face, coating her long eyelashes with a layer of light golden light. He then noticed that her eyeliner was very long and beautiful, and it looked better than those eyelashes of the ladies of the big families who had specially applied mascara. Her lip color was a little pale, probably due to anemia caused by long-term lack of nutrition, but her lip shape was very beautiful. She was not a woman who looked beautiful at first glance. Her appearance was at most above average, but her straight nose bridge added a bit of coolness to her. Overall, she was the kind of woman who was pleasing to the eye. At this moment, her body was no longer as tense as it was during the day, presenting a soft curve, her bulging belly half sticking to the bed, one hand subconsciously wrapped around her belly, making a posture to protect the fetus. It turned out that she didn't care about her child. She was just forced by life to run around with a bulging belly. When Modi London came to his senses, he found that he had stared at a pregnant woman for a full quarter of an hour, which shocked him and made him more confused. As a family heir who had received a good education since childhood, he knew that he had a great responsibility and knew that he could not have any unrealistic hobbies. Recalling everything that happened during the past few days of recuperation here, he was shocked to find that he had made too many mistakes. First of all, he was addicted to food and thought more than once about taking her back to be his own special cook. But this in itself was a fatal mistake. Once his enemies found out about this, they could easily start with this cook, coerce, and lure her to poison him. Secondly, his concern for this future cook went beyond the normal scope. Because he was worried about her safety, he went out with an ugly sack on his head, regardless of his injuries, and forcibly used 2 supernatural powers to help her resolve the crisis. The last point, and the most terrifying point, was that he actually looked at her sleeping for a quarter of an hour. To put it more seriously, this matter could even be regarded as too much interest. He, Modi London, the heir of the London family, actually had a strong interest in a scavenger girl in District 50, and she was also a pregnant woman with someone else's child. This is really ridiculous. No, he must leave immediately before this emotion gets more and more intense. As the heir of a big family, he cannot have such a hobby that is close to a weakness. Modi London is a decisive person. When he realized his mistake, he immediately turned on his watch and contacted his assistant Matt as soon as possible. Then he transferred a sum of money to the sleeping woman's wrist. He didn't even count how many zeros he entered, and hurriedly ended the transfer and teleported to the bamboo forest. That was the place he and Matt agreed to meet. He would come to pick him up in a supersonic fighter jet in half an hour. At this moment, the bamboo forest was quiet. Modi London glanced at the bamboo forest and found several dug bamboo rat nests. He couldn't help frowning. This stupid woman was busy for so long yesterday, just to catch these cheap first-level mutant beasts? He and she are really not from the same world. I hope they will never meet again from now on. When Zwishan woke up, Mowgli reported to her immediately that the man had left. Before leaving, he transferred a sum of money to her watch. He didn't have time to see the specific amount. What? He just left like that? He didn't even say hello. What a rascal! Zwishan said angrily. It's good that he left. It's good that he left. I don't have to worry about him snatching baby Aiken from me anymore. The next second, she grinned again. Then she opened her watch to check the balance on it and found that it had changed from 5 digits to 6 digits. 122618. Not bad, not bad. I said this number is auspicious, and it really brings good luck. But this man is stingy enough. He boasted before that he would pay back 100 times. What about now? I spent a total of 23,800 on buying things for him, not counting the food and drinks in the past few days, and he transferred 100,000. Well, 100,000 is not a small amount. It's 4 times the repayment. People can't be too greedy. Be content. The yard that Uncle Wu contacted said that it could be vacated within 2 months, but nothing is absolute. Look at a few more houses to be prepared. Next time you go to District 48, you can go to the official real estate agency. The most important point is the deposit reserve. Having seen many billionaires in his previous life, Zuoshan would not regard a deposit of hundreds of thousands of yuan as a huge sum of money, like a local scavenger. Especially after buying 2 things for Modi London, he realized how money is not easy to spend. So the top priority is to make money. Thinking of money, she first thought of the vacuum-packed second-order mutant mountain goat liver left yesterday. The taste of this thing she made is not bad. If she sells it to Wuqiong, it should be at least higher than the cost price. What's more, the cost has been paid by someone, which is equivalent to a no-cost business. Hehehe. After searching for a while, she couldn't find the vacuum-packed sheep liver. After asking Maoli, she found out that he took it away when he left.
Ah.
I'm so angry. How can this man be so stingy? Isn't he a big boss? Doesn't he always ask for 100 times repayment? In the end, he even took a piece of sheep liver away. Zuoshan beat his chest and stamped his feet, drawing circles and cursing him. Modi London, who was thousands of miles away on a supersonic fighter, suddenly sneezed, and his assistant Matt widened his eyes. Is the master catching a cold? This time, the master got into trouble. It was all his fault for not thinking carefully. First, the master's close guard team lost in the annual Central Area competition and was sent to the Devil Forest by the master in anger. There are countless high-level beasts there, which is the most severe training place for the children of the great family. Then, his close assistant's younger brother injured his liver in a fight at school and his life was hanging by a thread, so he took a temporary leave to go to the hospital. In the end, the master took this seemingly simple task of exterminating rats alone instead of his cousin. If there was a guard team or his assistant by the master's side at that time, the master would definitely not be easily plotted against. After the incident, he immediately realized that this was a trap designed in advance by the master behind the scenes, in order to leave the master isolated and helpless. While he sent people to look for the master everywhere, he also asked someone to investigate the whole story. It turned out that the low-altitude aircraft that the master was riding flew directly to a desert thousands of miles away after the accident, and since then, both the man and the aircraft disappeared without a trace. The master's watch is of the highest level, with a hidden satellite positioning function. As long as he refuses to accept the communication or turns it off, no one can contact him. When he couldn't find the master's trace, Matt was so anxious that he wanted to commit suicide. What worried him even more was that the master's daily necessities were all stored in his space button, which was his personal assistant. Without him, the master would not only have the medicines and medical equipment needed after the injury, but also no change of clothes and food. Matt's hair turned white with worry. It's a pity that he is only 25 years old this year, just an adult and young. Fortunately, the master finally contacted him, so he immediately took the master's close guard team and drove the fastest fighter to the designated place to meet the master. However, when he saw the master for the first time, Matt couldn't help crying. The master, he actually wore a shabby sack and stood next to a dirty bamboo rat nest. Is the master sleeping in the wind and rain like this these days, relying on hunting bamboo rats, a dirty low-level mutant beast, to make a living? Woo. The master has really suffered a great punishment. The master was injured so badly this time that as an ice-attributed supernatural being, he couldn't resist the high temperature of the extremely hot weather and caught a heat cold. Poor master. Feeling the strange look of the assistant looking at him, Modi London couldn't help frowning. He hadn't sneezed for many years. No wonder Matt didn't understand. Then he remembered the lamb liver in the space button, and his brows couldn't help but frown even more. He had deliberately taken it away before leaving. With the woman's greed, he had no doubt that she would share the lamb liver with her iron-eating beast cub after he left. Eating 2 pieces is not a problem, but eating too much will definitely explode and die, so he is not stingy, but saving her life. Counting it, this is the 3rd time he has saved her life, twice with lamb liver, once with Tong Lauda, and her life-saving grace is doubled. The man, who who was completely free of psychological burden, sighed and continued to close his eyes to rest. Although the sheep liver was taken away, the first aid kit was left behind. There were also household medicines and trauma suture tools in it, so it was still a profit. Swan was no longer angry. She thought about taking a day off today and continuing to go out to scavenge tomorrow. However, she didn't dare to go to the bamboo forest alone anymore. It was safer to follow the large group to scavenge. While thinking about scavenging, her watch suddenly lit up. She raised her wrist and saw that it was Jia Yiming calling. It had been more than a month since he and Jiang Sha helped her make furniture. She didn't expect him to contact her suddenly.
Hello.
Brother Jia, hello. Hello. I have a quota for going out to collect. The profit is not much, but it is not dangerous. I don't take commissions here. All the profit belongs to you. Do you want to go? Jia Yiming said directly. Yes, of course I should go. I'm just worrying about where to go to scavenge tomorrow. Even if the profit from the gathering mission organized by your mercenary group is less, it will be more than what we guerrillas can gain by messing around in the wild. Shan smiled.
Just go if you want to.
This mission is to collect the flowers of the sunflower, which has radiation protection function, but it is only limited to fresh ones. It is useless after it is dried. This mission is assigned by the superiors. If enough sunflower flowers are collected, they can be sent to the processing plant. After adding special materials, radiation-proof cloth can be made. However, the sunflower itself contains a small amount of toxins and cannot be eaten. The collection task itself is not difficult, so the reward is not high. Most of the families of the mercenaries think that it is not cost-effective to do this mission. It is tiring and there is not much profit to make. I am worried that this quota cannot be sold. But don't worry, if you work hard for a day, you should be able to earn 50 to 80 silver coins, and there is no car fare this time. Jia Yiming said very frankly. Last time, she made such a sumptuous lunch for him and Jiang Sha. He thought she was a good person and planned to cooperate with her for a long time. It's a pity that the mercenary group has been out hunting mutant beasts recently and has not accepted any collection tasks. As a result, it was finally a turn, but it was still a profitless one. Then she immediately thought of Pandual and asked Brother Jia, "Can I take another person with me?" A child, but very capable, well-behaved and obedient, the kind that won't cause trouble. No problem, the person you are willing to take must be good. There is a quota that others haven't sold yet, so I'll just ask for one for you. Bring your people here on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and get on the bus at the central square. Jia Yiming said happily. Okay. Thank you, Brother Jia. Shan thanked him sincerely. Even if she made little money, at least he thought of her, which was thoughtful. After hanging up the call, Shan sent a message to Pandual and told her about it. She replied in seconds, "Thank you, Sister Shanzi. The wild vegetables outside these 2 days are all highly radioactive.
I'm worried."
These days, she and her mother have been eating stored food. Fortunately, there are still surplus dried wild vegetables collected before, but it is definitely not okay to live off the land. Wasteland scavengers have a sense of crisis. Shan asked Mao Li to set the alarm for 5:30. After washing up, she cooked wild vegetable and yam paste and added some bamboo rat meat sauce. She ate 1/3 of it herself and left the rest for Xiao Bao for brunch. After eating and drinking, she packed about 100 grams of bamboo rat meat sauce in a sealed bag and prepared to bring it to Jia Yiming. When she arrived at the central square, she found that more than half of the people waiting for the bus were scavengers from District 50. It seemed that this task was really useless. Most of the mercenary families gave their quotas to others. Pandual jumped and waved his hands when he saw her, then ran towards her, standing beside her with an excited face but obediently. Shan also saw Ding Yi's uncle and nephew. It seemed that they also took the quota of other mercenary families. Ding Yi also waved happily when he saw her, and then followed her uncle to line up obediently. These scavengers from District 50 were very grateful for being able to get a quota, even though they knew it was a task that required more effort but little money. But with the protection of mercenaries, at least safety is guaranteed. Today's collection point is relatively far away. Seeing Shan looking at the watch several times, Ding Yi, who was sitting next to her, whispered to her, "Sister Sean, don't worry. Today we're going to the planting point in District 46. It will take at least 4 hours to walk. Since it is the planting point in District 46, why don't you let people from District 46 go to collect?" Sean was puzzled. "You don't know this. District 46 is the largest planting area among the 10 outermost districts. The residents there mainly plant crops, and for things like collecting they hire people to help. Let me tell you, although District 46 is also considered an outer area, the residents there don't lack food at all. They are all very strong. And if you want to enter District 46, you must pay 2,000 contribution points, plus 200,000 silver coins. Ordinary people don't even dare to think about it."
Ding, he continued.
"Why don't other districts learn from them and also engage in large-scale planting?"
Sean said.
"You can't learn this. First of all, District 46 has large plains and arable land. Secondly, and most importantly, District 46 once produced a high-level genetic warrior named Fu Ming. Master Fu is an Earth-type mutant, and her awakened ability is to reduce the radiation level of the soil. Master Fu was born in District 46 and has deep feelings for it. She had many opportunities to leave there and go to the inner 10 districts, but she never left District 46 in her life. It took decades of hard work to improve the soil in District 46 to medium and low radiation, which is why District 46 has achieved its current glory. By the way, let me remind you, don't ever think about stealing low-radiation soil from District 46. They have special detection equipment in and out, and once you are found out, you'll be sent to the underground mine in District 45 next door, and will never be allowed to return to the ground for the rest of your life." "Oh my God. Their punishment is too harsh." Sean was dumbfounded, and Pandual beside him shrank back in fear. "Look how scared you are. Don't be afraid. We're just going to help collect sunflowers. As long as we follow the rules, they will provide us with a full meal." Dingy comforted with a smile. Hearing that they would provide us with a full meal, Pandual's eyes lit up immediately. "Well, if I eat too much, will they also provide us with a full meal?" "Of course not. Someone was greedy and ate too much before, and died on the way back. So later the rules were changed, and different amounts of food were directly distributed according to different ages."
Ding Yi said. "Wow.
"Xiaoi, you know a lot." Pandual looked at the little girl who was 2 years older than her with starry eyes. Soon, the two became familiar with each other. After all, they were children of the same age and could find common ground. Sean considerately changed seats with Pandual so that the two girls could communicate better. Ding Tai, who was standing by, just smiled and said nothing, his eyes full of doting. Life in the wasteland was hard enough, and he was naturally happy to see the children get along happily for a while. After the truck entered the 46th district, exclamations came one after another. Most of the scavengers in the 50th district came here for the first time. In their original world, there were tall shrubs and trees growing wildly everywhere, and they had never seen such neat large farmlands. Of course, after all, they were plants after the Great Fission, and the seeds were all seeds of mutant plants. The plants grown were naturally relatively tall, but compared to those in the wild, they were almost half as short. You know, the energy shield of District 46 is also low radiation. Some people say that it can be compared with the inner 10 districts. However, the people here are not as rich and leisurely as those in the inner 10 districts. They have no holidays and are like working machines. The high level provides low radiation shields to District 46, not for them to retire here. They must do farm work from morning to night every day. If they do not work enough hours, they will be expelled during the year-end evaluation. Only when they are over 65 years old can they retire and enjoy a truly comfortable life. Some people say that the only advantage of District 46 is that people here will not starve. Ding Yi continued to popularize science. "It's enough to not starve. As long as I don't starve, I am willing to work 30 hours a day and only sleep for 6 hours." Pandual said excitedly. "Alas, that's because you don't work from morning to night every day, otherwise you wouldn't say that." Ding Yi shook his head and sighed like a little adult. Zuoshan couldn't help laughing, but deep down he also agreed with Ding Yi's words. When people are hungry, they will feel that as long as they don't starve, it is the happiest thing. For this goal, they can sacrifice everything. But when you are no longer hungry, you will have higher spiritual pursuits. By then, you will feel resentful if you work endlessly every day. Just like in the siege, Pan Duel outside the city thinks the city is good, and the people in the city may envy her because she can scavenge freely without being forced to work from morning to night. Zuoshan, who was originally a little moved by District 46, instantly gave up the idea after listening to Ding Yi's popular science. She didn't want to spend a lot of money and become a machine enslaved by the upper class. I don't know if Master Fu would regret his hard work all his life to reduce the radiation level of the soil here to medium and low radiation when he saw the current situation of District 46. After getting off the car, Zuoshan didn't care about sighing. In front of him was a sea of flowers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Each plant was about 2 or 3 meters high, with 12 or 13 branches growing on it. There were about 5 or 6 golden full moon-shaped flowers on each branch, and there were about 70 flowers on the flower disc of a small moon sunflower. At first glance, the sunflower looks very similar to the sunflower in her memory, but the flower disc is relatively small, about 20 centimeters in diameter. The sunflower has 8 petals, and the stamens are red crescents, which look really beautiful. According to Jia Yiming, this sea of flowers covers an area of 50 hectares, and the task assigned to their Flying Tiger mercenary group today is 5 hectares, and there are a total of 220 people on this trip. Zuoshan noticed that the row and spacing of each plant were about 3 meters. That is, they were assigned a total of more than 5,500 plants, and each person had about 25 plants on his turn. To pick the flowers on top, it would be about 1,800. If it were a low plant, it would not be difficult to pick these flowers, but these plants were so high that they had to step on a ladder to reach them. Climbing up and down, cutting them one by one, the workload was really not small. At this moment, she missed Xiaobao very much. If he helped, the task would be much easier. The price offered by the mercenary group is 1 silver coin for 20 flower discs. It's not that they are stingy. Usually, when picking in the wild, they often have to test more than a dozen or even dozens of leaves to find an edible one. When the luck is the worst, they can't find an edible one in a day. But these small moon sunflowers don't need to be tested at all. All the flower discs just need to be cut and put into the plastic baskets distributed by District 46. Since it's here, it's better to make the best of it. Zuoshan decided to grit her teeth and start working. However, as a pregnant woman, it is indeed a bit inconvenient for her to climb high and step low, so she decided to cooperate with Pandual. She is responsible for moving ladders, arranging baskets, and cutting flower discs below 1.5 meters, while Pandual is responsible for cutting those above. Don't underestimate the arranging link. If one person picks and climbs to a high place, the cut flower discs can only be thrown into the basket casually, which is messy, and the basket will be full after only a few flowers. But if someone is responsible for arranging them, stacking them one on top of another and arranging them neatly, then the basket can hold a lot of flowers. At first, Pan Duel didn't quite understand why she had to sort out the flower discs, but she was happy to help Sister Shanzi climb higher. Later, she found that their basket could hold at least 2 plant discs, while other people's baskets couldn't even hold 1 plant. Just dragging the basket to the acceptance point took several times more time than them. After working for 9 hours in a row, it was finally time for lunch at noon. Pan Duel went to the acceptance point to take a look. As a result, their duo turned in the most. In one morning, they turned in a full 35 plants and 2,500 flower discs, making a net profit of 125 silver coins. The two of them shared it equally, and each of them had 62.5 silver coins. Pan Duel was so happy. She had never made so many silver coins in half a day since she was a child. The fish caught that day didn't count. Her mother said that the fish could only be eaten quietly and couldn't be sold, otherwise it would be targeted by others, and then it would not be her turn to fish in that small ditch in the future. Pan Duel had inquired about it. Among all the people who collected today, Only Ding Yi and her uncle worked together to complete 30 plants and 2,200 flower discs. The rest of the people acted alone. The fastest one only completed 13 plants and 1,080 flower discs. The two working alone were far behind the harvest of their cooperation. Jia Yiming saw that they were also happy. He was the one who found them. A pregnant woman and a child completed much more work than those middle-aged ants who looked very capable. Naturally, he was also proud. And those ants finally found that 2 people working together were faster than 1 person working alone. However, finding someone to cooperate with became a matter of arguing about who climbed high. They all felt that climbing high was too tiring, and there was a risk of falling down. In the end, the cooperation could only be left unfinished. Lunch was vegetable porridge. The vegetables were the radish leaves left after the people in District 46 picked the radishes planted in the fields, and a little bran left over from grinding refined flour. Zhuashan. So the so-called full meal is the food that used to be fed to pigs in the countryside, but the pigs refused to eat it. It was far inferior to the yam and wild vegetable paste she made herself. Although she was full of disgust in her heart, she could only swallow it down despite the pain of the throat when she saw other people eating it voraciously. The ration for children under 14 years old is 2/3 of a basin, and for those above 14 years old, a whole basin. The basins are of uniform specifications, with a capacity of about 1 liter. Zhuashan ate more than half a basin and couldn't swallow it anymore. Her stomach was surging, and the morning sickness that she had never experienced before finally came. But she didn't dare to. If she really vomited, I don't know how many people here would scold her for being hypocritical. Pan Duel looked at her pale face and nausea from the side, and was too worried. "Sister Shanzi, are you sick?" she asked in a low voice. Pregnant women in District 50 almost never had morning sickness, because they were in a state of hunger most of the time, and they could not have morning sickness at all, so Pan Duel had never seen it. "My stomach feels uncomfortable. I really can't eat any more. I'm going to if I eat more," Zhuashan said with a frown. "Then I'll help you eat the rest. Don't worry, I won't be stuffed to death," Pan Duel said a little embarrassedly. Helping people eat leftovers in the wasteland is not a good thing to do. If it's not a special situation, it's like stealing other people's food. It's just that she and Zhuashan have been getting closer recently, otherwise she wouldn't dare to say such a thing even if she was beaten to death. "Really? You can help me eat it? But this is something I've eaten before, will you dislike it?" Zhuashan's eyes lit up. Then she felt a little ashamed again. Letting a child help her eat leftovers, and it's such a disgusting thing. If it were in modern times, she would be beaten to death. No dislike, this vegetable paste is so thick, it's much more filling than my family's. After eating it, I don't need to eat again until tomorrow afternoon, so my mother can also have a full meal.
Pan Duel smiled.
Seeing her eating so happily, Zhuashan couldn't help wanting to cry. What kind of sin had she committed? A good child had to suffer like this since birth. In order to prevent the baby aching in her belly from suffering like this in the future, she had to work harder and harder. Except for the half-hour lunch break, there was no rest time arranged here. The collectors were originally a little dissatisfied, but when they saw that in another farmland, the people in District 46 were wearing uniform work clothes and were busy weeding in the furrows. The people in District 46 didn't rest, so the scavengers from Districts 50 and 49 were naturally embarrassed to ask for a rest. With 3.5 hours left before the return time, Zhuashan and Pan Duel finally completed their share, harvesting a full 50 plants and 3,800 flower discs. Jia Yiming said that if the task was completed in excess, in addition to what they deserved, there would be rewards. When Pan Duel heard that there would be a reward for exceeding the task target, she immediately became excited, and her little face lit up. Seeing how motivated she was, Zhuashan naturally felt embarrassed to pour cold water on her. She didn't know if it was because she came to a low radiation area today, but she felt her spirits were quite good, and she didn't feel tired from beginning to end. If they worked for another 3 hours, they could harvest at least 10 plants, so she promised Jia Yiming that she would exceed the task, and then she was assigned to a new area. Pan Duel is very motivated. When children are full of enthusiasm, they can often perform beyond their normal level. Unlike those middle-aged ants, the more they work, the more tired they become, and the slower they work. Zuoshan and Pan Duol worked for another 2 hours and 40 minutes and harvested the additional 10 plants. Pan Duol glanced at her big belly and finally swallowed the words of accepting another task. With 50 minutes left before finishing work, Zuoshan decided to take a good look at the sea of sunflower buds in the distance that looked as beautiful as a painting. Pan Duol ran excitedly to help Ding, Yi, and the others. She was so happy today that she couldn't stop. Zuoshan walked slowly to the farmland, which was about 10 minutes away. He admired the light orange flower buds from far to near. He couldn't help but raise his watch, activated the shooting function, and took a few photos. In order to frame the scene, she squatted down and looked up to take the picture. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a short sunflower growing in the ridge next to her. It is only about 30 centimeters tall, with thin branches only as thick as a thumb and no side branches. If you don't pay attention, you might think it is a side branch that has just grown out of the main branch and has not yet grown up. Its branches are covered with some lavender oval leaves. Each leaf is about the size of a wood spinach. A withered purple flower hangs on the top, and the shrunken petals are only about 3 centimeters long. At the top of it hangs a withered purple flower, and the shrunken petals are only about 3 or 4 centimeters long. Under the flower hangs a crescent-shaped seed, which is dark purple in color and more than 2 centimeters long. But after looking at it carefully, she confirmed that it was indeed a single individual. The reason she judged it to be a sunflower was because of the shape and color of its seeds. I heard Jia Yiming say before that the sunflower is a plant whose flowers and leaves do not meet each other. It blooms first, and then grows leaves and bears fruit after the flowers fade. Its fruit is dark purple and crescent-shaped, very beautiful, and each flower produces 1 seed. It's a pity that its seeds have no economic value. When the sunflower was first cultivated, the seeds could be used for sowing, but now the cultivation of sunflower has become a large-scale business, and its branches and roots will choose to dormant in severe cold. After a long period of extreme cold weather, it will come back to life and bloom, and there is no need to plant it from seeds. I don't know if this sunflower is a special mutant variety or a phenomenon of atavism. It has returned to its original state and is so short. But such a variety obviously has no economic value, so it's no wonder that no one pays attention to it. However, the more Zuoshan looked at the seed, the more he loved it. It was like a natural work of art. Although it was small, its crescent shape was very beautiful, and there were intricate patterns on it, like the result of meticulous carving by a master sculptor. If I pierce a hole in it, or inlay it with some metal to make a small pendant and hang it around baby Aiken's neck, it will definitely be very beautiful. Under the flower is a crescent-shaped seed, dark purple in color, more than 1 centimeter long. If you pierce a hole in it and make it into a small pendant and hang it around baby Aiken's neck, it will definitely be very beautiful. Zuoshan picked the seeds casually and stuffed them into the pocket of his thermal suit. She didn't feel like she was stealing someone else's plant at all, because the plant grew in the ridge, and the people in charge of planting in District 46 would pass by here and could see it at a glance. Since they don't care about it, it proves that its existence is no different from ordinary weeds and has no value at all. After enjoying the beautiful scenery and taking a selfie of the sea of flowers, Zuoshan strolled back contentedly. There were 180 silver coins added to his watch. On the way back, Pandora was as excited as a headless fly, and he kept muttering, "This is the first time in my life that my account balance has exceeded 3 digits. Sister Shanzi, I can only count up to 100, and I can't even count the numbers after that. No, I have to follow the basic textbooks to learn arithmetic when I go back. I have to learn to count numbers after 100. I want to make a lot of money in the future, and I can't lose count of the money in my account." Zuoshan, this is a strong enough reason, kid. You can definitely learn arithmetic. But I am still happy to have some income. Even if the money is not much, it is better than living off the savings every day. The only regret is that the legendary meal is too hard to swallow. It was already dark when she got home, but she was not worried about her safety today because she didn't even carry a sack for scavenging, only a cutting knife. If no food is harvested, naturally no one will be interested in it. Moreover, many scavengers in District 50 have participated in this collection mission today. Many people are proud of it. After all, not everyone can go there. Those who have no connections can only stretch their necks to envy them, or curse them secretly behind their backs. Pandual jumped up and down happily, waved goodbye to her, and trotted home. She must have a lot to say to her mother tonight. Zuoshan returned to her home and was pounced on by a fluffy cat as soon as she entered the door. Mao Li, who was watching from the side, laughed so hard that his head swayed and his tail wagged. Little Bao, be good. I didn't bring you any delicious food today. I'll take you to the bamboo forest to eat bamboo when I'm free. Zuoshan rubbed Little Bao's head, feeling happy and relieved. She no longer felt lonely as when she first arrived in the wasteland. This day was a really hard day's work. Although Zuoshan felt that his mental state was pretty good, he still cooked dinner, shared it with Xiaobao, and then washed up and went to bed. But after lying in bed, she still couldn't fall asleep. She looked at the baby sleeping soundly in the crib and felt extremely envious. Taking stock of the whole day's actions and gains, I found that the greatest gain was actually the short time I spent appreciating the beautiful scenery after the work. Among those who went to collect flowers together, no one used a watch to take pictures of the beautiful scenery like she did. In other words, none of them really cared about the beauty of the blooming sunflowers because they only cared about food and silver coins. Zuoshan felt that such a life was too terrible. She was worried that one day in the future, she would become like them, forgetting about living just for the sake of existing. It does sound a bit hypocritical to ask people who are constantly threatened by hunger to appreciate the beautiful scenery, but if a person doesn't care about anything except food and money, then what is the meaning of living? Just like the residents of District 46, they were only busy farming from morning to night, with no holidays or rest time. Thinking about such a lifetime made her shudder. Zuoshan feels that she needs to remind herself from time to time that living is for a better life, not just for living. Raising her wrist, she began to look through the photos she took today. Although her shooting skills were average, the pictures she took were beautiful enough and worth looking at several times. Suddenly, she remembered the little moonflower seed she had picked. She planned to take it back and make a pendant for baby Achin to wear, but she forgot one thing. She didn't even think of testing its radiation level. She was so careless. She did it as soon as she thought of it. She got out of bed, took out the detection knife, and gestured at the small seed for a long time, not knowing how to operate the knife. If I accidentally cut it in half, wouldn't I ruin such a beautiful natural work of art? How about using a dagger, gently cutting off a little bit and then testing it with a cutting knife? Thinking of this, she took out the dagger from under the pillow, placed the seeds on the table, and prepared to strike. The next second, the seed suddenly glowed with green light, and with a quick motion, it sank into her wrist. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Zuoshan's eyes widened, and he said incoherently. The next second, she noticed that a small bud suddenly popped up on her wrist. It had 2 small oval leaves on its head. Each leaf was as big as a coin. It flickered and looked very cute. However, what Zuoshan felt at this moment was definitely not cuteness, but fear. Was she being parasitized by some terrible plant? Don't blame her for thinking that. You have to know that this is a wasteland. Mutated plants and animals are everywhere. It would be strange to encounter one who is not mutated. She has long heard that some mutated plants can eat people, so it is not impossible for them to parasitize into her body. Otherwise, why would the hair grow a bud on her perfectly good wrist? You get out of my body quickly. Believe it or not, I will burn you with fire and scald you with boiling water. Zuoshan's Li Nilong pointed at the little bud and said. Mao Li, who was watching on the sidelines, finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, Master, you are too rare and have too many monsters. It is not a monster, it is a mutant plant that chose to actively sign a contract with you, and it is also a mutant plant that has access to spiritual plants. You have made a lot of money. What did you say? Make a contract? Didn't you say before that ordinary people couldn't make a contract with mutant beasts, so Xiaobao couldn't become my contract beast? Why did a strange seed appear and make a contract with me out of nowhere? Yes. Swan stared at him.
This.
Ahem. Master, I was negligent. You should have accidentally awakened your superpower, just because your superpower level is too low, only level 0. When you have not reached the first level superpower, the superpower user's energy the fluctuation is extremely low, and it is not easy to detect unless it is detected with professional instruments, Mao Li said apologetically. Accidental awakening of superpowers? When did it happen? Why didn't I know? Shan looked confused. Except for those who are born genetic warriors, most people awaken their superpowers between the ages of 3 and 10. People like you who awaken your superpowers as adults usually receive major stimulation, which causes the hidden energy in your body to be activated. Thinking about your recent actions, I guess it was the day you saw Xiaobao in danger, and you were strongly stimulated, and then you accidentally awakened your superpower. If you carefully recall the situation at that time, you might be able to do it. I remembered, Mao Li said.
Ah.
I remembered. At that time, I saw Boss Tong holding the dagger and about to stab Xiaobao's neck. I held the cutting knife and ran towards him desperately, trying to cut off his arm holding the dagger from behind. But I couldn't catch it in time and watched him stab Xiaobao's neck with the dagger. At that time, I thought Xiaobao was dead, and my mind went blank. Then somehow, I ran in front of him and successfully blocked it with a cutting knife. He stabbed me with the dagger. Then I fainted. It must have been that time that I awakened my power. If that was the case, then the power I awakened must be a speed power. No, it was just a speed power. It's not enough. I should have time power, which can stop time and allow me to block his dagger in time. Shan's mind suddenly became confused. Very clear. Dual powers?
Impossible.
How can anyone awaken dual powers at the same time? It has never been recorded in my database. You must have been too nervous at the time, so you remembered it wrong. But you were anxious and awakened the speed. It makes sense to have supernatural powers, Mao Li said, shaking the cat's head. Okay, let's take the speed power. I also think that the time power is too unbelievable. I definitely won't have such good luck. Now, let's not worry about the power. What I don't understand is that I will bring it back. How could a seed be contracted by it? So a fan pointed at the little sprout on his wrist. The little shoot swayed and touched her wrist lightly with its leaves. At this moment, Shan really believed what Mao Li said about making a contract, because she could clearly feel that it was conveying a kind of joy and intimacy to her. This feeling is amazing. She can understand the other person's meaning without using words, just like the baby Chen in her belly, which is obviously just wandering around, but she can understand different meanings from it. For example, it was very happy today. For example, it was frightened when it met the big national treasure that day. For example, it would be unhappy every time Xiaobao acted coquettishly with her. To sum up, in the wasteland world, everything that cannot be explained by science is a reasonable existence. Little guy, since I brought you home and you chose to make a contract with me, it proves that we are destined. From now on, I will take good care of you. Shan lightly touched its leaves. Explain. The little bud lowered her head and rubbed her wrist again, showing her deep attachment. I feel like you always look shy. You must be a girl, right? I'll name you Wan.
Shan said seriously.
Master, please allow me to correct your misunderstanding. Plants have no gender. Mao Li came out at an inappropriate time to disturb the scenery. Wan, let's ignore him. Can it be okay for me to discuss something with you? Look at this little sprout of yours. It's growing on my sister's wrist. It hurts if I accidentally touch you. Otherwise, you should shrink back. Go back. Or can I find a flower pot to put you in? Shan asked again. The next second, the young sprout disappeared, leaving only a light purple crescent mark the size of a fingernail on her wrist. At first glance, she would have thought it was a birthmark. Shan finally felt a little more at ease. He didn't have to worry about being coveted by others if he went out like this. But at the same time, she began to worry that this symbiotic relationship with plants would make her become weird in the future. For example, a long vine grows on the body, or the body turns into a plant, and finally a root system grows under the soles of the feet, and it can no longer be separated from the soil. After waking up the next day, Zuoshan recalled what happened yesterday, raised her wrist, and took a look at the light purple crescent moon mark left by Wanwan, and finally believed that all this was not a dream, and that she had really been sent to her door. My son's seeds were contracted. To use what Maoli learned from her, she just got lucky. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that she has now awakened her powers and become a genetic warrior, or is she a post-genetic warrior? No matter which one it is, does that mean that she can join the mercenary group from now on and no longer have to be a miserable scavenger? She gritted her teeth and spent 100 star coins to activate the cheapest basic network package. The advantage of this package is that it is ready to use, and many of the most basic common sense can be downloaded for free. If she no longer wants to use it next month, she can terminate the contract at any time. The disadvantage is that you can only view basic information, and the area is restricted. You have no right to view network information within the 40th district. You also have no right to log in to the major online platforms of Liuengsing to read news, and you are not qualified to participate in the publication and discussion of posts. But Zuoshan is not interested in those now. After all, the area within the 40th arrondissement is too far away from her current life. After activating the basic internet package, she immediately connected to the internet and began to inquire about information about the level of superpowers and joining the mercenary group. After an investigation, I discovered that unless she had special abilities, such as having a very high level of melee combat, being good at using cold weapons, or having a very high hit rate with firearms, the mercenary group would not be able to use them at all. Receive. After all, the main mission of the mercenary group is to clean up the mutant beasts in the wild. As a zero-level superpower with no special abilities, you will be a hindrance if you follow them. In short, she is no different from ordinary people now. The only advantage of opening this network is that she can find some job recruitment information and rental information outside the 40th arrondissement. Most of the job recruitment information was within the 48th district, so she had to wait until she moved to find a job. As for the rental information, she looked at many houses, but none of them were as good and cheap as the one introduced by Uncle Wu Qiong.
Well,
this 100 yuan was wasted, the whole thing was not solved, and the mercenary group was still a galaxy away from her. However, regarding the methods to improve the level of superpowers, we have also found some of the most basic ones, such as regularly absorbing the beast cores of mutant beasts, the wood spirit cores of mutant plants, pure energy stones, and often consuming the meat of mutant beasts below the 2nd level, etc.
Wait.
There is another way that doesn't cost money, and that is to use as many abilities as possible. As the saying goes, use it or lose it. After getting this useful information, Zuofan was quite happy. For poor people, this is the best way. Since she is suspected of having speed-type powers, she will have to do more long-distance running training in the future. She also found out how to help contracted beasts and contracted plants improve their power levels. She still had to regularly absorb energy stones for them. The only difference was that mutant beasts could only absorb beast cores, and mutant plants could only absorb wood spirit cores. They are unable to absorb energy across species. From this point of view, human beings are still more powerful than mutant beasts and mutant plants. They can eat both raw and cold food without restraint. After a tiring day yesterday, Zuoshan originally planned to take a vacation for himself today, but after checking this information, he decided to continue going out for morning exercises. Not only did she have to practice, Xiaobao must not be left behind. Mao Li also strongly requested to go with him today. The last time the master took Xiaobao out alone, he almost couldn't come back. Now, unless the master goes out with the mercenary group, otherwise Mao Li will definitely follow. The corners of the left fan's lips are curved. Very good. Everyone is out.
Run.
I don't know if it was a psychological effect or because she had awakened her powers, but Zuoshan ran very fast today, and very easily. She was extremely happy. From time to time, she turned around and glanced at Xiaobao, who was panting from exhaustion. She couldn't help but laugh. Baby Achin seemed to feel her joyful mood and followed Gulu Lu around in her belly. Xiaobao glanced sadly at Sister Fan, who was smiling unscrupulously, then rolled his eyes at Mao Li, who was watching his joke, gritted his teeth, and quickened his pace. It doesn't want to be left alone at the end. The route chosen by Zhuoshan was a very secret path in the original body's memory. It was an area where she and Xiyang chose to try their luck when they were too hungry to bear the extreme cold weather. That year, the extreme cold weather came earlier than in previous years. Before he and Xiyang stored enough food for the winter, the snow fell. If they did not go out to find something to eat before the snow accumulated to a thickness that was too thick to walk on, they would definitely not survive that winter. So, the two of them mustered up their courage and chose the area leading to the southwest. The area had originally been cleared by the mercenary group, but because there was a kind of ghost thorn vine with extremely strong reproductive ability growing along the way, its seeds could take root as soon as they landed on the ground, and a ghost thorn vine only needed a few years to grow into a forest. In addition, its plants were covered with poisonous thorns, making it extremely difficult to clean up. Over time, the road to the southwest was blocked. The scavengers in District 50 gradually gave up that area. The reason why Shi and Xiang chose this road was because all the leaves that could be picked in other areas had been picked up, so they could only take risks and try their luck there. As a result, they were very lucky that time. When the original body picked up a stick to open the way, when it touched the ghost thorn vine, the ghost thorn vines actually took the initiative to avoid it to both sides, leaving them a passage. They were able to pass through the ghost thorn vine smoothly and find a mutant peanut forest. That day they harvested a full 50 kilograms of peanuts, which helped them survive that long and extremely cold weather. As for why they didn't go there again the next year, it was because Qiyang accidentally burned the stick as firewood, and later he could never find a stick that could make the ghost thorn vine avoid it. Although Zhuoshan didn't know what kind of plant the stick came from, she thought she had to give it a try. That was a mutant peanut forest. Each peanut was as big as 2 walnuts, and no one went there all year round, so there must be a lot of edible peanuts that could be picked. The ghost thorn vine is as its name suggests. Its branches grow very capriciously. At first glance, it looks horrible and threatening. If you come here at night, you will suspect that there are all kinds of unknown ghosts hidden in it. Look at each of its branches. It is covered with more than 3 inches of sharp thorns, as if to provoke everyone who dares to approach it. And its branches are intertwined with each other, like a mess of tangled threads. If it refuses to give way, it will be difficult to make a move. Zhuoshan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the original body and Qiyang came here several times later, but they all returned empty-handed. Seeing Zhuoshan frowning, Mali stretched out his mechanical arm and said, "Master, do you want me to help you open up a path?" Zhuoshan looked at the endless ghost thorn vine and shook his head. Mao Li's energy reserves are still insufficient. If it is just a small amount of ghost thorn vine, he can ask him for help. It is clearly a sea of ghost thorn vines in front of her, which is at least several kilometers long. She doesn't want to make things difficult for him for a bite of food. Mao Li also knew that he was a little reluctant, so he stopped insisting when she shook her head. Suddenly, a small bud emerged on Zhuoshan's wrist, and Wanwan shook 2 oval leaves and rubbed her wrist. The next second, a green light emerged from the small bud, which passed through countless intertwined ghost thorn vines and shot into the depths of the ghost thorn vine forest. Soon, the branches of the ghost thorn vines began to shake wildly, as if someone was stirring a pot of porridge with a stick. After a few minutes, the dense ghost thorn vines retreated to both sides, leaving Zhuoshan a path that was wide enough for 2 people to pass through. "Wanwan, what did you do to them?" Zhuoshan said in shock. Of course, Wanwan couldn't answer her, so she just rubbed her wrist with its buds and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the lavender crescent mark. "Maoli, can mutant plants communicate with each other?" Zhuoshan asked her encyclopedia again. "Communication is possible, but we won't give way without reason. The behavior of asking for way is equivalent to us invading the territory of the ghost thorn vine king. There are only 2 possibilities for it to allow this to happen. One is that the power level of the Wanwan you contracted is higher than that of the ghost thorn vine king here. Under the level suppression, the ghost thorn vine king has to order its descendants to give way. The other is that Wanwan has given the ghost thorn vine king benefits that we don't know about, an equal exchange."
Mauli explained it.
In his current condition, He can only distinguish the power levels of 0 and first order. For higher levels, professional detection methods must be used, but that requires more energy support. He couldn't see Wanwan's level from the beginning, but he knew that Wanwan must be above the second order, otherwise it would not be able to take the initiative to contract with humans. He couldn't see Wanwan's specific ability, so he couldn't judge which reason made the ghost Thorn Vine King willing to give way to them. No matter which one it is something to be thankful for. This at least proves that Wanwan is a very powerful mutant plant, and the owner has made a profit by contracting with it. Zuoshan bravely took the first step towards the territory of the ghost Thorn Vine King. The frightened Sha Baoa mustered up the courage to run ahead of her. He didn't want Sister Shanzi to take risks. He wanted to protect her. Zuoshan looked at Xiao Bao, who was shivering, but tried to raise his head and straighten his back to walk in front of her. She felt warm in her heart. She hurriedly followed behind him, patting his back to comfort him. After the man and the beast took the first step, they became more and more courageous. Looking at the ghost Thorn Vine standing quietly on both sides, Zuoshan couldn't help laughing while nervous. The area occupied by the ghost Thorn Vine is quite large, more than 10,000 square meters. This road alone is at least more than 400 meters long. With such a large area of ghost Thorn Vine, it's no wonder that the authorities are unwilling to send people to clean it up. The consumption is too great. If they use fire, they are afraid of causing a forest fire, so they can only give up the 70 or 80 mu of scavenging land in the southwest. After passing through the territory of the ghost Thorn Vine, Zuoshan followed the mark set on the watch map by the original body and finally found the way to the peanut forest. Because no one had been in and out of this area for a long time, the plants grew very messy, covering the original road and making it impossible to see the original appearance. They could only clean the road while walking. Xiao Bao walked in front and raised his fat panda paw to slap the branches when he saw them growing horizontally. Most of the branches would break with a sound. When he encountered those branches that were particularly flexible and could not be slapped, Zuoshan raised his cutting knife to slap them and unexpectedly found a moderately radioactive mutant purslane. Purslane is also called longevity vegetable. It is rich in various nutrients. It is also known as a natural antibiotic. It is effective in treating intestinal infections, heat-toxic sores, blood and stool, and other diseases. These are all treasures of my mother, who loves to eat wild vegetables. Over time, Zuoshan has also been influenced by them. The leaves of purslane were originally thick, and after the mutation, they became even thicker. One leaf was about the size of an adult's palm, and there were dozens of leaves densely growing on one branch. Zuoshan tried to test a few of the leaves and found that at least half of them were edible. She was too lazy to test them one by one, so she stuffed the whole branch into the sack. Zuoshan was very happy to have such a harvest before entering the peanut forest. This purslane can be stored for a relatively long time, and the wild vegetables for the next week are all settled. After about 20 minutes of walking through the thorns, they finally arrived at the peanut forest. Zuoshan had never thought that peanuts could mutate into this. In front of her was a mess of vines entangled together, forming a thick dark green blanket of about several hundred square meters, covering the entire ground. Unlike the thin peanut tiller branches that were 30 to 60 centimeters high that she had seen before, the branches of the mutant peanuts here were as thick as an adult's wrist and nearly 2 meters high. But because there were too many vines entangled, it was almost impossible to tell which one was the main stem. Or it might be composed of the main stems of several peanut plants. In short, it was now a hodgepodge. Zuoshan didn't bother to care about so much. She followed the vines to find the roots and directly picked up to start digging. Following the rhizome downwards, she dug more than a meter deep before she found the first fruit. The fruit was connected to the roots under the soil. After digging up the surrounding soil with she pulled hard and pulled out a large cluster of more than a dozen yellowish-brown fruit shells as big as cucumbers, crowded together, looking very cute. After peeling one, she saw densely packed, plump, red-clad peanut kernels lying inside. The net weight of each kernel peeled from the shell was at least 200 grams. If it weren't for the familiar shell color and material, she would have suspected that this was not a peanut at all, but another species. What she saw from her original memory before was a peanut forest in extremely cold weather, with withered vines and bare branches. If they hadn't happened to encounter a half-eaten peanut kernel dug out by a mutant vole, they would never have discovered that there were edible peanuts hidden under the soil. That day, two lucky boys and girls, one digging quickly and the other responsible for testing and shelling, collected 50 kilograms of peanuts in just over 2 hours. But now it is extremely hot, and the peanuts have just matured not long ago. The peanut kernels are still very fresh, containing moisture. They are fragrant and crispy when bitten, and are more sweet and crispy than dry peanuts. Considering that Zhuoshan is a pregnant woman, Mao Li and Pan Duel are responsible for digging, and Xiaobao is responsible for crushing the peanut shells with his claws. Then Zhuoshan found a flat stone to sit on, and she was responsible for checking the peanut kernels from the crushed peanut shells and then testing and bagging them. Everyone worked together, and it took a full 12 hours to test all the peanuts, but the results were also very gratifying. Among the 1,000 peanuts, 1/5 of them were moderately radiated, and 8 were low radiated. Each one contained 12 to 18 peanut kernels, weighing 180 to 260 grams. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a bumper harvest. Peanut kernels are one of the most nutritious fruits that Zhuoshan has collected since she came here. Another fruit that can be compared to it is pine nuts. But the number of pine nuts picked last time is simply not comparable to this one. If you don't consider the baby aching in her belly, Zhuoshan feels that she has made a fortune this time. But now she wants to keep all of them to eat. She doesn't want to give birth to a sick baby. Fresh, raw peanut kernels are so delicious that you can't stop eating them. In this wasteland where people can only rely on wild vegetables every day, peanut kernels are simply natural delicacies. Zhuoshan should also thank the ghost thorn vines. If they hadn't been used as a barrier to protect those greedy mutant rats, she would never have been able to collect such delicacies. She was reluctant to throw away the ones with high radiation, so she asked Mao Li to help dig a big pit and buried them in the surrounding soil. As for whether a larger peanut forest will grow here in the future, it all depends on God's will. Today's harvest was enough, and Zhuoshan was naturally happy to be generous. She let Xiaobao eat until he was full, and she herself ate about 2 kilograms of peanut kernels. At the end, she weighed the 2 sacks that were stuffed full, and the weight was nearly 80 or 90 kilograms, which was more than the harvest of the original body and Qiyang when they came last time. This time, when Zhuoshan dragged the sacks back, she also stuffed the purslane leaves she had picked before into the mouth of the sacks as camouflage. But now she is not afraid of being remembered by others, because the only superpower Tong Lauda in District 50 is dead, and she now has Mao Li and Xiaobao by her side, and even those who knock her with clubs can't get close to her. The 3 of them joined forces, and they were almost invincible among a group of scavengers. If anyone dares to her sack, she will definitely beat him back without mercy. No one noticed her on the way home today. Zhuoshan saw that the scavengers walking on the road were in a hurry, so she quietly sent a voice message to Pan Duel. As a result, she replied with a voice message with horror. "Sister Shanzi, you don't know, something big happened in the wild today. A 3rd-level mutant python sneaked in from the northeast edge of the energy shield.
I was there at the time.
Fortunately, I was smart and hid under a big leaf, so I was not discovered by it. As a result, it strangled 4 scavengers one after another, crushed their sternums, and then swallowed them in one bite. You can't imagine how terrible it is. Its body is as thick as a bucket and 20 to 30 meters long. I was scared to death at that time. Fortunately, you were not there." Zhuoshan was terrified when she heard it. Even though she knew that the big python should not be on this road at the moment, she still dragged the sack and ran home in a hurry.
Oh my God.
This wasteland is too unsafe. She is a rookie who has just awakened her superpowers. With her strength alone, she can't even beat Xiaobao without the help of hot weapons. She might as well hide at home and survive. After returning home and closing the door, she quickly went online to check the news, but she couldn't find any information about the mutant python eating people. Come to think of it, In the scavenging area of District 50, only the scavengers of this district are active there, and almost none of them will spend money to open the internet. After the incident, no one could think of reporting it to the authorities at the first time. It is estimated that it will take until later, when the news spreads more widely, for public officials to report this information. When it was completely dark, Zuoshan's watch received 4 messages one after another, from Qi Yang, Wu Qiong, Jia Yiming, and Minister Wen. The content of the messages was similar, all asking her if she had encountered the mutant python and whether she was frightened. Zuoshan wrote a message, "I'm fine. I didn't go there today." Then he checked the contact numbers of these 4 people and sent it out in a group. When she checked Qi Yang's contact number, she actually hesitated for a moment, but thinking that he was the family member with whom the original body had lived the longest in this world, she chose to reply. Even if they no longer had contact, she believed that the original body, like Qi Yang, would hope that the other party would be well. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Modi London, who was far away in the central area, had just watched a good show remotely through a holographic projection. His guard, Captain Mengtong, had just led all the guards in the Devil's Forest to sneak attack and wipe out an elite warrior group of the Jinchi family. Not long after returning to the central area, with the assistance of Matt, he found out that the culprit of a sneak attack this time was the Jinchi Dragon Guard. As a big family in the central area, the Jinchi family has always been weaker than the London family, but compared with other families, they are considered strong, so the Jinchi family has always been committed to weakening the power of the London family. As a leader of the younger generation, the person that the Jinchi Dragon Guard wants to eliminate the most is Modi London, no one else. This time, he had planned for a long time before setting up this trap. Modi London was not a person who would suffer a loss in secret. After verifying the facts, he contacted Menton and asked him to wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Menton found out that this samurai group that was also training in the Devil's Forest was created by Tsuzaki Ryunoue, and it could be regarded as half of his private guard. Menton quickly found the opportunity and ordered his men to lead a high-level mutant beast to the opponent's hunting area. While they were fighting with the mutant beast and both were injured, he attacked them and took the prey away naturally. This strangulation tonight could only give Modi London a little relief, and he was still planning the subsequent revenge. Because he was in a good mood, he was not too sleepy and opened the internet to browse the news. He accidentally turned to a post with the title, "Mutant Beasts Repeatedly Penetrated the Energy Shield to Attack Humans." The subtitle was, "Scavengers in District 50 were attacked by a third-order mutant python." He clicked on it and saw a few short sentences. This attack caused a total of 4 deaths and 16 injuries, one of which was a pregnant woman, and her fetus miscarried. It was so tragic. His face immediately turned pale, and he wanted to send a message to the woman to ask, but then he found that he didn't add her as a chat friend, nor did he have her contact number. He couldn't help but feel a little irritated. After walking around the room for a few times, he suddenly remembered that he had transferred money to her before leaving, and there should be a record on his watch. Zuoshan was sleeping soundly when she was awakened by the vibration of her watch. Looking at the number displayed on it, it turned out to be an unfamiliar number without a name recorded. She didn't want to answer, but the other party was calling persistently and refused to stop, so she had no choice but to press the connect button.
Hey,
Do you have a sense of public morality? You don't sleep in the middle of the night, and you dial the wrong number. Believe it or not, I will find someone to complain about you tomorrow. She complained angrily.
Modi London.
Although the woman's voice was full of sleepiness, she was full of energy and looked fine. It seemed that he was worrying for nothing. He decisively hung up the call and lay back on the bed. The other party hung up the call without saying a word, and Zuoshan became even angrier. Why did she wake her up without even an apology? After about a quarter of an hour, Modi London felt a vibration on his watch just when he was a little sleepy. His watch was set to automatically block and only a few numbers could be dialed in. The rest of the numbers would be transferred to the watch of his personal assistant Matt through call forwarding. But Zuoshan's number was the one he had just dialed. The watch would intelligently identify this number as an important number and connect it. Who could it be in the middle of the night? Modi London thought so, raised his watch and took a look, only to see the nickname on the watch note. Intimate Beauty. He was stunned. When did he have such a nickname in his contacts? How could he not know? This must have been marked by the artificial intelligence of the watch on his own initiative. He remembered that this AI had just been upgraded last month, so how could such a malfunction occur? Modi London was so angry that he wanted to format this AI directly, and he clicked reject without thinking. It must be said that this was a beautiful misunderstanding, because he had previously used the advanced permissions of the watch to specifically query the other party's contact number, and the information showed that the other party was a young woman, so the AI built into the watch made such a note for this unmarked woman. Modi London was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he clicked reject directly. Zhuoshan was even more angry when the communication was rejected. She couldn't bear this loss. Reject? Very good. I will go all out and not sleep tonight, and I will annoy you to death. After Modi London refused the call for the third time, he was finally unable to bear the vibration of the watch. After he clicked the connection button, a familiar roar came from the other side. Why do you harass me in the middle of the night, and I call you back and you refuse to answer again and again? Believe it or not, if you don't answer, I will keep calling until dawn. Well, now Modi London is more certain that this woman is fine. Obviously, she didn't know that the person on the other end of the watch was him. In this case, he simply didn't let her know. He didn't want her to misunderstand how much he cared about her. So, he hung up the call and sent a message. Sorry. I called the wrong number before. I'm sorry for disturbing your sweet dream. Zhuoshan saw this apology message, and the breath that was stuck in his chest finally smoothed out. Fortunately, he added a note to this strange number, Midnight Wandering Soul. After getting so many peanuts at once, after satisfying his taste buds, the first thing Zhuoshan thought of was to squeeze peanut oil. After arriving in the wasteland, she took great pains to get a little oil from the boiled bamboo rat meat sauce, but it was far from enough for daily cooking. Although she didn't know the oil yield of peanuts, as a vegetable oil commonly used in daily life, its oil yield should not be too low. The problem now is that she lacks a household oil press. Every time she lacks daily necessities, the first person she thinks of is Uncle Wu. Now, she takes a bus to the city again. She now calls going to District 48 going to the city. She feels that every time she goes there to shop, it's like a rural person going to the county town to buy things. It is naturally inconvenient to bring Xiaobao to the city, and Mao Li also stays at home to accompany it. After all, shopping in the city is basically guaranteed, and Uncle Wu is there to protect her in the city. Zhuoshan brought Uncle Wu 10 fresh peanuts, a plate of pickles, and a small bag of bamboo rat meat sauce today. The bamboo rats caught last time were a bit too many, so she was happy to be generous. Of course, Uncle Wu would always give her some daily necessities in return, such as soap and toothbrushes, which are luxury goods that scavengers in District 50 are reluctant to buy. In fact, the price of these things is not very expensive, ranging from 10 to 20 silver coins, but for scavengers who can't even fill their stomachs, it is an expense that can be omitted. The most expensive thing in the wasteland is of course food, especially low-radiation food and high-level mutant beast meat. The former is good for health, and the latter can help improve superpowers. The bamboo rat meat that Zhuoshan gave to Uncle Wu was not very expensive because it was moderately radioactive and a first-level mutant beast, and the amount she brought him each time was only about 50 grams, and the kimchi was at most 200 grams. Friends should not give too much to each other, so that neither of them will be too burdened. At this moment, looking at the girl who walked into the store, Wu Qiong immediately smiled. "Little fan, are you here?" Last time, Zhuoshan said that it was too strange to always call her Miss Sua, and suggested changing her nickname. Wu Qiong accepted it readily, and it was very smooth. "Well, uncle, how have you been lately?" Zhuoshan nodded with a smile. "Okay, I just miss your kimchi," Wu Qiong said honestly. In fact, he wanted to eat the bamboo rat meat sauce made by this girl, but meat was much more expensive than wild vegetables, so he didn't dare to ask. Besides, this girl is pregnant now and she lacks nutrition. She should be well supplemented. Unless she is short of money and wants to sell bamboo rat meat sauce, he really can't take away the little she saves from her mouth. That's perfect, I brought you some today. Swan took things out of his backpack and placed them on his counter one by one.
Wow.
There are even fresh peanut kernels. This is a rare good thing. It seems that I have a good taste today. Wu Qiong smiled more happily. Lucky, I came across it by accident. I heard that this can be used to extract oil. Uncle, do you sell a small oil press here? Swan asked casually. That thing really doesn't exist. I haven't even heard of it. I guess it's not sold outside the 46th district. Wu Qiong shook his head. Swan knew that there were strict restrictions on travel between districts. Residents of the inner district could go to the outer district at will, but residents of the outer district could enter the inner district across 2 districts at most. For example, she was a resident of District 50 and could only go to District 48 at most. To go to District 47 or 46, she would need a special pass. For example, the day they went to District 46 to collect small moon sunflowers, the mercenary group had obtained a regional pass in advance. Otherwise, her watch would have issued a piercing alarm when crossing the boundary between the 2 districts. And their pass was still limited, only limited to activities in the small moon sunflower planting area, and once they left there, the alarm would also be triggered. Special planting bases like District 46 are strictly controlled, and Wu Qiong and other residents of District 48 are not eligible to enter. Hearing Uncle Wu say this, Swan was a little disappointed. It seemed that there was no hope for squeezing some peanut oil for the time being. By the way, I have good news. My neighbor's family has already completed the formalities for entering the 46th district and will be able to move in within a month. I also told them about your desire to rent a house, and they have entrusted the matter to me. The rent is temporarily set at 700 and 3,500 for a half-year payment. With me as a guarantor, there is no need for a deposit. If you are still short of a deposit, I can advance 5,000 to 10,000 yuan for you first, and you can pay me back when you have it, and I won't charge you interest. Wu Qiong said. Really? That's great. I'm not short of much here, and I can probably make up the difference if I catch some bamboo rats and sell them. Swan said in surprise. She was very grateful for Wu Qiong's help, but she never came empty-handed every time she came. They didn't have a deep friendship to begin with, and even if she had a good impression of him, she couldn't reveal all her assets to him. Well, then you should prepare early. By the way, if you like, you can share a space button with my neighbor when you move, and the cost will be shared equally.
Wu Qiong said.
Space button? Is it something with a lot of space inside that can store items? Swan asked curiously. Yes. All large mercenary groups have space buttons. Of course, small groups like the Flying Tiger Mercenary Group in District 49 don't have them. Space buttons are expensive, with prices ranging from 3 million to 50 million. Of course, the space buttons that our mercenary groups within District 40 can afford will not cost more than 5 million. Usually, at the beginning of the formation of the group, the mercenaries pool their funds to buy them together. These treasures are equipped with anti-theft devices and are purchased under real names. When purchasing, the highest authority fingerprint information of the group leader and deputy group leader will be entered, and they can put in or take out items at any time. At the same time, the ordinary authority fingerprint information of all mercenaries participating in the fundraising will also be entered. They can store items in the space button, but if they want to take out items, they must have the authorization of the superior. Because there is no limit on the number of times the space button can be used, in order to generate income, the mercenary group will generally accept the leasing business of the space button, but it is limited to assisting the transportation of goods within the safe zone, and they must have their people to follow the whole process, and the permission is only open for 1 day. If a criminal attempts to rob the space button in the name of leasing, once it exceeds 1 day, the space button will automatically lock, including the items stored in it, and they cannot be taken out. My neighbor's boy is called Hudo. He awakened a special ability called scent tracking early. Whenever he smells the smell of plants and animals, he can immediately lock the smell and follow the smell. This time, the Hurricane Mercenary Group saw his ability and not only recruited him into the group, but also specially approved him to bring his family into the 46th district. As for the moving matter, it was also a preferential plan given by the group. Outsiders rented it for 4,000 yuan a day, and the internal price given to Hudo was only 3,000 yuan. Uncle Wu explained it in detail. Zuoshan's eyes lit up when he heard it. The space button. The legendary existence is really convenient. But when she thought of its price, the light in her eyes dimmed immediately. This kind of high-end luxury product is not something she, a scavenger in the 50th district, can dream of. Uncle Wu, if I rent this treasure with your neighbor, how much will it cost? Zuoshan said. She just wanted to broaden her horizons and see what this legendary space button looks like. My neighbor has a lot of stuff and it takes a lot of time, so even if you rent it for 1/3 of 1,000 yuan, you can only use it for 4 hours. But this time is enough for you. They will send a small low-altitude aircraft over. You just need to pack up your things in advance and let them put them directly into the space button, Wu Qiong said. Zuoshan nodded in agreement immediately. In fact, she could also ask Jia Yiming for help and rent their mercenary group's truck, but if they made a special trip for her, the price would not be low, and she would owe them a favor. It would be better to rent this space button together. It would save trouble and open your eyes to see the legendary storage space with your own eyes. The moving was decided happily. When she got home, Zuoshan thought about how she would soon move to District 48, and then looked at the familiar 50-square-meter small house in front of her, and she felt a little reluctant to leave. Would she, a scavenger from the countryside, feel constrained everywhere after moving to the city? The houses in District 48 are obviously much denser than those in District 50. Will there be neighbors with bad intentions? After thinking about it for a while, she couldn't help but start to laugh at herself. Has she started to play the role of a scavenger? She actually forgot that she had lived in a big city for so long. What is there to be afraid of in District 48? It's just a small place about the size of a county town. As long as you work hard, your life will get better and better. In the wild vegetable porridge for dinner, she added 2 peanut kernels, 3 purslane leaves, and a pinch of bamboo rat meat sauce, and finally sprinkled sesame powder and salt. During the cooking process of the porridge, the aroma was already overflowing, and the greedy Xiaobao drooled. After eating and drinking, Zuoshan went to bed early to rest. She planned to continue morning exercises and scavenging tomorrow morning. There are 3 things that she cares about most now. First, whether baby Aiken can be safe and healthy. Second, whether she can collect edible food every day, and it is better to store more in case of extreme cold weather. Third, whether she can advance as soon as possible and become a first-level supernatural person qualified to join the mercenary group. These 3 things are very important, so she must eat and drink enough and exercise well so that she can achieve her goal as soon as possible.
Zuoshan lay on her side in bed.
She is now more than 5 months pregnant. She must be very careful when sleeping, otherwise she will crush baby Aiken. In the middle of the night, Zuoshan was awakened by the violent rolling in her stomach. She rubbed her eyes and asked in a daze, "Maoli, what time is it?"
"Sure."
"Master, don't talk first. I hear something outside." Maoli raised his cat ears and listened with a serious expression. Suddenly, a shrill scream broke the tranquility of the night. Awe. Soon, there were noises from far and near, screams, running sounds, and the sound of the door being opened and closed. The baby Aiken in Zuoshan's belly was feeling very uneasy. Zuoshan held Xiaobao tightly in the corner, while Maoli stood in front of them like a guard, ready to deal with enemies that might appear at any time. Suddenly, there was a click sound from under the ground, like the bite of metal gears. The sound obviously came from underground. Maoli immediately deployed his infrared detection eyes and looked at the source of the sound. Then he whispered in fear, "Oh no! Master, it's the gold-eating ants. This is a mutant ant that even advanced civilizations can't do anything about. It must be that the queen ant in the ant colony has undergone a metallic mutation, which is why she can give birth to a nest of gold-eating ants. Their mouth parts have a very strong bite strength, which can crush any hardened material and devour most types of metal. They also have a super strong digestive function, which can decompose and absorb all food and metal. They are equivalent to a miniature iron-eating beast. But there are usually only 1 or 2 iron-eating beasts, and they can only give birth to 2 cubs at most in a nest. As for the gold-eating ant colony, As long as the queen ant is not dead, the colony will not be destroyed and will continue to expand. Obviously, they have now set their sights on the 50th district. The target of their action tonight is all the living residents, houses, and roads in the 50th district. I hope this colony is not too large, otherwise no one can escape tonight. Maoli is really scared. He has only seen relevant records about gold-eating ants in the database, and there is no solution in it. So, the current situation is going out means death, and staying at home also means death? Swan is a little desperate. She had heard the story of an ant colony biting an elephant to death. She asked herself that this small body was far inferior to an elephant, and what she was going to face was not an ordinary ant colony, but a group of gold-eating ants that could bite metal. Although it seemed hopeless, she still chose a stick of suitable thickness and easy to use, ready to fight back against the invaders who invaded her home at any time. Suddenly, Xiao Bao leaned over and jumped over before her, and slapped the broken ground with one palm. The next second, Swan finally saw the appearance of the invader. Its body was slender, about 30 centimeters tall, and shaped like a spindle, but the top of the spindle was topped by a head that was obviously much larger than the body. Its whole body exuded a black and shiny metallic luster, and its long mouth parts stabbed Xiao Bao's head fiercely. I drew 2 pictures with AI, and I felt they were both good, so I posted them together. The pictures are not counted in the text, and this does not count as a waste of words. Xiao Bao, be careful. However, the next second, she saw Xiao Bao stretched out his front paw, grabbed the gold-eating ant, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then there was a sharp, teeth-grinding metal-cutting sound, and Xiao Bao actually chewed it up and swallowed it. Xiao Bao, what's wrong with you? Is it dirty? Swan was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Friendly reminder. Master, Xiao Bao is an iron-eating beast, and swallowing metal is one of its natural skills. Maoli on the side said excitedly. He had originally planned to use the robotic arm, but he was not sure whether the gold-eating ant would bite his robotic arm and swallow it. If that happened, it would be terrible. You have to know that his mechanical arm is made of special materials. Once it is bitten, even if only one piece is bitten, there is no place to repair it. Fortunately, this time there is Xiao Bao, the nemesis of all small animals with gold mutations. As the first gold-eating ant penetrated the hardened layer, soon there was the second, the third, the nth one. Xiao Bao's stomach was bulging with food. Of course, Swan and Maoli were not idle either. Each of them picked up 2 pieces of broken pieces from the broken hardened layer and smashed the heads of gold-eating ants that appeared. After overcoming the initial fear, the 3 of them were full of energy. 2 hours later, no gold-eating ants climbed up on the ground. But the noise in the distance had not stopped. The first person Swan thought of was Pandual. She left Xiao Bao to watch the house and took Maoli to run to her home in a hurry. There are less than 10,000 residents in District 50, distributed in an area of more than 500,000 square meters, with more than 4,000 bungalows. The layout of the entire residential area is a fan-shaped ring, with a width of about 300 meters between the inner diameter and the outer diameter, and an outer arc length of almost 2 kilometers. This design was originally designed to resist the invasion of mutant beasts. To put it bluntly, this residential area is a line of defense composed of a human wall, protecting District 49 behind. This is also the reason why the houses in District 50 are cheap. When the ancestors of the Swan family bought a house here, they chose the innermost layer of the fan-shaped ring, so the Swan family was attacked by the gold-eating ants a little later. The Pandual family is in the outermost layer, so it is conceivable that they should be the first to be attacked. In this ant plague, if there are 3 or 4 people in the family, as long as they can avoid the first wave of attacks by the gold-eating ants, they will most likely survive. But for singles like her, or for Pandual's family without a male child and a child with weak combat power, the danger is great. Swan ran all the way, and it took less than a minute to cover a distance of more than 800 meters. This speed far exceeded the record of 1 minute and 40 seconds set by David Rudisha, the world champion of the 800-meter race. Swan was stunned by her own speed. Is this the power of supernatural power? Along the way, she heard many wailing and crying, as well as the screams of children in fear, but she did not dare to stop and take a serious look. She might feel familiar with those people, but they had no friendship with her, and she had no ability to help more people. She just wanted to know if Pandul was still alive. This was the first time Zwishan came to Pandul's house, but she had repeatedly told her house number, and Zwishan remembered it very clearly. Number 45, row 6, area C. When Zwishan saw this house number clearly, he panicked. The door frame had been skewed and deformed, which should be caused by the damage of the hardened layer in doors. In this case, the solid door became an obstacle. The people inside could not open the door at all, and it was difficult to run out.
Wow.
Sister Shanzi, my mother was bitten by them. Whoa. Pandul's miserable cry came, and Zwishan's nervous heart finally relaxed a little when she heard her full voice. Can you open the door? Zwishan asked loudly. I can't open it. The door is stuck. Sister Shanzi, will I be trapped in there and starve to death? No, I'll save you. Zwishan turned his head to look at Malli, who stretched out his mechanical arm, straightened the door frame, and then pushed it gently. With a clang, the door was opened. Under the soft night light turned on by Malli, the house was in a mess, with broken pieces of hardened layer all over the floor, mixed with furniture, dried vegetables, and dried fish residue. The strong smell of blood filled the whole house, and a woman with half an arm and a calf missing was lying in the corner. She was covered in blood, and the bloodstains flowing on the ground under her body were winding into a bloodline. She lost too much blood, and even if an ambulance was on its way, it would probably be difficult to save her. Mom, wake up. Sister Shanzi is here to save us. Pandul squatted beside her, shaking her excitedly and shouting. The woman tried to open her eyes and looked at Zwishan, who was standing in front of her, struggling to utter a weak voice. Miss Swa, you are Miss Swa who helped my extra child. It's great to see that you are okay. Miss Swa, you can see that I can't live anymore. Extra child, she shouldn't have come to this world to suffer, but I can't do anything. The government doesn't allow abortion. The woman stared at Zwishan, occasionally glancing at her daughter with a hint of disgust, but more of a strong attachment. Miss Swa, I know about your family. Your parents are good people. They adopted Chi-Yang, although that child is quite heartless and left you to pursue his own future. But your parents' kindness will be rewarded, otherwise you, a pregnant woman, would definitely not have escaped safely. Miss Swa, I am about to die. Please take in my doyu. I don't ask you to give her food and drink, but I ask you to protect her when you go out to collect waste, so that her food will not be snatched away by those shameless adults. Besides, aren't you about to give birth? After the child is born, she can help you take care of the child. Doyu is very capable. She has been helping to collect since she was 4 years old. She will not eat for free, really. Cough, 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 cough. The woman coughed up a large mouthful of blood, gasping, and could no longer speak. She struggled to take out a real estate certificate from her arms and stuffed it into Zwishan's hand, then held her hand, matched her watch with hers, called up the transfer page, and transferred the last 1,204 silver coins to her. Then, she looked at Zwishan with pleading eyes and slowly died. Until she died, her eyes were still wide open, and the pleading eyes were frozen in the last moment of her life. Pandul burst into tears, crying out of breath. Zwishan looked at the balance in her account, 124,002. Can she really support 2 children with this money? But the woman was dead, and she didn't even have the chance to refuse. Looking at the thin girl who had just lost her only relative, she could even imagine that without the protection of her mother, she, a 10-year-old girl, would either be robbed of food and starve to death in this wasteland, or be tortured to death by some perverts. Well, take her in first, and take it one step at a time. If she really reaches the end of her rope, she will naturally protect her own baby Aiken first. Zwishan hugged her tightly and patted her back. After a while, he said, "Pack up your things and follow me." There were still screams coming from all around, and she didn't care about burying Pandul's mother. After all, staying alive is the most important thing. Almost all the furniture and stoves in Pandual's house were eaten by the gold-eating ants, leaving only some residues. Only 2 cutting knives were saved by the mother and daughter as weapons. Zuoshan noticed that there were a few fresh mutant chive leaves in the corner. Each one was as tall as a person, enough to wrap the thin Pandual.
This.
Why didn't they eat it? Zuoshan pointed at the mutant chive leaves and asked. Oh, I almost forgot about this. At that time, they came out from the ground one by one. My mother and I took cutting knives to deal with them. I accidentally fell down. The mouth parts of a big ant were aimed at my head. My mother rushed over to block the attack for me. Woohoo! Her arm was bitten off. Another big ant came out and bit off her leg. It was all bloody. Woohoo! At that time, I planned to fight them. I forgot to be afraid and didn't know how to kill the 2 big ants. Later, I remembered that the leek leaves have the effect of stopping bleeding, so I grabbed a piece and chewed it and applied it to my mother's wound. Later, big ants came out again, but they never attacked us again, as if they couldn't see the corner where we were hiding. After eating up everything in the house, they left these few leek leaves. In the end, they all left. I guess they hate the taste of leek leaves. When Pandual said his guess, his tearful eyes suddenly lit up. In the end, Pandual only took 2 cutting knives and 4 mutant leek leaves and followed her away. Before leaving, she turned her head to look at her mother in a pool of blood, wiped away her tears, and then gritted her teeth and ran quickly beside Zuoshan. Xiaobao was alone at home, so Zuoshan was naturally worried. She ran all the way back. Her ears were filled with miserable cries, and she could only harden her heart and turn a deaf ear. She hated that she was too weak to save them. After returning home, she hurriedly logged into the basic network and sent several messages to the administrator titled Gold-Eating Ants are invading on a large scale.
Urgent.
Help. This was the only thing she could do for the victims of District 50. Sister Shanzi, what should we do in the future? The hardened layer is completely destroyed, and mutant rats and other mutant insects can easily drill in from underground. Our home is no longer safe. Woo woo woo. Pandual saw that her home was also in chaos and cried even more desperately. There will be a way. As long as we persist and don't give up, we can always survive. Zuoshan looked at her with a firm face. This wave of attacks by the gold-devouring ants has come to an end for the time being, but no one knows if there will be another wave. Without the obstruction of the hardened layer, their next attack will only be faster. Sister Shanzi, will you drive me away in the future? After a moment of silence, Pandual said anxiously, I think we should have a good talk about this. You probably know my situation. I am not a wealthy person. The government has a resettlement policy for orphans like you who are left behind after a disaster. I heard that the place where orphans are resettled is in District 45. The underground mines there are always short of manpower, and children over the age of 12 will be arranged to dig underground. Those under the age of 12 will be sent to the charity hall in District 47 to do odd jobs for senior technicians and learn various skills so that they can be selected and bought by rich people within District 40 to become their servants. But before that, the orphans will have a very hard life. The management will withhold their food, especially in extremely cold weather when food is scarce. Starvation is a common occurrence. Those with poor health can't make it at all, and the mortality rate is very high. Of course, if you make it, and are later bought by a wealthy and kind-hearted person, as long as you are loyal enough and work hard, you will live a good life. But if you follow me, your life may be relatively hard, but I promise that as long as I have a bite to eat, you will not starve, provided that you work hard enough and never betray. Now, the choice is in your hands. Do you want to follow me or go to the official resettlement point? This is your freedom. I will never interfere. Sister Shanzi, actually I am already over 11 years old, and I am only 6 months away from 12. Pandual pulled up the information on his watch for her to see. I've heard from my mother before that orphans either die, or spend their whole lives mining, or get beaten and insulted by the rich at will, or get pushed out to be cannon fodder to die when they encounter danger. None of them have a good ending. So my mother said that although she despised me and it was difficult to raise me, She still couldn't bear to send me to a charity. Sister Shanzi, I am willing to follow you. From childhood to adulthood, except for my mother, you are the only person who treats me well. From the moment you appeared at my doorstep, I swore that if we go out together and encounter mutant beasts in the future, I will willingly die for you if I can fight for your chance to survive. Pandual said seriously. It seems that you have made a decision. Now I will tell you the rules to follow me. I don't want you to die for me. When you encounter danger, who can survive depends on God's will. I have said before what I ask of you, loyalty and hard work. As long as you do these two things, I promise to do my best to let you live to adulthood. After adulthood, you can choose to leave and live the life you want, but you can never betray me. Otherwise, I will not show mercy to you. Remember? Swishan said seriously. Remember? Pandual said in a solemn tone. Since you have decided to stay, we are a family from now on. You are my sister, and I am your sister. Now, I will introduce my family to you. They will also be your family from now on. This is Xiaobao, the mutant iron-eating beast cub I adopted. It is very smart and good at protecting me. From now on, I will divide all the food at home into 3 parts, and it will have 1 part. This is Maoli, my most loyal friend. Although he is in the form of a cat, you must respect and love him as a friend. Come on, say hello to our new family members. After Zhuoshan introduced them, he waved to Maoli and the baby. Xiaobao came over and looked at Pandual curiously, then made a Mia sound at her, which is the sound of a panda cub expressing friendliness. Sister, can I touch it? Pandual was obviously touched by Xiaobao, and the corners of her eyes, which were still filled with tears, curved into crescents. Of course, Zhuoshan said, holding her wrist with one hand and putting it on Xiaobao's head. Xiaobao rubbed it back twice. Pandual's eyes sparkled, like a fan seeing his idol. Xiaobao felt her love for him and bleated twice, looking very happy. A human cub came to the house. Although Maoli was worried that there would not be enough food, he quickly accepted it. He jumped onto Zhuoshan's shoulder and said to her, Pandul, little friend, welcome home. Can I call you by your nickname Lele like the master in the future? Pandual's eyes became moist and hot instantly. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever called her little friend so affectionately. The people in District 50 called her the most, a burden, a rascal, and a money loser. Of course, Maoli, you are so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful robot cat. I like you very much. Pandual boldly touched Maoli's cat ears, and Maoli's expression instantly became shy, and the cat's tail curled up. It was not dawn yet, but everyone in District 50 did not dare to sleep anymore. Pandual went out to investigate and came back to tell Zhuoshan that many people went to the central square with their families, and most of those who stayed were injured at home. Sister, are we going to the central square? There are many people there, so it may be safer.
Pandual said.
Not for the time being. If the gold-eating ants attack again, places with many people may not be safe. Instead, they are prone to trampling due to panic. Let's wait and see tomorrow what kind of plan the official will come up with, whether to strengthen the hardened layer or completely abandon the defense line of District 50. Then we will decide what to do next, Zhuoshan said. Well, I'll take care of it first. Sister, you should take a nap. You have a baby in your belly. If you don't get enough rest, you will get sick. Pandual said sensibly. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce the baby to you. I have already named it Aiken. Come on, Aunt Lele, say hello to our baby Aiken. Zhuoshan took her hand and touched her bulging belly. How magical! There is a baby in my belly. It will be very smart and beautiful when it is born. Pandual's eyes were bright and full of expectations. Look, Aunt Lele praised us. Is baby Aiken happy? Zhuoshan smiled and stroked her abdomen. Baby Aiken rolled his belly twice to show his respect. Seeing the bulge on her belly, Pandual's eyes widened. Sister, baby Aiken can really understand what we say. That's right. So you can't say anything bad about it in the future, otherwise it will get angry if it hears it. Zhuoshan teased. In the end, the two chose to sleep together, but Panduol insisted on sleeping on the floor and slept directly on the stretcher brought back last time. Zuoshan no longer insisted. After all, it was extremely hot now, and it was a bit hot for two people to squeeze into one bed. Xiaobao climbed up to the crib to catch up on sleep, and Maoli was responsible for night watch. It was dawn, and in the big villa of the London family far away in the central area, Modi London was half asleep and half awake. This was a habit he had developed over the years, getting up early every day to exercise. As soon as he woke up, he removed the soundproofing barrier with his sharp five senses. Then he heard the conversation between Aunt Lori and the maid Betty in the kitchen. "Aunt Lori, have you heard? District 50 is going to fall." "What nonsense are you talking about? There is an official energy shield. How can a good district fall?" Old Rue scolded. "I'm not talking nonsense. I have a familiar little sister named Fennel. She is a servant of the hidden Hua family. Her family has been servants of the Hua family for generations. They are what they call house-born children." Fennel said that her master has always been worried about the situation in the marginal areas. Just 2 days ago, he received news that the North 50th District was invaded by a third-order mutant python. In the early morning of this morning, he received accurate news that the North 50th District was invaded by gold-devouring ants on a large scale. Master Hua said that this is a precursor to the large-scale beast tide launched by the alien beasts outside the marginal area. If the central area continues to do nothing and ignore such things, sooner or later a big beast tide will engulf the outer 10 districts. Once the labor of the residents of the 10 districts outside the 40 districts is gone, the normal operation within the 40 districts will be greatly affected, and then all resources will increase in price. Fennel said that Master Hua ordered the butler to go shopping early in the morning. Their Hua family must be prepared and stockpile food and weapons. This is called being prepared. How is the quality of the house in District 50? Modi London has seen it with his own eyes. The hardened layer of the house ground is the oldest material, and it was built a long time ago. It can barely resist ordinary first-level mutant rats, but it is not much better than paper against gold-eating ants. So what about that woman? Is she still alive? I hope that the iron-eating beast cub she raised can be of some use, otherwise her life will be in danger. It happened at around 2 o'clock in the morning. Now it is already past 2 o'clock. No matter what you do, it is too late. Modi London suddenly regretted that he should have someone send something to save the woman's life after he came back. For example, a protective shield that can be worn on the body. Once it encounters an attack from a first-level or higher beast, it can automatically trigger the protective function. Although it is not omnipotent, it can at least withstand the attack of mutant beasts below the 4th level. But if he really does this, those who are eyeing him will definitely target her. Although they will not use her to threaten him, they can at least use her to exchange benefits with him. So after leaving, he gave up the idea of contacting her again, but who made her encounter dangers one after another. Alas, what a worrying woman. He couldn't help but dial her number again. Zuoshan first fought for life and death that night, and then went to find Panduol. Both her mind and body were in a state of high tension. After finally waiting for the gold-eating ants to stop attacking temporarily, and Maoli was in charge of vigilance, she immediately fell asleep. The dream was full of blood and countless gold-eating ants besieged her. She could only fight continuously and fell into a terrible nightmare and couldn't wake up. Suddenly, the watch kept vibrating. She answered the call in a daze and said with a strong sleepiness, "Who is it? Is there something you want to talk to me about? The hardened layer of my house is completely destroyed, and I killed gold-eating ants all night. I'm almost exhausted. Are you injured?" Modi London asked anxiously. He deliberately made his voice a little hoarse so that the woman shouldn't be able to tell that it was him, right? "With my little treasure's help, I'm fine. Not even a hair is missing." Zuoshan was not fully awake yet, and she praised her panda baby. "I'm glad you're okay. Sorry, I accidentally dialed your number again. I'm hanging up." Modi London didn't dare to say too much, for fear that she would hear it, so he hung up in a hurry. The call was hung up, and Zuoshan raised her wrist to see that the name on the caller ID was actually Midnight Wanderer. This guy was so careless that he actually dialed the wrong number again. Could it be that her number was close to that of someone he knew? But this time she was not angry. If he hadn't called in time, she would probably still be trapped in a nightmare, constantly killing gold-eating ants. On the other hand, after Modi London hung up the call, she thought that her room was no longer protected by the hardened layer. In the next period of time, even ordinary mutant rats and small mutant insects could easily invade her room. This safety was really too unsafe. He immediately called his assistant and ordered, "Matt, there have been many problems in District 50 recently. Send the psychic in your family who is closest to that place to take a look and see if those high-level mutant beasts outside the safe zone are stirring again. If so, a solution must be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, if things develop to the point where they are out of control, it will be more trouble than gain if we take action later." "Yes, sir." Matt hurriedly bowed his head and agreed, feeling somewhat guilty. He should have noticed this earlier instead of letting the adults remind him. "Oh, right. When they go over there to inspect, tell the management of District 50 to stop focusing on climbing up and at least take care of the lives of the people underground. Those damaged hardened layers must be repaired quickly, otherwise any small mutant beast underground can take their lives. Especially those vulnerable families, such as pregnant women, should be properly cared for. After all, they are responsible for the population reproduction of the entire green algae star. If those pregnant women are forced to have abortions, the population base will decrease more and more. At that time, let them, the management, go to mine and farm." When he said this, he was obviously impatient, and Matt couldn't help but shudder. These people below are really troublesome. Look at what his master, the god of war of the Central District who doesn't care about chores and only knows how to practice supernatural powers and hunt high-level mutant beasts, has been forced into. He actually worries about these trivial matters himself. No, he has to give these people a good beating. Matt, who thought he understood the adults' troubles, immediately logged into the family's important member management group after returning to the office. He first read everyone's location through the administrator's authority, and then selected a person. After dialing the other party's number, Matt said, "Qi Jingyang, you're in District 42 now, right?" "Yes, sir. I have accepted the task to help clear a third-level hippopotamus. I just completed the task half an hour ago and am planning to return to District 40. Mr. Matt, you contacted me in person. Is there anything important to tell me?" Qi Jingyang was very nervous. Each district has a superpower sent by the family to monitor abnormal situations. The family calls it Hawkeye. On the surface, he is the deputy leader of the most famous storm hunter mercenary group in District 40, but in fact, he is the family's Hawkeye in this district. The safe area outside District 40 is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the family, so Hawkeye was not sent to monitor it. Although Mr. Matt was only an assistant, he was the personal assistant of the master. Based on this alone, none of these distant relatives dared to disrespect him. Moreover, Mr. Matt was not just relying on the power of the master. He possessed the sixth-order psychic ability and was not lacking in wisdom and tactics. He was also known for his decisive and ruthless actions. If he left the master, he could become a guest of honor in any district. It can be said that in the eyes of Mr. Matt, Qi Jingyang was just a small, transparent person who was not high enough. Don't come back yet. Go to District 50 in person and learn privately about the recent mutant beast invasion in District 50 and observe whether the high-level monsters outside the safe zone intend to launch a beast tide. Regardless of whether there are any abnormalities, report the true situation immediately. Also, warn the leaders of those marginal areas and ask them to pay more attention to people's livelihood and repair their houses in the damaged areas as soon as possible. Especially pregnant women and children, everything must be given priority, and make sure they don't starve to death. They are related to the population base of the entire green algae star. Do you understand? Understood, understood. I will do your bidding as soon as possible. Please rest assured.
Qi Jingyang answered loudly.
In recent years, some leaders outside the 40th district have gone too far in some aspects. For example, The official subsidies for pregnant women clearly state that from the day of pregnancy, they can enjoy a basic guarantee of 500 silver coins per month, and after giving birth, each person can also receive a newborn subsidy of 10,000 silver coins. However, the former item was directly blocked by them, and the latter item was also blocked by them by half. Of course, this money was cheap for the entire high level outside the 40th district and was directly divided up by them. As for the support of orphans, the official regulations stipulate that orphans under the age of 12 will be raised by the charity hall, and each child will be given a subsidy of 800 silver coins per month. Orphans over the age of 12 can participate in gathering activities at the collection point under the protection of the mercenary group, and the collected food will be repurchased by the mercenary group at the market price. The silver coins earned are transferred to personal accounts as the startup funds for them to leave the orphanage and live independently in the future. However, the management arbitrarily modified the rules and made orphans over the age of 12 go to mine, squeezing their blood and sweat until they died of overwork in the mine. Orphans under the age of 12 were allowed to be bought by the rich and become their slaves or toys for their pleasure and abuse. Chi Xingyang had long been dissatisfied with this, but Hawkeye, who was sent by his family, was under the cover of being the deputy leader of the Storm Hunter mercenary group. He could only act according to the rules of the area. He dared not manage those things, nor could he manage them, so he could only let them go. Now that Mr. Matt has authorized him, he can just use the family's name to manage these dirty things. I believe that the management outside the 40 districts will never dare to go against the will of the London family. Otherwise, once there are high-level mutant beasts or small beast tides in the area in the future, the London family will let them know what despair is. Zuoshan didn't know that just because a certain man cared about her life and death and worried that she would have a hard time after the disaster, he casually told his assistant a few words, which would cause a great turmoil outside the 40 districts. The sky finally brightened. When Zuoshan, who had made up for her sleep, stretched and got up, Pandual had already cleaned up all the hardened layer fragments and residues in the house. When the gold-eating ants came in last night, they did not rush in all at once. Facing a first-level mutant beast, the three of them were not weak in combat power, especially Xiao Bao, who happened to be the nemesis of the gold-eating ants, so the furniture in the house was not seriously damaged, and only some corners were gnawed off. The stored food was almost not damaged. Only a smaller gold-eating ant bit through the peanut bag and ate 2 peanut kernels, but Xiao Bao ate it quickly, so the peanut kernels were not wasted. However, Zuoshan did not want to think about the details and process, and she couldn't help vomiting when she thought about it. Seeing her wake up, Pandual hurried over and said, "Sister, what do you want to eat? I'll cook it. Today is the first day I'll cook it. You've done a lot of work this early in the morning." Zuoshan smiled. When she got up early to clean up the house, Pandual had already taken a general look. There was indeed a lot of food stored at home, but she did not dare to take the food to cook on her own initiative. In fact, her family rarely cooked. Most of the time, she and her mother would take a few leaves to chew. Zuoshan began to cook wild vegetable porridge. There was still some purslane that she had brought back before, so she threw a few pieces in. She added 6 peanuts and 3 times the amount of meat sauce as usual. After all, everyone worked too hard last night and needed to replenish their energy. There were not many yam strips left, so she did not add them. She hoped that she would have the chance to find them next time. Pandual's eyes widened when she saw what she added. She felt that her sister really did not know how to live. She ate up so many good things in one meal. What would she do if she had nothing to eat in the future? But after all, she had just arrived, and she did not dare to refute her decision at will. She could only silently make up her mind in her heart. I must work hard in the future and never let my sister and the unborn baby go hungry. Looking at the amount of wild vegetable paste cooked by her sister, there are also portions for her and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao is so cute. Although she feels sorry for him, she still can't bear to let him eat it. Her sister is pregnant and should supplement nutrition, but she can choose not to eat. She has long been accustomed to eating a few wild vegetable leaves as a main meal. When the fragrance wafted out, Pandual felt that her saliva was like a stream, and she couldn't stop it. She had to open the door and go outside to ask for news first. Pandul went out for more than half an hour before returning. She deliberately avoided the process of her sister and Xiaobao eating. But as soon as she entered the door, she saw a small bamboo basin on the table, which was full of paste. Why did you come back just now? The wild vegetable paste is almost cold. Fortunately, the weather is hot now, otherwise it will not taste good. Zuoshan greeted her with a smile. Sister, I'm not hungry. You can save this for you and Xiaobao later. I don't need to eat such good things. I usually eat a few leaves for lunch at home. Pandul tried to look away from the delicious food on the table, but she couldn't resist the fragrance of the whole room that kept drilling into her nose, and her saliva couldn't stop. Lulu, since you have entered this family and become a part of this family, we will have to share all the blessings and disasters in the future. When you encounter danger, I will not always protect you just because you are a child. You have to rush forward with me. Then we should also enjoy the food and everything else together, including Xiaobao. Do you understand?
Zuoshan said seriously.
Okay. Thank you, sister. I'll eat it. Pandul said with tears in her eyes. What she originally prayed for was just the protection of an adult, but her sister gave her no less than her mother. And she didn't always dislike her like her mother, and would beat and scold her when she was unhappy. Her sister was always so gentle and firm. Gurgle. The loud sound from her stomach embarrassed her instantly. Zuoshan couldn't help laughing, and even Xiaobao rolled on the ground. The atmosphere instantly changed from touching and solemn to relaxed. Pandul drank the wild vegetable porridge in small sips, chewing the peanuts and meat sauce slowly. She had never eaten such delicious food since she was a child. Even the wild vegetable pieces and soup were so delicious. In addition to the salty taste, there was an indescribable numb taste that constantly stimulated her taste buds. Pandul felt that if conditions allowed her to eat as much as she wanted, she could eat 3 large bowls by herself. No matter how slowly she ate, the porridge in the bamboo basin was eaten up. Pandul picked up the bamboo basin and carefully licked the residue on it bit by bit until the bamboo basin was licked clean as new. Zuoshan couldn't help feeling sad when he saw it. The poor child was born at the bottom of this wasteland era. It is estimated that he has never enjoyed a day of life that a normal child should have. After licking the bamboo basin, Pandul looked up and met Zuoshan's responsible eyes. She was a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, Sister, I'll mark this bamboo basin, and I will never use yours again in the future. No big news, but everyone is saying that the gold-eating ants may not come again for the time being, because many gold-eating ants were killed last night, and there are many piled up at the door of each household. By the way, sister, why haven't we seen dead gold-eating ants in our house? Pandul asked curiously. Xiaobao likes to eat this. Zuoshan remembered the scene of Xiaobao chewing the gold-eating ants raw, and she couldn't help vomiting. Pregnant women are fragile and emotionally unstable, and she is already very strong. Since there is no danger for the time being, let's go back to your original home and find a place to bury your mother. Zuoshan hugged her in his arms and hugged her tightly. She didn't want the little girl to face such a cruel reality, but that was her mother who gave birth to her and raised her, and she couldn't let her body be exposed in the wilderness. Last night was a special situation. She was worried that there would be more attacks by the gold-eating ants. In addition, she was very worried because Xiaobao was the only one left at home. That's why she hurriedly took Pandul away. The situation is temporarily stable now, and what needs to be done must be done. Xiaobao was still left to look after the house. Zuoshan took Maoli and Pandul to Pandul's house. Her mother still maintained her original posture and leaned against the wall. The blood stains on her body had dried. Pandul's tears burst out again. She had seen many dead people since she was a child. It was too common for someone to die in District 50. Some were killed by mutant beasts, some died of illness, some died of starvation, and some died in fights for food. She thought she was numb enough to death, but when her only relative died, and died in such a miserable way, she couldn't stop being sad. When she was at her sister's house before, she had been trying to block her thoughts and not think about everything about her mother, but now she was in front of her. She couldn't stop crying anymore. After she cried enough, Zhuoshan took her into his arms to comfort her and then asked her, "Where do you want to bury your mother?" Pan Duel was a little confused. She really didn't know where the dead in District 50 were buried because there was no official cemetery area here. In the past, people who died were buried randomly and no one cared where they were buried. After all, the people in District 50 were most concerned about food. Suddenly, Zhuoshan and Pan Duel's watches sounded at the same time. When they opened them, they saw that it was an official announcement asking everyone to send the bodies of their dead relatives and friends to the central square, and someone would be responsible for cremation, so as to avoid too many bodies buried nearby, which would attract too many mutant rats and eventually cause a rat tide. There was no need to think about it now. Zhuoshan ran home to drag the stretcher on the floor and then used a wet cloth to wipe the blood off the woman's body. Everything in their house had been eaten up, and her clothes were rotten and not enough to cover her body. Zhuoshan contributed a set of old linen clothes for her to wear. These linen clothes were woven by themselves, not worth much, and only took a little effort. Most people in District 50 could make them. Pan Duel insisted on dragging the stretcher by herself. This was the last thing she could do for her mother. Zhuoshan let her go and just accompanied her silently by her side as they went to the central square. The first thing Qi Jingyang did after arriving in District 50 was to convene the management of District 50 and District 49 for an emergency meeting. The main contents of the meeting were 4 items. First, to count the number of casualties caused by the large-scale invasion of gold-eating ants as soon as possible. Second, to call on the public to transport the bodies of relatives, friends, and neighbors to the central square for unified treatment to avoid a rat tide. Third, post-disaster reconstruction. The last item, which was also the most headache for all management, was to put an end to all acts of exploiting orphans and pregnant women.
From this moment on,
if anyone pretended to obey but violated the rules, he would be arrested immediately upon verification, and his family would be forced to return all illegal gains. The first 3 items were just formalities in the eyes of the management. The superiors wanted to win the hearts of the people, so they just cooperated and pretended to do so. After all, it did not hinder their interests at all. But the last item was a big deal. In marginal areas such as District 50 and District 49, the fiscal revenue was pitifully small and almost negligible. If they only relied on the official salary, how could their families live a worry-free life like today? This was equivalent to touching the big cake of each management. If the person who came was not a representative of the London family in the central area, they could immediately drive him out. But the person who came was from the London family. It didn't matter what he said. What was important was that he represented the London family. Whoever dared to oppose it would not only fail to make this small management team, but also the whole family would be silently wiped out. The officials in the management felt bitter, more bitter than eating mutated coptis. But no one dared to stand up and say no. They could only nod their heads and smile, saying that they were so kind to the London family who was thousands of miles away and cared about the suffering of marginalized people. Some officials thought that Qi Jingyang was just talking. They wanted to wait until he couldn't stand the hardship of the 50 districts and would leave soon. Then the last item he said would be left unresolved. Qi Jingyang was a man of vigorous and resolute character. After the emergency meeting, he ordered the management to send a group message to notify every resident of the 50 districts to send the bodies to the central square first, and he would be responsible for cremation. It was not until this time that the officials knew that the representative of the London family was actually a 4th-level fire-type ability user. It can be said that even without the background of the London family, he could crush people outside the 40 districts with his own strength. Such a high-level psychic, even if he is a lone ranger, they have to respect him. If they dare to make him unhappy, he can throw a fireball to destroy them, the 1st-level and 2nd-level psychics. No one dared to neglect it this time. The leader of District 50 waved his hand, and the grassroots administrators below were busy. The management of District 49 is mainly responsible for assisting in the placement of orphans, rescuing pregnant women, providing free treatment for the disabled, installing prosthetic limbs, etc. Zhuoshan accompanied Pan Duel to the central square. At a glance, there were thousands of corpses. all of which were mutilated. Many relatives surrounded the corpses and cried, and their sorrow merged into a river. Pandual's pain was just a small drop of water in this river, and even a splash of water could not be stirred. The cruelty of nature often exceeds the extreme that humans can imagine, but the people of the wasteland have no choice but to accept it. An administrator directed the family members to move the bodies to the center and stack them one by one. Zuashan couldn't bear to let Pandual go through this heart-wrenching pain, so she said softly, "Let me take your mother over. This is something adults do, and you shouldn't come." Qi Jingyang waited aside, looking coldly at the pile of corpses on the square and the people dragging corpses. Their faces were numb after the pain, and they had a helpless compromise with fate. He sympathized with them, but it was just sympathy because the Wastelanders wanted to live a dignified life, not relying on anyone's sympathy and charity, but relying on their own desperate efforts. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a woman holding a corpse. She was very young, perhaps just an adult, but she was pregnant with a bulging belly. The corpse in her arms was handled very cleanly, without bloodstains on her body, and she was also changed into a set of clean old clothes. It can be seen that she gave the dead the greatest respect she could give. She herself was wearing a cheap old insulation suit. Although it was washed clean, it was still stained with many light brown blood stains that could not be washed off. She walked towards him step by step, and when she met his eyes, her eyes were neither humble nor arrogant, as if he was not a big shot from above, but just an ordinary person with the same status as her. He suddenly became very interested in her. When she came up to him and carefully placed the body, he suddenly said to her, "Go to the exchange hall later. Today, there is a special window there to distribute relief to orphans and pregnant women." "Really? Thank you for your reminder. The official is really considerate of us low-level scavengers this time. Please convey my and my sister's most sincere gratitude." She bowed to him seriously and pointed at the little girl not far away. "Okay, then you guys go quickly." Qi Jingyang showed his first smile since he came to District 50. The administrator accompanying him was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. This big boss who looked like a black-faced judge had a dark face from the first sight of him, as if he was full of anger and dissatisfaction with all their administrators. Qi Jingyang's smile was indeed from the heart. He helped the bottom scavengers in District 50. Although he followed Mr. Matt's instructions and did not expect these people to thank him, he could not help but be moved when he saw her sincere gratitude from the bottom of his heart. To do good without expecting anything in return is the realm pursued by people with noble character and sentiment. After all, he is just an ordinary person. He helped them. Even if only one of them gave him sincere gratitude in return, it also made him feel that his efforts were not in vain. The corpses were finally gathered. Zuashan hugged Pandual and witnessed this shocking scene with his own eyes. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs were instantly emitted from the palm of the big man who kindly reminded her, and all fell on the pile of corpses. At the same time, a transparent isolation cover enveloped the area of 100 meters around the pile of corpses, forming a huge transparent cover that isolated the billowing smoke and stench from the burning of the pile of corpses. Half an hour later, thousands of corpses turned into ashes, and all the sorrow was burned away by these fireballs. The uninformed scavengers in District 50 forgot their sorrow and were completely immersed in the great shock brought by the fireball and the isolation shield. Even Pandual stopped crying. After a long time, she clenched her fists and said, "Sister, if I could also awaken my superpowers, I would be as powerful as that adult. Then I can protect my sister and baby Aiken and let you live a good life." She did not say that if she had awakened her superpowers earlier, her mother might not have died. The Wastelanders are very pragmatic and will not fantasize about changing the regrets of the past. When Zuashan took Pandual to the exchange hall, the temporary window for placing orphans and rescuing pregnant women had just been set up. Zuashan looked through the transparent window and saw that the person in charge of handling this matter was her acquaintance, Qi Xiaofan. As soon as he saw her coming, Qi Xiaofan smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Sua. I haven't seen you for a while. Come quickly to get the money. Let me tell you, you are really lucky this time." According to the latest instructions brought by the big shots from above, pregnant women can receive a monthly subsidy of 500 yuan, and the bonus after giving birth has doubled to 10,000 yuan. Now you and your child don't have to worry. You can buy nutrient solution to fill your stomach when it is extremely cold, and you won't starve. Really? That's great. By the way, I have another important thing to do this time. It's this child. Her mother is gone, and there are no other relatives in the family. I have discussed with her that I will adopt her. Sister Chi, please give me some advice on what procedures we need to go through. As she spoke, she pulled Pandora to the window. If it were in the past, I would have advised you not to burden yourself, but now the policy has changed. I think it would be good for both of you if you could adopt her. Now, families who adopt orphans can receive 800 yuan in support every month, provided that the orphans themselves are willing to be adopted. Those who are unwilling can choose to receive 800 yuan in support and live alone, or go to a charity hall to live.
Xiaofan explained.
Then she looked at Pandual and said solemnly, "Are you really willing to be adopted by her? You can also have better choices, such as being adopted by families without children, which will make their burden lighter." "No, I only want to be adopted by my sister. If you don't agree, I will live alone and never go to other families, let alone a charity hall." Pandual said with a firm look in his eyes. "Since both of you are willing, I will find someone from the household registration office to come and handle the procedures and re-register your family members' information."
Xiaofan smiled.
She called the internal line and soon an administrator came over. He first checked Pan Yu's information through the system. From the moment her mother lost her vital signs, she was already shown dead in the official website system. Her orphan information did not need to be repeatedly verified and was directly confirmed by the system. Then the administrator operated the watches of Zhuoshan and Pandol. The whole process took only 5 minutes, and the adoption and transfer procedures were completed. Zhuoshan couldn't help but marvel at the speed of electronic office work in this wasteland era, which was really fast. She took out 5 silver coins and asked the administrator to help change the name of Panduyu to Pandual. The moment she saw her name changed, Pandual laughed and cried. On the other side, Qi Xiaofan also called up the page for receiving subsidies and asked her and Pandual to write their names with their fingers at the signature. Looking at the crooked name written by Pandual, especially the last word lo, which was even more horrible to write, Zhuoshan decided to incorporate cultural courses into the daily routine in the future. Even if it was only half an hour a day, it could not be interrupted. You should be pregnant for more than 5 months. I will give you a 5-month pregnancy subsidy. You can go to the hospital for a free pregnancy checkup and then give me a certificate. As for the child, because they have just experienced a disaster, the higher-ups mean to give them 3 months of support first so that they can get through this difficult period smoothly. 2,400 silver coins will be directly transferred to the child's account. After you go back, you can discuss how to allocate and use these support fees. From now on, your maternity subsidy of 500 yuan and her support of 800 yuan will be paid to your account on time every month. Well, there are many people doing things today, so I won't talk to you more. Miss Sua, goodbye. Qi Xiaofan handled it neatly and then said goodbye to her calmly. Zhuoshan has always had a good impression of Qi Xiaofan, and she decided to find her again when she has something suitable to sell in the future. As soon as they walked out of the exchange hall, Pandual raised his watch and said, "Sister, I will transfer the child support to you. You keep it first. I will ask you for it when I need money later. We will have many places to spend money in the future. There is no need to rush now." Zhuoshan smiled and rubbed her hair. The little girl's eyes were red again. The moment she learned that orphans could also receive child support, she was very happy. Now she would not waste her sister's money. Today's breakfast made her understand that even if she worked hard to pick up waste, her income would definitely not be as good as the food her sister gave her. Now, with this monthly subsidy of 800 yuan, she felt that her psychological burden was much lighter. But she didn't expect that her sister didn't intend to take her money at all and let her keep it in her account. The next morning, the people in District 50 received another notice on their watches, asking everyone to take time to send the bodies of the killed gold-eating ants to the central square, and there would be supernatural people to deal with them in batches. It stands to reason that the gold-eating ants contain a lot of metal in their bodies, but they also have flesh and blood, which cannot be considered pure metal. In addition, the weather is so hot that they are easy to rot, so they can only be sold as scrap metal. Scrap metal is worthless. A pile of it can only be sold for a few silver coins. Besides, only District 48 has a scrap metal recycling station. People from District 50 have to spend 6 silver coins for a round trip to District 48. It is not worth it no matter how you calculate it. Since the authorities are willing to deal with it in a unified way, they are naturally happy to run errands and pull this thing to the central square to avoid leaving it at home to stink. When Pandual saw the information on the watch, he suddenly had an idea. "Sister, do you think our little treasure will eat dead gold-eating ants? If it likes to eat, we can take it to the central square tonight, and it can eat it at will," Pandual said.
Ah?
Eat dead ants. Xiaobao won't be so heavy-hearted, right? Zuoshan's stomach churned again, and she inevitably thought of the bloody scene of killing gold-eating ants that night. The key is not just the blood. She has been afraid of insects since she was a child, and there is no reason to be afraid of them. We'll know if they like it, if we try it. I'll go and drag the two from my house over here, Pandual said enthusiastically. For a child born in the wasteland, saving food is a habit ingrained in her bones. Although Pandual was very fond of Xiaobao's cuteness, she would feel that she had made a fortune if she could get a portion of food for free. Without waiting for Zuoshan to speak, Pandual hurriedly ran away with the stretcher. After returning to her home, she first washed the stretcher several times and then cut the 2 broken gold-eating ant corpses into several pieces along the joints. Then she used the sharp caliceri as hooks to dig out the blood and flesh hidden in the gaps of the metal limbs, and then rinsed them on the water pipe, leaving only the pure metal limbs. After doing all this, she dragged the remains of the 2 gold-eating ants back to her new home. "Xiaobao, come and take a look. Do you like this?" Pandual greeted it with a smile. When Xiaobao saw it, he immediately pounced on it, and before Zuoshan could speak to stop it, it opened its mouth wide and began to swallow and chew. All right, what may be poison to one may be honey to another. Zuoshan was completely convinced. After all, Xiaobao was not of the same species as her, so it was reasonable for him to like different kinds of food. After getting this affirmative answer, Pandual ran out happily, dragging the stretcher. In a short while, he collected dozens of corpses of gold-eating ants. "Sister, I collected them from those neighbors. I promised to help them pull them to the square. I would charge them half a silver coin for 10. With this time, they can definitely earn more than this by scavenging in the wild," Pandual said happily. Zuoshan silently gave a thumbs up. The little girl is awesome. Not only did she get a portion of Xiaobao's food for free, but she also earned half a silver coin. In just half a day, Pandual ran more than a dozen times, collected more than 500 corpses of gold-eating ants, and earned 32 silver coins. Zuoshan felt that this child was really capable and smart. Even if she hadn't adopted her, she would definitely grow up on her own. After eating the 2 ant corpses that Pandual had cleaned up, Xiaobao felt unsatisfied. The inherited memory told it that these things were very good for it, and the more it ate, the better. Seeing so many ant corpses that Pandual had collected, Xiaobao couldn't wait for her to clean them up, so he couldn't help but lean over to eat them, but Zuoshan said with disgust, "Don't eat them. The meat inside is smelly." Xiaobao shook his furry head and thought about it, raised his front paw, and shot a golden light at one of the big ants. The golden light instantly enveloped the corpses of several gold-eating ants, and then Zuoshan saw that the corpses enveloped by the golden light began to deform, as if an invisible hand was squeezing them. They turned into a small stream of metal, slowly flowing towards Xiaobao's front paw. With the formation of the small metal stream, the rotten flesh and blood remaining in the corpses of the gold-eating ants lost their support and fell to the ground as debris. And the small stream of metal was held in the air by it and kneaded into a ball. As its front paw rubbed it casually, this ball of liquid metal kept changing its shape. It was obviously the first time for Xiaobao to use this skill, and he didn't even know he had this skill before. He thought that it was because Sister Shanzi disliked him, and he had to think hard to get the skill. Xiaobao was also very curious and surprised about this. Just like a child who just got a new toy, he squeezed it for a long time before stuffing the ball of liquid metal into his mouth, and then used the new skill to extract metal from the corpses of other gold-eating ants. Oh my god! Xiaobao has awakened the ability to control the metal form. It's amazing! Usually mutant beasts have to reach the 3rd or 4th level to awaken a magical power, but it has awakened a magical power at the 1st level, and it is such a powerful magical power. Master, why don't you quickly contract it? Maoli's cat eyes shone brightly. Don't be in a hurry to sign a contract. I checked the information and found that if the level of one's own supernatural power is too low, after signing a contract with a mutant beast, it will affect its advancement speed and suppress its combat power in battle. Let's not talk about this for now. Please tell me what this magical power of controlling the metal form you mentioned means? That is to say, Xiaobao can change the form of metal at will from now on, such as melting a metal block into liquid metal or turning a metal disc into a square box. This is not the point. The point is that from now on, as long as it is a metallic mutant beast of the same level as it can control the metal form in the other party's body at will. Kill them and absorb the different types of metal elements contained in their bodies to strengthen its own body.
Maoli explained.
After Mao Li's popularization, Zuoshan carefully looked at Xiaobao and found that its small claws hidden in the palm of his hand were coated with a layer of black and shiny metallic luster, which was exactly the same as the metallic luster emitted by the bodies of those gold-eating ants. Zuoshan carefully reached out and touched it. Oh my god! This not only replicated the luster of the gold-eating ant, but also had the same hardness. She tapped it gently with her hand, and the shiny black little claws actually made a crisp metallic sound. Xiaobao's nails turned into metal? This magical power is really too amazing, right? While Zuoshan was happy for Xiaobao, she also felt a little regretful. If Xiaobao's whole body became such a hard and cold metal material in the future, she would never be able to touch the soft and warm Xiaobao again. However, thinking that Xiaobao would become iron-boned in the future, greatly reducing the chance of injury, Zuoshan was still very proud. It was like a parent seeing her child turn from a weak chicken into a tough guy. If she was not afraid of being coveted by others, she would want to praise him to everyone she met. With the permission of Sister Shanzi, Xiaobao happily began to use his supernatural power to refine and devour the metal in the body of the gold-eating ant. After just over an hour, it actually absorbed all the gold-eating ants that Pandol brought back. Xiaobao, are you okay? When Zuoshan came to her senses, she was so scared that she hurriedly touched its belly.
Don't worry, Master.
Before Xiaobao awakened this magical power, he would have eaten too much metal and would have been full. But after he had this magical power, the liquid metal he absorbed into his body was used to strengthen his body. You can see that now it is not only his claws that are metallized, but even the surface of his belly is covered with a thin layer of metal. Unfortunately, there are too few corpses of these gold-eating ants to complete the metallization of his entire body. Mao Li said, Sister, since Xiaobao needs it, why don't we go to the central square and try our luck? Pandual said with his big, smart eyes. Okay for Xiaobao, let's be thieves for once. Zuoshan said decisively. Master, stealing is not a good quality. You shouldn't indulge Lele's unhealthy thoughts and behaviors.
Maoli Raminda.
Ahem. Well, Mali, we are not stealing. Think about it. So many corpses piled up in the square. How polluting the environment. Our Xiaobao is helping them purify the environment. Zuoshan said with a specious reason. Mali always felt that there was something wrong with what she said, but he couldn't find the problem for a while, so he could only shake his head and look through the database. That night, Zuoshan and Pandual put Xiaobao in their backpacks and carried him to the central square. At this time, the central square had piled up about 30,000 corpses of gold-eating ants. Because the weather was too hot, the corpses had begun to stink. Qi Xingyang set up an isolation cover to ensure that the smell would not spread everywhere. Because most of these gold-eating ant corpses are made of special metals, it is difficult for his supernatural fire to burn them completely. So he contacted Pei Chongguang, a third-level gold supernatural in District 42, and asked him to come and help completely refine these gold-eating ant corpses. If he can absorb the special metals in these corpses, it will be a win-win situation. Qi Jingyang and his companions were out on a mission, and they would not be able to arrive until tomorrow noon at the earliest. Therefore, the bodies of the gold-eating ants in the square could only be piled up first. Because everyone disliked this thing, they were piled up there without anyone to guard it. When Zuoshan and his companions came, the square was quiet, and even passers-by deliberately took a detour to avoid it. After all, so many scary big ant bodies were piled up there in a mess. How scary! Zuoshan and Pan Duel each guarded an intersection to keep an eye on Xiao Bao, and he plunged into the isolation shield. This shield was an energy shield, and its original purpose was to isolate the odor from emitting, and it did not have the function of preventing people from entering and exiting. After Xiao Bao got in, he was almost vomited by the stench of the corpses, but seeing the mountains of metal piled up, he was reluctant to give up, and could only endure the discomfort and start to absorb with his supernatural power. After absorbing about 5,000 gold-eating ants in one go, Xiao Bao felt that he had finally reached his limit, and he staggered out of the isolation shield. Zuoshan and Pan Duel, who were in charge of keeping watch, were already yawning from sleepiness. When they saw it come out, they immediately said, "Xiao Bao, you've worked hard. Be good and get into your sister's backpack." As soon as Xiao Bao came over, Zuoshan was vomited by its stench. Pan Duel took the backpack and slung it over his shoulder, letting Xiao Bao get in. As soon as Xiao Bao got into the backpack, Pan Duel staggered and was almost crushed. "Xiao Bao, how did you become so heavy?" Pan Duel said in surprise. Xiao Bao has been with Zuoshan for more than a month, and his weight has increased from more than 3 cats to about 6 cats now. His body size has also changed from the size of an ordinary cat to the size of a big orange cat now. Zuoshan often puts it in his backpack, and he doesn't feel the weight at all. It stands to reason that carrying 20 or 30 cats of heavy objects is not a big problem. Zuoshan held his breath, leaned over and stretched out his hand to support the backpack. Oh my god! Xiao Bao's weight has increased by at least 20 kilograms in just a few hours. Seeing that there was no one around, Zuoshan patted his backpack and said, "Xiao Bao, you are too heavy now, so you should run home by yourself." Xiao Bao, doesn't Sister Fan love it anymore? A few days ago, Xiao Bao, eat more and grow up quickly. Now you start to think it is heavy woo-woo. Sister Fan has changed her mind. The next day at noon, Qi Jingyang finally waited for Pei Chongguang. Thinking that the energy of the isolation cover he set up was about to be consumed, he did not delay for a moment and dragged Pei Chongguang directly to the central square. Looking at the piles of gold-eating ant corpses, Pei Chongguang couldn't help frowning. "Brother Qi, you are too unkind. Didn't you say before that there were more than 10,000? You have at least 20,000, right?" Qi Jingyang smiled guiltily. "Hee, how can there be so many? If you don't believe me, count them. At most, there are only 18,000 or 19,000. When the residents of District 50 sent them over yesterday, a small administrator made a serious statistics. There were 30,000, and some left. But why do they seem to be less today than yesterday? Is it because after a night, the water in the corpse evaporated so the volume has become smaller? Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Anyway, I've been fooled by you. I'll risk my life and do it for 2 days and 2 nights. Pei Chongguang glared at him. The two of them met in a battle to clear out high-level mutant beasts. At that time, Qi Jingyang blocked a fatal attack for him at a critical moment. They were considered friends of life and death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here to help him do such a thankless task. Pei Chongguang took out an advanced gas mask from the space button, then plunged into the isolation cover and began to use his superpowers to peel off the metal in the corpse. As his superpowers continued to be output, a steady stream of metal limbs were peeled off from the flesh and blood and gathered at the location he designated. "Brother Qi, this is the first time I have encountered this gold-eating ant. The metal that makes up its body is hard and dense, and I cannot absorb it directly. However, after this metal is sent to the smelter for processing, it should be used to reinforce houses and the ground, which is just right for the post-disaster house repairs in District 50. Pei Chengwang said very honestly. That's great. Thank you for separating them all. Let the management here use them later, which can reduce a lot of expenses for house repairs. Qi Zhengyang said. This time, in the issue of helping orphans and pregnant women, he touched the management's cake. These metals can be regarded as a little compensation for them. They can embezzle this money from the financial allocation for post-disaster repairs. Qi Zhengyang knew that things could not be done all at once. If they were really pushed to the limit, the management of District 49 and District 50 would probably pack up and run away, and then the two districts would fall into complete chaos. If Zhuoshan and the other three were there, they would find that Pei Chengwang's method of manipulating metals was far inferior to Xiaobao. He could only separate the metal from the flesh and blood of the gold-eating ants, and the metal would still be stained with a small amount of blood. Moreover, the metal after stripping was in a scattered state, and Qi Zhengyang needed to use the fire power to burn it again before it could become pure and clean metal. However, Xiaobao could directly convert these metals into liquid and remove all impurities, which was equivalent to refining the metal. Although they were both capable of controlling metal, they were worlds apart. The gap was too big. Pei Chengwang first dealt with a top layer of gold-eating ant corpses, but when he finished dealing with one layer and was about to take a break, he found a thick layer of black and gray powder underneath. After peeling off the powder, there was a layer of scattered flesh and blood debris underneath, as if someone had deliberately piled it up. Brother Qi, come and take a look. What's going on? Pei Chengwang pointed at the pile and said. Qi Zhengyang leaned over to take a look and was stunned. When the disaster-stricken residents dragged the gold-eating ant corpses to hand them in yesterday, although he did not see it from beginning to end, he also had a general idea. Although some of the bodies they brought were in a rather damaged state, none of them had their flesh and metal limbs separated, and none of them had a pile of flesh and blood debris. It was very strange to see these things piled together. Looking at the layer of gray-black powder, it was even more strange. He said solemnly, "You have a metal attribute ability. Can you tell what these powders are? It looks like impurities separated after the smelter purifies the metal, but after careful sensing, there should be some inferior metal components in it." Pei Chengwang said. Then there is only one explanation, Qi Zhengyang said. A high-level metal attributability person passed by and absorbed some of the essence of the gold-eating ants. These powders were removed of inferior metals and impurities.
Pei Chengwang blurted out.
Who could it be? As far as I know, there should be no such masters outside the 40th district. Qi Zhengyang looked at him in confusion. Don't look at me. I don't know who this mysterious master is. Pei Chengwang said.
Ah.
You said this big guy too. Since he has already made a move, why not just absorb it all? It also saves me from the trouble. Pei Chengwang sighed. No wonder when I first saw this pile just now, I felt that this disgusting thing seemed to be much less. At that time, I thought it was my illusion, but it turned out to be really less. Qi Zhengyang said.
Ah?
Qi Zhengyang, you are too pitiful, right? Didn't you say more than 10,000? There are so many less, and there are still so many. I think yours should be more than 30,000, right? Pei Chengwang finally reacted and pointed at his nose and cursed. Hee. It doesn't matter how much, the more capable, the more work. The worst I can do is to give you a few more high-level energy stones later. I still have some in stock here.
Qi Zhengyang smiled guiltily.
Pei Chengwang was too lazy to argue with him. He only regretted that he couldn't catch up with the mysterious big guy. If he could get his advice, he would definitely benefit a lot. Xiaobao, who was still sleeping, sneezed suddenly. Zhuoshan, who was drinking wild vegetable porridge, said distressfully, Xiaobao, you were too tired last night. Did you catch a heat cold? Let's soak some bamboo leaf water to drink later. It can clear heat and reduce dryness. The three of them stayed up most of the night last night. When they came back, they all fell asleep. At this moment, Pandul and Zhuoshan had just woken up for less than an hour, and breakfast became lunch. Xiaobao was still sleeping soundly. No matter how they called, they couldn't wake him up. Even the fragrant wild vegetable porridge with the smell of meat and peanuts couldn't wake him up. Fortunately, the houses in District 50 were far apart, and each household originally had a large yard, so the smell of her cooking porridge would not drift to the neighbors. Every time she cooked sauerkraut, she tried to choose to do it late at night, so that even if the smell drifted farther, the neighbors would not notice it in their sleep. Pan Duol looked at Xiaobao sleeping soundly in the crib. It occasionally turned over, and the black and shiny metallic luster would be revealed under its beautiful hair. She was envious and happy. Xiaobao's body was strengthened by metal, which meant that its combat power would be enhanced in the future, so it would be safer for them to go out to scavenge in the future. If they encountered a first-level mutant beast, they could still hunt, which meant that there would be more meat to eat in the future, and the bodies of her sister and Aiken baby would become stronger. After dinner, Pan Duol walked around the residential area. An auntie who learned that she was adopted by Zhuoshan came over and provoked her. Why are you so stupid? Even if you want to find someone to adopt, you shouldn't find Miss Zhua. When you go to her house, the child support will be used by her to subsidize her own children, and you'll have to help her take care of the children. She got a free nanny for nothing, and she brings her own salary. Pan Duol was too lazy to talk nonsense with the gossipy woman and rushed over to spit on her face, then ran away. The woman couldn't catch up with her, so she could only jump and curse behind her. Pan Duol ran to the central square in one breath. She originally wanted to ask from the residential area whether what they did secretly last night was discovered, but she got nothing. In this case, she might as well go and see it in person. There were many passers-by in the square at this moment, watching the bearded supernatural being separating metal from the pile of corpses. The onlookers exclaimed as they watched, "Wow, is this the metal supernatural being? It's amazing! Look at those separated metals, they will automatically float over and pile up. If you ask me, Master Qi is amazing. Look, he just made a fireball and burned the rotten meat left by the master into ashes." Pan Duol also followed the crowd to watch the excitement, but after watching for a while, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Isn't that metal supernatural being too weak? His speed of separating metal is far worse than that of their little treasure. Or is it that my sister has a good vision? She just picked up a little treasure from the bamboo forest and brought it back, and it's so amazing. My sister is the best. Since my sister has such a good vision, then my sister, who took her in casually, will she also become very powerful in the future? Pan Duol thought so, and felt complacent. Then she couldn't help but despise herself. You are just a superfluous person that your parents dislike. You have no ability. Your sister just took you in out of kindness. After a brief ideological struggle, Pan Duol's attention shifted. She found that with the speed of the superpower in front of her, it would take him at least 2 or 3 days to finish the pile of gold-eating ant corpses. Then he must rest a night, right? If there is still no one to watch tonight, can she and her sister bring Xiaobao over to absorb some more secretly? Her sister said that they were not stealing but helping to purify the environment. At midnight, Xiaobao had just woken up, and Zhuoshan took it to the central square. This time, she did not bring Pandora. Maoli was sent out by her to investigate the situation. He was in cat form and could turn on the stealth function, so he was most suitable to be a sentinel. Xiaobao's ability to manipulate metal is very strong now. At critical moments, he can find a hidden metal door and melt it and hide directly. She is a pregnant woman. If she is discovered, she can use the excuse of not being able to sleep in the middle of the night to stroll to the square alone to enjoy the cool air. Only Pandora, a child, ran out in the middle of the night without sleeping, which would easily arouse the suspicion of the administrator. Zhuoshan strolled to the square, with Xiaobao hidden in the backpack on her shoulder. Maoli, who was in charge of the alert, sent a message. There is no one within a radius of 200 meters. The management office building and the dormitory for civil servants are farther away. Don't worry. Zhuoshan patted the backpack, and Xiaobao immediately climbed out and plunged into the isolation cover without waiting for her instructions. The stench was still overwhelming, and the mountain of corpses in front of her was now half gone. Zuoshan guessed that the gold-attributed supernatural person had processed about 10,000 today. With the more than 5,000 that Xiaobao had processed last night, there should only be about 15,000 left. She knew that if she continued to absorb them secretly, she would be suspicious, but with her current financial resources, she could not provide Xiaobao with such a large amount of special metals that could be absorbed. Even if she had to take a risk, it was worth it. Xiaobao also knew that the opportunity was hard to come by, so he endured the stench and began to absorb them. What they didn't know was that in the VIP lounge of the office building 200 meters away, Qi Zhengyang was observing the square through a telescope through the window. There was no surveillance in the 50th district, so he could only use this stupid method to monitor the movements of the square. Originally, he also thought that the mysterious boss only passed by occasionally and would not appear again, but he still held a glimmer of luck. If the boss passed by again and was discovered by him, he could report it to the family. A high-level gold-attributed supernatural person who did not belong to any faction would definitely be the object that the family would work hard to recruit. The London family has always offered generous treatment to talents. If he can recruit special talents for the family, he will also receive a considerable resource reward. From the moment it got dark at 30 o'clock in the evening, he had been waiting for a full 6 hours. Now it was already midnight the next day, and the mysterious boss had not appeared yet. Qi Zhengyang was a little discouraged. He was about to leave the window and go back to bed to sleep. Suddenly, he saw a figure appearing around the empty square through the telescope. When he adjusted the focus and angle to see the person clearly, he found that this face was actually a face he had seen before and left a deep impression on. She was the very special pregnant woman he met when he burned the corpse the day before yesterday. He didn't know her name, but because of her humbleness and her sincere gratitude, he remembered her face. At this moment, a living creature crawled out of the pregnant woman's backpack. He pointed the telescope at the living creature and saw clearly that it was actually a mutant iron-eating beast cub. Even before the cataclysm, the mutant iron-eating beast was an extremely rare animal. There was no precedent for artificial breeding. He had only seen its holographic image in the Encyclopedia of Animals before the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, he had heard people say that they had encountered mutant iron-eating beasts in the wild. Their bodies were so huge that they weighed more than 10 tons and were extremely powerful. He had never expected that the cubs of the mutant iron-eating beasts would be so
Petite.
Looking at it, it was not much bigger than a gold-eating ant. Could such a petite cub really survive in the wild? He didn't know how the pregnant woman got this mutant iron-eating beast cub, but as a scavenger in District 50, she should not be able to raise a mutant beast cub. And she didn't look like she had superpowers, so she couldn't contract this cub. Then how could she guarantee that this cub would not turn around and treat her as food when hungry? Qi Zhengyang was excited and nervous, but he was soon attracted by the cub's behavior. In the new isolation cover he changed today, he saw the cub raised his front paw, and a golden halo enveloped the corpses of the gold-eating ants. The next second, a shocking scene appeared. He saw the corpses floating in the air, and the blood and flesh residues fell down, and then a stream of liquid metal appeared. The stream kept rolling, and as it rolled, black and gray impurities were separated and fell on the blood and flesh residues. Finally, the pure black and shiny liquid metal flowed into the cub's wide, open mouth. The whole process was repeated continuously, and the liquid metal was swallowed by it continuously. This scene was so magical that Qi Zhengyang wanted to record it, but he didn't dare to move casually for fear of missing every detail. Tonight, Xiaobao felt that he was more adept at absorbing liquid metal. In the inherited memory, this magical power of controlling the metal form can only be awakened by cubs with a very high degree of blood attribution. Its mother failed to awaken this magical power. If she had, she might not have died. It was only 1 month old when its mother died. As time went by, its memory of her mother had faded. Now, the most important person to it is Sister Fan. Xiaobao was very happy because it had awakened the magical power to control the metal form. It would become very powerful in the future. Thinking that he would become very powerful in the future and be able to protect Sister Fan, Xiaobao was very motivated. What it absorbed yesterday had been completely digested after a whole day of sleep. Tonight it decided to absorb more, and it would be best if it could absorb all of the pile in front of it. Xiaobao continued to absorb, and the speed was much faster than last night. When it absorbed more than 5,000, it felt that it had reached its limit. He wanted to howl to the sky, roll on the ground, and even more wanted to throw himself into Sister Shanzi's arms and have fun. Suddenly, he felt a cracking sound from the bones in his body, and the blood vessels in his body began to expand. The original feeling of about to explode disappeared, and instead, he felt as comfortable as if he was soaking in a basin of warm water, and he felt that his whole body had become much stronger. He hummed with comfort, but before he could enjoy this feeling, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as if he had been cut by a sharp blade, and it hurt so much. He curled up on the ground, holding his lower abdomen, and Zuoshan, who was originally dozing off outside, heard his suppressed cry of pain. Zuoshan suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in panic, "Xiaobao, what's wrong with you? Are you full? Come out quickly, let's not eat anymore, let's go home, okay?" Xiaobao also knew that he might be full, but he really couldn't bear to leave the pile of food in front of him. He finally stretched out his front paw and patted the largest and most complete body of the gold-eating ant in front of him. The next second, a magical scene appeared. The gold-eating ant disappeared in front of him. Xiaobao thought it was his illusion. He stretched out his claws and touched the one next to him, muttering in his heart, "Take it away." Sure enough, this one disappeared again. Where did they go? Can they appear again? Xiaobao thought so, and found that they instantly appeared from his lower abdomen to the place where they disappeared. This time he was stunned. He quickly searched for the inherited memory and finally found that this was another magical power awakened by their iron-eating beast after mutation. At that time, although its ancestor survived the catastrophe because of mutation, it almost starved to death as a large area of bamboo forest was destroyed. One day, it encountered a mutated bamboo forest, and it had a strong desire in its heart. It would be great if it could hide the entire bamboo forest and take it away. Then it awakened this space storage ability. This space was automatically opened up from its lower abdomen. It collected a lot of bamboo leaves. When the extremely cold weather came later, it relied on the bamboo leaves in the space in its lower abdomen to survive those difficult days. Tonight, perhaps because Xiaobao was too reluctant to leave the corpses of the gold-eating ants, the strong desire and its pure bloodline that returned to its ancestors made it accidentally awaken this space storage ability when it advanced to the second level. Zuoshan saw Xiaobao constantly patting the corpses of the gold-eating ants with his claws. He didn't react at first, until he found that several gold-eating ants around him had disappeared in succession, and then he reacted. She pulled the cat's tail on her shoulder and said, "Maoli, am I dazzled? Or am I dreaming because I fell asleep? Has my little treasure, it awakened the space power? Yes, it has just advanced to the second stage. Some mutant beasts may awaken some magical power when they advance. This is obviously space storage." Maoli explained to her in an excited voice. "Space storage? Space storage.
Mawa.
Did the time travel god finally hear my prayers and send me a space knife?" Zuoshan was so excited that she wanted to roll on the ground like Xiaobao. Although this space belongs to Xiaobao, Xiaobao is her family. Xiaobao's space is almost equal to her space is almost equal to the space of the whole family. Xiaobao, stop it quickly. We can't pretend anymore. Otherwise, if someone finds out about your magical power, your sister will really not be able to protect you. Zuoshan rushed in, picked up Xiaobao and stuffed him into her backpack and ran away. She even forgot the stench and just wanted to leave the square as soon as possible and return to her hut. Maoli also urged, run faster." Xiaobao was taken home in a daze. It thought it was attacked, and it was so nervous that its round little ears stood up, listening to the movements around it all the way, but it didn't hear anything. After returning home and closing the door, Zuoshan asked in a low voice, Mowgli, did we find any movement on our way back? No, Master, it was quiet around. Everyone was asleep. Mowgli said. Swishan's heart was finally put at ease. Pandual, who was awakened by the noise they made when they came back, rolled over and said nervously, Sister, what happened? Did Xiaobao steal food and was discovered? Do they want us to pay money? Otherwise, you can use all the money in my account to pay them. Look how scared you are. You don't have to pay money. There is a good thing, a great thing. But this great thing is a shocking secret. You can't tell anyone even if you are beaten to death, understand? Swishan said with a serious face. Don't worry, sister. I won't tell anyone even if I die. Pandual nodded in confusion. Little fool, you don't even know what the secret is, and you're swearing?
Swishan couldn't help laughing.
No matter what the secret is, if sister doesn't want me to know, I won't ask a word, and I won't tell a word to outsiders. Pandual said with wide eyes. You are a member of the family, and this secret can't be hidden from you. Come on, Xiaobao, perform a magic trick for Lele, and take it. Swishan picked up the largest bamboo basin used for bathing at home and handed it to it. Xiaobao stretched out his shiny black metal paws and touched the big bamboo basin hesitantly. He actually doubted whether he could put such a big bamboo basin into the storage space. After all, he had only collected for gold-eating ants before and was taken home by his sister. Xiaobao thought seriously. Take it away. The next second, the big bamboo basin disappeared. Xiaobao became excited. It turned out that he could also store this largest bamboo basin. Its space should be quite large, right? Unfortunately, he couldn't see it himself, so he didn't know how big it was. As Pandora looked stunned, Xiaobao tried hard to think. Take it out. Then the big bamboo basin appeared in front of everyone again. That night, everyone was so excited that they couldn't sleep. They repeatedly conducted experiments and finally roughly tested the space capacity of Xiaobao, which was about 4 cubic meters.